I don't know why, but you make me feel like a schoolgirl, she called out. In a moment she came back. On the tray was an earthenware pot of pâté and rounds of fresh toast and a bottle of ice beer. I hope this is right. It was Anheuser. How did you know my brand? You told me this morning. Don't you remember? Her warmth flooded over again at his obvious pleasure. Also that you like drinking it out of the bottle. He took it and grinned at her. Is that going to be in the article too? No, I've decided not to write about you. He saw her sudden seriousness. Why? She was pouring herself a glass of white wine. I decided I could never do you justice in an article, so I won't write one. Besides, I don't think you'd like that hanging over you. Her hand went to her heart. Cross my heart and hope to die. No article, everything private. No article, no journalism. I swear by the Madonna, she added, meaning it. Hey, no need to be dramatic. She was leaning with her back against the railing, an 80-foot drop to the concrete below. He saw the sincerity in her face, and he believed her completely. He was relieved. The article had been the only flaw, the only danger point for him. That and her being a journalist. He leaned forward and kissed her lightly, deliberately lightly. Sealed with a kiss. Thanks. Yes. They watched the view for a moment. Is the rain over for good? I hope not, Link. We need a good series of storms to fill the reservoirs. Keeping clean so hard, and we still only get water 1 day in 4. She smiled mischievously as a child would. Last night, during the torrent, I stripped and bathed here. It was fantastic. The rain was even heavy enough to wash my hair. The thought of her naked, here, in the night, touched him. You'd better be careful, he said. The railing's not that high. I wouldn't want you to slip. Strange. I'm frightened to death of the sea, but heights don't bother me a bit. You certainly saved my life. Come on. You would have made it without me. Perhaps, but you certainly saved my face. Without you there, I would surely have disgraced myself. So thanks for my face. And that's more important than life out here, isn't it? Sometimes, yes it is. Why do you say that? I was just thinking about Dunross and Quillen Gaunt. Those two are having at each other, mostly over face. Yes, you're right, of course. She added thoughtfully, they're both fine men, in one way, both devils in another. How do you mean? They're both ruthless, both very, very strong, very hard, adept, and well conversed with life. As she talked, she heaped one of the rounds of toast with pâté and offered it to him, her nails long and perfect. The Chinese have a saying, Chan Chou Choi Gan. When pulling weeds, make sure you get rid of the roots. The roots of those two go deep in Asia, very deep, too deep. It would be hard to get rid of those roots. She sipped her wine and smiled a little smile. And probably not a good idea, not for Hong Kong. Some more pâté? Please, it's wonderful. You make it? Yes, it's an old English recipe. Why wouldn't it be good for Hong Kong? Oh, perhaps because they balance each other. If one destroys the other, I don't mean just Quillen or Dunross, I mean the Hongs themselves, the companies, Struans and Rothwell Gaunt. If one eats up the other, perhaps the remaining one would be too strong. There would certainly be no competition. Then perhaps the Taipan would become too greedy. Perhaps he'd decide to dump Hong Kong. She smiled hesitantly. Sorry, I'm talking too much. It's just an idea. Another beer? Sure, in a moment, thanks. But that's an interesting thought. Yes, Bartlett was thinking, and one that hadn't occurred to me, or to Casey. Are those two necessary to each other? And Casey and I? Are we necessary to each other? He saw her watching him, and he smiled back. Orlander, it's no secret I'm thinking about making a deal with one of them. If you were me, which one would you go with? Neither. she said at once, and laughed. Why?
You're not British, not one of the old boys, not a hereditary member of any of the clubs. And however much your money and power here, it's the old boy network that will finally decide what is to be.
She took his empty bottle and went and brought another. You think I couldn't make a go of it?
Oh, I didn't mean that, Link. You asked about Struan's or Rothwell Gaunt, about going into business with one of them. If you do, they'll be the winners in the end.
They're that smart?
No, but they're Asian. They belong here. Here the saying is, Tina Wu Yet Yung Ha. All crows under heaven are black, meaning that all the taipans are the same, and they'll all stick together to destroy the outsider.
So neither Ian nor Quillen would welcome a partner? She hesitated.
I think I'm getting out of my depth, Link. I don't know about business things. It's just that I've never heard of an American who's come here and made it big.
What about Biltzman, Superfoods, and their takeover of Hong Kong General Stores?
Biltzman's a joke. Everyone hates him and hopes he'll fall on his face, even Pugmire. Quillen's sure he will. No, even Cooper and Tillman didn't make it. They were Yankee traders in the first days, Link, opium traders. They were even under Dirk Struan's protection. They're even related, the Struans and the Coopers. Hag Struan married his eldest daughter, Emma, to old Jeff Cooper. Old Hooknose was his nickname when he was in his dotage. The story is that the marriage was payment for his helping her destroy Tyler Brock. Have you heard about them, Link? The Brocks, Sir Morgan and his father Tyler, and the Hag?
Peter Marlowe told us some of the stories.
If you want to know about the real Hong Kong, you should talk to Auntie Bright Eyes. That's Sarah Chen, Philip Chen's maiden aunt. She's a great character, Link, and sharp as a needle. She says she's 88. I think she's older. Her father was Sir Gordon Chen, Dirk Struan's illegitimate son by his mistress, Gai Sun, and her mother was the famous beauty, Karen Yuan.
Who's she?
Karen Yuan was Rob Struan's granddaughter. Rob was Dirk's half-brother, and he had a mistress called Yao Ming So, with whom he had a daughter, Isabel. Isabel married John Yuan, an illegitimate son of Jeff Cooper. John Yuan became a well-known pirate and opium smuggler, and Isabel died quite notorious as an enormous gambler who had lost two of her husband's fortunes playing mahjong. So it was Isabel and John's daughter, Karen, who married Sir Gordon Chen. Actually, she was his second wife, more like a concubine, really, though it was a perfectly legal marriage. Here, even today, if you're Chinese, you can legally have as many wives as you like.
That's convenient.
For a man.
Orlando smiled.
So this tiny branch of the Yuans are Cooper descendants. The Zhangs and Chens are from Dirk Struan, the Songs, Tus, and Dongs from Aristotle Quantz the painter. Here in Hong Kong, it's the custom for the children to take the name of their mother, usually an insignificant girl who was sold to the pillow by her parents.
By the parents?
Almost always, she told him casually.
Ting Ting Yao Ming. Listen to heaven and follow fate, particularly when you're starving.
She shrugged. There's no shame in that, Link. No loss of face. Not in Asia.
How come you know so much about the Struans and Coopers and mistresses and so on?
This is a small place, and we all have secrets, but there are no real secrets in Hong Kong. Insiders, true insiders, know almost everything about the others. As I said, our roots go deep here. And don't forget that the Chens, Yuans, and Songs are Eurasian. As I told you, Eurasians marry Eurasians, so we should know who we're from. We're not desired by British or Chinese as wives or husbands, only as mistresses or lovers.
She sipped her wine, and he was awed by the delicacy of her movements, her grace.
It's custom for Chinese families to have their genealogy written down in the village book. That's the only legality they have. That gives them continuity. They never had birth certificates.
She smiled up at him.
To go back to your question, both Ian Dunross and Quillen would welcome your money and your insider track into the US market. And with either one, you'd make a profit here, if you were content to be a silent partner.
Thoughtfully, Bartlett let his eyes stray to the view. She waited patiently, allowing him his thoughts, staying motionless.
I'm very glad Quillen was such a good teacher and such a clever man, she thought, and oh so wise. He was right again.
This morning she'd called him in tears on his private line to report what had happened and,
"Oh, Quillen, I think I've ruined everything."
"What did you say and what did he say?" She'd told him exactly, and he had reassured her. "I don't think you've any need to worry, Orlando. He'll come back, if not tonight, tomorrow."
"Oh, are you sure?"
she'd said so gratefully. "Yes. Now dry those tears and listen." Then he had told her what to do and what to wear, and above all, to be a woman.
"Ah, how happy I am to be a woman," she thought,
and remembered with sadness now the old days when they were happy together. She and Quillen, she 19, already his mistress for 2 years, and no longer shy or afraid. Of the pillow, or him, or of herself. How sometimes they would go on his yacht for a midnight cruise, just the two of them, and he would lecture her. "You're a woman, and Hong Kong Yan, so if you want to have a good life and pretty things, to be cherished and loved and pillowed and safe in this world, be female."
"How, my darling?"
"Think only of my satisfaction and pleasure. Give me passion when I need it, quiet when I need it, privacy when I need it, and happiness and discretion all the time. Cook as a gourmet, no great wine, be discreet always, protect my face always, and never nag."
"But Quillen, you make it sound all so one-sided."
"Yes, it is. Of course it is. In return, I do my part with equal passion. But that's what I want from you, nothing less. You wanted to be my mistress. I put it to you before we began, and you agreed."
"I know I did, and I love being your mistress, but sometimes I'm worried about the future."
"Ah, my pet, you have nothing to worry about. You know our rules were set in advance. We will renew our arrangements yearly, providing you want to, until you're 24. And then, if you choose to leave me, I will give you the flat, money enough for reasonable needs, and a handsome dowry for a suitable husband. We agreed, and your parents approved."
"Yes, they did."
Orlando remembered how her mother and father had enthusiastically approved the liaison, had even suggested it to her when she'd just come back from school in America, when they told her that Quillen had asked if he might approach her, saying that he had fallen in love with her. "He's a good man," her father had said, "and he's promised to provide well for you, if you agree. It's your choice, Orlando. We think we would recommend it."
"But father, I won't be 18 until next month. And besides, I want to go back to the States to live. I'm sure I can get a green card to remain there." "Yes, you can go, child," her mother had said. "But you will be poor. We can give you nothing, no help. What job will you get? Who will support you? This way, in a little while, you can go with an income, with property here to support you." "But he's so old. A man doesn't wear age like a woman," both had told her. "He's strong and respected, and he's been good to us for years. He's promised to cherish you, and the financial arrangements are generous, however long you stay with him." "But I don't love him." "You talk nonsense in 8 directions. Without the protection of the lips, the teeth grow cold," her mother had said angrily. "This opportunity you are being offered is like the hair of the phoenix and the heart of the dragon. What do you have to do in return? Just be a woman and honor and obey a good man for a few years, renewable yearly, and even after that, there's no end to the years if you choose and are faithful and clever. Who knows? His wife is an invalid and wasting. If you satisfy him and cherish him enough, why wouldn't he marry you?" "Marry a Eurasian? Quillen Corned?" she'd burst out. "Why not? You're not just Eurasian. You're Portuguese. He has British sons and daughters already, yeah. Times are changing, even here in Hong Kong. If you do your best, who knows? Bear him a son in a year or two with his permission, and who knows? Gods are gods, and if they want, they can make thunder from a clear sky. Don't be stupid. Love, what is that word to you?
Orlando Ramos was staring down at the city now, not seeing it.
How stupid and naive I was then, she thought. Naive and very stupid. But now I know better. Quillen taught me very well.
She glanced up at Link Bartlett, moving just her eyes, not wanting to disturb him.
Yes, I'm trained very well, she told herself. I'm trained to be the best wife any man could ever have, that Bartlett will ever have. No mistakes this time. Oh no, no mistakes. Quillen will guide me. He will help remove Casey. I will be Mrs. Link Bartlett. All gods and all devils bear witness. This is what must happen.
Soon he took his eyes off the city, having thought through what she had said. She was watching him, wearing a little smile that he could not read. What is it?
I was thinking how lucky I was to meet you.
Do you always compliment a man?
No, just the ones who please me. And they're as rare as the hair of the phoenix or the heart of a dragon. Pâté?
Thanks. He accepted it. You're not eating?
I'm saving for dinner. I have to watch my diet. I'm not like you.
I work out daily. Tennis when I can. Golf. You?
I play a little tennis. I'm a good walker. But I'm still taking golf lessons. Yes, she thought. I try very hard to be the best at everything I do. And I'm the best for you, Link Bartlett, in the whole wide world.
Her tennis was very good, and golf quite good, because Quillen had insisted she be adept at both. Because he enjoyed them.
Are you hungry?
Starving.
You said Chinese food. Is that what you really want?
He shrugged. It doesn't matter to me. Whatever you want.
Are you sure?
Positive. Why? What would you like?
Come in a moment.
He followed her. She opened the dining room door. The table was set exquisitely for two. Flowers and a bottle of Verdicchio on ice.
Link, I haven't cooked for anyone for such a long time,
she said in her breathless rush that he found so pleasing.
But I wanted to cook for you. If you'd like it, I have an Italian dinner all set to go. Fresh pasta, aglio e olio, garlic and oil, veal piccata, a green salad, zabaione, espresso, and brandy. How does that sound? It will only take me 20 minutes, and you can read the paper while you wait. Then afterwards, we can leave everything for when the Alma comes back and go dancing or drive.
What do you say? Italian's my favourite food, Orlando, he told her enthusiastically. Then a vagrant memory surfaced, and for a moment he wondered whom he had told about Italian being his favourite. Was it Casey, or was it Orlando this morning? Chapter 51, 8:32 p.m. Brian Kwok jerked out of sleep. One moment he was in a nightmare, the next awake, but somehow still in the deep, dark pit of sleep, his heart pounding, his mind disordered, and no change between sleep and awake. Panic swamped him. Then he realized he was naked and still in the same warm darkness of the cell, and remembered who he was and where he was. They must have drugged me, he thought. His mouth was parched, his head ached, and he lay back on the mattress that was slimy to his touch, and tried to collect himself. Vaguely he remembered being in Armstrong's office, and before that with Cross discussing the 16-2, but after that, not much. Just waking in this darkness, groping for the walls to get his bearings, feeling them close by, biting back the terror of knowing he was betrayed and defenceless in the bowels of Central Police HQ, within a box with no windows and a door somewhere. Then, exhaustedly sleeping and waking, and angry voices. Or did I dream that? And then sleeping again. No, eating first. Didn't I eat first? Yes. Slop they called dinner and cold tea. Come on, think. It's important to think and to remember. Yes, I remember. It was bedraggled stew and cold tea then. Later, breakfast. Eggs. Was it eggs first, or the stew first, and... Yes, the lights came on for a moment each time I ate, just enough time to eat. No, the lights went off, and each time I finished in darkness. I remember finishing in darkness, and hating to eat in darkness. Then I peed in the pail in darkness, got back onto the mattress, and lay down again. How long have I been here? Must count the days. Wearily, he swung his legs off the cot and stumbled to a wall, his limbs aching to match his head. Got to exercise, he thought. Got to help work the drugs out of my system and get my head clear and ready for the interrogation. Must get my mind ready for when they go at me, really begin, when they think I've softened up. Then they'll keep me awake until they break me. No, they won't break me. I'm strong and prepared, and I know some of the pitfalls. Who gave me away? The effort to solve that was too much for him, so he mustered his strength and did a few weak knee bends. Then he heard muffled footsteps approaching. Hastily, he groped back for the cot and lay down, pretending sleep, his heart hurting in his chest as he held down his terror. The footsteps stopped. A sudden bolt clanged back, and a trapdoor opened. A shaft of light came into the cell, and a half-seen hand put down a metal plate and a metal cup. "Eat your breakfast and hurry up," the voice said in Cantonese. "You're due for more interrogation shortly." "Listen, I won't—" Brian Kwok called out, but the trapdoor had already clanged back, and he was alone in the darkness with the echo of his own words. "Keep calm," he ordered himself. "Calm yourself and think." Abruptly, the cell flooded with light. The light hurt his eyes. When he had adjusted, he saw that the light came from fixtures in the ceiling high above, and he remembered seeing them before. The walls were dark, almost black, and seemed to be pressing inward on him. "Don't worry about them," he thought. "You've seen the dark cells before, and though you've never been part of an in-depth interrogation, you know the principles and some of the tricks." A surge of nausea came into his mouth at the thought of the ordeal ahead. The door was hardly discernible, and the trapdoor equally hidden. He could feel eyes, though he could see no spy holes. On the plate were 2 fried eggs and a thick piece of rough bread. The bread was a little toasted. The eggs were cold and greasy and unappetizing. In the cup was cold tea. There were no utensils. He drank the tea thirstily, trying to make it last, but it was finished before he knew it, and the small amount had not quenched his thirst. "Dulé Lomo, what I wouldn't give for a toothbrush and a bottle of beer and—" The lights went out as suddenly as they had come on. It took him much time to adjust again to the darkness. "Be calm. It's just darkness and light. Light and darkness. It's just to confuse and disorient. Be calm. Take each day as it comes, each interrogation as it comes." His terror returned. He knew he was not really prepared, not experienced enough, though he had had some survival training against capture, what to do if the enemy captured you, the PRC communist enemy. But the PRC's not the enemy. The real enemy are the British and Canadians who've pretended to be friend and teacher. They're the real enemy. Don't think about that. Don't try to convince yourself. Just try to convince them. I have to hold fast. Have to pretend it's a mistake for as long as I can, and then I tell the story I've woven over the years and confuse them. That's duty. His thirst was overpowering, and his hunger. Brian Kwok wanted to hurl the empty cup against the wall, and the plate against the wall, and shout and call for help, but that would be a mistake. He knew he must have great control, and keep every particle of strength he could muster to fight back. Use your head. Use your training. Put theory into practice. Think about the survival course last year in England. Now what do I do? He remembered that part of the survival theory was that you must eat and drink and sleep whenever you can, for you never know when they will cut off food and drink and sleep from you. And to use your eyes and nose and touch and intelligence to keep track of time in the dark, And remember that your captors will always make a mistake sometime. And if you can catch the mistake, you can relate to time. And if you can relate to time, then you can keep in balance. And then you can twist them and not divulge that which must not be divulged. Exact names and real contacts. Pitch your mind against them was the rule. Keep active. Force yourself to observe. Have they made any mistakes? Have these devil barbarian British slipped yet? Only once, he thought excitedly. The eggs. The stupid British and their eggs for breakfast. Feeling better now and wide awake, he eased off the cot and groped his way to the metal plate and put the cup down gently beside it. The eggs were cold and the grease congealed, but he chewed them and finished the bread and felt a little better for the food. Eating with his fingers in darkness was strange and uncomfortable, especially with nothing to wipe his fingers on except his own nakedness. A shudder went through him. He felt abandoned and unclean. His bladder was uncomfortable, and he felt his way to the pail that was attached to the wall. The pail stank. With an index finger, he deftly measured the level in the pail. It was partially full. He emptied himself into it and measured the new level. His mind calculated the difference. If they haven't added to it to confuse me, I've peed 3 or 4 times. Twice a day? Or 4 times a day? He rubbed his soiled finger against his chest, and that made him feel dirtier. But it was important to use everything and anything to keep balance and time related. He lay down again. Out of touch with light or dark, or day or night, was nauseating. A wave of sickness came from his stomach, but he dominated it, and forced himself to remember the Brian Kwok, who they, the enemy, thought was Brian Garzan Kwok, and not the other man, the almost forgotten man whose parentage was Wu, his generation name Ba, and his adult name Chu Toi. He remembered Ning Dok and his father and mother, and being sent to school to Hong Kong on his 6th birthday, wanting to learn and to grow up to become a patriot like his parents, and the uncle he had seen flogged to death in his village square for being a patriot. He had learned from his Hong Kong relations that patriot and communist were the same and not enemies of the state. That the Kuomintang overlords were just as evil as the foreign devils who had forced the unequal treaties on China. And the only true patriot was he who followed the teachings of Mao Zedong. Being sworn into the first of many secret brotherhoods, working to be the best for the cause of China and Mao, which was the cause of China. Learning from secret teachers, knowing he was part of the new great wave of revolution that would take back control of China from foreign devils and their lackeys, and sweep them into the sea forever. Winning that scholarship at 12. Oh, how proud his secret teachers had been. Then going to barbarian lands, now perfect in their language and safe against their evil thoughts and ways. Going to London, the capital of the greatest empire the world has ever seen, knowing it was going to be humbled and laid waste some day. But then in 1937, still in its last flowering. 2 years there. Hating the English school and the English boys. Chinky chinky Chinaman sitting on his tail. But hiding it and hiding his tears, his new brotherhood teachers helping him, guiding him, putting questions and answers into context, showing him the wonder of dialectic, of being part of the true, real, unquestioned revolution. Never questioning, never a need to question. Then the German War, and being evacuated with all the other schoolboys and girls to safety in Canada. All that wonderful time in Vancouver, British Columbia, on the Pacific shore. All that immensity, mountains and sea, and a thriving Chinatown with good Ningdok cooking. And a new branch of the World Brotherhood, and more teachers, always someone wise to talk to, always someone ready to explain and advise. Not accepted by his schoolmates, but still beating them scholastically, in the gym with gloves and at their sports, being a prefect, playing cricket well and tennis well, part of his training. Excel, Jutoi, my son. Excel, and be patient for the glory of the party, for the glory of Mao Zedong, who is China. The last words his father had said to him, secret words engraved since he was 6, and repeated on his deathbed. Joining the Royal Canadian Mounted Police had been part of the plan. It was easy to excel in the RCMP, assigned to Chinatown and the wharves and the byways, speaking English and Mandarin and Cantonese, his Ningdok dialect buried deep. Easy to become a fine policeman in that sprawling, beautiful city port. Soon he became unique, Vancouver's Chinese expert, trusted, excelling, and implacably against the crimes that the triad gangsters of Chinatown fed off. Opium, morphine, heroin, prostitution, and the ever-constant illegal gambling. His work had been commended by his superiors and by Brotherhood leaders alike. They equally against gang rule and drug traffic and crime, assisting him to arrest and uncover, their only secret interest, the inner workings of the RCMP, how the RCMP hire and fire and promote and collate and investigate and watch, and who controls what, where and how. Sent from Vancouver to Ottawa for 6 months, loaned by a grateful chief of police to assist in an undercover investigation of a Chinese drug ring there, making new important Canadian contacts and Brotherhood contacts, learning more and breaking the ring and getting promotion. Easy to control crime and get promotion if you work and if you have secret friends by the hundreds, with secret eyes everywhere. Then the war ending and applying for a transfer for the Hong Kong police, the final part of the plan. But not wanting to go, not wanting to leave, loving Canada and loving her. Jeanette Dubois. She was 19, French-Canadian from Montreal, speaking French and English, her parents French-Canadians of many generations, and them liking him and not disapproving. Not against him because he was the Chinois, as they jokingly called him. He was 21 then, already known as Commandant Material, with a great career ahead of him, marriage ahead, a year or so ahead. Brian Kwok shifted on the mattress in misery. His skin felt clammy, and the dark was pressing down. He closed his leaden eyelids and let his mind roam back to her and that time, that bad time in his life. He remembered how he had argued with the Brotherhood, the leader, saying he could serve better in Canada than in Hong Kong, where he would be only one of many. Here in Canada he was unique. In a few years he would be in Vancouver's police hierarchy. But all his arguments had failed. Sadly, he knew that they were right. He knew that if he had stayed, eventually he would have gone over to the other side, would have broken with the party. There were too many unanswered questions now, thanks to reading RMCP reports on the Soviets, the KGB, the gulags, too many friends, Canadian and nationalist, now. Hong Kong and China were remote, his past remote. Jeanette was here, loving her and their life, his souped-up car and prestige among his peers, seeing them as equals, no longer barbarians. The leader had reminded him of his past, that barbarians are only barbarians, that he was needed in Hong Kong, where the battle was just beginning, where Mao was still not yet Chairman Mao, not yet victorious, still embattled with Chiang Kai-shek. Bitterly he had obeyed, hating being forced, knowing he was in their power, and obeying because of their power. But then the heady 4 years till 1949, and Mao's incredible, unbelievable total victory. Then burrowing deep again, using his brilliant skills to fight the crime that was anathema to him, and a disgrace to Hong Kong, and a blot on the face of China. Life was very good again now. He was picked for high promotion, the British bound to him, respecting him because he was from a fine English public school with a fine upper-class English accent and an English sportsman like the elite of the empire before him. And now it's 1963, and I'm 39, and tomorrow... No, not tomorrow. On Sunday. On Sunday it's the hill climb, and on Saturday there are the races, and Noble Star. Will it be Noble Star? Or Gaunt's Pilotfish? Or Richard Kwok's... No, Richard Kwan's Butterscotch Lass, or John Chen's Outsider, Golden Lady. I think I'd put my money on Golden Lady. Every penny I have. Yes, all my life savings, and I'm also gambling the Porsche as well, even though that's stupid, but I have to. I have to, because Cross said so, and Robert agrees, and they both said I've got to put up my life as well. But Jesus Christ, now Golden Lady's limping in the paddock. But the gamble's settled. And now they're off and running. Come on, Golden Lady. Come on, for the love of Mao. Don't mind the storm clouds and the lightning. Come on. All my savings and my life's riding on your rotten, lousy, God-cursed... Oh, Jesus. Chairman,
Don't fail me.
He was deep in dreams now. Bad dreams, drug-assisted dreams, and Happy Valley was the valley of death. His eyes did not feel the lights come up gently, nor the door swing open. It was time to begin again. Armstrong looked down at his friend, pitying him. The lights were carefully dimmed. Beside him was Senior Agent Malcolm Soon, an SI guard and the SI doctor. Dr. Dawn was a small, dapper, slightly bald specialist with an animated bird-like intensity. He took Brian Quark's pulse and measured his blood pressure and listened to his heartbeat.
The client's in fine shape, Superintendent, physically, he said with a faint smile. His blood pressure and heartbeat are nicely up, but that's to be expected.
He noted his readings on the chart, handed it to Armstrong, who glanced at his watch, wrote down the time, and signed the chart also. "You can carry on," he said. The doctor filled the syringe carefully. With great care, he gave Brian Quark the injection in the rump with a new needle. There was almost no mark, just a tiny spot of blood that he wiped away.
"Dinner time, whenever you want," he said with a smile.
Armstrong just nodded. The SI guard had added a measure of urine to the pail, and that was noted on the chart as well.
"Very smart of him to measure the level. Didn't think he'd do that," Malcolm soon commented.
Infrared rays made it easier to monitor a client's most tiny movement from spy holes set into the ceiling lights.
"Julie Lamore, who'd have imagined he'd be the mole? Smart. He always was so fornicating smart."
"Let's hope the poor bugger's not too fornicating smart," Armstrong told him sourly. "The sooner he talks, the better. The old man won't give up on him." The others looked at him. The young SI guard shivered. Dr. Dawn broke the uneasy silence.
"Should we still maintain the 2-hour cycle, sir?"
Armstrong glanced at his friend. The first drug in the beer had been about 1:30 this afternoon. Since then, Brian Quark had been on a classification 2, a chemical sleep-wake schedule. Every 2 hours. Wake-up injections just before 4:30 p.m., 6:30, 8:30, and this would continue until 6:30 a.m., when the first serious interrogation would begin. Within 10 minutes of each injection, the client would be artificially pulled out of sleep, his thirst and his hunger increased by the drugs. Food would be wolfed, and the cold tea gulped, and the drugs therein would quickly take effect. Deep sleep, very deep, very quick, assisted by another injection. Darkness and harsh light alternated, metallic voices and silence alternated. Then wake up, breakfast, and 2 hours later, dinner, and 2 hours later, breakfast. To an increasingly disoriented mind, 12 hours would become 6 days. More if the client could stand it. 12 days, every hour on the hour. No need for physical torture, just darkness and disorientation, enough to discover that which you wish to discover from the enemy client, or to make your enemy client sign what you want him to sign, soon believing your truth to be his truth. Anyone after a week of sleep-wake-sleep, followed by 2 or 3 days of no sleep. Anyone. Oh, Christ almighty, Armstrong thought. You poor bloody bastard. You'll try to hold out, and it won't do you a bit of good. None. But then most of Armstrong's mind shouted back. But he's not your friend, but an enemy agent. Just a client and enemy who has betrayed you and everything and everyone for years. It was probably him who shot Fong Fong and his lads, who are now in some lousy stinking cell having the same, but without doctors and monitoring and care. Still, can you be proud of this type of treatment? Can any civilized person? No. Is it necessary to stuff lousy chemicals into a helpless body? No. Yes, it is. Yes, it is sometimes. And killing's necessary sometimes. Mad dogs, people. Oh, yes, some people are evil and mad dogs are evil. Yes. You've got to use these modern psychic techniques, developed by Pavlov and other Soviets, developed by communists under a KGB regime. Ah, but do you have to follow them? Christ, I don't know. But I do know the KGB are trying to destroy us all and bring us down to their level, and—" Armstrong's eyes focused, and he saw them all staring at him. "What?"
"Shall we maintain the 2-hour cycle, sir?"
the doctor repeated, disquieted. Yes, and at 6:30 we'll begin the first interview."
"Are you doing that yourself?"
"It's on the orders, for Christ's sake," Armstrong snarled. "Can't you bloody read?"
"Oh, sorry,"
the doctor replied at once. They all knew of Armstrong's friendship for the client and of Cross's ordering him to do the interrogation.
"Would you like a sedative, old chap?"
Dr. Dawn asked solicitously. Armstrong cursed him obscenely and left, angry that he had allowed the doctor to needle him into losing his temper. He went to the top floor, to the officers' mess. "Barman!"
"Coming up, sir."
His usual tankard of beer came quickly, but tonight the smooth, dark liquid he loved, malt-heavy and bitter, did not quench his taste or cleanse his mouth. 1,000 times he had worried what he would do if he was caught by them and put naked into such a cell, knowing most techniques and practices and being on guard. Better than poor bloody Brian, he thought grimly. Poor bugger knows so little. Yes, but does more knowledge help when you're the client? His skin felt clammy with fierce sweat as he thought of what was ahead of Brian Kwok. "Barman!"
"Yes, sir. Coming up."
"Evening, Robert. Can I join you?" Chief Inspector Donald C.C. Smythe asked. "Oh, hello. Yes, sit down," he told the younger man unenthusiastically. Smythe sat on the bar stool beside him and eased his arm that was in a sling more comfortably. "How's it going?" "Routine." Armstrong saw Smythe nod, and he thought how apt his nickname was. The Snake. Smythe was good-looking, smooth, sinuous like a snake, with the same deadly quality of danger there, and the same habit of licking his lips from time to time with the tip of his tongue. Christ, it's still impossible to believe it's Brian. Smythe was one of the few in the know about Brian. Shocking. Yes. Robert, I've been ordered by the DCID, Director of Criminal Investigation, Armstrong's ultimate boss, to take over the werewolf case from you while you're occupied, and any others you might want me to cover. Everything's in the files. Sergeant Major Dangbo's my number 2. He's a good detective. Very good, in fact. Armstrong quaffed some beer and added cynically, "He's well connected." Smythe smiled with his mouth. "Good. That's a help. Just don't organise my bloody district." "Perish the thought, old chum. East Aberdeen takes all of my skill. Now, what about the werewolves? Continue surveillance on Philip Chen?" "Yes. And his wife. Interesting that before Diane married that old miser, she was Mei Wai Jong, eh? Interesting, too, that one of her cousins was Hummingbird Song." Armstrong stared at him. "You've been doing your homework." "All part of the service." Smythe added grimly, "I'd like to get those werewolves right smartly. We've already had 3 panic calls in East Aberdeen from people who've had phone calls from the werewolves demanding Heng Yao very quickly, or else a kidnapping. I hear it's the same all over the colony. If 3 frightened citizens called us, you can bet 300 haven't had the courage." Smythe sipped his whiskey and soda. "That's not good for business, not good at all. There's only so much fat on the cow. If we don't get the werewolves quickly, the buggers will have their own mint. A few quick phone calls and money will be in the mail, the poor bloody victims happy to pay off to escape their attention. And every other bloody villain here with a sense of larceny will have a field day too." "I agree." Armstrong finished his beer. "You want another?" "Let me." "Barman?" Armstrong watched his beer being drawn. "You think there's a connection between John Chen and Hummingbird Song?" He remembered Song, the wealthy shipping magnate with the oral reputation, kidnapped 6 years ago, and smiled wryly. "Christ, I haven't thought about him in years." "Nor me. The cases don't parallel. and we put his kidnappers into Pokey for 20 years, and they'll rot there, but you never know. Perhaps there's a connection." Smythe shrugged. "Diane Chen must have hated John Chen, and I'm sure he hated her back. Everyone knows that. Same with old Hummingbird." He laughed. Hummingbird's other nickname, in the trade so to speak, is Nosy Nosy." Armstrong grunted. He rubbed the tiredness out of his eyes. "Might be worth going to see John's wife, Barbara. I was going to do that tomorrow, but, well, it might be worthwhile. I've already got an appointment, and I'm going out to Shartin first thing. Maybe those local buggers missed something in the rain." "Good idea." Uneasily, Armstrong watched the snake sipping his whiskey. "What's on your mind?" he asked, knowing there was something. Smythe looked up at him directly. "There are a lot of things I don't understand about this kidnapping. For instance, why was such a huge reward offered by the High Dragons for John's recapture? Curiously, dead or alive." "Ask them." "I have. At least, I asked someone who knows one of them." The snake shrugged. "Nothing. Nothing at all." He hesitated. "We'll have to go back into John's past." Armstrong felt a shaft of cold that he kept buried. "Good idea." "Did you know Mary knew him? In the POW camp at Stanley?" "Yes." Armstrong drank some beer without tasting it. "She might give us a lead, if John was, say, connected with black market in the camp." His pale blue eyes held Armstrong's pale blue eyes. "Might be worth asking." "I'll think about that. Yes, I'll think about that." The big man bore the snake no malice. If he had been the snake, he would have asked too. The werewolves were very bad news, and the first wave of terror had already rushed through Chinese society. "How many more people know about Mary and John Chen?" he asked himself. "Or about the 40,000 that's still burning a hole in my desk, still burning a hole in my soul?" It was a long time ago. "Yes." Armstrong lifted his beer. "You've got your friends helping you? Let's just say very substantial rewards and payments are being made. Paid gratefully, I hasten to add, by our gambling fraternity." The sardonic smile left Smythe's face, and the banter. "We've got to get those sodding werewolves very fast, or they'll really upset our apple cart." Chapter 52, 9:15 p.m. Four-Finger Woo was on the tall poop of the motorized junk that was wallowing in the chop at the rendezvous well out to sea, all lights doused. "Listen, werewolf turd!" he hissed irritably at Smallpox Keen, who lay quivering on the deck at his feet, mindless with pain, trussed with rope and heavy chain. "I want to know who else is in your fornicating gang, and where you got the coin from, the half-coin." There was no answer. "Wake the fornicator up." Obligingly, Goodweather Poon poured another bucket of seawater over the prostrate youth. When this had no effect, he leaned down with his knife. At once, Smallpox Keen screamed and came out of his stupor. What? What is it, Lord?" he shrieked. "No more! What is it? What do you want?" Four-Finger Woo repeated what he had said. The youth shrieked again as Goodweather Poon probed. "I've told you everything! Everything!" Desperately, never believing that there could be so much pain in the universe, beyond caring, he babbled again who were the members of the gang, all their real names and addresses, even about the old armour in Aberdeen. "My father gave me the corn. I don't know where. He gave it to me, never saying what. He got it. His voice trailed away. Once more he fainted. Four-Finger spat disgustedly. "The youth of today have no fortitude." The night was dark, and an ill-tempered wind gusted from time to time under a lowering overcast, the powerful and well-tuned engine purring nicely, making just enough way to lessen the junk's inevitable corkscrewing, the rolling pitch and toss. They were a few miles southwest of Hong Kong, just out of the sea lanes, PRC waters and the vast mouth of the Pearl River just to port, open sea to starboard. All sails were furled. He lit a cigarette and coughed.
All gods curse all fornicating triad turds!
Shall I wake him again? Goodweather Poon asked.
No, the fornicator's told the truth as much as he knows.
Wu's calloused fingers reached up and nervously touched the half-coin that he wore now around his neck, under his ragged sweatshirt, making sure it was still there. A knot of anxiety welled at the thought that the coin might be genuine, might be Philip Chen's missing treasure.
You did very well, Goodweather Poon. Tonight you'll get a bonus.
His eyes went to the southeast, seeking the signal. It was overdue, but he was not yet worried. Automatically, his nose sniffed the wind and his tongue tasted it, tangy and heavy with salt. His eyes ranged the sky and the sea and the horizon.
More rain soon,
he muttered. Poon lit another cigarette from his butt and ground the butt into the deck with his horny bare foot.
Will it ruin the races on Saturday?
The old man shrugged.
If the gods will it. I think it will be piss-heavy again tomorrow, unless the wind veers. Unless the wind veers, we could have the devil winds, the supreme winds, and those fornicators could scatter us to the four seas. Piss on the supreme winds! I'll piss on them if there are no races. My nose tells me it's Banker Kwan's horse. Ha! That stinky, mealy-mouthed nephew of mine certainly needs a change of joss. The poor fool's lost his bank.
Poon hawked and spat for luck.
Thank all gods for profitable joy.
Since Four Fingers and his captains and his people had all successfully extracted all their monies from the Hopak, thanks to information from Paul Choi, and since he himself was still enjoying vast profits from his son's illicit manipulation of Struan stock, Wu had dubbed him Profitable Choi. Because of the profit, he had forgiven his son the transgression, but only in his heart. Being prudent, the old man had showed none of it outwardly, except to his friend and confidant, Goodweather Poon.
Bring him on deck. What about this werewolf fornicator?
Poon's horny toe stabbed keen.
Young Profitable didn't like him or this matter at all, hear? Time he grew up. Time he knew how to treat enemies. Time he knew real values. Not ill-omened, stink-wind, fatuous golden mountain values.
The old man spat on the deck.
He's forgotten who he is, and where his interests lie. You said yourself, you don't send a rabbit against a dragon, or a minnow against a shark. You've your investment to consider. And don't forget, Profitable Choi's returned everything he cost you over 15 years, 20 times over. In the money market, he's a high dragon, and only 26. Leave him where he's best. Best for you, and best for him. There you are. Tonight, he's best here.
The old seaman scratched his ear.
I don't know about that, Four Fingers. That the gods will decide. Me, I'd have left him ashore.
Now Goodweather Poon was watching the southeast. His peripheral vision had caught something.
You see it?
After a moment, Four Fingers shook his head.
There's plenty of time. Plenty of time. Yes.
The old seaman glanced back at the body trussed with chains like a plucked chicken. His face split into a grin.
But when Profitable Choi turned white like a jellyfish at this fornicator's first scream and first blood, I had to break wind to release my laughter to save his face. The young today have no fortitude,
Wu repeated, then lit a new cigarette and nodded.
But you're right. After tonight, Profitable's going to be left where he belongs to become even more profitable.
He glanced down at Smallpox Keen.
Is he dead? Not yet. What a dirty, motherless whore to hit number one son Noblehouse Chen with a shovel and then lie about it to us, ya? And to cut off Chen's ear and blame his father and brothers and lie about that too. And then taking the ransom, even though they couldn't deliver the goods. Terrible! Disgusting!
The old man guffawed.
Even more terrible to get caught! But then you showed the fornicator the error of his rotten ways, good Weatherpoon.
They both laughed, happy together.
Shall I cut off his other ear, Four Fingers? Not yet. Soon. Yes, very soon.
Again Poon scratched his head.
One thing I don't understand. I don't understand why you told me to put their sign on number one son and leave him as they planned to leave him.
He frowned at Four Fingers.
When this fornicator's dead, that's all the werewolves dead, hear? So what good is the sign?
Four Fingers cackled.
All comes clear to he who waits. Patience,
he said, very pleased with himself. The sign implied the werewolves were very much alive. If only he and Poon knew that they were all dead, he could at any time resurrect them, or the threat of them, at his whim.
Yes,
he thought happily.
Kill one to terrify 10,000. The werewolves can easily become a continuous source of extra revenue at very little cost. A few phone calls, a judicious kidnapping or two, perhaps another ear. Patience, good Weatherpoon. Soon you'll
He stopped. Both men had centered their eyes on the same spot in the darkness. A small, dimly lit freighter was just nosing into sight. In a moment, two lights flashed at her masthead. At once, Wu went to the con and flashed an answering signal. The freighter flashed the confirm.
Good,
Wu said happily, flashing his reconfirm. The deck crew had also seen the lights. One hurried below to fetch the rest of the seamen, and the others went to their action stations. Wu's eyes fell on Smallpox Keen.
First him,
he said malevolently.
Fetch my son here.
Weakly, Paul Choi groped his way on deck. He gulped the fresh air gratefully, the stench from below decks overpowering. He climbed the gangway to the poop. When he saw the red mess on the deck and the partial person on the deck, his stomach revolted, and once more he threw up over the side. Four-Finger Wu said,
Give good Weatherpoon a hand.
What?
Are your ears filled with vomit?
The old man shouted.
Give him a hand.
Frightened, Paul Choi reeled over to the old seaman, the helmsman watching interestedly. What do you want me to do?
Take his legs.
Paul Choi tried to dominate his nausea. He closed his eyes. His nostrils were filled with the smell of vomit and blood. He reached down, took the legs and part of the heavy chain, and staggered, half falling, to the side. Good Weatherpoon was carrying most of the weight, and he could easily have carried it all, and Paul Choi too, if need be. Effortlessly, he balanced Smallpox Keen on the gunwale.
Hold him there!
By pre-arrangement with Four Fingers, the old seaman backed away, leaving Paul Choi on his own, the unconscious mutilated face and body slumped precariously against him.
Put him overboard!
Wu ordered.
But father, please, he's not dead yet. Please, put him over the side!
Beside himself with fear and loathing, Paul Choi tried to pull the body back aboard, but the wind squalled and heeled the junk, and the last of the werewolves toppled into the sea and sank without a trace. Helplessly, Paul Choi stared at the waves slopping against the teak. He saw that there was blood on his shirt and on his hands. Another wave of nausea racked him, tormenting him.
Here!
Gruffly, Wu handed his son a flask. It contained whiskey, good whiskey. Paul Choi choked a little, but his stomach held the whiskey. Wu turned back to the con, waved the helmsman toward the freighter, the throttle opened to full ahead. Paul Choi almost fell, but managed to grab the gunwale and stay on his feet, unprepared for the suddenness of the deep-throated roar and burst of speed. When he had his sea legs, he looked at his father. Now the old man was near the tiller, Good Weatherpoon nearby, and both were peering into the darkness. He could see the small ship, and his stomach reeled, and he hated his father afresh, hated being on board and being involved in what obviously was smuggling, on top of the horror of the werewolf. Whatever that poor son of a bitch did, he thought, enraged, he doesn't merit taking the law into your own hands. He should have been handed over to the police, to be hanged or imprisoned or whatever. Wu felt the eyes on him, and he glanced back. His face did not change.
"Come here,"
he ordered, his thumbless hand stabbing the gunwale in front of him.
"Stand here."
Numbly, Paul Choi obeyed. He was much taller than his father and Goodweather Poon, but he was a piece of chaff against either of them. The junk sped through the darkness on an intercept course, the sea black and the night black, with just a little moonlight sifting through the overcast. Soon they were just aft of the vessel and a little to starboard, closing fast. She was small, slow, and quite old, and she dipped uneasily in the gathering swell.
"She's a coastal freighter,"
Goodweather Poon volunteered.
"A Thai trawler, we call them. There's dozens of the fornicators in all Asian waters. They're the lice of the seas, Profitable Choi, crewed by scum, captained by scum, and they leak like lobster pots. Most ply the Bangkok, Singapore, Manila, Hong Kong route, and wherever else they've a cargo for. This one's out of Bangkok."
He hawked and spat, revolting the young man again.
"I wouldn't want to voyage on one of those stinking whores.
He stopped. There was another brief flashing signal. Wu answered it. Then all on deck saw the splash on her starboard side as something heavy went overboard. At once, 4 fingers ran up, all engines stop. The sudden quiet was deafening. Bow lookouts peered into the darkness, the junk wallowing and swerving as she slowed. Then one of the bow lookouts signalled with a flag. At once, Wu gave a little engine and made the correction. Another silent signal and another change of direction, and then a sharper, more excited movement of the flag. Immediately, Wu reversed engines. The props bit the sea heavily. Then he killed the thrust, the junk swerving closer to the line of bobbing buoys. The gnarled old man seemed to be part of the ship, as Paul Choi watched him with his eyes fixed into the sea ahead. Nimbly, Wu manoeuvred the ponderous junk into the course of the buoys. In a few moments, a seaman with a long hooked boarding pole leaned out from the main deck and hooked the line. The rough cork buoys were brought aboard deftly, other seamen helping, and the line attached securely to a stanchion. With practised skill, the chief deckhand cut away the buoys and cast them overboard, while more seamen made sure that the bales attached to the other end of the line below the surface were safe and secure. Paul Choi could see the bales clearly now. There were 2 of them, perhaps 6 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot, roped together heavily underwater, their sinking weight keeping the thick line taut. As soon as all was tight and safe, the cargo secure alongside, though still 5 or 6 feet beneath the surface of the sea, the chief deckhand signalled. At once, 4 fingers brought the junk to cruising speed, and they sped away on a different tack. The whole operation had been done in silence, effortlessly and in seconds. In moments, the weak riding lights of the Thai trawler had vanished into the darkness, and they were alone on the sea once more. Wu and Goodweather Poon lit cigarettes.
"Very good,"
Goodweather Poon said. 4 fingers did not reply, his ears listening to the pleasing note of the engines.
"No trouble there,"
he thought. His senses tested the wind.
"No trouble there."
His eyes ranged the darkness.
"Nothing there either,"
he told himself.
"Then why are you uneasy? Is it 7th sun?"
He glanced at Paul Choi, who was at the port side, his back toward him.
"No danger there either."
Paul Choi was watching the bales. They kicked up a small wake. His curiosity piqued, and he was feeling a little better, the whiskey warming and the salt smelling good now, that and the excitement of the rendezvous, and being away and safe. "Why don't you bring them aboard, Father? You could lose them." Wu motioned Poon to answer.
"Better to leave the harvest of the sea to the sea, Profitable Choi, until it's quite safe to bring it ashore. Ya?"
"My name's Paul, not Profitable." The young man looked back at his father and shivered. "There was no need to murder that fornicator."
"The captain didn't,"
Goodweather Poon said with a grin, answering for the old man.
"You did, Profitable Choi. You did. You threw him overboard. I saw it clearly. I was within half a pace of you."
"Lies. I tried to pull him back. And anyway, he ordered me to. He threatened me." The old seaman shrugged.
Tell that to a fine foreign devil judge, Profitable Choi, and that won't be fornicating profitable at all. My name's not The captain of the fleets has called you profitable, so by all the gods, profitable you are forever. Hey-ya? He added, grinning at Four Fingers. The old man said nothing, just smiled and showed his few broken teeth, and that made his grimace even more frightening. His bald head and weathered face nodded his agreement. Then he put his eyes on his son. Paul Choi shivered in spite of his resolve. Your secret's safe with me, my son. Never fear. No one aboard this boat saw anything. Did they, Goodweather Poon? No, nothing. By all gods great and small, no one saw anything. Paul Choi stared back sullenly. You can't wrap paper in fire. Goodweather Poon guffawed. On this boat you can. Yes, Wu said, his voice a rasp. On this boat you can keep a secret forever. He lit another cigarette, hawked and spat. Don't you want to know what's in those bales? No. It's opium. Delivered on shore, this night's work will bring a 200,000 profit, just to me, with plenty in bonuses for my crew. That profit's not worth the risk. Not to me. I made you the... Paul Choi stopped. Four-Finger Wu looked at him. He spat on the deck and passed the con to Goodweather Poon and went to the great cushioned seats aft that ringed the poop. Come here, Profitable Choi, he commanded. Frightened, Paul Choi sat at the point indicated. Now they were more alone. Profit is profit, Wu said, very angry. 10,000 is your profit. That's enough to buy an air ticket to Honolulu and back to Hong Kong and have 10 days of holiday together. He saw the momentary flash of joy wash across his son's face, and he smiled inside. I'll never come back, Paul Choi said bravely. Never. Oh, yes, you will. You will now. You fished in fornicating dangerous waters. I'll never come back. I've a U.S. passport and a Jap whore, hey ya? Paul Choi stared at his father, aghast that his father knew. Then rage possessed him, and he sprang up and bunched his fists. She's not a whore, by all gods. She's great. She's a lady, and her folks are the... Quiet! Wu bit back the expletive carefully. Very well. She's not a whore, even though to me all women are whores. She's not a whore, but an empress. But she's still a fornicating devil from the Eastern Sea, one of those who raped China. She's American. She's American like me. Paul Choi flared, his fists clenched tighter, ready to spring. The helmsman and Goodweather Poon ready to interfere without seeming to. A knife slid into Poon's fist. I'm American. She's American Nisei, and her father was with the 442nd in Italy, and... You're Hocklow! You're one of the Seaborn Wu, the ship people, and you'll obey me. You will, Profitable Choi. Oh, yes, you will obey. Hey-ya! Paul Choi stood in front of him, shaking with equal fury, trying to keep up his courage, for in rage the old man was formidable, and he could feel Goodweather Poon and the other men behind his back. Don't call her names! Don't! You dare bunch your fists at me? Me, who's given you life, given you everything? Every chance, even the chance of meeting this Eastern Sea Empress, hey-ya? Paul Choi felt himself spun around, as though by a great wind. Goodweather Poon was peering up at him. This is the captain of the fleets. You will respect him. The seaman's iron hand shoved him back to the seats. The captain said sit. Sit! After a moment, Paul Choi said sullenly, How did you know about her? Exasperated, the old man sputtered, All gods bear witness to this country person I sired, this monkey with the brains and manners of a country person. Do you think I didn't have you watched? Guarded? Do I send a mole among snakes, or a civilized whelp among foreign devils unprotected? You're the son of Wu Sang-fong, head of the Seaborn Wu, and I protect my own against all enemies. You think we don't have enemies enough who would slit your secret sack and send me the contents just to spite me? Yeah?
I don't know.
Well, know it very well now, my son.
Four-Finger Wu was aware this was a clash to the death, and he had to be wise as a father must be when his son finally calls him. He was not afraid. He had done this with many sons and only lost one. But he was grateful to the Taipan who had given him the information about the girl and about her parentage.
That's the key, he thought. The key to this impudent child from a third wife, whose golden galley was as sweet and as tender as fresh bonefish as long as she lived. Perhaps I'll let him bring the whore here. The poor fool needs a whore, whatever he calls her. Lady? Ha! I've heard the Eastern Sea Devils have no pubics. Disgusting! Next month he can bring the strumpet here. If her parents let her come alone, that proves she's a whore. If they don't, then that's the end of her. Meanwhile, I'll find him a wife. Yes. Ooh, one of Typhoon's granddaughters? Orlando Matters, or... wasn't that half-caste youngest brat trained in the Golden Mountain too? At a school for girls? A famous school for girls? What's the difference to this fool? Pure blood or not? I have many sons, he thought, feeling nothing for him. I gave them life. Their duty is to me, and when I'm dead, to the clan. Perhaps a good, broad-hipped, hard-footed Hocklow boat girl would be the right one for him, he thought grimly. Yes, but there's no need to cut your stalk to spite a weakness in your bladder, however rude and ill-mannered the fornicating dumblehead is. In a month, Blackbeard will grant you a holiday, he said with finality. I will see to it. With your 10,000 profit, you can take a passage on a flying machine. No, better to bring her here, he added, as though it were a fresh thought. You will bring her here. You should see Manila and Singapore and Bangkok, and visit our captains there. Yes, bring her here in a month. Your 10,000 will pay for the ticket and pay for everything.
No, I won't. I won't do it. And I don't want drug money. I'll never take drug money, and I counsel you to get out of the drug trade immediately. The whole junk was suddenly floodlit. Everyone was momentarily blinded. The searchlight was to starboard.
Haul to!
Came the order in English over the loudhailer, then repeated in Hocklow, then in Cantonese. Wu and Goodweather Poon were the first to react, and in a split second they were in motion. Wu swung the tiller hard to port away from the Marine Police patrol boat and gunned both the engines to full ahead. Poon had leapt down the gangway to the main deck, and now he sliced the cargo line and the wake of bales vanished as the bales sank into the deep.
Haul to for boarding!
The metallic words ripped through Paul Choi, who stood paralysed with fright. He watched his father reach into a nearby sea locker and bring out some crumpled PRC peaked soldiers' hats and shove one on.
Quick!
He ordered, throwing one to him. Petrified, he obeyed and crammed it onto his head. Miraculously, all the crew were now wearing the same kind of hat, and a few were struggling into equally drab and crumpled army tunics. His heart stopped. Others were reaching into sea lockers and bringing out PRC army rifles and submachine guns, as still others went to the side nearest the police boat and began shouting obscenities. The boat was sleek and battle grey, with a deck gun, 2 searchlights now and her riding lights on. She lay 100 yards to starboard, her engines growling, keeping pace with them easily. They could see the neat, white-clad sailors, and on the bridge, the peaked British officers' caps. Four Fingers had a loud hailer horn now, and he went to the side, his hat pulled well down, and he roared, "Go fornicate yourselves, barbarians! Look at our colours!" His hand stabbed toward his masthead. The PRC Marine flag fluttered there. Aft on the stern was a fake Canton PRC registration number. "Leave a peaceful patrol alone! You're in our waters!" Poon's face was split into a malevolent grin. A PRC automatic pistol was in his hands, and he stood at the gunwale silhouetted in the light, the cap pulled well down to preclude identification by the binoculars he knew were raking the ship. His heart was racing too, and there was a sick, sweet, sour bile in his mouth. They were in international waters. Safety and PRC waters were 15 minutes away. He cocked the gun. Orders were quite clear. No one was boarding tonight.
"Haul to! We're coming aboard!"
They all saw the patrol boat slow and the cutter splash into the sea, and many aboard lost their initial confidence. Fourfinger squeezed the throttle forward to get the last fraction of power. He cursed himself for not seeing the police boat or sensing their presence earlier, but he knew that they had electronic devices to see in the dark, whereas he had to rely on eyes and nose and the sixth sense that so far had kept him and most of his people alive. It was rare to find a patrol boat so close to Chinese waters. Even so, the boat was there, and though his cargo was gone, there were guns aboard, and so was Paul Choi.
"Joss! All gods defecate on that patrol boat! Good weather Poon was partially right,"
he told himself.
"The gods will decide if it was wise or not to bring the youth aboard. Go fornicate yourselves! No foreign devil comes aboard a patrol boat of the People's Republic of China!"
All the crew cheered enthusiastically, adding their obscenities to the din.
"Haul to!"
The old man paid no attention. The junk was headed toward the Pearl River estuary at maximum speed, and he and all aboard prayed that there were no PRC patrols nearby. In the searchlight they could see the cutter with 10 armed sailors on an intercept course, but it was not fast enough to overtake them.
"For the last time, haul to! For the fornicating last time, leave peaceful PRC patrol to their own waters!"
Suddenly the patrol sirens started whoop-whoop-whooping, and she seemed to jump forward from the violent thrust of her engines, a high churning wake astern. The searchlight still kept them centered as she charged ahead and cut across the junk's bow and stayed there, her engines growling malevolently, barring the path to safety. Paul Choi was still staring at the battle-grey, sharp-nosed craft with its deck gun manned and machine guns manned. Big, with 4 times the power they had, the gap closing fast with no room to manoeuvre. They could see the uniformed sailors on her deck and the officers on the bridge, radar aerials sweeping.
"Get your head down!"
Wu warned Paul Choi, who obeyed instantly. Then Wu ran forward to the bow, Goodweather Poon beside him. Both had automatic machine guns.
"Now!"
Carefully, he and his friend sprayed the sea toward the patrol boat that was almost on them, taking extreme care that none of the bullets splashed the deck. Instantly, the searchlight went out, and at once, in the blinding darkness, the helmsman put the junk hard to starboard and prayed that Wu had chosen correctly. The junk slid around the other ship with a few yards leeway as the other craft gunned ahead to get out of the way of the bullets. The helmsman heaved her back on her course and her dash for safety.
"Good,"
Wu muttered, knowing he had gained another 100 yards. His mind carried the chart of these waters. Now they were in the grey area between Hong Kong and PRC waters, a few 100 yards from real safety. In the darkness, all on deck had kept their eyes tightly shut. The moment they felt the searchlight again, they opened their eyes and adjusted more quickly. The attacker was ahead and to port, out of machine gun range, but still ahead and still in the way. Wu smiled grimly.
"Big Nose Lee!"
His chief deckhand came promptly, and he handed him the machine gun.
"Don't use it till I order it, and don't hit one of those fornicators!"
Suddenly the darkness split, and the parang of the deck gun deafened them. A split second, and a vast spout of water burst from the sea near their bow. Wu was shocked, and he shook his fist at the ship.
"Fornicate you and all your mothers! Leave us alone, or Chairman Mao will sink all Hong Kong!"
He hurried aft.
"I'll take the tiller."
The helmsman was frightened. So was Paul Choi. But at the same time he was curiously excited and vastly impressed with the way his father commanded, and the way everyone aboard reacted with discipline, instead of as the motley ragtag bunch of pirates he had imagined them to be.
"Haul to!"
Again the gap began closing, but the patrol boat kept out of machine gun range, and the cutter kept out of range aft. Stoically, Wu held his course. Another flash, then another, and parang, parang. 2 shells straddled the junk, rocking her.
Fornicate all mothers, Wu gasped. All gods, keep those gunners accurate!
He knew that the shots were only to frighten. His friend the snake had given him assurances that all patrols were ordered never to hit or sink a fleeing junk carrying PRC colours, in case the colours were real, never to forcibly board unless one of their own seamen was killed or wounded.
Give them a burst,
he called out. Obediently, but with great care, the two men on the bow sprayed the waters. The searchlight never wavered, but suddenly it went out. Wu kept his course firm.
Now what?
He asked himself desperately.
Where's that fornicator going?
He searched the darkness, his eyes straining to see the patrol boat and the promontory he knew was nearby. Then he saw the silhouette to port aft. She was bearing down fast in a swirling rush to come up alongside with grappling hooks. Safety was 100 yards ahead. If he turned from the new danger, he would parallel safety and stay in international waters, and then the ship would do the same again and shepherd him into open seas until his ammunition was gone or the dawn came and he was lost. He dare not make a real battle, for he knew British law had a long arm and the killing of one of their seamen was punished with hanging, and no money or high friends would prevent it. If he held his course, the ship could grapple him, and he knew how adept and well-trained these Cantonese seamen were, and how they hated Hocklows. His face split into a grimace. He waited until the patrol boat was 50 yards astern, coming up very fast, the siren whooping deafeningly. Then grimly he turned the tiller into her and prayed the captain was awake. For a moment, the two ships hung in the balance. Then the patrol boat swung away to avoid the collision, the wash from her props spraying them. Wu wheeled starboard and slammed all throttles forward, even though they were already as far forward as they could go. A few more yards were gained. He saw the patrol boat recover quickly. She roared around in a circle and came back at them on a different tack. They were just within Chinese waters. Without hope, Four Fingers left the tiller and picked up another submachine gun and sprayed the darkness, the barking thwack, 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 and the smell of cordite making his fear more intense. Abruptly, the searchlight splashed him, its light vicious. He turned his head, blinded, and blinked, keeping his head and cap well down. When he could see again, he pointed the automatic directly at the light and cursed obscenely, frightened that they would grapple him and tow him from safety. The hot barrel shook as he aimed for the light, his finger on the trigger. It would be death if he fired, and prison if he didn't. Fear spread through him and throughout his ship. But the light did not swoop down as he expected. It remained aft, and now he saw her bow wave lessening and her wake waves lessening, and his heart began to beat again. The patrol boat was letting him go. The snake had been right. Shakily he put down the gun. The loud hailer was nearby. He brought it to his mouth.
Victory to Chairman Mao!
He bellowed with all his might.
Stay out of our waters, you fornicating foreign devils!
The joy-filled words echoed across the waters. His crew jeered, shaking their fists at the light. Even Paul Choi was caught up in the excitement and shouted too, as they all realized the patrol boat would not venture into Chinese waters. The searchlight vanished. When their eyes had adjusted, they saw the patrol boat broadside, making hardly any way, her riding lights on now.
She'll have us on their radar,
Paul Choi muttered in English.
What?
He repeated it in Hocklow, using the English word radar, but explaining it as a magic eye. Both Poon and Four Fingers knew about radar in principle, though they had never seen one.
What does that matter?
Wu scoffed.
Their magic screens or magic eyes won't help them now. We can lose them easily in the channels near Lantau. There's no evidence against us, no contraband aboard, no nothing.
What about the guns?
We can lose them overboard, or we can lose those mad dogs and keep our guns. Good weather, Poon. When those shells straddled us, I thought my anus was jammed shut forever.
Yes, Poon agreed happily.
And when we fired into the darkness at the fornicators, all gods fornicate, I've always wanted to use those guns.
Wu laughed too, until the tears were running down his face.
Yes, old friend.
Then he explained to Paul Choi the strategy that the snake had worked out for them.
Good, are ya?
Who's the snake? Paul Choi asked. Wu hesitated, his small eyes glittering.
An employee, a police employee, you might say, profitable Choi. With the cargo gone, the night's not profitable at all,
Poon said sourly.
Yes,
Wu agreed, equally sourly. He had already promised Venus Poon a diamond ring that he had planned to pay for from tonight's transactions. Now he would have to dip into his savings, which was against all his principles.
You pay for whores out of current earnings, never out of savings. So piss on that police boat, he thought. Without the diamond present. But her beauteous box is everything Richard Kwan claimed, and the wriggle of her rump everything rumour had promised. And tonight after the TV station closes, her gorgeous gate is due to open once more. Filthy Joss, that sharp-nosed bandit finding us tonight, he said,
his manhood stirring at the thought of Venus Poon.
All that money gone, and our expenses heavy.
The cargo's lost? Paul Choi asked, greatly surprised.
Of course lost! Gone to the bottom!
The old man said irritably. You haven't got a marker on it? Or a beeper? Paul Choi used the English word. He explained it to them. I presumed it would have one, or a filter would release itself in a day or two, chemically, so you could recover it or send Frogman to fetch it when it was safe to do so. The two men were gaping at him. What's the matter?
It is easy to find these beepers, or to arrange a delayed float for a day or two?
Wu asked. Or a week, or 2 weeks, if you want, Father.
Would you write all this down, how to do it? Or you could arrange it?
Of course. But why don't you also have a magic eye, like theirs?
What do we need with them? And who could work them?
The old man scoffed again.
We have noses and ears and eyes.
But you got caught tonight.
What's your tongue?
Wu said angrily.
That was Joss! Joss! A joke of the gods! We're safe, and that's all that matters.
I disagree, Captain, Paul Choi said, without fear now, as everything fell into place. It would be easy to equip this boat with a magic eye. Then you can see them as soon or sooner than they can see you. They can't surprise you, so you can thumb your noses at them without fear and never lose a cargo. Yeah? He smiled inwardly, seeing them hooked. Never a mistake, not even a little one, and never danger, and never a lost cargo, and cargo with beepers. You don't even need to be anywhere near the drop. Only a week later, yeah?
That would be perfect, Poon said fervently. But if the gods are against you, profitable Choi, even magic eyes won't help. It was close tonight. That whore wasn't supposed to be here.
They all looked at the ship, just lying aft, waiting, a few 100 yards aft. Wu set the engine to slow ahead.
We don't want to go too deep into PRC waters, he said uneasily. Those civilized fornicators are not so polite or so law-abiding.
A shiver went through him.
We could use a magic eye, good weather Poon.
Why don't you own one of those patrol boats? Paul Choi said, baiting the hook again. Or one a little faster. Then you could outrun them.
One of those? Are you mad? Who would sell us one?
Wu asked impatiently. Japanese?
Fornicate all Eastern Sea Devils,
Poon said. Perhaps, but they'd build you something like that, radar-equipped. He stopped as the police patrol boat cut in her deep, growling engines, and with her siren whoop-whoop-whooping, hurtled off into the night, her wake churning. Look at her go, Paul Choi said admiringly in English. Classy son of a bitch. He repeated it in Hokklo. I'll bet she's still got the Thai trawler in her magic eye. They can see everything, every junk, every ship and cove and promontory for miles, even a storm. Thoughtfully, Four-Finger Wu gave a new course to the helmsman that kept them just in PRC waters, heading north for the islands and reefs around Lantau Island, where he would be safe to make for the next rendezvous. There they would transfer to another junk with real registrations, PRC and Hong Kong, to slide back into Aberdeen.
Aberdeen.
His fingers nervously touched the half-coin again. He had forgotten the coin in the excitement. Now his fingers trembled and his anxiety was rekindled as he thought about his meeting with the taipan tonight. There was plenty of time. He would not be late. Even so, he increased speed.
Come,
he ordered, motioning Poon and Paul Choi to join him on the cushions aft, where they would be more private.
Perhaps we'd be wise to stay with our junks and not get one of those whores, my son.
Wu's finger stabbed the darkness where the patrol boat had been.
The foreign devils would become even madder if I had one of those in my fleet. But this magic eye of yours, you could install it and show us how to use it?
I could get experts to do that. People from the Eastern Sea. It would be better to use them, not British or German.
Wu looked at his old friend.
Hey, yeah? I don't want one of those turds or their magic eyes on my ship. Soon we'd rely on the fornicators and we'd lose our treasures along with our heads.
The other man grumbled.
But to see when others can't?
Wu puffed on his cigarette.
Is there another seller, Profitable Choi?
They would be the best and cheapest, father.
Cheapest, hey, yeah? How much will this cost?
I don't know. 20,000 US? Perhaps 40?
The old man exploded.
40,000 US? Am I made of gold? I have to work for my money. Am I Emperor Wu?
Paul Choi let the old man rave. He was feeling nothing for him anymore, not after all the night's horror and killing and entrapment and cruelty and blackmail, and most of all because of his father's words against his girl. He would respect his father for his seamanship, for his courage and his command, and as head of the house. Nothing more. And from now on, he would treat him like any other man. When he felt the old man had raved enough, he said,
I can have the first magic eye installed and 2 men trained at no cost to you, if you want.
Wu and Poon stared at him. Wu was instantly on guard.
How at no cost?
I will pay for it for you.
Poon started to guffaw, but Wu hissed.
Shut up, fool, and listen. Profitable Choi knows things you don't know.
His eyes were glittering even more.
If a magic eye, why not a diamond too? And if a diamond, why not a mink coat and all the necessary plunder that mealy-mouthed whore will require to sustain her enthusiastic cleft hands and mouth? How will you pay for it, my son?
Out of profit.
Profit on what?
I want control for 1 month of your money in the Victoria.
Impossible!
We opened accounts for 22,423,000. Control for 1 month.
To do what with?
The stock market.
Ah, gamble? Gamble with my money? My hard-earned cash? Never.
1 month. We split the profit, father.
Oh, we split. It is my fornicating money, but you want half. Half of what?
Perhaps another 20 million.
Paul Choi let the sum hang. He saw the avarice on his father's face and knew that though the negotiation would be heated, they would make a deal. It was only a matter of time.
Yeah, that's impossible. Out of the question.
The old man felt an itch below, and he scratched the itch. His manhood stirred. Instantly he thought of Venus Poon, who had made him stand as he had not stood for years, and of their coming bout tonight.
Perhaps I shall just pay for this magic eye, he said,
testing the young man's resolve. Paul Choi took his spirit completely into his own hands.
Yes, you can. But then I'm leaving Hong Kong.
Wu's tongue darted spitefully.
You will leave when I tell you to leave.
But if I can't be profitable and put my expensive training to work, why should I stay? Did you pay all that money for me to be a pimp on one of your pleasure boats? A deckhand on a junk that can be raped at will by the nearest foreign devil cutter? No, better I leave. Better I become profitable to someone else so that I can begin to repay your investment in me. I will give Blackbeard a month's notice and leave then.
You will leave when I tell you to leave,
Wu added malevolently.
You have fished in dangerous waters.
Yes. And so have you, Paul Choi wanted to add, unafraid. If you think you can blackmail me, that I'm on your hook, you're on mine, and you've more to lose. Haven't you heard of Queen's evidence, turning Queen's evidence, or plea bargaining? But he kept his future ploy secret, to be used when necessary, and kept his face polite and bland. All waters are dangerous if the gods decide they're dangerous, he said cryptically. Wu took a long, deep drag of his cigarette, feeling the smoke deep within him. He had noticed the change in this young man before him. He had seen many such changes in many men, in many sons and many daughters. The experience of his long years screamed caution.
This whelp's dangerous, very dangerous, he thought. I think Goodweather Poon was right. It was a mistake to bring Profitable Choi aboard tonight. Now he knows too much about us. Yes, but that's easy to rectify when I need to, he reminded himself. Any day, or any night.
Chapter 53, 10:03 p.m.
Well, what the devil are you going to do, Paul?
The governor asked Havergill. John was with them, and they were on the terrace of Government House after dinner, leaning against the low balustrade.
Good God! If the Victoria runs out of money too, this whole island's ruined, eh?
Havergill looked around to make sure they were not being overheard, and dropped his voice. We've been in touch with the Bank of England, sir. By midnight tomorrow night London time, there'll be an RAF transport at Heathrow stuffed full of £5 and £10 notes. His usual confidence returned. As I said, the Victoria is perfectly sound, completely liquid, and our assets here and in England substantial enough to cover any eventuality. Well, almost any eventuality. Meanwhile, you may not have enough Hong Kong dollars to weather the run. Not if the problem continues, but I'm sure all will be well, sir. Sir Geoffrey stared at him. How the devil did we get into this mess?
Joss, John said wearily.
Unfortunately, the Mint can't print enough Hong Kong dollar notes for us in time. It'd take weeks to print and to ship the amount we'd need, and it wouldn't be healthy to have all those extra notes in our economy. The British currency's stopgap, sir. We just announced that the Mint is working overtime to supply our needs. How much do we actually need?
The governor saw Paul Havergill and John look at each other, and his disquiet increased.
We don't know, sir, John said. Colony-wide, apart from ourselves, every other bank will also need to pledge its securities, just as we've pledged ours temporarily to the Bank of England, to obtain the cash they need. If every depositor on the colony wants every dollar back...
The sweat was beading the banker's face now.
We've no way of knowing how extended the other banks are, or the amount of their deposits. No one knows.
Is one RAF transport enough? Sir Geoffrey tried not to sound sarcastic. I mean, well, £1 billion in 5s and 10s. How in the hell are they going to collect that number of notes? Havergill mopped his brow. We don't know, sir, but they've promised a first shipment will arrive Monday night at the latest.
Not till then?
No, sir. It's impossible before then.
There's nothing else we can do?
John swallowed.
We considered asking you to declare a bank holiday to stem the tide, but we concluded, and the Bank of England agreed, if you did, that it might blow the top off the island.
No need to worry, sir. Havergill tried to sound convincing. By the end of next week, it will all be forgotten.
I won't forget it, Paul, and I doubt if China will, or our friends the Labour MPs will. They may have a point about some form of bank controls.
Both bankers bridled, and Paul Havergill said deprecatingly, Those two Burkes don't know their rears from a hole in the wall. Everything's in control. Sir Geoffrey would have argued that point, but he had just seen Rosemont, the CIA deputy director, and Ed Langan, the FBI man, wander out onto the terrace.
Keep me advised. I want a full report at noon.
Would you excuse me a moment? Please help yourself to another drink." He went off to intercept Rosemont and Langan. "How are you two?"
"Great. Thank you, sir."
"Great evening." Both Americans watched Havergill and John going back inside. "How are our banker friends?" Rosemont asked.
"Fine. Perfectly fine."
That MP, the socialist guy Gray, was sure as hell getting under Havergill's skin.
"And the Taipans," Ed Langan added with a laugh.
"Oh, I don't know," the governor said lightly. "A little opposition's a good thing, what? Isn't that democracy at its best?"
"How's the Vic, sir? How's the run?"
"No problems that can't be solved," Sir Geoffrey replied with his easy charm. "No need to worry. Would you give me a moment, Mr. Langan?"
"Certainly, sir."
The American smiled.
"I was just leaving."
"Not my party, I trust. Just to replenish your drink?"
"Yes, sir."
Sir Geoffrey led the way into the garden, Rosemont beside him. The trees were still dripping and the night dark. He kept to a path that was puddled and muddy. "We've a slight problem, Stanley. SI's just caught one of your sailors from the carrier passing secrets to a KGB fellow. But—" Rosemont stopped, aghast.
"Off the Ivanov?"
"Yes."
"Was it Suslov? Captain Suslov?"
No, it wasn't that name. May I suggest you get on to Roger at once? Both men are in custody. Both have been charged under the Official Secrets Act, but I've cleared it with the minister in London, and he agrees that you should take charge of your fellow at once. A little less embarrassing, what? He's a computer chap, I believe."
"Son of a bitch!"
Rosemont muttered, then wiped the sudden sweat off his face with his hand.
"Why did he pass over?"
"I don't know exactly. Roger will be able to fill you in on the details."
"Do we get to interrogate? To interview the KGB guy too?"
"Why not discuss that with Roger? The minister's in direct touch with him too." Sir Geoffrey hesitated. I'm sure you'll appreciate—"
"Yes, of course. Sorry, sir. I'd better get going, at once."
Rosemont's face was chalky, and he went off quickly, collecting Ed Langan with him. Sir Geoffrey sighed. "Bloody spies, bloody banks, bloody moles, and bloody socialist idiots who know nothing about Hong Kong." He glanced at his watch. Time to close the party down. John was walking into the anteroom. Dunross was near the bar. "Ian?" "Oh, hello. One for the road?" Dunross said. "No, thanks. Can I have a word in private?" "Of course. It'll have to be quick. I was just leaving. I said I'd drop our friendly MPs at the ferry." "You're on a pink ticket too?" Dunross smiled faintly. "Actually, old boy, I have one whenever I want it, whether Penn's here or not." "Yes, you're lucky. You always did have your life well organized," John said gloomily. "Joss, I know." John led the way out of the room onto the balcony. "Rotten about John Chen, what?" "Yes, Philip's taking it very badly. Where's Havergill?" "He left a few minutes ago." "Ah, that's why you mentioned pink ticket. He's on the town?" "I don't know." "How about Lily Sue of Kowloon?" John stared at him. "I hear Paul's quite enamoured." "How do you do it? Know so much?" Dunross shrugged. He was feeling tired and uneasy, and had been hard put not to lose his temper several times tonight, when Gray was in the centre of another heated argument with some of the Taipans. "By the way, Ian, I tried to get Paul to call a board meeting, but it's not in my bailiwick." "Of course." They were in a smaller anteroom. Good Chinese silk paintings and more Persian carpets and silver. Dunross noticed the paint was peeling in the corners of the room and off the fine mouldings of the ceiling, and this offended him. "This is the British Raj, and the paint shouldn't be peeling." The silence hung. Dunross pretended to examine some of the exquisite snuff bottles that were on a shelf. "Ian?" John stopped and changed his mind. He began again. "This is off the record. You know Tip-Top Toe quite well, don't you?" Dunross stared at him. Tip-Top Toe was their nickname for Teep-Tok Tor, a middle-aged man from Hunan, Mao Zedong's home province, who had arrived during the Exodus in 1950. No one seemed to know anything about him. He bothered no one, had a small office in Princess Building, and lived well. Over the years, it was evident that he had very particular contacts within the Bank of China, and it came to be presumed that he was an official-unofficial contact of the bank. No one knew his position in the hierarchy, but rumour had it that he was very high. The Bank of China was the only commercial arm of the PRC outside of China, so all of its appointments and contacts were tightly controlled by the ruling hierarchy in Peking. "What about Tip-Top?" Dunross asked, on guard, liking Tip-Top, a charming, quiet-spoken man who enjoyed cognac and spoke excellent English, though following a usual pattern, nearly always he used an interpreter. His clothes were well cut, though most times he wore a Maoist jacket, looked a little like Zhou Enlai, and was just as clever. The last time Dunross had dealt with him was about some civilian aircraft the PRC had wanted. Tip-Top Tor had arranged the letters of credit and financing through various Swiss and foreign banks within 24 hours. "Tip-Top's canny, Ian," Alistair Struan had said many times. "You have to watch yourself, but he's the man to deal with. I'd say he was very high up in the party in Peking. Very." Dunross watched John, curbing his impatience. The smaller man had picked up one of the snuff bottles. The bottles were tiny, ornate ceramic or jade or glass bottles, many of them beautifully painted inside, within the glass. Landscapes, dancing girls, flowers, birds, seascapes, even poems in incredibly delicate calligraphy. "How do they do that, Ian? Paint on the inside like that?" "Oh, they use a very fine brush. The stem of the brush is bent 90 degrees. In Mandarin, they call it Li Mian Hua, inside face painting." Dunross slipped it up an elliptical one that had a landscape on one side, a spray of camellias on the other, and tiny calligraphy on the paintings. "Astonishing! What patience! What's the writing say?" Dunross peered at the tiny column of characters. "Ah, it's one of Mao's sayings. Know yourself, know your enemy. 100 battles, 100 victories. Actually, the chairman took it out of Sun Tzu." Thoughtfully, John examined it. The windows beyond him were open. A small breeze twisted the neat curtains. "Would you talk to Tip-Top for us?" "About what?" "We want to borrow the Bank of China's cash." Dunross gaped at him. "Eh?" "Yes, for a week or so. They're full to the gills with Hong Kong dollars, and there's no run on them. No Chinese would dare line up outside the Bank of China. They carry Hong Kong dollars as part of their foreign exchange. We'd pay good interest for the loan and put up whatever collateral they'd need." "This is a formal request by the Victoria?" "No, it can't be formal. This is my idea. I haven't even discussed it with Paul, only with you. Would you?" Dunross's excitement crested. "Do I get my 100 million loan tomorrow by 10 a.m? "Sorry, I can't do that. But Havergill can." "He can, but he won't." "So why should I help you?" "Ian, if the bank doesn't stand as solid as the Peak, the market'll crash and so will the noble house. If I don't get some financing right smartly, I'm in the shit anyway. I'll do what I can, but will you talk to Tip-Top at once? Ask him. I can't approach him. No one can officially. You'd be doing the colony a great service." "Guarantee my loan, and I'll talk to him tonight. An eye for an eye and a loan for a loan. If you can deliver his promise of a credit up to 500 million in cash by 2 p.m. tomorrow, I'll get you the backing you need." "How?" "I don't know. Give that to me in writing by 10 a.m. signed by you, Havergill, and the majority of the board, and I'll go and see him." "That's not possible." "Tough. An eye for an eye and a loan for a loan." Dunross got up. "Why should the Bank of China bail out the Victoria?" "We're Hong Kong," John said with great confidence. "We are. We're the Victoria Bank of Hong Kong and China. We're old friends of China. Without us, there's nothing. The colony would fall apart, and so would Struan's, and therefore so would most of Asia." "Don't bet on that. Without banking, particularly us,
China's in bad shape. We've been partners for years with China.
Then ask Tip-Top yourself.
I can't.
John John's jaw was jutting.
Did you know the Trade Bank of Moscow has again asked for a license to trade in Hong Kong?
Dunross gasped.
Once they're in, we're all on the merry-go-round. We've been offered, privately, substantial Hong Kong dollars immediately. The board will vote against it. The point is, my dear chap, if you're no longer on the board, the new board can do what the hell it likes, John John said simply. If the new board agrees, the governor and the colonial office can easily be persuaded. That'd be a small price to pay to save our dollar. Once an official Soviet bank's here, what other devilment could they get up to, eh? You're worse than bloody Havergill. No, old chum, better.
The jesting left the banker's face.
Any major change, and we become the noble house, like it or not. Many of our directors would prefer you gone, at any price. I'm just asking you to do Hong Kong, and therefore yourself, a favour. Don't forget, Ian, the Victoria won't go under. We'll be hurt, but not ruined.
He touched a bead of sweat away.
No threats, Ian, but I'm asking for a favour. One day I may be chairman, and I won't forget.
Either way.
Of course, old chum,
John John said sweetly, and went to the sideboard.
How about one for the road now? Brandy.
Robin Gray was seated in the back of Dunross's Rolls with Hugh Guthrie and Julian Broadhurst, Dunross in the front beside his uniformed chauffeur. The windows were fogged. Idly Gray streaked the mist away, enjoying the deep luxury of the sweet-smelling leather.
Soon I'm going to have one of these, he thought. A Rolls of my very own, with a chauffeur. And soon all these bastards will be crawling, Ian bloody Dunross included. And Pen. Oh, yes, my dear sweet sneering sister's going to see them mighty humbled.
Is it going to rain again? Broadhurst was asking.
Yes, Dunross replied. They think this storm's developing into a full-scale typhoon. At least that's what the Met Office said. This evening I got a report from Eastern Cloud, one of our inbound freighters just off Singapore. She said that the seas were heavy, even that far south.
Will the typhoon hit here, Taipan?
Guthrie, the Liberal MP, asked.
You never know for certain. They can head for you, then veer off at the last minute. Or the reverse.
I remember reading about Wonder, Typhoon Wonder last year. That was a dilly, wasn't it?
The worst I've been in. Over 200 dead, thousands injured, tens of thousands made homeless.
Dunross had his arm across the seat, and he was half turned around.
Typhoon, the supreme winds, were gusting to 170 miles per hour at the Royal Observatory, 190 at Tate's Cairn. The eye of the storm came over us at high tide, so our tides in places were 23 feet over normal.
Christ!
Yes. At Sha Tin in the New Territories, these gusts blew the tidal surge up the channel and breached the storm shelter, and shoved fishing boats half a mile inland onto the main street and drowned most of the village. 1,000 known fishing boats vanished, 8 freighters aground, millions of dollars in damage, most of our squatters' areas blown into the sea.
Dunross shrugged.
Jot, but considering the enormity of the storm, the seaborne damage here was incredibly small.
His fingers touched the leather seat. Gray noticed the heavy gold and bloodstone signet ring with the Dunross crest.
A real typhoon shows you how really insignificant you are, Dunross said. Pity we don't have typhoons every day in that case, Gray said before he could stop himself. We could use having the mighty in Whitehall humbled twice a day.
You really are a bore, Robin, Guthrie said. Do you have to make a sour remark every time?
Gray went back to his brooding and shut his ears to their conversation.
To hell with all of them, he thought.
Soon the car pulled up outside the Mandarin. Dunross got out.
The car will take you home to the V&A. See you all Saturday, if not before. Night.
The car drove off. It circled the huge hotel, then headed for the car ferry, which was slightly east of the Golden Ferry Terminal, along Connaught Road. At the terminal, a haphazard line of cars and trucks waited. Gray got out.
I think I'll stretch my legs.
walk back to the Golden Ferry and go across in one of them," he said with forced bonhomie. "I need the exercise. Night." He walked along the Connaught Road waterfront, quickly, relieved that it had been so easy to get away from them. "Bloody fools," he thought, his excitement rising. "Well, it won't be long before they all get their comeuppance. Broadhurst particularly." When he was sure he was clear, he stopped under a street lamp, creating an eddy in the mass stream of pedestrians, hurrying both ways, and flagged a taxi. "Here," he said, and gave the driver a typed address on a piece of paper. The driver took it, stared at it, and scratched his head sullenly. "It's in Chinese. It's in Chinese on the back," Gray said helpfully. The driver paid him no attention, just stared blankly at the English address. Gray reached over and turned the characters toward him. "Here." At once, the driver insolently turned the paper back and glared at the English again. Then he belched, let in his clutch with a jerk, and eased into the honking traffic. "Rude sod," Gray thought, suddenly enraged. The cab ground its gears continually as it went into the city, doubling back down one-way streets and narrow alleys to get back into Connaught Road. At length they stopped outside a dingy old apartment building on a dingy street. The pavement was broken and narrow and puddled, the traffic honking irritably at the parked cab. There was no number that Gray could see. He got out and told the driver to wait, and walked back a little to what seemed to be a side door. An old man was sitting on a battered chair, smoking and reading a racing paper under a bare bulb. "Is this 68 Quanyik Street in Kennedy Town?" Gray asked politely. The old man stared at him as though he was a monster from outer space, then let out a stream of querulous Cantonese. 68 Quanyik Street, Gray repeated, slower and louder. "Kennedy Town." Another flood of guttural Cantonese and an insolent wave toward a small door. The old man hawked and spat and went back to his paper with a yawn. "Sodding bastard," Gray muttered, his temperature soaring. He opened the door. Inside was a tiny, grimy foyer with peeling paint, a sorry row of mailboxes with names on the boxes. With great relief, he saw the name he sought. At the cab, he took out his wallet and carefully looked at the amount on the meter twice before he paid the man. The elevator was tiny, claustrophobic, filthy, and it squeaked as it rose. At the 4th floor, he got off and pressed the button of number 44. The door opened. "Mr. Gray, sir, this is an honour. Molly, his nib's arrived." Sam Finn beamed at him. He was a big, beefy Yorkshireman, florid, with pale blue eyes, an ex-coal miner and shop steward with important friends in the Labour Party and Trades Union Council. His face was deeply lined and pitted, the pores ingrained with specks of coal dust. "Come, 'tis a pleasure." "Thank you, Mr. Finn. I'm glad to meet you, too. I've heard a lot about you." Gray took off his raincoat and gratefully accepted a beer. "Sit thee down." The apartment was small, spotlessly clean, the furniture inexpensive. It smelt of fried sausages and fried potatoes and fried bread. Molly Finn came out of the kitchen, her hands and arms red from years of scrubbing and washing up. She was short and rotund, from the same mining town as her husband, the same age, 65, and just as strong. "By Harry," she said warmly, "thee could have knocked us down with feather when we heard thee be a-visiting us. And our mutual friends wanted to hear first-hand how you were doing." "Grand. We're doing grand," Finn said. "Course it's not like home in Yorkshire, and we miss our friends and the Union Hall, but we've a bed and a bit of board." There was the sound of a toilet flushing. "We've a friend we thought they'd like to meet," Finn said, and smiled again. "Oh?" "Aye," Finn said. The toilet door opened. The big bearded man stuck out his hand warmly. "Sam's told me a lot about you, Mr. Gray. I'm Captain Gregor Suslov of the Soviet Marine. My ship's the Ivanov. We're having a small refit in this capitalist haven." Gray shook his hand formally. "Pleased to meet you." "We have some mutual friends, Mr. Gray." "Oh?" "Yes, Zdenek Hanslovar of Prague." "Oh yes." Gray smiled. I met him on a parliamentary trade delegation to Czechoslovakia last year.
How did you like Prague?
Very interesting. Very. I didn't like the repression, though, or the Soviet presence.
Suslov laughed.
We're invited there, by them. We like to look after our friends. But much goes on that I don't approve of either. There in Europe, even in Mother Russia.
Sam Finn said,
Sit thee down, please, sit thee down.
They sat around the dining room table in the living room that now had a neat white tablecloth with a potted aspidistra on it. Of course, you know I'm not a communist and never have been one, Gray said. I don't approve of a police state. I'm totally convinced our British democratic socialism's the way of the future. Parliament, elected officials, and all that it stands for, though a lot of Marxist-Leninist ideas are very worthwhile.
Politics,
Gregor Suslov said deprecatingly.
We should leave politics to politics.
Mr. Gray's one of our best spokesmen in Parliament, Gregor.
Molly Finn turned to Gray.
Gregor's a good lad too, Mr. Gray. He's not one of them nasties.
She sipped her tea.
Gregor's a good lad.
That's right, lass,
Finn said. Not too good, I hope, Gray said, and they all laughed. What made you take up residence here, Sam?
When we retired, Mrs. Finn and me, we wanted to see a bit of the world. We'd put a bit of brass aside, and we cashed in a wee co-op insurance policy we had, and got a berth on a freighter.
Oh, my, we did have a good time,
Molly Finn broke in.
We went to so many foreign parts. It were proper lovely. But when we come here, Sam was a bit poorly, so we got off and were to pick up a freighter when she come back.
That's right, lass, Sam said. Then I met a right proper nice man, and he offered me a job.
He beamed and rubbed the black pits in his face.
I was to be consultant to some mines he was superintendent for, in some place called Formosa. We went there once, but no need to stay, so we come back here. That's all there is to it, Mr. Gray. We make a little brass, the beer's good, so Mrs. Finn and me, we thought we'd stay. The kids are all growed up.
He beamed again, showing his obviously false teeth.
We're Hong Kongers now.
They chatted pleasantly. Gray would have been totally convinced by the Finn's cover story if he had not read his very private dossier before he left London. It was known only to very few that for years Finn had been a card-carrying member of the BCP, the British Communist Party. On his retirement, he had been sent out to Hong Kong by one of their secret inner committees, his mission to be a fountain of information about anything to do with the Hong Kong bureaucracy and legislature. In a few minutes, Molly Finn stifled a yawn.
My, I'm that tired. If they will excuse me, I think I'll go to bed.
Sam said,
Off thee go, lass.
They talked a little more about inconsequential affairs, then he too yawned.
If thee'll excuse me, I think I'll go too.
Adding hastily,
Now don't thee move. Chat to thy heart's content. We'll see thee before thee leaves Hong Kong, Mr. Gray. Gregor?
He shook hands with them and closed the bedroom door behind him. Suslov went over to the television and turned it on with a laugh.
Have you seen Hong Kong TV? The commercials are very funny.
He adjusted the sound high enough so they could talk, yet not be overheard.
One can't be too careful, eh?
I bring you fraternal greetings from London, Gray said, his voice as soft. Since 1947, he had been an inner core communist, even more secretly than Finn, his identity only known to half a dozen people in England.
And I send them back.
Suslov jerked his thumb at the closed door.
How much do they know?
Only that I'm left-wing and potential party material.
Excellent.
Suslov relaxed. Centre had been very clever to arrange this private meeting so neatly. Roger Cross, who knew nothing of his connection with Gray, had already told him there were no SI tails on the MPs.
We're quite safe here. Sam's very good. We get copies of his reports too, and he asks no questions. You British are very close-mouthed and very efficient, Mr. Grey. I congratulate you.
Thank you. How was your meeting in Peking? Grey took out a sheaf of papers. This is a copy of our private and public reports to Parliament. Read it before I go. You'll get the full report through channels. Briefly, I think the Chinese are totally hostile and revisionist. Madman Mao and his henchman Chou Enlai are implacable enemies to international communism. China is weak in everything except the will to fight, and they will fight to protect their land to the last. The longer you wait, the harder it will be to contain them. But so long as they don't get nuclear weapons and long-range delivery systems, they'll never be a threat.
Yes. What about trade? What did they want?
Heavy industries, oil cracking plants, oil rigs, chemical plants, steel mills.
How are they going to pay?
They said they've plenty of foreign exchange. Hong Kong supplies much of it.
Did they ask for arms?
No, not directly. They're clever, and we didn't always talk or meet as a group. They were well briefed about me and Broadhurst, and we weren't liked or trusted. Perhaps they talked privately to Pennyworth or one of the other Tories, though that won't have helped them. You heard he died?
Yes.
Good riddance. He was an enemy.
Grey sipped his beer.
The PRC want arms, of that I'm sure. They're a secretive lot and rotten.
What's Julian Broadhurst like?
An intellectual who thinks he's a socialist. He's the dregs, but useful at the moment. Patrician, old-school tie, Grey said with a sneer. Because of that, he'll be a power in the next Labour government.
Labour will get in next time, Mr. Grey.
No, I don't think so, even though we're working very hard to help Labour and the Liberals.
Suslov frowned. Why support Liberals? They're capitalists.
Grey laughed sardonically. You don't understand our British system, Captain Suslov. We're very lucky. We've a three-party vote with a two-party system. The Liberals split the vote in our favour. We have to encourage them.
Happily, he finished his beer and got two more from the refrigerator.
If it wasn't for the Liberals, Labour would have never got in, not never, and never will again.
I don't understand.
At the best of times, the vote for Labour's only about 45% of the population, a little under 45%. Tory, Conservatives, are about the same, usually a little more. Most of the other 10-odd% vote Liberal. If there was no Liberal candidate, the majority would vote with the Conservatives. They're all fools, he said smugly. The British are stupid, comrade. The Liberal Party's Labour's permanent passport to power. Therefore ours. Soon the BCP will control the TUC, and so Labour completely. Secretly, of course. He drank deeply. The great British unwashed are stupid. The middle class, stupid. The upper class, stupid. It's almost no challenge anymore. They're all lemmings. Only a very few believe in democratic socialism. Even so, he added with great satisfaction, we pulled down their rotten empire and pissed all over them with Operation Lion. Operation Lion was formulated as soon as the Bolsheviks had come to power. Its purpose, the destruction of the British Empire. In just 18 years, since 1945, the greatest empire the world has ever seen's become non-existent.
Except for Hong Kong.
Soon that will go too.
I cannot tell you how important my superiors consider your work, Suslov said with pretended open admiration. You and all our fraternal British brothers.
His orders were to be deferential to this man, to debrief him on his Chinese mission, to pass on instructions as requests, and to flatter him. He had read Grey's dossier and the Finns. Robin Grey had a Beria KGB classification, 422A. An important British traitor paying lip service to Marxist-Leninist ideals. He is to be used but never trusted. And should the British Communist Party ever reach power, is subject to immediate liquidation. Suslov watched Grey. Neither Grey nor the Finns knew his real position, only that he was a minor member of the Vladivostok Communist Party, which was also on his SI dossier. "You have some information for me?" Gray asked. "Yes, tovarish, and also, with your permission, a few questions. I was told to ask about your implementation of Directive 72 Prague." This highly secret directive put top priority on infiltrating covert, hardcore experts into positions as shop stewards in every car manufacturing plant throughout the US and the West. The motor industry, because of its countless allied industries, being the core of any capitalist society. "We're full speed ahead," Gray told him enthusiastically. "Wildcat strikes are the way of the future. With Wildcats, we can get around union hierarchies without disrupting existing unionism. Our unions are fragmented, deliberately. 50 men can be a separate union, and that union can dominate thousands. And so long as there's never a secret ballot, the few will always rule the many." He laughed. "We're ahead of schedule, and now we're fraternal brothers in Canada, New Zealand, Rhodesia, Australia, particularly Australia. Within a few years, we'll have trained agitators in every key machine shop union in the English-speaking world. A Brit will lead the workers wherever there's a strike. Sydney, Vancouver, Johannesburg, Wellington. It'll be a Brit." "And you're one of the leaders, tovarish. How marvelous." Suslov let him continue, leading him on, disgusted that it was so easy to flatter him. "How dreadful traitors are," he told himself. "Soon you'll have the democratic paradise you seek, and there'll be peace on Earth." "It won't be long," Gray said fervently. "We've cut the armed services, and we'll cut them even more next year. War's over forever. The bomb's done that. It's only the rotten Americans and their arms race who stand in the way. But soon we'll force even them to lay down their arms, and we'll all be equal." "Did you know America's secretly arming the Japanese?" "Eh?" Gray stared at him. "Oh, didn't you know?" Suslov was well aware of Gray's 3.5 years in Japanese POW camps. "Didn't you know the US has a military mission there right now, asking them if they'd accept nuclear weapons?" "They'd never dare." "But they have, Mr. Gray," Suslov said, the lie coming so easily. "Of course, it's all totally secret." "Can you give me details I could use in Parliament?" "Well, I'll certainly ask my superiors to furnish that to you if you think it'd be of value." "Please, as soon as possible." "Nuclear bombs? Christ! Are your people, your trained experts, in British nuclear plants too?" "Eh?" Gray concentrated with an effort, heaving his mind off Japan. "Nuclear plants?" "Yes. Are you getting your Brits?" "Well, no. There's only 1 or 2 plants in the UK, and they're unimportant. The Yanks are really arming the Japs? Isn't Japan capitalist? Isn't Japan a US protege? Aren't they building nuclear plants too? If it wasn't for America..." "Those American sods! Thank God you've the bombs too, or we'd all have to kowtow." "Perhaps you should concentrate some effort on your nuclear plants, eh?" Suslov said smoothly, astounded that Gray could be so gullible. "Why?" "There's a new study out by one of your countrymen, Philby." "Philby?" Gray remembered how shocked and frightened he had been at Philby's discovery and flight, then how relieved he was that Philby and the others had escaped without giving lists of the inner core of the BCP that they must have had. "How is he?" "I understand he's very well. He's working in Moscow." "Did you know him?" "No. He was Foreign Office, Stratosphere. None of us knew he was one of us." "He points out in this study that a nuclear plant is self-sustaining, that one plant can generate fuel for itself and for others. Once a nuclear plant is operating, in effect, it is almost perpetual. It requires only a few highly skilled, highly educated technicians to operate it. No workers, unlike oil or coal. At the moment, all industry in the West dependent on coal or oil. He suggests it should be our policy to encourage use of oil, not coal,
and completely discourage nuclear power. Eh?
Ah, I see his point.
Grey's face hardened.
I shall get myself on the parliamentary committee to study atomic energy.
Will that be easy?
Too easy, comrade. Brits are lazy. They want no problems. They just want to work as little as possible for as much money as possible, to go to the pub and football on Saturdays, and no unpaid work, no tedious committees after hours, no arguments. It's too easy. When we have a plan, and they don't.
Suslef sighed, very satisfied, his work almost done.
Another beer? No, let me get it. It's my honor, Mr. Grey. Do you happen to know a writer who's here at the moment? A U.S. citizen, Peter Marlowe.
Grey's head snapped up.
Marlowe? I know him very well. Didn't know he was a U.S. citizen, though. Why?
Suslef kept his interest hidden and shrugged.
I was just asked to ask you, since you are English and he originally was English. He's a rotten upper-class sod with the morals of a barrow boy. Hadn't seen him for years, not since 45, until he turned up here. He was in Changi, too. I didn't know he was a writer until yesterday, or one of those film people. What's important about him? He's a writer, Suslef said at once. He makes films. With television, writers can reach millions. Centre keeps track of Western writers as a matter of policy. Oh, yes, we know about writers in Mother Russia, how important they are. Our writers have always pointed the way for us, Mr. Grey. They formed our thinking and feeling. Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Chekhov, Bunin. He added with pride, writers with us are pathfinders. That's why nowadays we must guide them in their formation and control their work or bury it. He looked at Grey. You should do the same. We support friendly writers, Captain, and damn the other Shah whichever way we can, publicly and privately. When I get home, I'll put Mollo on our formal BCP media shit list. It'll be easy to do him some harm. We've lots of friends in our media. Suslef lit a cigarette. Have you read his book? The one about Changi? No, I haven't. I'd never heard of it until I got here. It probably wasn't published in England. Besides, I don't have much time to read fiction, and if he did it, it's got to be upper-class shit and a penny dreadful, and, well, Changi's Changi and best forgotten.
A shudder went through him that he did not notice.
Yes, best forgotten. But I can't,
he wanted to shout.
I can't forget, and it's still a never-ending nightmare. Those days of the camp, year after year, the tens of thousands dying, trying to enforce the law, trying to protect the weak against black market filth, feeding off the weak. Everyone starving, and no hope of ever getting out. My body rotting away, and only 21, with no women, and no laughter, and no food, and no drink. 21 when I was caught in Singapore in 1942, and 24, almost 25 when the miracle happened. And I survived and got back to England. Home gone, parents gone, world gone, and my only sister sold out to the enemy, now talking like the enemy, eating like them, living like them, married to one, ashamed of our past, wanting the past dead, me dead, nobody caring. And, oh Christ, the change! Coming back to life after the no-life of Changi, all the nightmares and the no sleeping in the night. Terrified of life, unable to talk about it, weeping and not knowing why I was weeping, trying to adjust to what fools called normal. Adjusting at length. But at what cost? Oh, dear sweet Jesus, at what a cost! Stop it! With an effort, Grey pulled himself off the descending spiral of Changi. Enough of Changi! Changi's dead! Let Changi stay dead! It's dead! Changi's got to stay dead! But What? He said, jerked into the present again. I just said your present government is completely vulnerable now. Oh? Why?
You remember the Profumo scandal, your Minister of War?
Of course. Why?
Some months ago, MI5 began a very secret, very searching investigation into the alleged connection between the now famous call girl, Christine Keeler, and Commander Yevgeny Ivanov, our naval attaché, and other London social figures.
Is it finished? Grey asked, suddenly attentive.
Yes, it documents conversations the woman had with Commander Ivanov. Ivanov had asked her to find out from Profumo when nuclear weapons would be delivered to Germany. It claims, Suslov said, deliberately lying now to excite Grey, that Profumo had been given security warnings by MI5 about Ivanov some months before the scandal broke. That Commander Ivanov was KGB and also her lover. Oh, Christ! Will Commander Ivanov substantiate it? Oh, no, absolutely not. That would not be correct or necessary. But MI5's report tells the facts accurately. Suslov lied smoothly. The report's true.
Grey let out a shout of laughter.
Ha! Oh, Christ! This'll blow the government off the front bench and bring about a general election.
And Labour in.
Yes, for 5 wonderful years.
Oh, yes, and once we're in, oh, my God!
Grey let out another bellow of laughter.
First he lied about Keeler, and now you say he knew about Ivanov all the time. Oh, bloody Christ, yes. That'll cause the government to fall. This'll be worth all the years of taking the shit from those middle-class sods.
You're sure?
He asked with sudden anxiety.
It's really true?
Would I lie to you?
Suslov laughed to himself.
I'll use it.
Oh, God, will I use it?
Grey was beside himself with joy.
You're absolutely sure?
But Ivanov, what happened to him? Promotion, of course, for a brilliantly executed maneuver to discredit an enemy government. If his work helps to bring it down, he'll be decorated. He's presently in Moscow, waiting for reassignment. By the way, at your press conference tomorrow, do you plan to mention your brother-in-law?
Grey was suddenly on guard.
How did you know about him?
Suslov stared back calmly.
My superiors know everything. I was told to suggest you might consider mentioning your connection at the press conference, Mr. Grey.
Why?
To enhance your position, Mr. Grey. Such a close association with the Typhoon of the noble house would make your words have much greater impact here, wouldn't they?
But if you know about him, Grey said, his voice hard, you also know about my sister and me, that we've an agreement not to mention it. It's a family matter.
Matters to do with the state take preference over family matters, Mr. Grey.
Who are you? Grey was suddenly suspicious. Who are you really?
Just a messenger, Mr. Grey, really.
Suslov put his great hands on Grey's shoulders and held him warmly.
Tovarish, you know how we must use everything in our power to push the cause. I'm sure my superiors were only thinking of your future. A close family connection with such a capitalist family would help you in Parliament, wouldn't it? When you and your Labour Party get in next year, they'll need well-connected men and women, eh? For cabinet rank, you need connections. You said so yourself. You'll be the Hong Kong expert with special connections. You can help us tremendously to contain China, put her back on the right track, and put Hong Kong and all Hong Kong people where they belong, in the sewer. Eh?
Grey thought about that, his heart thumping. We could obliterate Hong Kong?
Oh, yes.
Suslov smiled. The smile broadened.
There is no need to worry. You wouldn't have to volunteer anything about the Typhoon or break your word to your sister. I can arrange for you to be asked a question. Eh?
Chapter 54, 11:05 p.m. Dunross was waiting for Brian Kwok in the Quant's bar of the Mandarin, sipping a long brandy and Perrier. The bar was men only and almost empty. Brian Kwok had never been late before, but he was late now. Too easy to have an emergency in his job, Dunross thought, unperturbed. I'll give him a couple more minutes. Tonight, Dunross did not mind waiting. He had plenty of time to get to Aberdeen and Four Finger Woo, and as Penn was safely en route to England, there was no pressure to get back. The trip will be good for her, he told himself. London, the theatre, and then Castle Avisyard. It will be grand there. Soon autumn and crisp mornings, your breath visible, the grouse season, and then Christmas. It will be grand to be home for Christmas in the snow. I wonder what this Christmas will bring, and what I'll think when looking back to this time, this bad time. Too many problems now. The plan working but creaking already. Everything bad and not in control. My control. Bartlett, Casey, Gaunt, Four Fingers, Matter, Tightfist, Havergill, John, Kirk, Cross, Cinders, AMG, his Rico, all moths around the flame. And now a new one, tip-top, and Hiro Toda arriving tomorrow instead of Saturday. This afternoon, he had talked at length to his Japanese friend and shipbuilding partner. Toda had asked about the stock market and about Struan's, not directly, English style, but obliquely, politely, Japanese style. Even so, he had asked. Dunross had heard the gravity under the smooth American-tinged voice, the product of 2 years postgraduate school at Harvard. Everything's going to be fine, Hiro, Dunross had told him. It's a temporary attack. We take delivery of the ships as planned. Will we? Yes, some way or another. Linbar goes to Sydney tomorrow to try to resurrect the Woollahra deal and renegotiate the charter. A long shot. Inexorably, his mind turned back to Jacques. Is Jacques truly a communist traitor? And Jason Plum and Tuke? And is he Roger Cross or Robert Armstrong? Surely neither of them, and surely not Jacques. For God's sake, I've known Jacques most of my life. I've known the de Villes for most of my life. It's true Jacques could have given Bartlett some of the information about our inner workings, but not all of it. Not the company part. That's Taipan knowledge only. That means Alistair, father, me, or old Sir Ross. All unthinkable. Yes, but someone's a traitor, and it isn't me. And then there's Severin. Dunross looked around. The bar was still almost empty. It was a small, pleasing, comfortable room with dark green leather chairs and old polished oak tables, the walls lined with Quant's paintings. They were all prints. Many of the originals were in the long gallery in the great house, most of the remainder in the corridors of the Victoria and Black's banks. A few were privately owned elsewhere. He leaned back in the alcove, at ease, glad to be surrounded by so much of his own past, feeling protected by it. Just above his head was a portrait of a Hocklow boat girl with a fair-haired boy in her arms, his hair in a queue. Quantz was supposed to have painted this as a birthday present for Dirk Struan from the girl in the picture, Mei Jong, the child in her arms supposed to be their son, Duncan. His eyes went across the room to the portraits of Dirk and his half-brother Rob, beside another painting of the American trader Jeff Cooper, and landscapes of the Peak and the Prior in 1841. I wonder what Dirk would say if he could see his creation now. Thriving, building, reclaiming, still the centre of the world, the Asian world, which is the only world. Another Taipan? No thanks, Fong, he said to the Chinese barman. Just a Perrier, please. A phone was nearby. He dialed. Police headquarters? The woman's voice said. Superintendent Kwok, please. Just a moment, sir. As Dunross waited, he tried to decide about Jacques. Impossible, he thought achingly. Not without help. Sending him to France to pick up Suzanne and Avril isolates him for a week or so. Perhaps I'll talk to Cinders. Perhaps they already know. Christ almighty, if AMG hadn't put the R down, I'd have gone directly to Cross.
Is it possible that he could be Arthur? Remember Philby of the Foreign Office, he told himself, revolted that an Englishman of that background and in such a high position of trust could be a traitor. And the other two equally, Burgess and Maclean. And Blake. How far to believe AMG? Poor bugger. How far to trust Jamie Kirk?
Who's calling Superintendent Quock, please? A man's voice asked on the phone. Mr. Dunross of Struan's. Just a moment, please. A short wait, then a man's voice that he recognised at once. Evening, Taipan. Robert Armstrong. Sorry, but Brian's not available. Was it anything important? No, we just had a date for a drink now, and he's late. Oh, he never mentioned it. He's usually spot on about something like that. When did you make the date? This morning. He called to tell me about John Chen. Anything new on those bastards? No, sorry. Brian had to go out of town. A quick trip. You know how it is. Oh, of course. If you talk to him, tell him I'll see him Sunday at the hill climb, if not before. Do you still intend to go to Taiwan? Yes, with Bartlett. Sunday, back Tuesday. I hear we can use his plane. Yes. Please make sure he comes back on Tuesday. If not before. Nothing I can do for you? No, thank you, Robert. Taipan, we've had another rather disturbing encounter here in Hong Kong. Not to worry you, but take it easy until tomorrow with Cinders, eh? Of course. Brian said the same. And Roger. Thanks, Robert. Night. Dunross hung up. He had forgotten that he had an SI bodyguard following him. The fellow must be better than the others. I didn't notice him at all. Now what to do about him? He's certainly unwelcome with four fingers. I'll be back in a moment, he said. Yes, Taipan, the barman said. Dunross went out and strolled to the men's room, watching without watching. No one followed him. When he had finished, he went into the noisy, crowded mezzanine, across and down the main staircase to the newsstand in the foyer to buy an evening paper. There were crowds everywhere. Coming back, he zeroed in on a slight, bespectacled Chinese who was watching him over a magazine from a chair in the foyer. Dunross hesitated, went back to the foyer, and saw the eyes following him. Satisfied, he went back up the crowded stairs. "Oh, hello, Marlowe," he said, almost bumping into him. "Oh, hello, Taipan." At once, Dunross saw the great weariness in the other man's face. "What's up?" he asked, instantly sensing trouble, stepping out of the way of the crowds. "Oh, nothing. Nothing at all." "Something's up." Dunross smiled gently. Peter Marlowe hesitated. It's Fleur." He told him about her. Dunross was greatly concerned. Old Tooley's a good doctor, so that's one thing. He related to Marlowe how Tooley had filled him, Bartlett and Casey full of antibiotics. "Are you all right?" "Yes, just a touch of the runs. Nothing to worry about for a month or so." Peter Marlowe told him what Tooley had said about hepatitis. "That doesn't worry me. It's Fleur and the baby, that's the worry." "Do you have an armour?" "Oh, yes. And the hotel's marvellous. The room boys are all pitching in." "Have you time for a drink?" No, thanks. I'd better be getting back. The armour's not... There's no room for her, so she's just babysitting. I've got to drop by the nursing home on the way back, just to check." "Oh, then another time. Please give your wife my regards. How's the research going?" "Fine, thank you." "How many more of our skeletons have you wheedled out of our Hong Kong Yan?" "Lots, but they're all good." Peter Marlowe smiled faintly. "Dirk Struan was one hell of a man. Everyone says you are too, and they all hope your best gaunt, that you'll win again." Dunross looked at him, liking him. "Do you mind questions about Changi?" He saw the shadow pass across the rugged, used face that was young old. "That depends. Robin Gray said you were a black marketeer in the camp, with an American, a corporal." There was a long pause, and Peter Marlowe's face did not change. I was a trader, Mr. Dunross. Or actually, an interpreter for my friend who was a trader. He was an American corporal. He saved my life and the life of my friends. There were 4 of us, a major, a group captain, a rubber planter, and me. He saved dozens of others, too. His name was King, and he was a king. King of Changi, in a way. Again the faint smile. Trading was against Japanese law and camp law. You said Japanese, not Jap. That's interesting, Dunross said at once. After all those horrors at Changi, you don't detest them? After a pause, Peter Marlowe shook his head. I don't detest anyone, even Grey. It takes all of my mind and energy to appreciate that I'm alive. Night. He turned to go. Oh, Marlowe, one last thing, Dunross said quickly, making a decision. Would you like to go to the races Saturday? My box? There'll be a few interesting people. If you're researching Hong Kong, you might as well do it in style, eh? Thank you. Thank you very much. But Donald McBride's invited me. I'd like to stop by for a drink, though, if I may. Any luck on the book? Sorry? The book on the history of Struans. The one you're going to let me read? Oh, yes, of course. I'm having it retyped, Dunross said. It seems there's only one copy. If you'll bear with me. Of course. Thanks. Give my best to Fleur. Dunross watched him go, glad that Marlowe understood the difference between trading and black marketeering. His eyes fell on the Chinese SI man who still watched him over the magazine. He walked slowly back to the bar, as though lost in thought. When he was safe inside, he said quickly, Fong, there's a bloody newsman downstairs I don't want to see. At once the barman opened the countertop. It's a pleasure, Taipan, he said, smiling, not believing the excuse at all. His customers frequently used the servants' exit behind the bar. As women were not allowed inside the bar, it was usual that it was a woman who was to be avoided outside. Now what whore would the Taipan want to avoid? He asked himself, bemused, watching him leave a generous tip and hurry away through the exit. Once on the street in the side alley, Dunross walked quickly around the corner and got a taxi, hunching down into the back. Aberdeen, he ordered, and gave directions in Cantonese. Ay-ya, like an arrow, Taipan, the driver said at once, brightening as he recognized him. May I ask, what are the chances for Saturday? Rain or no rain? No rain, by all the gods. And the winner of the 5th? The gods haven't whispered it to me, nor the foul high tigers who bribe jockeys or drug horses to cheat honest people out of an honest gamble. But Noble Star will be trying. All the fornicators will be trying, the driver said sourly. But who's the one chosen by the gods and by the high tiger of Happy Valley Racetrack? What about Pilot Fish? The stallion's good. Butterscotch Lass? Banker Kwan needs a change of luck. Yes, the lass is good too. Will the market go down more, Taipan? Yes, but buy Noble House at 2:45 on Friday. At what price? Use your head, venerable brother. Am I old blind dong? Orlando and Link Bartlett were dancing very close in the semi-darkness of the nightclub, feeling the length of each other. The music was soft and sensual, the beat good, the band Filipino, and the great mirrored luxurious room was deftly pool-lit, with private alcoves and low deep chaises around low tables, and tuxedoed waiters with pencil flashlights like so many fireflies. Many girls in colourful evening dresses sat together chatting or watching the few dancers. From time to time, singly or in pairs, they would join a man or men at the tables to ply them with laughter and conversation and drinks, and after a quarter of an hour or so move on, their movements delicately orchestrated by the ever-watchful Mama-san and her helpers. The Mama-san here was a lithe, attractive Shanghainese woman in her 50s, well-dressed and discreet. She spoke 6 languages and was responsible to the owner for the girls. On her depended the success or failure of the business. The girls obeyed her totally. So did the bouncers and waiters. She was the nucleus, the queen of her domain, and as such, fawned upon. It was rare for a man to bring a date, though it was not resented, providing the tip was generous and the drinks continuous. Dozens of these pleasure places of the night were spread about the colony, a few private, most open, catering to men, tourists, visitors, or Hong Kong Yan. All were well stocked with dancing partners of all races. You paid them to sit with you, to chat, or to laugh, or to listen. Prices varied, quality varied with your choice of place, the purpose always the same. Pleasure for the guest, money for the house. Link Bartlett and Orlando were closer now, swaying more than dancing, her head soft against his chest. One of her hands was gently on his shoulder, the other held by his, cool to his touch. He had one arm almost around her, his hand resting on her waist. She felt his warmth deep in her loins, and almost absently, her fingers caressed the nape of his neck, and she eased a little closer, drawn by the music. Her feet followed his perfectly, so did her body. In a moment, she felt his stirring, and then his length.
How do I deal with him tonight?
She asked herself dreamily, loving the night and how perfect it had been.
Do I, or don't I? Oh, how I want...
Her body seemed to be moving of its own volition, now even closer, her back slightly arched, loins forward. A wave of heat swept her.
Too much heat, she thought.
With an effort, she pulled herself back. Bartlett sensed her leaving him. His hand stayed on her waist, and he held her against him, feeling nothing but her body under his hand, no undergarment. So rare! Just flesh under the gossamer chiffon. And more warmth than flesh. Jesus.
Let's sit for a moment,
she said throatily. When the dance ends, he muttered.
No, Link. My legs feel weak.
With an effort, she put both hands around his neck and leaned back a little, keeping herself against him, but letting him take some of her weight. Her smile was vast.
I may fall. You wouldn't want me to fall, would you?
You can't fall, he said, smiling back. No way.
Please?
You wouldn't want me to fall, would you? She laughed, and her laugh thrilled him. Jesus, he thought, slow down. She's got you going. For a moment they danced, but apart, and that cooled him a little. Then he turned her and followed her close, and they sat down at their table, lounging on their sofa, still aware of their closeness. Their legs touched.
The same, sir?
The dinner-jacketed waiter asked.
Not for me, Link,
she said, wanting to curse the waiter for his ineptness, their drinks not yet finished. Another creme de menthe? Bartlett said.
Not for me, truly, thanks. But you have one.
The waiter vanished. Bartlett would have preferred a beer, but he didn't want that smell on his breath, and even more, he did not want to spoil the most perfect meal he had ever had. The pasta had been wonderful, the veal tender and juicy, with a lemon and wine sauce that was mouth-tingling, the salad perfect. Then zabalione, mixed in front of him, eggs and marsala and magic. And always her radiance, the touch of her perfume. This is the best evening I've had in years. She raised her glass with mock solemnity.
Here's to many more, she said. Yes, here's to many, many more, but after we're married, or at least engaged. You're too heady, Link Bartlett, too tuned into my psyche, too strong. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. So have I. Oh, yes, so have I.
She saw his eyes slide off her as a hostess brushed by, her gown low cut. The girl was lovely, barely 20, and she joined a group of boisterous Japanese businessmen with many girls at a corner table. At once, another girl got up and excused herself and went away. Orlando watched him, watching them, her mind now crystal clear. Are they all for hire? He asked involuntarily.
For pillowing?
His heart missed a beat, and he glanced back at her, all attention. Yes, I suppose that's what I meant, he said cautiously.
The answer's no and yes.
She kept her smile gentle, her voice soft.
That's like most things in Asia, Link. Nothing's ever really no or yes. It's always maybe. It depends on the availability of a hostess. It depends on the man, the money, and the amount she's in debt.
Her smile was mischievous.
Perhaps I shall just point you in the right direction, but then you'd be up to no good, because you fascinate all pretty ladies. Big, strong man like you, heya?
Come on, Orlando, he said with a laugh, as she aped a coolie accent.
I saw you notice her. I don't blame you.
She's lovely, she said, envying the girl her youth, but not her life. What did you mean about debts?
When a girl first comes to work here, she has to look pretty. Clothes are expensive, hairdressing expensive, stockings, makeup, everything expensive. So the mama-san, that's the woman who looks after the girls, or the nightclub owner, will advance the girl enough to buy all the things she needs. Of course, in the beginning, all of the girls are young and frivolous, fresh like a first rose of summer. So they buy, and then they have to pay back. Most have nothing when they begin, just themselves, unless they've been a hostess in another club and have a following. Girls change nightclubs, Link, naturally, once they're out of debt. Sometimes an owner will pay the debts of a girl to acquire her and her followers. Many girls are very popular and sought after. For a girl, it can be well-paying, if you can dance, converse, and speak several languages.
Their debts are heavy, then?
Perpetual. The longer they stay, the harder it is to look pretty, so the more the cost. Interest on the debt is 20% at the very least. In the first months, the girl can earn much, to pay back much, but never enough.
A shadow passed over her face.
Interest builds up. The debt builds up. Not all patrons are patient. So the girl has to seek other forms of financing. Sometimes she has to borrow from loan sharks to pay back the patron. Inevitably, she seeks help. Then one night, the mama-san points out a man. He wants to buy you out, she'll say, and...
What does that mean, to buy a girl out?
Oh, that's just a nightclub custom here. All the girls have to be here promptly, say 8, when the club opens, neat and groomed. They have to stay till 1 p.m., or they'll be fined, and fined also if they are absent, or if they're late, or not neat and not groomed, and not pleasant to the customers. If a man wants to take a girl out by himself, for dinner or whatever, and many customers just take the girls for dinner, many even take a couple of girls for dinner, mostly to impress their friends. He buys the girl out of the club. He pays the club a fee. The amount depends on the time left before closing. I don't know how much she gets of the fee. I think it's 30%. But what she makes outside is all hers, unless the mama-san negotiates for her before she leaves. Then the house gets a fee.
Always a fee.
It's a matter of face, Link. In this place, which is one of the best, to buy a girl out, it would cost you about 80 Hong Kong an hour, about $16 US.
That's not much, he said absently.
Not much to a millionaire, my dear. But for thousands here, 80 Hong Kong has to last a family for a week.
Bartlett was watching her, wondering about her, wanting her, so glad that he didn't have to buy her out. Shit, that'd be terrible. Or would it? He asked himself. At least that way, it'd be a few bucks, then in the sack, and move on again. Is that what I want?
What?
She asked. I was just thinking what a rotten life these girls have.
Oh, not rotten. Not rotten at all,
she said with the immense innocence he found shattering.
This is probably the best time in their lives. Certainly the first time in their lives they've ever worn anything pretty, been flattered and sought after. What other kind of job can they get if you're a girl without a great education? Secretarial, if you're lucky, or else in a factory, 12 to 14 hours a day, for 10 Hong Kong a day. You should go to see one, Link. See the conditions. I'll take you. Please? You must see how people work. Then you'll understand about us here. I'd love to be your guide. Now that you're staying, you should know everything, Link. Experience everything. Oh, no, they think themselves lucky. At least for a short time in their lives, they live well and eat well and laugh a lot.
No tears?
Always tears. But tears is a way of life for a girl.
Not for you. She sighed and put her hand on his arm.
I've had my share, but you make me forget all the tears I've ever had.
A sudden burst of laughter made them look up. The 4 Japanese businessmen were hunched down with 6 girls, their table loaded with drinks and more arriving.
I'm so happy I don't have to serve the Japanese, she said simply. I bless my Joss for that.
But they are the biggest spenders, Link, much more than any other tourists.
They spend even more than the Shanghainese, so they get the best service, even though they're hated, and they know they're hated. They don't seem to care that their spending buys them nothing except falsehoods. Perhaps they know it. They're clever. Very clever. Certainly they have a different attitude to pillowing and to ladies of the night. Different from other people.
Another burst of laughter.
Chinese call them Lang Xin Gao Fei in Mandarin, literally wolf's heart, dog's lungs, meaning men without conscience.
He frowned. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, but it does. You see, Chinese cook can eat every part of fish, fowl, or animal, except for a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. They're the only 2 things that you cannot flavor. They always stink, whatever you do to them.
She looked back at the other table.
To Chinese, Japanese men are leung san gao fai. So is money. Money has no conscience either.
She smiled a strange smile and sipped a liqueur.
Nowadays, many mama-sans or owners will advance money to a girl to help her learn Japanese. To entertain, of course you have to communicate, no?
Another bevy of girls went past, and she saw them look at Bartlett and then at her speculatively, and look away again. Orlando knew they despised her because she was Eurasian and with a Guilo customer. They joined another table. The club was filling up.
Which one do you want?
She asked.
What?
She laughed at his shock.
Oh, come now, Link Bartlett. I saw your wandering eye.
Stop it, Orlando, he said uncomfortably, a sudden edge to his voice. In this place, it's impossible not to notice.
Of course. That's why I suggested it,
she said immediately, forcing her smile steady, her reactions very fast, and again she touched him, her hand tender on his knee.
I picked this place for you, so you could feast your eyes.
She snapped her fingers. Instantly, the maitre d' was there, kneeling politely beside their low table.
Give me your card,
she said imperiously in Shanghainese, almost sick with an apprehension that she hid perfectly. At once, the man produced what looked like a playbill.
Leave me your flashlight. I'll call you when I need you.
The man went away. Like a conspirator, she moved closer. Now their legs were touching. Link put his arm around her. She directed the pencil light at the playbill. There were photographs, portraits of 20 or 30 girls. Underneath each were rows of Chinese characters.
Not all these girls will be here tonight, but if you see one you like, we'll bring her over.
He stared at her. Are you serious?
Very serious, Link. You don't have to worry. I'll negotiate for you, if you like her, after you've met her and talked to her.
I don't want one of these. I want you.
Yes, I know, my darling. But for tonight, bear with me, please. Play a little game. Let me design your night.
Jesus, you're something else.
And you're the most marvelous man I've ever known, and I want to make your night perfect. I can't give you me now, much as I want to, so we'll find a temporary substitute. What do you say?
Bartlett was still staring at her. He finished his drink and did not taste it. Another appeared out of nowhere. He drank half of it. Orlando knew the chance she was taking, but felt that either way she would draw him tighter to her. If he accepted, he would be beholden to her for an exciting night, a night that Casey or any Guilo woman would never in 1,000 years have offered to him. If he refused, then he would still be grateful for her generosity.
Link, this is Asia. Here, sex is not Anglo-Saxon mumbo-jumbo and guilt-ridden. It's a pleasure to be sought like great food or great wine. What's the pleasure of one night to a man, a real man, with one of these pleasure ladies? A moment of pleasure. A memory. Nothing more. What has that to do with love, real love? Nothing. I'm not for one night or for hire. I felt your yang. No, please, Link, she added quickly as she saw him bridle. About yang and yin, things we cannot lie or tell falsehoods, that would destroy us. I felt you, and I was filled with joy. Didn't you feel me? You're strong and a man, yang, and I'm a woman, yin. And when the music is soft and... Oh, Link. She put her hand around his and looked up at him beseechingly. I beg you, don't be bound by Anglo-American nonsense. This is Asia, and I want to be everything a woman could be for you.
Jesus, you really mean it?
Of course. By the Madonna, I would like to be everything that you could desire in a woman, she said. Everything. And I also swear that when I'm old, or you no longer desire me, I will help arrange that part of your life to be joyous, openly, freely. All that I would ask is to be Tai-Tai, to be part of your life.
Orlando kissed him lightly, and then she saw the sudden change in him. She saw the awe and his defenselessness, and she knew she had won. Her glee almost swamped her.
Oh, Quillen, you're a genius, she wanted to shout. I never truly believed, that your suggestion would be so perfect. I never believed that you were so wise. Oh, thank you, thank you.
But her face showed none of this, and she waited patiently, motionless. What does Tai-Tai mean? He asked throatily. Tai-Tai meant supreme of the supreme, wife. By ancient Chinese custom, in the home the wife was supreme, all-powerful.
To be part of your life,
she said softly, her whole being shouting caution. Again she waited. Bartlett leaned down and she felt his lips brush hers. But his kiss was different, and she knew that from now on their relationship would be on a different plane. Her excitement soared. She broke the spell.
Now, she said, as though to a naughty child, now, Mr. Link Bartlett, which one do you choose?
You.
And I choose you. But meanwhile, we have to decide which one you're going to consider. If these aren't to your liking, we'll go to another club.
Deliberately, she kept her voice matter-of-fact.
Now what about her?
The girl was lovely, the one he had looked at. Orlando had already decided against her and had chosen the one that she would prefer, but, she thought contentedly, very sure of herself.
The poor boy's entitled to an opinion. Oh, I'm going to be such a perfect wife for you. Her resume says she's Lily T. All the girls have working names they choose themselves. She's 20, from Shanghai, speaks Shanghainese and Cantonese, and our hobbies are dancing, boating, and...
Orlando peered at the tiny characters, and he saw the lovely curve of her neck.
And hiking. What about her?
His eyes went to the picture. Listen, Orlando, I haven't been with a whore for years. Not since I was in the army. I've never been much on them.
I understand completely, and you're right, she told him patiently. But these aren't whores, not in the American sense. There's nothing vulgar or secret about them, or what I propose. These are pleasure ladies who may offer you their youth, which has great value, in exchange for some of your money, which has almost none. It's a fair exchange, given and received with face on both sides. For instance, you should know in advance how much she should receive, and you must never give her the money directly. You must only put it into her handbag. That's important, and it's very important to me that your first encounter be perfect. I've got to protect your face, too, and...
Come on, Orlando.
But I'm serious, Link. This choosing, this gift from me to you, has nothing to do with you and me. Nothing. What happens with us is Joss. It's just important to me for you to enjoy life, to know what Asia is, really is, not what Americans think it is. Please?
Bartlett was floundering now, all his well-tested signposts and guides shattered and useless against this woman who fascinated and astounded him. He was drunk with her warmth and tenderness. All of him believed her. Then, suddenly, he remembered and his inner self screamed caution. His euphoria fled. He just remembered to whom he had mentioned how much he loved Italian food. Gaunt. Gaunt, a couple of days ago, talking about the best meal he had ever had. Italian food with beer. Gaunt. Jesus, are these two in cahoots? Can't be. Just can't be. Maybe I told her about the same meal. Did I? He searched his mind, but could not remember exactly. All of him rocked, but his eyes kept seeing her waiting there, smiling at him, loving him. Gaunt and Olander? They can't be in cahoots. No way. Even so, be cautious. You know almost nothing about her, so watch out for Christ's sake. You're on a web, her web. Is it a Gaunt web too? Test her, the devil in him shouted. Test her. If she means what she says, then that's something else, and she's from outer space and just as rare, and you'll have to decide about her. You'll only have her on her terms. Test her while you've the chance. You've nothing to lose. What? She asked, sensing a change. I was just thinking about what you said, Olander. Shall I choose now? Chapter 55. 11:35 p.m. Suslov was sitting in the half-dark of their safe house at 32 Sinclair Towers. Because of his meeting with Gray, he had changed the rendezvous with Arthur to here. He sipped his drink in the dark. Beside him on the side table was a bottle of vodka, 2 glasses, and the telephone. His heart thumped heavily, as it always did, when he was waiting for a clandestine meeting. Will I never get used to them? He asked himself. No. Tonight I'm tired, though everything has gone beautifully. Gray's programmed now. That poor fool, driven by hatred and envy and jealousy. Center must further caution the leadership of the BCP about him. The trend's too vulnerable. And Travkin, once a prince, now nothing. And Jacques de Ville, that impetuous incompetent. And all the others. Never mind. Everything goes excellently. Everything's prepared against tomorrow, and the arrival of the man Cinders. An involuntary shudder went through Suslov. I wouldn't want to be trapped by them. MI6 are dangerous, committed, and fanatic against us, like the CIA, but much worse. If the CIA and MI6 plan, codename Anubis, to join Japan, China, England, Canada, and America together, ever comes to pass, Mother Russia will be ruined forever. Ah, my country, my country. How I miss Georgia, so beautiful and gentle and verdant. The songs of his childhood, the folk songs of Georgia, welled up and took him back. He wiped away a small tear at the thought of so much beauty, so far away. Never mind. My leave's due soon. Then I'll be home. And my son will be home on leave at the same time from Washington with his young wife and their infant son, born so wisely in America. No trouble about a passport for him. He'll be our 4th generation to serve. We advance. The darkness was pressing down on him. At Arthur's request, for further safety, he had drawn the curtains and kept the windows closed, though there was no possibility they could be seen. The apartment had air conditioning, but again for safety he had been asked to leave it off, as well as the lights. It had been wise to leave the Finn's apartment before Gray, in case there had been a change of plan, and there was an SI tail on him. Cross had told him there would be none tonight, though tomorrow another man would be assigned to him. He had caught a taxi and stopped at Golden Ferry for the evening papers, pretending to lurch drunkenly in case he was being observed, then went to Rose Court and Clinkers and down the tunnel and then here. There was an SI man stationed outside Rose Court. The man was still outside and would stay there or not stay there. It made no difference. The phone jangled. The sound made him jump, even though the bell was carefully muted. 3 rings, then silence. His heart picked up a beat. Arthur would be here shortly. He touched the automatic that was secreted behind one of the cushions. Orders from Center. It was one of many orders he disapproved of. Suslov did not like guns, handguns. Guns could make mistakes. Poison, never. His fingers touched the tiny vial that was buried in his lapel, close enough for his mouth to reach it. What would it be like to live without instant death so close? Deliberately, he relaxed and concentrated his senses like radar, wanting to sense Arthur's presence before it was actually there. Would Arthur use the front door or the back? From where he was sitting, he could see both doors. His ears searched carefully, mouth slightly open to increase their sensitivity. The whine of the elevator. His eyes went to the front door, but the whine ceased floors below. He waited. The back door opened before he sensed anything. His insides fell over as he failed to recognize the dark shape. For a moment he was paralyzed. Then the shape straightened one shoulder, and the slight stoop vanished. "Christos," Suslov muttered, "you gave me a fright." "All part of the service, old boy." The soft, clipped words were mixed with the dry, hacking, put-on cough. "Are you alone?" "Of course." The shape moved noiselessly into the living room. Suslov saw the automatic being put away, and he relaxed the hold on his, but left it ready in hiding. He got up and stretched out his hand warmly. "You're on time for once." They shook hands. Jason Plum did not remove his gloves. "I very nearly didn't arrive," he said in his normal voice, the smile on the surface of his face only. "What's wrong?" the Russian asked, reading the quality of the smile. "And why all the pull the curtains and keep the windows closed?" "I think this place may be under surveillance." "Eh?" Suslov's disquiet soared. "Why didn't you mention it before?" "I said, I think it may be. I'm not sure. We've gone to a lot of trouble to make this a safe house, and I don't want it blown for any reason." The tall Englishman's voice had a raw edge to it. "Listen, comrade, all hell's broken loose. SI's caught a fellow called Metkin off your ship. He—" "What?" Suslov stared at him with pretended shock. "Metkin. He's supposed to be political
"But that's impossible,"
Suslov said shakily, his acting consummate, hiding his delight that Metkin had fallen into his trap.
"Metkin would never make a pickup himself."
"Even so, SI have him. Armstrong got him, and an American off the carrier. They caught them in the act. Does Metkin know about Severin?"
"No, absolutely not."
"You're sure?"
"Yes. Even I didn't know until a few days ago, when Senta told me to take over from Varansky," Suslov said, the twisted truth coming easily.
"You're sure? Roger almost hit the roof. Metkin's supposed to be your political commissar and a major KGB. Is he?"
"Yes, but it's ridiculous."
"Why the devil didn't he or you or someone tell us you've an operation going, so we could have been prepared in case of a foul-up? I'm head of Severin, and now you're operating here without liaising or keeping me advised. It was always agreed. Varansky always told us in advance."
"But, comrade," Suslov said placatingly, "I didn't know anything about a pickup. Metkin does what he wants. He's the chief, the senior man on the ship. I'm not party to everything. You know that."
Suslov was suitably apologetic and irritable, keeping up his perpetual cover that he was not the real arbiter of Severin.
"I can't think what possessed Metkin to have made the pickup himself. Stupid. He must have been mad. Thank God he's a dedicated man, and his lapel's poisoned, so there's no need—"
"They got him intact." Suslov gasped, now in real shock. He'd expected Metkin to be long since dead.
"You're sure?"
"They got him intact. They got his real name, rank and serial number, and right now he's on an RAF transport under heavy guard heading for London." Suslov's mind blanked out for a moment. He had cunningly set up Metkin to take over from the agent who should have made the pickup. For months now, he had found Metkin increasingly critical of him and nosy, and therefore dangerous. 3 times in the last year, he had intercepted private reports to Center, written by his number 2, criticizing the easy way he ran his ship and his job, and his liaison with Ginny Fu. Suslov was sure Metkin was preparing a trap for him, Maybe even trying to guarantee his retirement to the Crimea, a Plum posting, by pulling off some coup, like, for example, whispering to Centre that he suspected there was a security leak aboard the Ivanov and that it must be Suslov. Suslov shuddered. Neither Metkin nor Centre nor any of the others would need proof. Just suspicion would damn him. "It's definite Metkin's alive?" he asked, thinking through this new problem. "Yes. You're absolutely sure he knows nothing about Severin?" "Yes. Yes, I've already told you." Suslov sharpened his voice. "You're the only one who knows all the members of Severin, eh? Even Cross doesn't know them all, does he?" "No." Plum went to the refrigerator and took out the bottle of water. Suslov poured himself a vodka, delighted that Severin had so many important safety valves within it. Plum not aware that Roger Cross was a KGB informer on the side. Cross alone knowing Suslov's own real position in Asia, but neither Cross nor Plum knowing his long-time connection with Deville. None of the other members knowing each other, and none of them aware of Banastasio and the guns, or of the real extent of the Soviet thrust into the Far East. Wheels within wheels within wheels, and now Metkin, one of the faulty wheels, gone forever. It had been so easy to drop the honey to Metkin that safe acquisition of the carrier's armament manifest would guarantee promotion for the agent involved. "I'm surprised they caught him alive," he said, meaning it. "Roger told me they had the poor bugger pinioned and a neck collar on him before he could get his teeth into the lapel." "Did they find any evidence on him?" "Roger didn't say. He had to work so damn fast. We thought the best thing to do was to whisk Metkin out of Hong Kong as quickly as possible. We were petrified he knew about us, being so senior. It'll be easier to deal with him in London." Plum's voice was grave. "Cross will resolve Metkin." "Perhaps." Uneasily, Plum drank some more water. "How did SI get to know about the pickup?" Suslov asked, wanting to find out how much Plum knew. "There must be a traitor aboard my ship." "No. Roger said the leak came through an informer MI6 has aboard the carrier. Even the CIA didn't know." "Christos, why the hell did Roger have to be so efficient?" "It was Armstrong. SI has checks and balances. But so long as Metkin knows nothing, there's no harm." Suslov felt the Englishman's scrutiny. He kept his face guileless. Plum was no fool. The man was strong, cunning, ruthless, a secret protégé and selectee of Philby's. "I'm certain the Metkin knows nothing that could damage us. Even so, Centre should be informed at once. They can deal with it." "I've already done that. I've asked for priority 1 help." "Good," Suslov said. "You've done very well, comrade. You and Cross. Acquiring Cross for the cause was a brilliant coup. I must congratulate you again." Suslov meant the compliment. Roger Cross was a professional, and not an amateur like this man and all the others of Severin. "Perhaps I acquired him. Perhaps he acquired me. I'm not sure sometimes," Plum said thoughtfully. "Or about you, comrade. Varansky I knew. We'd done business over the years, but you're a new, untried quantity." "Yes. It must be difficult for you." "You don't seem too upset about the loss of your superior." "I'm not. I must confess I'm not. Metkin was mad to put himself in such danger. That was totally against orders. To be frank, I think there have been security leaks from the Ivanov. Metkin was the only long-term member of the crew, apart from Varansky, who had access ashore. He was considered to be beyond reproach, but you never know. Perhaps he made other mistakes. A loose tongue in a bar, eh? Christ protect us from fools and traitors. Where did AMG get his information?" "We don't know. As soon as we do, that leak will be plugged." "Are you going to be Varansky's permanent replacement?" "I don't know. I have not been told." "I don't like change. Change is dangerous. Who killed him?" "Ask Ross. I want to know, too." Suslov watched Plum back. He saw him nod, apparently satisfied. "What about Cinders and the AMG papers?" he asked. "Roger's covered everything. No need to worry. He sure will get to look at them. You'll have your copy tomorrow." Again, Plum watched him. "What if we're named in the reports?"
"Impossible. Dunross would have told Roger at once. Or one of his friends in the police. Probably Chop Suey Quok," Suslov said with a sneer. "If not him, the governor. Automatically, it would get back to Roger. You're all safe."
"Perhaps, perhaps not." Plum went to the window and looked at the brooding sky. "Nothing's ever safe. Take Jacques. He's a risk now. He'll never make Taipan." Suslov let himself frown, and then, as though it was a sudden idea, he said,
"Why not guide him out of Hong Kong? Suggest to Jacques he asked to be posted to, say, Struan's in Canada. He could use his recent tragedy as an excuse. In Canada, he'll be in a backwater, and he'll die on the vine there. Eh?"
"Very good idea. Yes, that should be easy. He has a number of good contacts there, which might be useful." Plum nodded. "I'll be a lot happier when we've read those files, and even happier when you find out how the hell AMG discovered us."
"He discovered Severin, not you. Listen, comrade, I assure you you're safe to continue your vital work. Please continue to do everything you can to agitate the banking crisis and the stock market crash."
"No need to worry. We all want that to happen." The phone came to life. Both men stared at it. It only sounded once. One ring. The code, danger, leaped into their heads. Aghast, Suslov grabbed the hidden gun, remembering his fingerprints were on it as he hurtled through the kitchen for the back door, Plum close behind him. He ripped open the door, letting Plum through first onto the exit landing. At that moment, there was the pounding of approaching feet and a crash against the front door behind them, which held but buckled slightly. Suslov closed the back door silently, easing a bar into place. Another crash. He peered through a crack. Another crash. The front locks shattered. For an instant, he saw the silhouettes of 4 men against the hall light. Then he fled. Plum was already down the stairs, covering him from the next landing, automatic out, and Suslov went down the steps 3 at a time past him to the next landing, then turned to cover in his turn. Above him, the back door buckled nauseatingly. Silently, Plum ran past him and again covered him as they fled downward to the next landing. Then Plum pulled away some camouflaging crates from the full store exit that branched off the main one. Footsteps noisily raced up toward them from downstairs. Another crash against the back door above. Suslov guarded as Plum squeezed through the opening into the dark, and he followed, pulling the partial door closed after him. Already Plum had found the flashlight that was waiting in a clip. Footsteps raced closer. Cautiously, Plum led the way downward, both men moving well and silently. The footsteps passed with the sound of muffled voices. Both men stopped momentarily, trying to hear what was being said. But the sound was too indistinct and muted, and they could not even tell if it was English or Chinese. Plum turned again and led the way downward. They hurried, but with great caution, not wanting to make any unnecessary noise. Soon they were near the secret exit. Without hesitation, the 2 men lifted the false floor and went below into the cool wet of the culvert. Once they were there and safe, they stopped for breath, their hearts pounding with the suddenness of it all. When he could talk, Suslov whispered, "Kuomintang." Plum just shrugged. He wiped the sweat off. A car rumbled overhead. He directed his light to the dripping ceiling. There were many cracks, and another avalanche of stones and mud cascaded. The floor was awash with half a foot of water that covered their shoes. "Best we part, old chap," Plum said softly, and Suslov noticed that though the man was sweating, his voice was icy calm and the light never wavered. "I'll get Roger to deal with whatever shower that was at once. Very bloody boring." Suslov's heart was slowing. He still found it difficult to speak.
"Why do we meet tomorrow?"
"I'll let you know." The Englishman's face was stark. "First Varansky, then Metkin, and now this. Too many leaks." He jerked a thumb upward. "That was too close. Maybe your Metkin knew more than you think he did.
No. I tell you, he knew nothing about Severin, nothing. Or about that apartment, or Clinker, or any of it. Only Varansky and me, we're the only ones who knew. There's no leak from our side.
I hope you're right. Plum added grimly, We'll find out. Roger will find out one way or another, one day, and then God help the traitor.
Good. I want him too.
After a pause, Plum said, Call me every half an hour from various phone booths, from 7:30 p.m. tomorrow.
All right. If for any reason there's a problem, I'll be at Ginny's from 11 onwards. One last thing. If we don't get the look at the AMG papers, what's your opinion about Dunross?
His memory's incredible.
Then we isolate him for a chemical interrogation?
Why not?
Good, Tovarish. I'll make all the preparations.
No, we'll snatch him and we'll deliver him. To the Ivanov.
Suslov nodded and told him Metkin's suggestion of blaming the werewolves, not saying it was Metkin's idea.
Eh?
Plum smiled.
Clever. See you tomorrow.
He handed Suslov the flashlight, took out a pencil light and turned, going down the culvert, his feet still under water. Suslov watched until the tall man had turned the corner and vanished. He had never followed the culvert below. Plum had told him not to, that it was dangerous and subject to rockfalls. He took a deep breath, now over his fright. Another car rumbled heavily overhead.
That's probably a truck,
he thought absently. More mud and a piece of the concrete fell with a splash, startling him. Suslov waited, then began to pick his way carefully up the slope. Another tiny avalanche. Suddenly Suslov hated the subterranean tube. It made him feel insecure and doom-ridden. Chapter 56, 11:59 p.m. Dunross was looking at the sad hulk of the burned-out Floating Dragon restaurant that lay on her side in 20 feet of Aberdeen water. The other multi-storied eating palaces that floated nearby were still blazing with lights, gaudy and noisy, filled to capacity, their new, hastily erected temporary kitchens on barges beside their motherships, cauldrons smoking, fires under the cauldrons, and a mass of cooks and helpers like so many bees. Waiters hurried up and down precarious gangways with trays and dishes. Sampans sailed nearby, tourists staring, Hong Kong Yan gaping, the hulk a great attraction. Part of the hulk's superstructure jutted out of the water. Salvage crews were already working on her under floodlights, salvaging her, ready to float what remained of her. On her part of the wharf and parking lot, temporary roofing and kitchens were set up. Vendors were busy selling photographs of the blaze, souvenirs, foods of 100 kinds, and a huge floodlit sign in Chinese and English proudly proclaimed that the new, only totally modern and fireproof floating restaurant, the Floating Dragon, would soon be in business, bigger than ever, better than ever. Meanwhile, sample the foods of our famous chefs. It was business as usual, except that temporarily the restaurant was on land and not on the sea. Dunross walked along the wharf toward one of the sea steps. There were clusters of sampans nearby, big and small. Most of these were for hire, each small craft with one sculler, a man, woman or child of any age. Each craft with a hooped canvas covering that sheltered half of the boat from sun or rain or prying eyes. Some of the sampans were more elaborate. Those were the nighttime pleasure boats. Inside were reclining pillows and low tables, the better craft luxurious with plenty of room for two to eat and drink and then to pillow, the single oarsman discreetly not part of the cabin. You could hire one for an hour or a night, and the boat would lazily float the byways. Other sampans would come with all manner of drinks and foods, fresh foods served piping hot, served delicately, and you and your lady could dream the night away in perfect privacy. You could go alone if you wished. Then, out near one of the vast islands of boats, your sampans would rendezvous with ladies of the night, and you could choose and barter and then drift. In the harbour you could satisfy any wish, any thirst, any desire. At little cost, the price fair whoever you were, if you could pay and were a man. Opium, cocaine, heroin,
whatever you wanted. Sometimes the food was bad or the sing-song girl bad, but this was just Joss, a regretted mistake and not deliberate. Sometimes you could lose your wallet, but then only a simpleton would come among such prideful poverty to flaunt his wealth. Dunross smiled, seeing a heavy-set tourist nervously ease himself into one of the craft, helped by a Cheongsam girl. "You're in good hands," he thought, very glad with the hustle and bustle of business all around him, buying, selling, bartering. "Yes," he told himself, "Chinese are the real capitalists of the world. What about Tip Top and John John's Request? What about Lando Matter and Tightfist and Parkon and Gaunt and AMG and Rico Anjin and Cinders and... Don't think about them now. Four-Finger Wu hasn't summoned you to discuss the weather." He passed the first sea steps and headed along the wharf to the main ones, the light from the street lamps casting strong shadows. At once, all the sampans there began to jostle for position, their owners calling out, beckoning. When he got to the top of the steps, the commotion stopped. "Taipan!" A well-set pleasure boat with a silver lotus flag aft eased directly through them. The boatman was short, squat with many gold teeth. He wore torn khaki pants and a sweatshirt. Dunross whistled to himself, recognizing Four-Finger Wu's eldest son, the Loban, the head of Wu's fleet of pleasure boats. No wonder the other boats gave him leeway, he thought, impressed that Goldtooth Wu met him personally. Nimbly he went aboard, greeting him. Goldtooth sculled swiftly away. "Make yourself at home, Taipan," Goldtooth said easily, in perfect English-accented English. He had a BSc from London University and had wanted to remain in England. But Four Fingers had ordered him home. He was a gentle, quiet, kind man whom Dunross liked. "Thank you." On the lacquered table was fresh tea and whisky and glasses, brandy and bottled water. Dunross looked around carefully. The cabin was neat and lit with little lights, clean, soft and expensive. A small radio played good music. "This must be Goldtooth's flagship," he thought, amused and very much on guard. There was no need to ask where Goldtooth was taking him. He poured himself a little brandy, adding soda water. There was no ice. In Asia, he never used ice. "Christ," he muttered suddenly, remembering what Peter Marlowe had said about the possibility of infectious hepatitis. 50 or 60 people have that hanging over their heads now, if they know it or not. Gaunt's one of them, too. Yes, but that sod's got the constitution of a meat axe. The bugger hasn't even had a touch of the runs. What to do about him? What's his permanent solution? It was cool and pleasant in the cabin, half open to the breeze, the sky dark. A huge junk moved past, chugging throatily, and he lay back enjoying the tensions he felt, the anticipation. His heart was steady. He sipped the brandy, drifting, being patient. The side of the sampan scraped another. His ears focused. Bare feet padded aboard. 2 sets of feet, one nimble, the other not. "Hello, Taipan," Four Fingers said, grinning toothlessly. He ducked under the canopy and sat down. "How you okay?" he said in dreadful English. "Fine, and you?" Dunross stared at him, trying to hide his astonishment. Four-Finger Wu was dressed in a good suit with a clean white shirt and gaudy tie, and carried shoes and socks. The last time Dunross had seen him like this was the night of the fire, and before that, the only other time years ago, at C.T. Jong's immense wedding. More feet approached. Awkwardly, Paul Choi sat down. "Evening, sir. I'm Paul Choi." "Are you all right?" he asked, sensing great discomfort and fear. "Sure, yes. Thank you, sir." Dunross frowned. "Well, this is a pleasure," he said, letting it pass. "You're working for your uncle now?" he asked, knowing all about Paul Choi, keeping up the pretense he and Four Fingers had agreed to, and very impressed with the young man. He had heard of his stock market coup through his old friend Sorjani. "No, sir. I'm with Rothwell Gaunt. I just started a couple of days ago. I'm here to interpret, if you need me." Paul Choi turned to his father and explained what had been said. Four Fingers nodded.
Blandy?
It's fine, thank you. Dunross raised his glass. Good you see, heya? He continued in English, waiting for the old man to begin in Hocklow. It was a matter of face, and with the presence of Paul Choi, Dunross's latent caution had increased 1,000-fold. The old seaman chatted inconsequentially for a while, drinking whisky. Paul Choi was not offered a drink, nor did he take one. He sat in the shadows, listening, frightened, not knowing what to expect. His father had sworn him to perpetual secrecy with hair-raising blood oaths. Finally, Wu gave up waiting the taipan out and started in Hocklow.
Our families have been old friends for many years,
he said, speaking slowly and carefully, aware that Dunross's Hocklow was not perfect.
Very many years.
Yes, Seaborn Wu and Struans like brothers, the taipan replied cautiously. Four Fingers grunted.
The present is like the past, and the past the present. Heya?
Old Blind Dong says past and present same. Heya?
What does the name Wu Got mean to the taipan of the noble house?
Dunross's stomach twisted. He your great-grandfather, heya? Your illustrious forebear, son and chief admiral of even more illustrious sea warlord Wu Fong Choi, whose flag, the Silver Lotus, flew all four seas.
The very one!
Four Fingers leaned closer, and Dunross's caution doubled.
What was the connection between Green-Eyed Devil, between the first taipan of the noble house, and the illustrious Wu Got?
They meet at sea. They meet in Pearl River Estuary off what...
It was near here, off Bok Lu Chau, between Bok Lu Chau and Apley Chau.
The old man's eyes were slits in his face. Then they meet off Hong Kong. The taipan went aboard Wu Gaw's flagship. He went alone and... Dunross searched for the word. And he negotiated a bargain with him.
Was the bargain written onto paper and chopped?
No.
Was the bargain honoured?
It is fornicating ill-mannered to ask such question from old friend when old friend opposite knows answer. Paul Choi jerked involuntarily at the sudden venom and slashing cut of the words. Neither man paid any attention to him.
True, taipan,
the old man said, as unafraid as Dunross.
Yes, the bargain was honoured, though twisted, part was twisted. Do you know the bargain?
No, not at all, Dunross said truthfully. Why?
The bargain was that on each of your 20 clippers, we put one man to train as a captain. My grandfather was one of these. Next, Green-Eyed Devil agreed to take 3 of Wu Gaw's boys and send them to his land to train them as foreign devils in the best schools. Everything like his own sons would be trained. Next,
Dunross's eyes widened. What? Who? Who are these boys? Who did they become? Four Finger Wu just smiled crookedly.
Next, Green-Eyed Devil agreed to get for the illustrious Wu Fong Choi a foreign devil clipper ship, armed and rigged and beautiful. Wu Fong Choi paid for her, but the taipan arranged for her and called her Lotus Cloud. But when Cullum the Weak delivered her, almost 2 years later, your fornicating chief admiral, Stride Olaf the Hunchback, came out of the east like an assassin in the night and murdered our ship and Wu Gaw with her.
Dunross sipped his brandy, waiting, outwardly at ease, inwardly his brain shocked. Who could those boys be? Was that truly part of the bargain? There's nothing in Dirk's diary or testament about Wu Gaw's sons. Nothing. Who could...
Hey, yeah!
I know about Lotus Cloud. Yes, and about men, captains. I think it was 19 and not 20 clippers. But I know nothing about 3 boys. About Lotus Cloud. Did my ancestor promise not to fight ship after he had give ship?
No. Oh, no, Taipan. No, he did not promise that. Green-Eyed Devil was clever. Very clever. Wu Gaw's death? Joss. We must all die. Joss. No, Green-Eyed Devil kept his bargain. Cullum the Weak kept the bargain too. will you keep his bargain?
Four-Finger Wu opened his fist. In it was the half-coin. Dunross took it carefully, his heart grinding. They watched him like snakes, both of them, and he felt the strength of their eyes. His fingers shook imperceptibly. It was like the other half-coins that were still in Dirk's Bible, in the safe in the great house. 2 still left, 2 gone, already redeemed. Wu Ga's one of them. Fighting to control the trembling of his fingers, he handed the coin back. Wu took it, careless that his hand shook. "Perhaps real," Dunross said, his voice sounding strange. "Must check. Where get it?"
It's genuine. Of course it's fornicating genuine. You acknowledge it as genuine?
"No. Where get it?" Four Fingers lit a cigarette and coughed. He cleared his throat and spat.
How many coins were there at first? How many did the illustrious Mandarin Jean Qua give Green-Eyed Devil?
"I'm not sure."
4. There were 4.
"Ah, one to your illustrious ancestor, Wu Ga, paid and honoured. Why would great Jean Qua give him 2? Not possible. So this stolen. From whom?" The old man flushed, and Dunross wondered if he had gone too far.
Stolen or not, the old man spat. You grant favour, ya?
Dunross just stared at him.
Ya? Or is the face of Green-Eyed Devil no longer the face of noble house?
"Where get it?" Wu stared at him. He stubbed out the cigarette on the carpet.
Why should Green-Eyed Devil agree to 4 coins? Why? And why would he swear by his gods that he and all his heirs would honour his word? Ya?
"For another favour."
"Ah, Typhoon. Yes, for a favour. Do you know what favour?"
Dunross stared back at him. "Honourable Jean Qua loaned the Taipan, my great-great-grandfather, 40 lakhs of silver."
40 lakh. $4 million. 120 years ago.
The old man sighed. His eyes slitted even more. Paul Choi was breathless, motionless.
Was a paper asked for? A debt paper chopped by your illustrious forebear? On the chop of the noble house?
No.
40 lakhs of silver. No paper, no chop, just trust. The bargain was just a bargain between old friends. No chop, just trust. Ya?
Yes. The old man's thumbless hand snaked out palm upward and held a half-coin under Dunross's face.
1 coin. Grant favour. Whoever asks. I ask.
Dunross sighed. At length he broke the silence. "First, I fit half to half. Next, make sure metal here say metal there. Then you say favour." He went to pick up the half-coin, but the fist snapped closed and withdrew, and Four Fingers jerked his good thumb at Paul Choi.
Explain, he said.
"Excuse me, Taipan," Paul Choi said in English, very uneasily, hating the closeness of the cabin and the devil-born currents in the cabin, all because of a promise given 12 decades ago by one pirate to another. Both murdering cutthroats, if half the stories were true, he thought. "My uncle wants me to explain how he wants to do this." He tried to keep his voice level. "Of course, he understands you'll have reservations and want to be 1,000% sure. At the same time, he doesn't want to give up possession, just at this time. Until he's sure, one way or the other, You're saying he doesn't trust me?" Paul Choi flinched at the viciousness of the words. "Oh, no, sir," he said quickly, and translated what Dunross had said.
"Of course I trust you,"
Wu said. His smile was crooked.
"But do you trust me?"
"Oh, yes, old friend. I trust very much. Give me coin. If real, I, Taipan of Noble House, will grant your ask. If possible."
"Whatever ask, whatever is granted,"
the old man flared. "If possible. Yes, if real coin, I grant favour. If not real, I give back the coin. Finish."
Not finish.
Wu waved his hand at Paul Choi.
You finish, quickly.
My uncle suggests the following compromise. You take this.
The young man brought out a flat piece of beeswax. 3 separate imprints of the half-coin had been pressed into it.
You'll be able to fit the other half to these, sir. The edges are sharp enough for you to be sure. Almost sure. This is step 1. If you're reasonably satisfied, step 2 is we go together to a government assayer or the curator of a museum and get him to test both coins in front of us. Then we'll both know at the same time.
Paul Choi was dripping with sweat.
That's what my uncle says.
One side could easily bribe the essayist.
Sure. But before we see him, we mix up the 2 halves. We'd know ours, you'd know yours. But he wouldn't, huh?
He could be got at.
Sure. But if we do this tomorrow, and if Wu-san gives you his word and you give him your word not to try a setup, it'd work.
The young man wiped the sweat off his face.
Jesus, it's close in here.
Dunross thought a moment. Then he turned his cold eyes on Four Fingers. Yesterday I asked favour. You said no.
That favour was different, Typhoon,
the old man replied at once, his tongue darting like a snake's.
That was not the same as an ancient promise collecting an ancient debt.
You ask your friends concerning my ask, hey ya? Wu lit another cigarette. His voice sharpened.
Yes, my friends are worried about the noble house.
If no noble house, no noble favour, hey ya? The silence thickened. Dunross saw the cunning old eyes dart at Paul Choi and then back to him again. He knew he was entrapped by the coin. He would have to pay. If it was genuine, he would have to pay, whether stolen or not.
Stolen from whom?
His mind was shouting.
Who here would have had one? Dirk Struan never knew who the others had been given to. In his testament he had written that he suspected one went to his mistress Mei, but there was no reason for such a gift by Jean Qua. If to Mei, Dunross reasoned, then it would have passed down to Siti Zhong, who was presently the head of the Zhong line, Mei's line. Maybe it was stolen from him. Who else in Hong Kong? If the Taipan or the hag couldn't answer that one, I can't. There's no family connection back to Jean Qua.
In the heavy silence, Dunross watched and waited. Another bead of sweat dropped off Paul Choi's chin as he looked at his father, then back at the table again. Dunross sensed the hate, and that interested him. Then he saw Wu sizing up Paul Choi strangely. Instantly, his mind leaped forward. I'm the arbiter of Hong Kong, he said in English. Support me, and within a week, huge profits can be made.
Hey ya!
Dunross had been watching Paul Choi. He had seen him look up, startled. Please translate, Mr. Choi, he said. Paul Choi obeyed. Dunross sighed, satisfied. Paul Choi had not translated, I'm the arbiter of Hong Kong. Again a silence. He relaxed, more at ease now, sensing both men had taken the bait.
Typhoon, my suggestion about the coin. You agree?
The old man said. About my ask for money support. You agree? Wu said angrily.
The two are not interwoven like rain in a fornicating storm. Yes or no on the coin?
I agree on the coin, but not tomorrow. Next week, 5th day.
Tomorrow.
Paul Choi carefully interjected.
Honoured uncle, perhaps you could ask your friends again tomorrow morning. Perhaps they could help the Taipan.
His shrewd eyes turned to Dunross.
Tomorrow's Friday, he said in English. How about Monday at 4 p.m. for the coin?
He repeated it in Hoklo.
Why that time?
Wu asked irritably.
The Foreign Devil money market closes at the 3rd hour of the afternoon, honoured uncle. By that time, the noble house will be noble or not.
We will always be the noble house, Mr. Choi, Dunross said politely in English, impressed with the man's skill, and shrewdness to take an oblique hint. I agree.
Hey, yeah?
When Paul Choi had finished, the old man grunted.
First, I will check the heaven-earth currents to see if that is an auspicious day. If it is, then I agree.
He jerked his thumb at Paul Choi.
Go aboard the other boat.
Paul Choi got up. Thank you, Taipan. Good night. See you soon, Mr. Choi, Dunross replied, expecting him the next day. When they were quite alone, the old man said softly,
Thank you, old friend. Soon we'll do much closer business.
Remember, old friend, what my forebears say, Dunross said ominously. Both Green-Eyed Devil and her of Evil Eye and Dragon's Teeth. How they put a great curse on Evil Eye, on white powders, and those who profit from white powders. The gnarled old seaman in the nice clothes shrugged nervously.
What's that to me? I know nothing of white powders. Fornicate all white powders. I know nothing of them.
Then he was gone. Shakily, Dunross poured a long drink. He felt the new motion of the sampan being sculled again. His fingers brought out the waxen imprints. 1,000 to 1 the coin's genuine. Christ almighty, what will that devil ask? Drugs. I'll bet it's something to do with drugs. That about the curse and the evil eye was made up, not part of Dirk's bargain at all. Even so, I won't agree to drugs. But he was ill at ease. He could see Dirk Struan's writing in the Bible that he had signed and endorsed, agreeing before God, to grant to whomsoever shall present one of the half-coins, whatsoever he shall ask, if it is in the Taipan's power to give. His ears sensed the alien presence before the sound arrived. Another boat scraped his gently. The pad of feet. He readied, not knowing the danger. The girl was young, beautiful, and joyous.
My name is Snowjade, Taipan. I'm 18 years old, and Honourable Wusan's personal gift for the night.
Lilting Cantonese, neat Chong Sam, high collar, long stocking legs and high heels. She smiled, showing her lovely white teeth.
He thought you might be in need of sustenance.
Is that so? He muttered, trying to collect himself. She laughed and sat down.
Oh yes, that's what he said, and I'd like your sustenance also. I'm starving, aren't you? Honourable Goldtooth has ordered a morsel or two to whet your appetite. Quick-fried prawns with pea pods, shredded beef in black bean sauce, some deep-fried dumplings, Shanghai style, quick-fried vegetables spiced with Szechuan cabbage, and tangy Zhengbao chicken.
She beamed.
I'm dessert.
Friday. Chapter 57. 12:35 a.m. Irritably, Banker Quan stabbed the doorbell again and again. The door swung open, and Venus Poon screeched in Cantonese,
How dare you come here at this time of night without an invitation?
Her chin jutted, and she stood with one hand on the door, the other imperiously on her hip, her low-cut evening dress devastating.
Quiet, you mealy-mouthed whore!
Banker Quan shouted back at her and shoved past into her apartment.
Who's paying the rent? Who bought all this furniture? Who paid for that dress? Why aren't you ready for bed? Who... Quiet!
Her voice was piercing and easily drowned out his.
You were paying the rent, but today's the day when the rent was due, and where is it? Hi-ya, 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 hi-ya!
Here! Banker Quan ripped the cheque out of his pocket and waved it under her nose.
Do I forget my fornicating promises? No! Do you forget your fornicating promises? Yes!
Venus Poon blinked. Her rage disappeared. Her face changed. Her voice became laden with honey.
Oh, did father remember? Oh, I was told you had forsaken your poor lonely daughter and gone back to the whores of 1 Bloor Street.
Lies! Banker Quan gasped, almost apoplectic, even though it was the truth.
Why aren't you dressed for bed? Why are you wearing... But I was called by 3 different people who said you'd been there this afternoon at 4:15. Oh, how terrible people are,
she said crooningly, knowing that he was there, though he only went to introduce Banker Jing, from whom he was trying to borrow funds.
Oh, poor father, how dreadful people are.
As she talked placatingly, she moved closer. Suddenly her hand snaked out, and she snatched the check before he could withdraw it, though her voice continued to be sweet.
"Oh, thank you, Father, from the bottom of my heart." "Oh, go!"
Her eyes crossed, her voice hardened, and the screech returned.
"The check is not signed, you dirty old dog-meat! It's another of your banker tricks! Oh, oh, oh! I think I shall kill myself on your doorstep! No, better I shall do it in front of the TV camera, telling all Hong Kong how you... Oh, oh, oh!"
Her armour was in the living room now, joining in, wailing and caterwauling, both women swamping him in a swelter of invective, challenges, and accusations. Impotently, he cursed them both back, but that only made them increase their volume. He stood his ground for a moment, then, vanquished, pulled out a fountain pen with a flourish, grabbed the cheque and signed it. The noise ceased. Venus Poon took it and examined it carefully. Very, very carefully. It vanished into her purse.
"Oh, thank you, Honourable Father,"
she said meekly, and abruptly whirled on her armour.
"How dare you interfere in a discussion between the love of my life and your mistress, you lump of festering dog-meat? It's all your fault for spreading other people's cruel lies about Father's infidelity. Out! Fetch tea and food. Out! Father needs a brandy. Fetch a brandy! Hurry!"
The old woman pretended to buckle under the assumed rage and scuttled out in pretended tears. Venus Poon cooed and bustled, and her hands were soft on Richard Kwan's neck. At length, under their magic, he allowed himself to be mollified and helped to drink, groaning aloud all the time at his ill joss and how his subordinates, friends, allies and debtors had maliciously forsaken him, after he alone in the whole Hopak Empire had worked his fingers to their tendons, his feet to the flesh, worrying over all of them.
"Oh, you poor man,"
Venus Poon said soothingly, her mind darting while her fingers were tender and deft. She had barely half an hour to reach her rendezvous with Four-Finger Wu, and while she knew it would be wise to keep him waiting, she did not want to keep him waiting too long, in case his ardour lagged. Their last encounter had excited him so much, he had promised her a diamond if the performance was repeated.
"I guarantee it, Lord,"
she had gasped weakly, her skin clammy with sweat from 2 hours of concentrated labour, feeling herself afloat with the immensity of his, at long last, explosion. Her eyes crossed as she remembered Four-Finger Wu's prodigious efforts, his size, conformity, and undoubted technique.
"Ay-ya,"
she thought, still massaging the neck of her former lover.
"I will need every tale of energy and every measure of juice the yin can muster to dominate that old reprobate's yowling yang. How is your neck, my dearest love?"
she crooned. "Better, better," Richard Kwan said reluctantly. His head had cleared, and he was well aware that her fingers were as skilled as her mouth and her peerless parts. He pulled her down onto his knee and confidently slipped his hand into the low-cut black silk evening dress that he had bought for her last week and fondled her breasts. When she did not resist, he slipped one strap off and complimented her on the size, texture, taste, and shape of the whole. Her warmth shafted him, and he stirred. At once his other hand went for the yin, but before he knew it, she had neatly squirmed out of his grasp.
"Oh no, Father! Honourable Red's visiting me, and as much as I want—"
"Eh?" Banker Kwan said suspiciously.
"Honourable Red? Honourable Red's not due till the day after tomorrow." "Oh, no. He arrived with Storm."
"Eh? He's due the day after tomorrow. I know. I looked at my calendar and made sure before I came here. Am I a fool? Do I fish for a tiger in a stream? We have a long-standing date tonight, all night. Why else am I supposed to be in Taiwan? You're never early, and
Oh, no, it was this morning. The shock of the fire, and the greatest shock that you had forsaken me, brought—
Come here, you little baggage.
Oh, no, Father. Honourable—
Before she could avoid him, his hand darted out, and he sat her back on his knees and began to lift her dress. But Venus Poon was an old stager in this kind of warfare, and champion of 100 jousts, even though she was only 19. She fought him not, just pressed closer, twisted and got one hand on him, caressingly, and whispered throatily,
"Oh, but father, it's very bad, Joss, to interfere with Honourable Red. And as much as I desire your immensity within, we both know there are other ways for the yin to titillate the vital vortex."
"But first, I want—"
First.
Pleased with herself, she felt him strengthening.
"Ah, how strong you are! It's easy to see why all the weevil-mouthed baggages want my old father. Such a strong, violent, marvellous man."
Deftly she revealed the yang. Deftly she dominated it and left him gasping. "Bed, dearest love," he croaked. "First a brandy, then a little sleep and—"
"Quite right, but not here. Oh, no,"
she said firmly, helping him up.
"Eh?
But I'm supposed to be in time—"
"Yes, so you'd better go to your club."
"But I—"
"Oh, but you've exhausted your poor daughter."
She feigned weakness as she tidied him and had him up and at the door before he really knew what was happening. There she kissed him passionately, swore eternal love, promised that she would see him tomorrow, and closed the door behind him. Shakily he stared at the door, his knees gone, his skin clammy, wanting to hammer on it to demand rest in the bed he had paid for. But he didn't. He had no strength and tottered to the elevator. Going down, he suddenly beamed, delighted with himself. The check he had given her was for 1 month's rent only. She had forgotten he had agreed the month before to increase the amount by $500 a month.
"Eeh, little marvellous mouth," he chortled. "The yang outsmarted the yin after all. Oh, what a good drubbing I gave you tonight. And oh, that clouds and the rain. Tonight it was truly the small death and the great birth, and certainly cheaper twice 1 month's rent, even with the increase."
Venus Poon finished brushing her teeth and began to repair her makeup. She spotted her armour in the bathroom mirror.
"Apu,"
she called shrilly.
"Fetch my raincoat, the old black one, and phone for a taxi. And hurry, or I'll pinch both your cheeks."
The old woman scurried to obey, delighted that her mistress was out of her foul mood.
"I've already phoned for a taxi," she wheezed. "He'll be downstairs, waiting at the side entrance as soon as Mother gets there. But you'd better give Father a few minutes in case he suspects something." "Huh, that old turtle-top's good for nothing now. All he has strength for is to fall into the back of his car and be driven to his club."
Venus Poon put the finishing touches to her lips and smiled at herself in the mirror, admiring herself greatly.
"Now for the diamond,"
she thought excitedly.
"When see again, Paul?"
Liliso asked. "Soon. Next week." Havergill finished dressing and reluctantly picked up his raincoat. The room they were in was small but clean and pleasant, and had a bathroom with hot and cold running water that the hotel management had had installed privately, at great cost, with the clandestine help of some experts in the water board. "I'll call you, as usual."
"Why sad, Paul?"
He turned and looked at her. He had not told her that soon he would be leaving Hong Kong. From the bed, she watched him back, her skin shiny and youth-filled. She had been his friend for almost 4 months now, not his exclusive friend, since he did not pay her rent or other expenses. She was a hostess in the Happy Hostess dance hall that was his favourite nighttime meeting place, Kowloon side. The owner there, One-Eye Bok, was an old and valued client of the bank over many years, and the Mama-san a clever woman who appreciated his custom. He had had many Happy Hostess friends over the years, most for a few hours, some for a month, very few for longer, and only one bad experience in 15 years. A girl had tried blackmail. At once he had seen the Mama-san. The girl had left that very night. Neither she nor her triad pimp was ever seen again.
"Why sad, Heya?"
Because I'm leaving Hong Kong soon, he wanted to tell her. Because I want an exclusivity I can't have, mustn't have, dare not have, and have never wanted with any before. Dear God in heaven, how I want you. Not sad, Lily, just tired, he said instead, the bank troubles adding to the weight upon him.
Everything be all good, she said reassuringly. Call soon, hey ya?
Yes, I will. His arrangement with her was simple, a phone call. If he could not reach her directly, he would call the Mama-san, and that night he would come to the dance hall, alone or with friends, and he and Lily would dance a few dances for face, and drink some drinks, and then she would leave. After half an hour, he would pay his bill and come here, everything paid for in advance. They did not walk together to this private and exclusive meeting place, because she did not wish to be seen on the streets or by neighbours with a foreign devil. It would be disastrous for a girl's reputation to be seen alone with a barbarian, in public, outside of her place of work. Any girl of bettable age would at once be presumed to be the lowest type of harlot, a foreign devil's harlot, and despised as such, sneered at openly, and her value diminished. Havergill knew this. It did not bother him. In Hong Kong, it was a fact of life. Doje, he said, thank you, loving her, wanting to stay, or to take her with him. Doje, he just said and left. Once alone, she allowed the yawn that had almost possessed her many times this evening to overwhelm her, and she lay back on the bed and stretched luxuriously. The bed was rumpled, but 1,000 times better than the cot in the room she rented in Taiping San. A soft knock.
Honoured lady? Ah Chen? Yes.
The door opened and the old woman padded in. She brought clean towels.
How long will you be here?
Lily So hesitated. By custom, the client in this place of assignation paid for the room for the whole night. Also by custom, if the room was vacated early, the management returned part of the fee to the girl.
All night,
she said, wanting to enjoy the luxury, not knowing when she would have the opportunity again.
Perhaps this client will have lost his bank and everything by next week.
Joss, she said, then,
please put on the bath.
Grumbling, the old woman did as she was told, then went away. Again, Lily So yawned, happily listening to the water gurgling. She was tired, too. The day had been exhausting. And tonight her client had talked more than usual, as she had rested against him, trying to sleep, not listening, understanding only a word here and there, but quite content for him to talk. She knew from long experience that this was a form of release, particularly for an old barbarian.
Very odd, she thought. All that work and noise and tears and money, to achieve nothing but more pain, more talk and more tears. Never mind if the yang is weak, or if they talk or mumble or mutter their foul-sounding language, or weep in your arms. Barbarians do that,
her Mama-san had explained.
Close your ears, and close your nostrils to the foreign devil smell and the old man smell, and help this one enjoy a moment of pleasure. He's Hong Kong Yan, an old friend. Also, he pays well, promptly. He's getting you quickly out of debt, and it's good face to have such a pillow patron. So be enthusiastic, pretend that he's virile, and give value for his money.
Lily So knew she gave value for money received.
Yes, my Joss is very good, and oh, so much better than my poor sister and her patron. Poor fragrant flower, and noble house Chen #1 son. What tragedy! What cruelty!
She shivered.
Oh, those terrible werewolves! Terrible to cut off his ear, terrible to murder him and threaten all Hong Kong, terrible for my poor elder sister, to be crushed to death by those smelly, rotten dog-meat fishermen at Aberdeen. Oh, what Joss!
It was only this morning that she had seen a newspaper that had printed a copy of John Chen's love letter, recognizing it at once. For weeks they had laughed over it, she and Fragrant Flower, that and the other 2 letters that Fragrant Flower had left with her for safekeeping.
Such a funny man, with almost no yang at all, and almost never even a little upstanding,
her elder sister had told her.
He pays me just to lie there for him to kiss, sometimes to dance without clothes, and always promise to tell others how strong he is. He gives me money like water. For 11 weeks I have been his own true love. If this continues for another 11 weeks, perhaps an apartment bought and paid for.
This afternoon, fearfully, she had gone with her father to East Aberdeen Police Station to identify the body. They said nothing about knowing who the patron was. Wisely, her father had said to keep that secret.
Noble House Chen will surely prefer that secret. His face is involved too, and the face of the new heir. What's his name? The young one with the foreign devil name. In a day or 2, I'll phone Noble House Chen and sound him out. We must wait a little. After today's news of what the werewolves have done to number 1 son, no father'd want to negotiate. Yes, father's smart, she thought. It isn't for nothing that his fellow workers call him 9-carat Chew. Thank all gods I have those other 2 letters.
After they had identified her sister's body, they had filled out forms with their real names and real family name, Chew, to claim her money. 4,360 Hong Kong in the name of Wisteria So, 3,000 Hong Kong under Fragrant Flower Dak. All money earned outside the Good Luck dance hall. But the police sergeant had been inflexible.
Sorry, but now that we know her real name, we have to announce it so that all her debtors can claim against her estate.
Even a very generous offer of 25% of the money for immediate possession could not get through his rough manner. So they had left.
The rotten dog-meat foreign devil slave, she thought disgustedly. Nothing will be left after the dance hall collects their debts. Nothing. Aiyah. But never mind, she told herself as she lay down in the bath with glorious contentment. Never mind. The secret of the letters will be worth a fortune to Noble House Chen. And Noble House Chen has more red notes than a cat has hairs.
Casey was curled up in the window of her bedroom, the lights out except for a small reading lamp over the bed. She was staring gloomily down at the street 5 stories below. Even this late, almost 1:30 a.m., the street was still snarled with traffic. The sky was low and misty, no moon, making the lights from the huge neon signs and columns of Chinese characters more dazzling, reds and blues and greens that reflected in the puddles and turned ugliness into fairyland. The window was open, the air cool, and she could see couples darting between buses and trucks and taxis. Many of the couples were heading for the foyer of the new Royal Netherlands Hotel and a late-night snack at the European coffee shop where she had had a nightcap coffee with Captain Ginelli, their pilot.
Everyone eats so much here, she thought idly. Jesus, and so many people here, so much work to provide, so few jobs, so few at the top. One at the top of each pile. Always a man. Everyone struggling to get there, to stay there. But for what? The new car? The new house? The new ensemble? The new refrigerator? The new gimmick? Or whatever. Life's one long bill. Never enough of the green stuff to cope with the everyday bills, let alone a private yacht or private condo on the shores of Acapulco or the Côte d'Azur. And the means to get there. Even tourist. I hate going tourist. First's worth it to me. Private jet's better, much better, but I won't think about Link.
She'd taken Seymour Stiegler to dinner upstairs, and they'd settled all the business problems, most of them legal problems he kept bringing up.
We gotta make it watertight. Can't be too cautious with foreigners, Casey, he kept on saying. They don't play the game according to good old Yankee rules.
As soon as dinner was finished, she had feigned a load of work and left him. Her work was all done, so she curled up in a chair and began to read, speed read. Fortune, Business Week, the Wall Street Journal, and several specialized business magazines. Then she'd studied another Cantonese lesson, leaving the book till last. The book was Peter Marlowe's novel, Changi. She had found the dog-eared paperback in one of the dozens of street bookstores in an alley just north of the hotel yesterday morning. It had given her great pleasure bargaining for it. The first asking price was 22 Hong Kong. Casey had bargained her down to 7.55 Hong Kong, barely $1.50 US. Delighted with herself and with her find, she'd continued window shopping. Nearby was a modern bookshop, the windows stuffed with picture books on Hong Kong and China. Inside on a rack were 3 more paperbacks of Changi. New, they cost 5.75 Hong Kong. At once, Casey had cursed the old woman's street seller for cheating her. But then the old hag wasn't cheating you at all, she had reminded herself. She outtraded you. After all, only a moment ago, you were chortling because you'd trimmed her profit to nothing, and God knows these people need profit. Casey watched the street and the traffic on Nathan Road below. This morning she had walked up Nathan Road to Boundary Road, 1.5 miles or so. It was on her list of things to see. It was a road like any other, snarled, busy, gaudy with street signs, except that everything north of Boundary Road to the border would revert to China in 1997. Everything. In 1898, the British had taken a 99-year lease on the land that extended from Boundary Road to the Samjong River, where the new border was to be, along with a number of nearby islands. "Wasn't that stupid, Peter?" she had asked Marlowe, meeting him by chance in the hotel foyer at tea time. "Now it is," he said thoughtfully. "Then? Well, who knows? It must have been sensible then, or they wouldn't have done it." "Yes, but God, Peter, 99 years is so short. What possessed them to make it so short? Their heads must have been elsewhere." "Yes, you'd think so. Now. But in those days, when all the British Prime Minister had to do was belch to send a shockwave around the world power makes the difference. In those days, the British lion was still the lion. What's a small piece of land to the owners of 1/4 of the earth?" She remembered how he had smiled. "Even so, in the new territories there was armed opposition from the locals. Of course it fizzled. The then governor, Sir Henry Blake, took care of it. He didn't war on them, just talked to them. Eventually the village elders agreed to turn the other cheek, providing their laws and customs remained in effect, providing they could be tried under Chinese law if they wished, and that Kowloon City remained Chinese. The locals here are still tried under Chinese law?" "Yes, historic law, not PRC law, so you have to have British magistrates skilled in Confucian law. It's really quite different. For instance, Chinese law presumes that all witnesses will naturally lie, that it's their duty to lie and cover up, and it's up to the magistrate to find out the truth. He has to be a sort of legal Charlie Chan. Civilized people don't go in for swearing to tell the truth, or that sort of barbarism. They consider us mad to do that, and I'm not sure they're wrong. They've all kinds of crazy or sensible customs, depending how you look at it. Did you know it's quite legal here, throughout the colony, to have more than one wife? If you're Chinese. Bully for them. Having more than one wife really does have certain advantages." "Now listen, Peter," she had begun hotly, then realized he was merely teasing her. "You don't need more than one. You've got Fleur. How are you both doing? How's the research? Would she like lunch tomorrow, if you're busy?" "Sorry to say, but she's in the hospital." "Oh, God, what's the matter?" He had told her about this morning and Doc Tooley. "I've just seen her. She's not too good." "Oh, I am sorry. Is there anything I can do?" "No, thanks. I don't think so. Just ask if there is, okay? Thanks." Link was right to jump into the water with her, Peter. Honestly. "Oh, of course, Casey. Please don't think for a moment. Link did what I
He did it better than I could. You too. And I think you both saved that other girl from lots of trouble. Orlando Ramos. Yes. She should thank you forever. Both of you. She was panicked. I've seen too much of it not to know. Smashing-looking bird, isn't she? Yes. How's the research coming? Fine, thanks. Sometime I'd like to swap impressions. Hey, by the way, I found your book. I bought it. Haven't read it yet, but it's on top of the pile. Oh. Casey remembered how he had tried to sound offhand. Oh, I hope you like it. Well, I've got to be off. It's the kids' tea time, too. Remember, Peter, if there's anything, just call me. Thanks for tea, and say hi to Fleur. Casey stretched, an ache now in her back. She got off her perch and went back to bed. Her room was small and did not have the elegance of their suite. His suite now. He had decided to keep the second bedroom. We can always use it as an office, he had said to her, or keep it as a spare. Don't worry, Casey. It's all tax deductible, and you never know when we might need a spare. Orlando? No, she wouldn't need that bed. Casey, she ordered herself, don't be bitchy, or stupid, or jealous. You've never been jealous, so jealous before. You set the rules. Yes, but I'm glad I moved out. That other night was tough. Tough on Link and tough on me. Worse for him. Orlando will be good for him. Oh, shit on Orlando. Her mouth felt dry. She went to the refrigerator and got a bottle of iced Perrier, and the nice tang of it made her feel better. I wonder how the earth makes those bubbles, she thought idly, getting onto the bed. Earlier she had tried to sleep, but her mind was jumbled and would not stop working. Too much of the new. New foods, new smells, air, mores, threats, people, customs, cultures. Dunross. Gaunt. Dunross and Gaunt. Dunross and Gaunt and Link. A new Link. A new you. Frightened of a pretty piece of ass. Yes, ass if you want to be vulgar, and that's new for you too. Before you came here, you were assured, dynamic, in charge of your world, and now you're not. All over her. Not just over her, over that bitch Lady Joanna too, with her so upper-class English accent. Don't you remember, dear, it's our over-30 club lunch today. I mentioned it at the Taipan's dinner. Goddamn old bitch. Over 30? I'm not even 27. That's right, Casey. But you are all riled up like a mashed cat. And it's not just her or Orlando. It's also Link and the hundreds of available girls you've already seen. And you haven't even looked in the dance halls and bars and houses where they specialize. Didn't Janelli wind you up too? Jesus, Casey, he had said with a great beam. It's like being back on R&R in my Korean days. It's still only $20, and you're the top banana. That evening around 10, Janelli had called to ask if she'd like to join him and the rest of the crew at the Royal Netherlands for a night snack. Her heart had turned over when the phone rang, thinking it was Link, and when she found it wasn't, she had pretended that she still had lots to do, but had gratefully allowed herself to be persuaded. Once there, she had had a double order of scrambled eggs and bacon and toast and coffee that she knew she did not want. As a protest. A protest against Asia, Hong Kong, Joanna and Orlando. Oh, Jesus, I wish I'd never got interested in Asia, never suggested to Link we should go international. Why did you? Because it's the only way for US business to go. The only way. The only way for Parcon. Export. Multinational, but export. And Asia's the biggest, most teeming untapped marketplace on Earth. And this is the century for Asia. Yes. And the Dunrosses and Gaunts have got it made. If they go with us. 'Cause we've the greatest market in the world to back us. All the cash, technology, growth, and expertise to do it. But why did you go for Hong Kong, so hot and heavy? To get my drop-dead money, and to fill the time between now and my birthday, the end of the 7th year. The rate you're going, she told herself, soon you'll have no job, no future, no link to say yes or no to. A sigh took her. Earlier she had gone to the master suite and had left Bartlett a batch of telexes and letters to sign, with a "hope you had a good time" note. When she'd come back from her night snack, she'd gone there again and taken back everything she'd left him. It's Orlando that's really got you going. Don't fool yourself, she said out loud. Never mind. Tomorrow's another day. You can dump Orlando easy, she told herself grimly. And now, having zeroed in on her enemy, she felt better. Peter Marlowe's dog-eared paperback caught her eye. She picked it up, plumped the pillows more comfortably, and began to read. The pages slid by. Abruptly, the phone went. She had been so engrossed she jumped, and a sudden vast happiness flooded her. Hi, Link. Did you have a good time? Casey, it's me, Peter Marlowe. I'm terribly sorry to call so late, but I checked, and your room boy said your light was still on. I hope I didn't wake you. Oh no, Peter. Casey felt sick with disappointment. What's up? Sorry to call so late, but there's a slight emergency. I've got to go to the hospital and You said to call. I hope... What is it? Casey was completely zeroed in now. I don't know. They just asked if I'd come at once. The reason I called was about the kids. There'll be a room boy looking in every so often, but I wanted to leave a note for them with your number in case they wake up. Just in case they wake up. A friendly face to call, so to speak. When we all met yesterday in the foyer, they both thought you a smasher. They probably won't wake, but just in case. Could they call you? I'm sorry. Of course. Even better. Why don't I come right over? Oh, no, I wouldn't think of it. If you I'm not sleepy, and you are right next door. It's no problem, Peter. I'm on my way. So you just go ahead to the hospital. It took her only a minute to dress in pants and blouse and cashmere sweater. Before she even pressed the elevator button, Nighttime Song was there, wide-eyed and inquisitive. She volunteered nothing. Downstairs, she crossed the foyer and went out onto Nathan Road, across the side road and into the foyer of the annex. Peter Marlowe was waiting for her. This is Miss Chollock, he said hurriedly to the night porter. She'll be with the kids till I return. Yes, sir, the Eurasian said, equally wide-eyed. The boy'll show you up, miss. Hope everything's okay, Peter. She stopped. He was out the swinging doors, trying to hail a cab. The apartment was small, on the 6th floor, the front door ajar. The floorboy, Nighttime Beau, shrugged and went off muttering, cursing barbarians. As if he couldn't look after 2 sleeping children who played hide-and-seek with him every evening. Casey closed the door and peeked into the tiny second bedroom. Both children were fast asleep in the bunk, Jane, the little one, in the upper berth, and Alexandra sprawled in the lower one. Her heart went out to them. Blonde, tousled, angelic, with teddy bears clutched in their arms. Oh, how I'd love to have children, she thought. Link's children. Would you? All the diapers, always locked in, sleepless nights, and no freedom. I don't know. I think so. Oh, yes. For 2 like these? Oh, yes. Casey didn't know whether to tuck them up or not. The air was warm, so she decided to do nothing lest she wake them. In the refrigerator she found bottled water, and this refreshed her and settled her racing heart. Then she sat in the easy chair. After a moment, she took Peter's book out of her handbag and once more began to read. 2 hours later he returned. She had not noticed the time pass. Oh, she said, seeing his face. She lost the baby? He nodded, dulled. Sorry to be so long. Would you like a cup of tea? Sure. Hey, Peter, let me do... No, thank you. I know where everything is. I'm sorry to put you to all this trouble. It's no trouble. She's all right, though. Fleur? They think so. It was the stomach cramps that did it, and the touch of enteric.
too soon to tell, but there's no real danger there. That's what they said. The miscarriage, they said it's always a bit rough, physically and emotionally. I am so sorry. He glanced back at her, and she saw the strong, bent, lived-in face. Not to worry, Casey. Fleur's all right, he said, holding his voice firm. The Japanese believe that nothing's set until after birth, until after 30 days. 30 days for a boy, and 31 for a girl. Nothing's set. There's no soul, no personality, no person. Up to that time, there's no person. He turned back in the tiny kitchen and set the kettle to boil, trying to sound convincing. It's best to believe that, eh? How could it be anything but an it? There's no person till then, 30-odd days after birth, so that doesn't make it so bad. It's still ghastly for the mother, but not so bad. Sorry, I'm not making much sense. Oh, you are. I hope she'll be all right now, Casey said, wanting to touch him, not knowing whether to or not. He looked so dignified in his misery, trying to sound so calm, yet just a little boy to her. Chinese and Japanese are really very sensible, Casey. Their superstitions make life easier. I suppose their infant mortality rate was so awful in olden days that made some wise father invent that wisdom to save a mother's grief. He sighed. Or, more likely, some wiser mother invented it to succour a broken father. Eh? Probably, she said, out of her depth, watching his hands make the tea. First boiling water into the teapot, the pot rinsed carefully, then the water thrown away. 3 spoons of tea and 1 for the pot, the boiling water brought to the pot. Sorry, we've no tea bags. I can't get used to them, though Fleur says they're just as good and cleaner. Sorry, tea's all we've got. He brought the tea tray into the living room and set it on the dining table. Milk and sugar? He asked. Fine, she said, never having had it that way. It tasted strange, but strong and life-giving. They drank in silence. He smiled faintly. Christ, without a cuppa, eh? It's great. His eyes saw his half-opened book. Oh, I like what I've read so far, Peter. How true is it? Absently he poured himself another cup. As true as any telling about any happening 15 years after the event. As best as I can remember, the incidents are accurate. The people in the book didn't live, though people like them did and said those sort of things and did those deeds. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable that people, youths, could survive that. How old were you then? Changi began when I was just 18 and ended when I was 21. 21 and a bit. Who are you in the book? Perhaps I'm not there at all. Casey decided to let that pass, for the time being, until she had finished. I'd better go. You must be exhausted. No, I'm not. Actually, I'm not tired. I've got some notes to write up. I'll sleep after the kids are off to school, but you must be. I can't thank you enough, Casey. I owe you a favour. She smiled and shook her head. After a pause, she said, Peter, you know so much about this place. Who would you go with, Dunross or Gaunt? In business, Gaunt. For the future, Dunross. If he can weather this storm. From what I hear, though, that's not likely. Why Dunross for the future? Face. Gaunt hasn't the style to be the Taipan, or the necessary background. Is that so important? Totally, here. If Parkon wants 100 years of growth, Dunross. If you're in just for a killing, a quick in-and-out raid, go with Gaunt. She finished her tea thoughtfully. What do you know about Orlando? Lots, he said at once. But knowing scandal or gossip about a living person
isn't the same as knowing legends or gossip about ancient times, is it?
She watched him back.
Even for a favour?
That's different. His eyes narrowed slightly.
Are you asking for a favour?
She set the teacup down and shook her head.
No, Peter, not now. I might later, but not now.
She saw his frown deepen.
What?
She asked.
I was wondering why Orlando was a threat to you. Why tonight?
Obviously that leads to Link.
That leads inevitably to, she's out with him now, which explains why you sounded so ghastly when I called.
Did I?
Yes. Oh, of course, I'd noticed Link looking at her at Aberdeen, and you looking at him, and her looking at you.
He sipped some tea, his face hardening.
That was quite a party. Lots of beginnings at that party. Great tensions. Big drama. Fascinating, if you can disassociate yourself from it. But you can't, can you? Do you always watch and listen? I try to train myself as an observer. I try to use my ears and eyes and other senses properly, as they should be used. You're the same. Not much escapes you. Maybe, maybe not. Orlando's Hong Kong, trained and gaunt trained, and if you plan a clash with her over Link, you'd better be prepared for a battle royal. If she's decided to try to grab him, which I don't know yet, would Gaunt be using her? After a pause, he said, I'd imagine Orlando's keeper. Aren't most ladies? Most ladies gear their lives to a man, whether they want to or not. From what I know about you, you can take care of any opposition. What do you know about me?
Lots. Again the faint, easy, gentle smile.
Amongst them that you're smart, brave, and have great face. I'm so tired of face, Peter. In the future...
Her smile was equally warm.
From here on in my book, a person's going to gain ass, or arse as you call it, or lose it.
He laughed with her.
The way you say it sounds more ladylike. I'm no lady.
Oh, but you are.
He added more gently, I saw the way Link looked at you at Dunross's party, too. He loves you, and he'd be a fool to swap you for her. Thank you, Peter.
She got up and kissed him and left, at peace. When she got out of the elevator on her floor, Nighttime Song was there. He padded ahead of her and opened her door with a flourish. He saw her eyes go to the door at the end of the corridor.
Master not home, he volunteered grandly. Not yet come back.
Casey sighed.
You've just lost more ass, old friend. Eh?
She shut the door, feeling pleased with herself. In bed, she began to read again. With the dawn, she finished the book. Then she slept. Chapter 58. 9:25 a.m. Dunross came around the corner in his Jaguar fast, climbing the winding road easily, then turned into a driveway and stopped an inch from the tall gates. The gates were set into high walls. In a moment, a Chinese porter peered through the side door. When he recognized the taipan, he opened the gates wide and waved him through. The driveway curled and stopped outside an ornate Chinese mansion. Dunross got out. Another servant greeted him silently. The grounds were well kept, and down a slope was a tennis court where 4 Chinese, 2 men and 2 women, were playing mixed doubles. They paid no attention to him, and Dunross did not recognize any of them.
Please follow me, Taipan, the servant said.
Dunross hid his curiosity as he was shown into an anteroom. This was the first time he or anyone that he knew had ever been invited into Tip-Top's home. The interior was clean and busy, with the strange, careless but usual Chinese mixture of good lacquer antiques and ugly modern bric-a-brac. Walls were panelled and ornate, with a few bad prints hanging on them. He sat down. Another servant brought tea and poured. Dunross could feel that he was being observed, but this too was usual. Most of these old houses had spy holes in the walls and doors. There were many even in the Great House. When he had got back to the Great House this morning, near 4 a.m., He had gone straight to his study and opened the safe. There was no doubt, with even a cursory glance, that one of the 2 remaining coins fitted the imprints that were in Four-Finger Wu's beeswax matrix. No doubt at all. His fingers were trembling when he broke the half-coin from its restraining sealing wax in Dirk Struan's Bible and cleaned it. It fitted the indentations perfectly. Christ, he had muttered. Now what? Then he had put the matrix and the coin back into the safe. His eyes saw the loaded automatic and the empty space where AMG's files had been. Uneasily, he had relocked the safe and went to bed. There was a message on his pillow.
Father, dear, will you wake me when you leave? We want to watch the tryouts. Love, Adrian. P.S. Can I invite Martin to the races Saturday? Please, please, please. P.P.S. I think he's super. P.P.P.S. You're super too. P.P.P.P.S. You're out late, aren't you? Now it's 3:16.
He had tiptoed to her room and opened her door, but she was fast asleep. When he had left this morning, he had had to knock twice to awaken her. Adrian, it's 6:30.
Oh, is it raining?
She said sleepily. No, soon will be. Shall I open the blinds?
No, Father dear, thank you. Doesn't matter. Martin won't mind.
She'd stifled a yawn. Her eyes had closed, and almost instantly she was deep asleep again. Amused, he had shaken her lightly, but she had not come out of sleep.
Doesn't matter, Father. Martin won't.
And now, remembering how lovely she was, and what his wife had said about the pill, he decided to make a very serious check on Martin Hapley. Just in case.
Typhoon. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Dunross got up and shook the outstretched hand. It's good of you to see me, Mr. Tip. Sorry to hear about your cold. Teep Tok Tor was in his 60s, greying, with a round, nice face. He wore a dressing gown, and his eyes were red and his nose stuffed, his voice a little hoarse.
It's this rotten climate. Last weekend I went sailing with C.T. Jung, and I must have caught a chill.
His English accent was slightly American, perhaps Canadian. Neither Dunross nor Alistair Struan had ever been able to draw him out about his past, nor had John or the other bankers any knowledge of him in banking circles in nationalist China days, pre-1949. Even C.T. Jong and Philip Chen, who entertained him lavishly, could not pry anything out of him. The Chinese had nicknamed him the Oyster. The weather has been bad, Dunross agreed pleasantly. Thank God for the rain. Tip-Top motioned to the man beside him.
This is an associate, Mr. Leung.
The man was nondescript. He wore a drab Maoist jacket and drab trousers. His face was set and cold and guarded. He nodded. Dunross nodded back. Associate could cover a multitude of positions, from boss to interpreter, from commissar to guard.
Would you like coffee?
Thank you. Have you tried vitamin C to cure your cold? Patiently Dunross began the formal chit-chat that would precede the real reason for the meeting. Last night, while he was waiting for Brian Kwok in the Quant's bar, he had thought John John's proposal was worth a try, so he had phoned Philip Chen then and asked him to request an appointment early today. It would have been just as easy to have called Tip-Top direct, but that was not correct Chinese protocol. The civilized way was to go through a mutually friendly intermediary. Then, if the request was refused, you would not lose face, nor would the other person, nor would the intermediary. He was listening to Tip-Top with only half his head, making polite conversation, surprised they were still speaking English because of Leung. This could only mean the man's English was also perfect, and possibly that he did not understand either Cantonese or Shanghainese, which Tip-Top spoke and Dunross was fluent in. He fenced with Tip-Top, waiting for the opening that at length the banker would give him. Then it came.
This stock market crash on your stock must be very worrying for you, Typhoon.
Yes, it is. But it's not a crash, Mr. Tip, just a readjustment. The market ebbs and flows.
And Mr. Gaunt?
Quillen Gaunt is Quillen Gaunt, and always snapping at our heels. All crows under heaven are black. Dunross kept his voice matter-of-fact, wondering how much the man knew.
And the Hopak mess. That's a readjustment too?
No, that's bad. I'm afraid the Hopak's out of luck.
Yes, Mr. Dunross, but luck hasn't much to do with it. It's the capitalistic system, that and ineptness by Banker Kwan.
Dunross said nothing. His eyes flicked momentarily to Leung, who sat stiffly, immobile, and very attentive. His eyes were concentrated, and so was his mind, seeking the oblique currents under what was said. I'm not party to Mr. Kwan's business, Mr. Tip. Unfortunately, the run on the Hopak's spilling over to other banks, and that's very bad for Hong Kong, and also, I think, bad for the People's Republic of China.
Not bad for the People's Republic of China. How can it be bad for us?
China is China, the Middle Kingdom. We of the noble house have always considered China to be the mother and father of our house. Now our base in Hong Kong's under siege, a siege that's actually meaningless, just a temporary lack of confidence and a week or so of cash. Our banks have all the reserves and all of the wealth and strength they need to perform, for old friends, old customers, and ourselves.
Then why don't they print more money if the currency's so strong?
It's a matter of time, Mr. Tip. It's not possible for the Mint to print enough Hong Kong money. Even more patiently, Dunross answered the questions, knowing now that most were for the benefit of Leung, which suggested Leung was senior to Tip-Top, a more senior party member, a non-banker. Our interim solution would be to bring in, at once, a few aircraft loads of pounds sterling to cover withdrawals. He saw both men's eyes narrow slightly.
That would hardly support the Hong Kong dollar.
Yes, our bankers know that. But Blacks, the Victoria and Bank of England decided this would be best in the interim. We just don't have enough Hong Kong cash to satisfy every depositor. The silence thickened. Dunross waited. John had told him he believed the Bank of China did not have substantial reserves of pounds because of the currency restrictions on their movement in and out of Britain, but had very substantial amounts of Hong Kong dollars for which there were no export restrictions.
It would not be at all good for the Hong Kong dollar to be weakened,
Teep Tok Tor said. He blew his nose noisily.
Not good for Hong Kong.
Yes. Teep Tok Tor's eyes hardened, and he leaned forward.
Is it true, Taipan, that the Orlin Merchant Bank won't renew your revolving fund?
Dunross's heart picked up a beat. Yes.
And true that your fine bank will not cover this loan or advance you enough to stave off the Rothwell Gaunt attack on your stock?
Yes. Dunross was very pleased to hear the calm quality of his voice.
And true that many old friends have refused credit to you?
Yes.
And true that the person Hiro Toda arrives this afternoon and requires payment for ships ordered from his Japanese shipyards shortly?
Yes.
And true that Matter and Dong and that Great Good Luck Company of Macau have tripled their normal order for gold bullion, but will not help you directly?
Yes. Dunross's already fine-tuned concentration increased.
And true that the running dog Soviet hegemonists have once more impudently, very, very impudently, applied for a banking charter in Hong Kong?
I believe so. John told me they had. I'm not sure. I would presume he would not tell me a falsehood.
What did he tell you?
Dunross repeated it verbatim, ending, Certainly the application would be opposed by me, the boards of all British banks, all the Taipans and the governor. John also said the hegemonists had the temerity to offer immediate and substantial amounts of Hong Kong dollars to assist them in their present trouble. Teep Tok Tor finished his coffee.
Would you like some more?
Thank you. Dunross noted that Leung poured and felt he had achieved a great step forward. Last night he had delicately mentioned the Moscow Bank to Philip Chen, knowing that Philip would know how to pass the information on, which would, of course, indicate to such an astute man as Tip-Top the real reason for the urgent meeting, and so give him the necessary time to contact the decision-maker, who would assess its importance and ways to acquiesce, or not. Dunross could feel a sheen of sweat on his forehead, and prayed that neither of the men opposite him noticed it. His anxiety would push the price up. if a deal was to be made.
Terrible, terrible,
Tip-Top said thoughtfully.
Terrible times. Old friends forsaking old friends, enemies being welcomed to the hearth. Terrible. Oh, by the way, Taipan, one of our old friends asked if you could get him a shipment of goods. Thorium oxide, I think it was.
With a great effort, Dunross kept his face clean. Thorium oxide was a rare earth, the essential ingredient for old-fashioned gas mantles. It made the mantle emit its brilliant white light. Last year he had happened to hear that Hong Kong had recently become the greatest user after the United States. His curiosity had piqued, as Struans were not in what must clearly be a profitable trade. Quickly he had found out that access to the material was relatively easy, and that the trade was prodigious, quite secret, with many small importers, all of them very vague about their business. In nature, thorium occurred in various radioactive isotopes. Some of these were easily converted into fissionable uranium-235, and thorium-232 itself was an enormously valuable breeder material for an atomic pile. Of course, these and many other thorium derivatives were restricted strategic materials, but he had been astounded to discover the oxide and nitrate, chemically easily convertible, were not. He could never find out where the thorium oxides actually went. Of course, into China. For a long time, he and others had suspected the PRC of having a crash atomic program, though everyone believed it had to be formulative and at least 10 years from fruition. The idea of China nuclear-armed filled him with mixed feelings. On the one hand, any nuclear proliferation was dangerous. On the other, as a nuclear power, China would instantly become a formidable rival to Soviet Russia, even an equal to Soviet Russia, even a threat, certainly unconquerable, particularly if it also had the means to deliver a retaliatory strike. Dunross saw both men looking at him. The small vein in Leung's forehead was pulsing, though his face was impassive. "That might be possible, Mr. Tip. How much would be needed, and when?"
"I believe immediately, as much as can be obtained. As you know, the PRC is attempting to modernize, but much of our lighting is still by gas."
"Of course."
"Where would you obtain the oxides or nitrates?"
"Australia would probably be the quickest, though I've no idea at this moment about quality. Outside of the United States," he added delicately, "it's only found in Tasmania, Brazil, India, South Africa, Rhodesia, and the Urals. Big deposits there." Neither man smiled. "I imagine Rhodesia and Tasmania'd be best. Is there anyone Philip or I should deal with?"
Mr. V.C. Ung, in Prince's Building."
Dunross bit back a whistle as another piece of the puzzle fell into place. Mr. V.C. Ung, photographer Ung, was a great friend of Tzu Yan, the missing Tzu Yan, his old friend and associate who had mysteriously fled into China over the Macau border. Tzu Yan had been one of the thorium importers. Up to now, the connection had been meaningless. "I know, Mr. Ung. By the way, how is my old friend Tzu Yan?" Leung was plainly startled.
"Bullseye,"
Dunross thought grimly, shocked that he had never once suspected Tzu Yan of being communist or having communist leanings.
"Tzu Yan?"
Tip-Top frowned.
"I haven't seen him for a week or more. Why?"
"I heard he was visiting Peking by way of Macau."
"Curious. That's very curious. I wonder why he'd want to do that. An arch-capitalist? Well, wonders will never cease. If you'd be kind enough to contact Mr. Ung direct, I'm sure he will give you the details."
"I'll do that this morning, as soon as I get back to the office." Dunross waited. There would be other concessions before they would grant what he sought, if it was to be granted. His mind was racing with the implication of their first request, how to get thorium oxides, whether to get them, wanting to know how far along the PRC was with its atomic program, knowing they would never tell him that. Leung took out a pack of cigarettes and offered it. "No thanks," he said. Both men lit up. Tip-Top coughed and blew his nose.
"It's curious, Taipan," he said. "Very curious that you go out of your way to help the Victoria and Blacks and all your capitalist banks, while the strong rumour is that they'll not help you in your need.
Perhaps they'll see the error of their ways, Dunross said. Sometimes it's necessary to forget present advantages for the common good. It would be bad for the Middle Kingdom for Hong Kong to falter. He noted the scorn on Leung's face, but it did not bother him. It's ancient Chinese doctrine not to forget old friends, trusted ones, and as long as I'm Taipan of the noble house and have power, Mr. Tip, I and those like me, Mr. John for one, our governor for another, will give eternal friendship to the Middle Kingdom and will never permit hegemonists to thrive on our barren rock. Tip-Top said sharply,
It is our barren rock, Mr. Dunross, that is presently administered by the British, is it not?
Hong Kong is and always was Earth of the Middle Kingdom.
I will let your definition pass for the moment, but everything in Kowloon and the New Territories north of Boundary Road reverts to us in 35-odd years, doesn't it? Even if you accept the unequal treaties forced on our forebears, which we don't.
My forebears have always found their old friends wise, very wise, and never meant to cut off their stalks to spite a jade gate. Tip-Top laughed. Leung continued to be set-faced and hostile.
What do you forecast will happen in 1997, Mr. Dunross?
I am not old blind Dong, nor a soothsayer, Mr. Tip. Dunross shrugged. 1997 can take care of 1997. Old friends will still need old friends. Eh, ya? After a pause, Tip-Top said,
If your bank will not help the noble house, nor old friends, nor Orlin, how will you remain the noble house?
My forebear, Green-Eyed Devil, was asked the same question by the great and honourable Jean Qua when he was beset by his enemies, Tyler Brock and his scum, and he just laughed and said, Lanci Dolo, an able man has many burdens. As I'm abler than most, I have to sweat more than most. Tip-Top Tor smiled with him.
And you are sweating, Mr. Dunross?
Well, let me put it this way, Dunross told him cheerfully. I'm trying to avoid the 84th. As you know, Buddha said that all men have 83 burdens. If we succeed in eliminating one, we automatically acquire another. The secret of life is to adjust to 83 and avoid at all costs acquiring the 84th. The older man smiled.
Have you considered selling part of your company? Perhaps even 51%?
No, Mr. Tip. Old Green-Eyed Devil forbade that. The lines around Dunross's eyes crinkled. He wanted us to sweat.
Let us hope you don't have to sweat too much. Yes.
Tip-Top stubbed out his cigarette.
In troubled times, it would be good for the Bank of China to have a closer liaison with your banking system. Then these crises would not be so continuous.
Instantly, Dunross's mind leaped forward. I wonder if the Bank of China would consider having a permanent contact stationed within the Vic, and an equivalent one in yours. He saw the fleeting smile and knew he had guessed correctly. That would ensure close monitoring of any crisis and assist you should you ever need international assistance.
Chairman Mao advises self-help, and that's what we are doing. But your suggestion might be worthwhile. I will be glad to pass it on.
I'm sure the bank would be grateful if you would recommend someone to be their contact with the Great Bank of China.
I would be glad to pass that on, too. Do you think blacks or the Victoria would advance the necessary foreign exchange for Mr. Ng's imports?
I'm sure they'd be delighted to be of service. The Victoria certainly. After all, the Victoria's had a century and more of association with China. Wasn't it instrumental in making most of your foreign loans, railway loans, aircraft loans?
To great profit,
Tip-Top said dryly. His eyes darted at Leung, who was staring intently at Dunross.
Capitalist profit, he added thinly.
Quite, Dunross said. You must excuse us capitalists, Mr. Tip. Perhaps our only defence is that many of us are old friends of the Middle Kingdom. Leung spoke to Tip-Top briefly in a dialect Dunross did not understand. Tip-Top answered him affirmatively. Both men looked back at him. I'm sorry, but you must excuse me now, Mr. Dunross. I really must get some medication. Perhaps you'd phone me here after lunch, say around 2:30.
Dunross got up and stretched out his hand, not sure if he had succeeded, but very sure he had better do something about the thorium very quickly, certainly before 2:30.
Thank you for seeing me. What about our 5th race?
The older man peered up at him, walking with him to the door.
Noble Star's worth a bet, each way. Ah, butterscotch lass? Same. And pilot fish?
Dunross laughed.
The stallion's good, but not in the same class, unless there's an act of God, or the devil.
They were at the front door now, and a servant had opened it wide. Again, Leung spoke in the dialect Dunross did not recognise. Again, Tip-Top answered affirmatively and led the way outside. At once, Leung walked off down toward the tennis court.
I'd like you to meet a friend. A new friend, Mr. Dunross, Tip-Top said. He could, perhaps, be doing a lot of business with you in the future, if you wish.
Dunross saw the flinty eyes, and his good humour vanished. The Chinese coming back with Leung was well-formed, fit, and in his 40s. His hair was blue-black and tousled from his game, his tennis clothes modern, smart, and American. On the court behind him, the other 3 waited and watched. All were fit and well-dressed.
May I introduce Dr. Joseph Yu from California, Mr. Ian Dunross.
Hi, Mr. Dunross, Joseph Yu said, with easy American familiarity.
Mr. Tips filled me in on you and Struan's. Happy to meet you. Mr. Tip thought we should meet before I leave. We're going into China tomorrow, Betty and I, my wife and I.
He waved a vague hand toward one of the women on the tennis court.
We're not expecting to come back for some time, so I'd like to make a date to meet in Canton in a month or so.
He glanced back at Tip-Top.
No trouble about Mr. Dunross's visa, anything like that.
No, Dr. Yu.
Oh, no. None at all. Great. If I give you a call, Mr. Dunross, or Mr. Tip does, can we arrange something at a couple of days' notice?
Certainly, if all the paperwork's done. Dunross kept the smile on his face, noticing the assured hardness in Yu.
What had you in mind? If you'll excuse us, Tip-Top said, we'll leave you 2 together.
He nodded politely and went back inside with Leung.
I'm from the States, Yu continued cheerfully. American-born, Sacramento. I'm 3rd-generation California, though I was educated in part in Canton. My PhD is from Stanford, aerospace engineering. My specialty, rocketry and rocket fuels. NASA's where I've spent my best years, best since college.
Yu was no longer smiling.
The equipment I'll be ordering will be all manner of sophisticated metallurgy and aerospace hardware. Mr. Tip said you'd be our best bet as the importer. The British, then the French and Germans, maybe Japanese will be the manufacturers. You interested?
Dunross listened with growing concern that he did not bother to hide.
If it's not strategic and not restricted, he said, it'll be mostly strategic and mostly restricted. You interested?
Why are you telling me all this, Dr. Yu?
Yu's mouth smiled. I'm going to reorganize China's space program.
His eyes slitted even more as he watched Dunross carefully.
You find that surprising?
Yes.
So do I.
Yu glanced at his wife, then back to Dunross.
Mr. Tip says you're to be trusted. He feels you're fair, and since you owe him 1 or 2, you'll pass on a message for me.
Yu's voice hardened.
I'm telling you so that when you read about my demise, or kidnapping, or some while his mind was disturbed crap, you'll know it's all lies, and as a favour, we'll pass back that message to the CIA, and from them up the line. The truth.
He took a deep breath.
I'm leaving of my own free will. We both are. For 3 generations, our folk and my people, who are the best goddamn immigrants there are, have been kicked around in the States by Americans. My old man was in the First World War, and I helped make the Big Bang. But the last goddamn straw was 2 months ago. June 16. Betty and I wanted a house in Beverly Hills. Are you familiar with Beverly Hills in Los Angeles?
Yes.
We were turned down because we were Chinese. The son of a bitch came out and said it.
I'm not selling to goddamn Chinese. That wasn't the first time. Hell no. But the son of a bitch said it in front of Betty, and that was it. That was the big one. Yu's lips twisted with anger. Can you imagine the stupidity of that bastard? I'm the best there is in my field, and that redneck horse's ass says I'm not selling to Chinese. He spun his racket in his hands. You'll tell them.
Do you want me to pass this information on privately or publicly? I will quote you verbatim if you wish.
Privately to the CIA, but not before next Monday at 6 p.m. Okay. Then next month, after our Canton meeting, it's public. Okay, Mr. Dunross?
Very well. Can you give me the name of the house seller, the date, and any details?
Yu took out a typed slip of paper.
Dunross glanced at it. Thank you. There were 2 names and addresses and phone numbers in Beverly Hills. Both the same refusal? Yes. I'll take care of it for you, Dr. Yu.
You think that's petty, huh?
No, I don't think so at all. I'm just so sorry that it happened, and happens everywhere, to all sorts of people. It's greatly saddening. Dunross hesitated. It happens in China, Japan, here, all over the world. Chinese and Japanese, Vietnamese, all manner of people, Dr. Yu, are sometimes equally intolerant and bigoted. Most times very much more so. Aren't we all called Guaylo?
It shouldn't happen stateside, not Americans to Americans. That's my bitch.
Do you think once you're inside China, you'll be allowed to go in and out freely?
No, but I don't give a damn about that. I'm going freely. I'm not being tempted by money or being blackmailed to go. I'm just going.
What about NASA? I'm surprised they allowed such nonsense to happen in the first place.
Oh, we had a fine house on offer, but it wasn't where we wanted to live. Betty wanted that goddamn house, and we had the money and position to pay for it, but we couldn't get in. It wasn't just that son of a bitch. It was the neighborhood, too.
Yu wiped a thread of hair out of his eyes.
They didn't want us, so I'm going where I am wanted. What about China having a nuclear retaliatory strike force of its own? Like the French, eh? What do you think of that?
The idea of anyone having A or H-bomb tipped rockets fills me with horror.
They're just the weapons of the day, Mr. Dunross. Just the weapons of the day.
Jesus Christ! John said, aghast. Havergill was equally shocked. Dr. Joseph Hughes, really top bracket, Ian? Absolutely. I phoned a friend in Washington. Used one of 2 or 3 in the world. Rockets and rocket fuel. It was after lunch. Dunross had just told them what had transpired this morning. It is also true no one knows he's going over the border, even that he's left Hawaii, where he's supposed to be on vacation. He told me he travelled here quite openly. Christ, John said again. If China gets experts like him... He twisted the paper knife that was on Havergill's desk. Ian, have you considered telling Roger Cross or Rosemont to prevent that? Of course, but I can't do that. I absolutely can't. Of course Ian can't. Have you considered what's at stake? Havergill jerked an angry thumb at the window. 14 floors below, he could see an impatient, angry mob of people trying to get into the bank. The police stretched very thin now. Let's not delude ourselves. The run is on. We're getting down to the bottom of the barrel. We barely have enough cash to last the day, barely enough to pay government employees. Thank God it's Saturday tomorrow. If Ian says there's a chance we could get China's cash, of course he can't risk giving away such a confidence. Ian, did you hear the Hopax closed its doors? No, I've been chasing around like a blue-ass fly since I left Tip Top. The Jing Prosperity closed too. The Far Eastern India's tottering. Blacks is eking out its reserves and, like us, praying they can last the next half an hour to closing. He shoved the phone across his pristine desk. Ian, please call Tip Top now. It's just 2:30. Dunross kept his face stony and his voice level. There are a couple of things to settle first, Paul. What about the thorium imports? He had told them he had contacted photographer who had happily given him an immediate firm order for as much of the rare earth as he could obtain. Will you provide the foreign exchange? Yes, provided the trade is not restricted. I'll need that in writing. You'll have it before closing tonight. Please call him now. In 10 minutes. It's a matter of face. You'll agree to having a permanent Bank of China contact in the building? Yes. I'm sure they'll never let one of our people inside their building, but no matter. Havergill glanced at his watch again, then looked at John. The fellow would have to be monitored, and we might have to change a few procedures for security, eh? John nodded. Yes, but that shouldn't cause any problem, Paul. If it was Tip-Top himself, that would be perfect. Ian, do you think there's a chance? I don't know. Now, what about the U-trade? Havergill said, We can't finance any smuggling. You would of necessity be on your own. Who said anything about smuggling? Quite. Then let me say we'll have to take a careful look at the U-trade when and if you are asked to assist them. Come on, Paul. You know damn well it's part of the deal. If there's a deal. Why else would they have wanted me to meet him? John interjected. Why not table that one, Ian? We'll bend every which way to assist you when the time comes. You told you the same thing, that you'd wait and see, but no actual commitment, eh? But you agree to help in every way to assist me? Yes, on this and the thorium. Then what about my loan? Paul Havergill said, I'm not permitted to grant it, Ian. We've already been through that. Then call a board meeting right now. I'll consider it. Let's see how things are going, eh? Paul Havergill pressed a button and spoke into the small speaker. Stock exchange, please. In a moment, a voice came over the speaker. Behind the voice, they could hear pandemonium. Yes, Mr. Havergill. Charles, what's the latest? The whole market's off 28 points. Both bankers blanched. The small vein in Dunross's forehead was pulsing. And it looks like the beginning of a panic. The bank's off 7 points. Struan's is down to 11.50. Christ, John muttered. Rothwell Gaunt off 7. Hong Kong Power off 5. Asian Land 11. Everything's skidding. All bank stocks are tumbling. The Hopak's frozen at 12, and when it gets unfrozen, it'll go to $1. The Far Eastern India is only paying out maximum 1,000 a customer. Havergill's nervousness increased. Far East was one of the biggest in the colony. I hate to be a pessimist, but it looks like New York in 29. I thought... The voice was drowned out by a surge of shouting. Sorry, there's another huge sell offering up on Struan's. 200,000 shares. Christ, where the hell's all the stock coming from? John asked. From every Tom, Dick and Harry in Hong Kong, Dunross said coldly, including the Victoria. We had to protect our investors, Havergill said, then added into the mic, Thank you, Charles. Call me back at 2:45. He clicked the speaker off. There's your answer, Ian. I cannot, in all conscience, recommend to the board we bail you out with another unsecured 100 million loan. Are you going to call a board meeting right now or not? Your stock's plunging. You've no assets to pledge to support the run on your stock. Your bank holdings are already pledged. The stock in your treasury gets more valueless every minute. On Monday or Tuesday, Gaunt will buy back in, and then he'll control Struan's. Dunross watched him. You'll let Gaunt take us over? I don't believe you. You'll buy in before he does. Or have you already made a deal to split up Struan's between you? No deal. Not yet. But if you'll resign from Struan's right now, agree in writing to sell us as much of your treasury stock as we want at market price at Monday's closing, agree to appoint a new taipan of our board's choosing, we'll announce that we're supporting Struan's totally. When would you make the announcement? Monday at 3:10. In other words, you'll give me nothing. You've always said the best thing about Hong Kong was that it was a free marketplace, where the strong survive and the weak perish. Why didn't you persuade Sir Louis to withdraw your stock from trading? He suggested it. I refused. Why? Struan's is as strong as ever. Wasn't the real reason face and your foolish pride? Sorry, there's nothing I can do to prevent the inevitable. Balls, Dunross said, and Havergill flushed. You can call a meeting. You can... No meeting. Ian. John tried to soften the open hostility between the two men. Listen, Paul, how about a compromise? If, through Ian, we get China's cash, you will call a meeting of the board at once. An extraordinary meeting, today. You could do that. There are enough directors in town, and it's fair, eh? Havergill hesitated. I'll consider it. That's not good enough, Dunross said hotly. I'll consider it. Kindly call Tip... When's the meeting? If. Next week. No. Today, as John suggests. I said I'll consider it, Havergill said, flaring. Now please call Tip-Top. If you guarantee to call the board no later than tomorrow at 10. Havergill's voice harshened. I will not be blackmailed as I was the last time. If you don't want to call Tip-Top, I will. I can now. If they want to lend us their money, they'll lend it to us, whoever the hell calls. You've agreed to the thorium deal. You've agreed to meet you next month. We agree to support that deal, whoever controls the noble house. I am not empowered to grant you any further loans, so take it or leave it. I will consider calling a board meeting before Monday's market opens. That's all I promise. The silence was heavy and electric. Dunross shrugged. He picked up the phone and dialed.
We?
The woman's voice was arrogant. The Honourable Teep Tok Tor, please, he said in Cantonese. This is the Taipan.
Ah, the Taipan. Please wait a moment.
Dunross waited. A bead of sweat gathered on the bottom of John's chin.
We? Taipan? The doctor's with him. He's very sick. Please call back later.
The phone clicked off before Dunross could say anything. He redialed. This is the Taipan. I want...
This phone is terrible.
The armour doubled her volume.
He's sick,
she shouted.
Call back later.
Dunross called in 10 minutes. Now the line was busy. He kept on trying with no luck. There was a knock, and the harassed chief cashier hurried in. Sorry, sir, but there's no let-up in the queues. We've a quarter of an hour to go. I suggest we limit withdrawals now. Say 1,000... No, Havergill said at once. But, sir, we're almost empty. Don't you... No, the Victoria must keep going. We must. No, keep honouring every penny. The man hesitated, then went out. Havergill mopped his brow. John too. Dunross dialed again. Still busy. Just before 3, he tried a last time, then dialed the phone company, asking them to check the line. It's temporarily out of order, sir, the operator said. Dunross put the phone down. 20 to a brass farthing, it's deliberately off the hook. His watch read 3:01. Let's find out about the market. Havergill wiped the palms of his hands. Before he could dial, the phone rang. Chief cashier, sir. We're all right now. Last customer has been paid. The doors have closed. Black's just made it too, sir. Good. Check the remaining currency in the vault and call me back. Thank God it's Friday, John said. Havergill dialed. Charles, what's the latest? The market finished off 37 points. Our stock's off 8 points. Christ, John said. The bank had never fallen so much before, even during the 56 riots. Struan's? 950. Both bankers looked at Dunross. His face was impassive. He redialed Tip-Top as the stockbroker continued to reel off the closing prices. Again, a busy signal. I'll call again from the office, he said. The moment I get him, I'll call you. If no China money, what are you going to do? There are only 2 solutions. We wait for the pounds, the governor declaring Monday a bank holiday or as long as we need, or we accept the Moscow Trade Bank offer. Tip-Top was bloody clear that'll backfire. That'll throw a monkey wrench in Hong Kong forever. Those are the only solutions. Dunross got up. There's only one. By the way, did the governor phone you? Yes, Havergill said. He wants us to open the vaults at 6 p.m. for him, you, Roger Cross, and some fellow called Cinders. What's all that about? Didn't he tell you? No, just that it was something covered by the Official Secrets Act. See you at 6. Dunross walked out. Havergill wiped more sweat off with a handkerchief. The only good thing about all this is that arrogant sod's in worse trouble. he muttered angrily. He dialed Tip-Top's number. And again. The inter-office phone rang. John picked it up for Havergill. Yes? This is the chief cashier, sir. There's only 716,027 Hong Kong in the vault. The man's voice trembled. That's all we've left, sir. Thank you. John put the phone down and told Havergill. The deputy chairman did not answer, just redialed Tip-Top's number. It was still busy. You'd better open a dialogue with the Soviet contact. John went red. But that's impossible! Do it! Do it now! Havergill, equally choleric, redialed Tip-Top. Still busy. Dunross went into his office. Mr. Toder's here with the usual entourage, Typhoon? Claudia did not hide her distaste or nervousness. Show them in, please. Mr. Alistair called twice. Asked that you call him back the moment you come in. And your father. I'll call them later. Yes, sir. Here's the telex for Nelson Trading from Switzerland, confirming that they've purchased triple the regular order of gold for the Great Good Luck Company of Macau. Good. Send a copy to Lando at once and request the funds. This telex is from All-In Merchant Bank, confirming they regret they cannot renew the loan and require payment. Telex them, thank you. I checked with Mrs. Dunross, and they arrived safely. Good. Get Cathy's specialist's home number, so I can call him over the weekend. Claudia made another note. Master Duncan called from Sydney to say he had a great evening, and he's on the Monday Qantas flight. Here's a list of your other calls. He glanced at the long list, wondering fleetingly if his son was no longer a virgin, or was not, even before the lovely Sheila. Thinking of a lovely Sheila reminded him again of the exquisite Snowjade. Curious her name was Snowjade. She reminded me so much of Elegant Jade, who's somewhere in Taipei in charge of a house of many pleasures. Perhaps the time's come to find Elegant Jade and thank her. Once more he remembered old Chen-Chen's admonition when he was dying. Listen, my son, old Chen-Chen had whispered, his voice failing. Never try to find her. You will take away her face and take away beauty, both from her and from you. Now she'll be old, her jade gate withered, and her pleasures will come from good food and good brandy. Children of the pleasure world do not age well, nor do their tempers. Leave her to her joss and to her memories. Be kind. Always be kind to those who give you their youth and their yin to succour your yang. How I wish I was as young as you again. Dunross sighed. His evening with Snowjade had been impeccable and filled with laughter. I don't eat dessert, he had replied at once. I'm on a diet. Oh, go. Not you, Taipan. I help you lose weight, never mind. Thank you, but no dessert, and never in Hong Kong. Ah, Four Fingers said you'd say that, Taipan, and for me not to be shamed. She had beamed and poured him a whiskey. I'm to say, have passport, can travel. They had laughed together. What else did Four Fingers say? The tip of her tongue touched her lips. Only that foreign devils are mighty very particular in some things, like saying no dessert, as if it mattered. She watched him. I've never been with a barbarian before. Oh, some of us are really quite civilized. Dunross smiled to himself, remembering how tempted he was. Their banter and the great meal, everything good-humoured and satisfying. Yes, but that doesn't forgive that old bastard Four Fingers, nor the half-coin, nor the theft of the half-coin, he thought grimly, nor the trap that he thinks he has me in. But all that comes later. First things come first. Concentrate. There's a lot to do before you sleep tonight. The list Claudia had given him was long, most of the calls urgent, and 2 hours of work were ahead of him. Tip-Top wasn't on the list, nor Lando Matter, Tight-Fist Dong, Four Fingers or Paul Choi. Casey and Bartlett were there. Travkin, Robert Armstrong, Jacques Deville, Gavalin, Philip Chen, Diane Chen, Alan Holdbrook, Struan's in-house stockbroker, Sir Lewis, and dozens of others spread throughout the world. We'll get to them after Hiro Toda, Claudia.
Yes, sir?
After Toda, I want to see Jacques, then Philip Chen. Anything on Mrs. Rico Gresserhoff?
Her plane's due in at 7 p.m. She's booked into the V&A, and she'll be met. Flowers are in her room.
Thank you. Dunross went into his office and stared out of the window. For the time being, he had done everything he could for the noble house and for Hong Kong. Now it was up to Joss. And the next problem, the ships. His excitement picked up. Hello, Taipan. Hello, Hiro. Dunross shook the outstretched hand warmly. Hiro Toda, managing director of Toda Shipping Industries, was of an age with Dunross, trim, hard, and much shorter, with wise eyes and a ready smile, his accent slightly American from 2 years of postgraduate work at UCLA in the late 40s. May I introduce my associates, Mr. Kazunari, Mr. Ibi, Mr. Kashigi? The three younger men bowed, and Dunross bowed back. They were all dressed in dark suits, well cut, with white shirts and subdued ties. Please sit down. Airily, Dunross waved to the chairs around the small conference table. The door opened, and his Japanese interpreter and assistant, Akiko, came in. She brought a tray with green tea, introduced herself, poured the tea delicately, then took her seat near Dunross. Though his Japanese was easily good enough for a business meeting, she was necessary for face. Partially in Japanese, partly in English, he began the polite conversation about inconsequential matters that by Japanese custom preceded serious discussion. It was also Japanese custom that business meetings were shared by many executives. The more senior the executive, usually the more people who came with him. Dunross waited patiently. He liked the other man. Hiro Toda was titular head of the great shipping conglomerate that had been founded by his great-grandfather almost 100 years before. His forebears were daimyos, feudal lords, until feudalism and the samurai class was abolished in 1870 and modern Japan began. His authority in Toda shipping was outwardly all-powerful, but as frequently happened in Japan, all real power was centered in the hands of his 73-year-old father, who ostensibly was retired. At length, Toda came to the point. This stock market collapse must be very worrying, Taipan. A temporary loss of confidence? I'm sure everything will work itself out over the weekend. Ah, yes, I hope so too. How long are you staying, Hiro? Till Sunday. Yes, Sunday. Then on to Singapore and Sydney. I shall be back for the closing of our business with you next week. I'm glad to tell you your ships are ahead of schedule. Toda put a sheaf of papers on the table. Here's a detailed report. Excellent. Dunross swung to the attack, blessing the gods and AMG and Kirk. Coming home last night, he had suddenly realized the enormity of the key AMG and Kirk had given him to a plan he had been working on for almost a year. Would you like to bring forward your payment schedule? Ah. The other man covered his surprise. Perhaps I could discuss that with my colleagues later, but I'm glad to hear that everything is in control then, and the takeover bid contained. Didn't Sun Tzu say, he who exercises no forethought, but makes light of his opponents, is sure to be captured by them? Gaunt is certainly snapping at our heels. Of course the run on our banks is serious, but the worst is over. Everything's just fine. Don't you think we should expand the amount of business we're doing together? Toda smiled. 2 ships, Taipan? Giants by present standards. In 1 year? That's not a minor connection. It could perhaps be 22 ships, he said, outwardly nonchalant, his whole being concentrated. I have a proposal for you, in fact for all Japanese shipbuilding industrial complexes. At the moment, you just build ships and sell them, either to gaijin, outsiders, to ourselves, for example, or to Japanese shippers. If to Japanese shippers, your operating costs with the high cost of Japanese crews, which by your law you have to carry, are already becoming non-competitive, like American ships with American crews. Soon you won't be able to compete with the Greeks, with others, and with us, because our costs will be so much lower. Dunross saw them all concentrating on Akiko, who was translating almost simultaneously, and he thought with glee of another Sun Tzu saying. In all fighting, the direct method may be used for joining battle, but indirect methods will be needed to secure victory. Then he continued. Second point. Japan has to import everything it needs to support its rising economy and standard of living and its industrial complex, and certainly the 95% of all energy it needs to sustain it. Oil's the key to your future. Oil has to come to you seaborne, so do all your bulk raw materials, always carried by bulk cargo ships, always seaborne. You're building the great ships very efficiently, but as ship owners, your operating costs and your own internal tax structure are going to drive you out of the marketplace. My proposal for you is simple. You stop trying to own your own uneconomic merchant fleets. You sell your ships abroad on a lease-back basis. What? Dunross saw them staring at him, astounded. He waited a moment, then continued. A ship's life is, say, 15 years. You sell your bulk carrier, say, to us, but as part of the deal, lease it back for 15 years. We supply the captain and crew and operator. Prior to delivery, you charter the ship to Mitsubishi or another of your own great companies for bulk supplies over 15 years. Coal, iron ore, rice, wheat, oil, whatever you want. This system guarantees Japan a continuous supply of raw material, set up at your whim and controlled by Japanese. Japan Inc. can increase its financing to you, because you yourselves, in effect, are the carriers of your own vital raw materials. Your industries can plan ahead. Japan Inc. can afford to assist financially selected buyers of your ships, because the purchase price is easily covered by the 15 years charter. And since the ships are on long-term charter, our bankers, like Blacks and the Victoria, will also be happy to finance the rest. Everyone gains. You gain most because you ensure a long-term supply line under your control. And I haven't yet mentioned the tax advantages to you, to Toda Industries particularly. Dunross got up in a dead silence, the others staring at him, and went to his desk. He brought back some stapled reports. Here's a tax study done by our people in Japan with specific examples, including methods to depreciate the ship's cost for added profit. Here's a suggested plan for bulk carriers. This one documents various ways Struans could assist you in charters, should we be one of the foreign shippers chosen. For example, Woollahra Mines of Australia are prepared, at our direction, to enter into a contract with Toda Industries to supply 95% of their coal output for 100 years. Toda gasped. So did the others when Akiko had translated. Woollahra Mines was a huge, highly efficient and productive mine. We could assist you in Australia, which is the treasury of Asia, supplying all the copper, wheat, foodstuffs, fruit, iron ore you need. I'm told privately there are new immense deposits of high-grade iron ore just discovered in Western Australia within easy access of Perth. There's oil, uranium, thorium, and other precious materials you require. Wool, rice. With my scheme, you control your own flow of materials. The foreign shippers get ships and a steady cash flow to finance and order more ships, to lease back, to carry more and more raw materials and more cars, more television sets, more electronic goods, and more goods outward bound to the States, and heavy industry plants and machines to the rest of the world. Last, back to your most vital import of all, oil. Here's a suggested pattern for a new fleet of bulk oil carriers, 500,000 to 1 million tons dead weight each. Toda gasped and abruptly finished the translation himself. Astounded, they all sucked in their breath when he mentioned the 500,000 to 1 million tons. Dunross sat back, enjoying the tension. He watched them glance at one another, then at Toda, waiting for him to react. I think we had better study your proposals, Typhoon, Toda said, trying to keep his voice level. Obviously, they are far-reaching. May we get back to you later? Yes. You're coming to the races tomorrow? Lunch will be 12:45. Thank you, yes, if it's not too much trouble, Toda said with sudden nervousness. But it would be impossible for us to have an answer by that time. Of course. You got your invitations and badges? Yes, thank you. I hope everything turns out well for you. Your proposal certainly sounds far-reaching. They left. For a moment, Dunross allowed himself to enjoy the excitement. I've got them, he thought. Christ, in a year we can have the biggest fleet in Asia, all totally financed, with no risk to financier, builder, operator, or supplier, with oil tankers, huge tankers as its nucleus. If we can weather this typhoon. All I need's some luck. Somehow I've got to stave off the crash till Tuesday when we sign with Parkon. Parkon pays for our ships, but what about Orlin? And what about Gaunt? Mr. Jacques on his way up, Taipan. Mr. Phillips in his office, and'll come up whenever you're ready. Roger Cross called. Your appointment's at 7 p.m. instead of 6. He said Mr. Cinder's plane was late. He's informed the governor and everyone connected. Thank you, Claudia. He glanced at his list of calls. He dialed a V&A and asked for Bartlett. He was out. Miss Chollock, please. Hello? Hello, Ian Dunross returning your call and Link Bartlett's call. How are things? There was a slight pause. Interesting. Taipan, can I drop by? Of course. How about cocktails at 6:15 at the Mandarin? That'd give me half an hour odd before my next appointment, eh? A twinge of anxiety went through him at the thought of Cross, Cinder's, and AMG's admonition about never giving up the files. Is it possible for me to come by the office? I could leave now and be there in half to 3/4 of an hour. I have something to talk over with you. I'll make it as short as possible. All right. I may have to keep you waiting a moment or two, but come on over. He put the phone down, frowning. What's up there? The door opened. Jacques Deville came in. He looked careworn and tired. You wanted me, Taipan? Yes, sit down, Jacques. I understood you were going to be on the plane last night. We talked, Suzanne and I, and she thought it best for Avril if I waited a day or two. Dunross listened with fascination as they began to talk, still astounded that Jacques could be a communist plant. But now he had thought through the possibility. It was easily possible for Jacques, being young, an idealist, and in the Maquis during the hated and terrible Nazi occupation of France, to have had his idealistic nationalism and anti-Nazi feelings channeled into communism. Christ, wasn't Russia our ally in those days? Wasn't communism fashionable everywhere in those days, even in America? Didn't Marx and Lenin seem so sensible then? Then, before we knew the truth about Stalin, about gulags and KGB, and police state, and mass murders, and mass conquests, and never freedom. But how could all that communist nonsense last for someone like Jacques? How could someone like Jacques retain such convictions and keep them buried for so long? If indeed he is the Severin plant AMG claimed. What did you think of Gray? Dunross asked. A total crétin, Taipan. He's far too left-wing for me. Even Broadhurst's a little too left for my taste. As I'm staying now, can I take over Bartlett and Casey again? No. For the time being, I'll deal with them. But you take care of the contract. It's being drawn up now. I've already been on to our solicitors. One slight problem. Dawson met with Bartlett's lawyer, Mr. Stiegler, this morning. Mr. Stiegler wants to renegotiate the payment schedule and put off signing till next weekend. A wave of fury rushed through Dunross. He tried to keep it off his face. That's got to be the reason for Casey wanting a meeting, he thought. I'll deal with that, he said, putting the problem aside for the more pressing one. Jacques Deville, who should be innocent until proven guilty. He looked at him, liking the craggy, chunky man, remembering all the fine times they had had in Avessyard and in France. He, Penelope, Jacques and Suzanne, their children along for Christmas or summer holidays, good food and good wine and good laughter and great plans for the future. Jacques certainly the wisest, the most close-mouthed, and until the AMG accusation, possibly the next in line. But now you're not, Not until you've proved yourself, and I'm certain. Sorry, my friend, but you must be tested. I'm making some organizational changes, he said. Limbar went to Sydney today, as you know. I'm going to leave him there for a month to try to get the Woollahra merger fixed. I don't hope for much. I want you to take over Australia. He saw Jacques' eyes widen momentarily, but could not read if it was concern or happiness. I've pushed the button on our Toda plan, and How did he take it? Hook, line, and bait. Merde, but that is great. Dunross saw Jacques beam and read no guile in him. The man had been one of the main planners for the shipping scheme, working out the intricacies of the financing. What a shame poor John's not alive to know, Jacques said. Yes. John Chen had been working closely with Jacques de Ville. Have you seen Philip? I had dinner with him last night. Poor fellow. He's aged 20 years. So have you. A Gallic shrug. Life, mon ami. But yes, I am sad about poor Avril and poor Borgia. Please excuse me, I interrupted you. I'd like you to take over Australasia, effective today, and be responsible for putting into effect all our Australian and New Zealand plans. Keep this to yourself for the month. I'll tell Andrew only, but get yourself organised and be prepared to leave then. Very well. Jacques hesitated. What? Suzanne never did like Hong Kong. You'll have no problem there, will you? Oh, no, Typhoon. Since the accident, frankly, I was going to ask you if I could move for a while. Suzanne's not been happy here, but I was going to ask if I could take over Canada for a year or so. Dunross was startled at the new thought. Oh? Yes, I thought that perhaps I could be useful there. My contacts among French Canadians are good, very good. Perhaps we could shift Struan's Canadian office from Toronto to Montreal or to Ottawa. I could help very much from there. If our Japanese connection goes through, we'll need wood pulp, woods, copper, wheat, coal, and a dozen other Canadian raw materials. He smiled wanly, then rushed onward. We both know how Cousin David's been chomping to get back out here, and I thought if I moved there, he could return. Actually, he's better equipped to be here, to deal with Australasia, no? He speaks Cantonese, a little Japanese, and reads and writes Chinese, which I don't. But whatever you say, Typhoon, I'll take Australasia if you wish. It is true I would like a change. Dunross let his mind range. He decided to isolate Jacques from Hong Kong while he found out the truth. It would be too easy to tell Cross or Cinders secretly and ask them to use their sources to investigate, to watch and to probe. But Jacques was a member of the inner court. As such, he was party to all sorts of skeletons and private informations which would be put to risk. No, Dunross thought. Much better to deal with our own. Perhaps it will take longer, but I will find out the truth if he is or isn't. One way or another, I'll know about Jacques de Ville. But Canada? Logically, Jacques would be better there. So would Struan's. I should have thought of that myself. There's never been any reason to question his business loyalty or acumen. Good old David's certainly been screaming for 2 years to come back. The switch would be easier. Jacques' right. David's better equipped to do Australasia, and Australia and New Zealand are far more important to us than Canada. Far more important. They're vital and the treasure house of all Asia. If Jacques' innocent, he can help us in Canada. If he's not, he can harm us less there. I'll think about that, he said, having already decided to make the change. Keep this all to yourself, and we'll finalize it Sunday. Jacques got up and stuck out his hand. Thanks, mon ami. Dunross shook the hand, but in his heart he wondered whether it was the hand of his friend or his Judas. Alone once more, the weight of his burden swamped him. The phone rang, and he dealt with that problem, then another and another. Tip-Top's phone still engaged, and he asked for Philip to come up, and all the time it seemed as though he was sinking into a pit. Then his eyes caught the eye of Dirk Struan on the wall, looking out of the oil painting at him, half smiling, supremely confident, arrogant, master of clipper ships, the loveliest craft ever built by man. As always, he was comforted. He got up and stood before the taipan. Christ, I don't know what I'd do without you, he said out loud, remembering that Dirk Struan had been beset by far greater burdens and had conquered them, only to have the tempest, the wrath of nature, kill him at the zenith of his life, just 43, undisputed warlord of Hong Kong and Asia. Is it always those whom the gods love die young? He asked himself. Dirk was not much more than my age when the devil winds of the Great Typhoon tore our brand new 3-story factory in Happy Valley to pieces and buried him in the rubble. Is that old or young? I don't feel old. Was that the only way for Dirk to die? Violently? In storm? Young? Killed by nature? Or does the expression mean, those whom the gods love die young in heart? Never mind, he said to his mentor and friend. I wish I'd known you. I tell you openly, Taipan, I hope to God there is a life after death, so that in some eon of time I can thank you personally. Confident again, he went back to his desk. In his top drawer was Four-Finger Wu's matrix. His fingers touched it, caressing it. How do I squeeze out of this one? He asked himself grimly. There was a knock. Philip Chen came in. He had aged in the last few days. Good God, Taipan! What are we going to do? 9:50? He said in a rush, a nervous screech in his voice. I could tear my hair out. Mo, because of the boom, you remember? I bought in at 28.90. Every penny of spare cash, and a lot more. And Diane bought at 28.80, and sold at 16.80, and demands I make up the difference. Oh, go. What are we going to do? Pray, and do what we can, Dunross said. Have you got hold of Tip-Top? No, Taipan. I've been trying every few minutes, but the phone's still out of order. The phone company says the phone's been left off the hook. I had my cousin in the phone company check it personally. Both lines into his house are off the hook. What do you advise? Advise? I don't know. I think we should send a messenger, but I didn't want to until I'd consulted with you. What with our stock crash and the bank run and poor John and the reporters pestering, all my stocks are down, all of them. The old man went into a paroxysm of Cantonese obscenities and curses on Gaunt, his ancestors, and all his future generations. If the Vic goes, what are we going to do, Taipan? The Vic won't go. The governor will certainly declare Monday a bank holiday if Tip-Top fails us. Dunross had already apprised his comprador of his conversations with Tip-Top, you, John, and Havergill. Come on, Philip, think! He added with pretended anger, deliberately sharpening his voice to help the old man. I can't just send a God-cursed messenger there to say, you've deliberately left your bloody phone off the hook. Philip Chen sat down, the rare anger pulling him a little together. Sorry, yes, sorry, but everything. And John, poor John. When's the funeral? Tomorrow. Tomorrow at 10, the Christian one. Monday's the Chinese one. I was wondering if you'd say a few words tomorrow. Of course I will. Now, what about Tip-Top? Philip Chen concentrated, the effort hard for him. At length he said, Invite him to the races, to your box. He's never been, and that would be great face. That's the way. You could say, No, sorry, I'm not thinking clearly. Better, much better, Taipan. I will write. I'll write the note asking him for you. I'll say you wanted to ask personally, but unfortunately his phone is out of order. Then, if he wants to come, or is forbidden by his superiors, his face is saved, and so is yours. I could add that, by the way, the noble house has already telexed firm orders to Sydney for the thoriums. Philip Chen brightened a little. That will be a very good trade for us, Taipan. The price offered. I've checked prices, and we can supply all their needs easily, and get very competitive bids from Tasmania, South Africa, and Rhodesia. Why not send young George Trussler from Singapore to Johannesburg and Salisbury on an exploratory mission for thoriums? Philip Chan hesitated. And, certain other vital aerospace metals and materials. I did some quick checking, Taipan.
I was astounded to discover that outside Russia, almost 90% of all the free world supply of vanadium, chrome, platinums, manganese, titanium, all vital and essential in aerospace and rocketry, come from the southern part of Rhodesia and South Africa. Think of that! 90% outside Russia. I never realized how vastly important that area is to the free world, with all the gold, diamonds, uranium, thorium, and God knows what other essential raw materials. Perhaps Trussler could also investigate the possibility of opening an office there. He's a sharp young man, and due for promotion.
Now that his mind was fully occupied, the old man was breathing easier.
Yes, this trade and, Mr. Hughes, could be immense for us, Typan. I'm sure it can be handled delicately.
He looked up at Dunross.
I'd also mentioned to Tip-Top about Trussler, that we are sending an executive, one of the family, in preparation.
Excellent. Do it immediately. Dunross clicked on the intercom. Claudia, get George Trussler, please. He glanced back at Philip. Why would Tip-Top cut himself off?
To bargain, to increase the pressure on us, to get more concessions.
Should we keep on calling him?
No. After the hand-delivered note, he will call us. He knows we're not fools.
When will he call?
When he has permission, Taipan. Not before. Sometime before Monday at 10 a.m., when the banks are due to open. I suggest you tell that lump of dog meat Havergill and John not to call. They'll muddy already dark waters. You don't use a tadpole to catch a shark.
Good. Don't worry, Philip, he said compassionately. We're going to get out of this mess.
I don't know, Taipan. I hope so.
Philip Chen rubbed his red-rimmed eyes tiredly.
Diane, those damned shares. I see no way out of the morass.
Claudia interrupted on the intercom.
Master Trussler on line 2.
Thank you, Claudia. He stabbed line 2. Hello, George. How's Singapore?
Afternoon, sir. Fine, sir. Hot and rainy,
the breezy, enthusiastic voice said.
This is a pleasant surprise. What can I do for you?
I want you to get on the next plane to Johannesburg. Leave at once. Telex me your flight and hotel, and call me as soon as you arrive at the hotel in Johannesburg. Got it? There was a slight hesitation and slightly less breeziness.
Johannesburg, South Africa, Taipan?
Yes. The next plane out.
I'm on my way. Anything else?
No.
Right you are, Taipan. I'm on my way. Bye.
Dunross put the phone down. Power's a marvellous device, he thought with great satisfaction, but being Taipan's better. Philip got up.
I'll deal with that letter at once.
Just a minute, Philip. I have another problem that I need your advice on. He opened the desk and brought out the matrix. Apart from himself and previous Taipans who were still alive, only Philip Chen in all the world knew the secret of the 4 coins.
Here, this was
Dunross stopped, paralysed, totally unprepared for the effect the matrix had on his comprador. Philip Chen was staring at it, his eyes almost popped from their sockets, his lips stretched back from his teeth. As though in a dream, everything in slow motion, Philip Chen reached out and took the matrix, his fingers trembling, and peered at it closely, mouthing soundlessly. Then Dunross's brain detonated, and he realised the half-coin must have belonged to Philip Chen, that it had been stolen from him.
Of course, Dunross wanted to shout. Sir Gordon Chen must have been given one of the 4 coins by Jean Kwa. But why? What was the connection between the Chen family and a Kohong Mandarin that would make Jean Kwa give the Eurasian son of Dirk Struan so valuable a gift?
Still in slow motion, he saw the old man raise his head to squint up at him. Again the mouth moved. No sound. Then, in a strangled gasp,
Bartlett gave this to you already?
Bartlett? Dunross echoed incredulously. What's in the name of Christ Bartlett got to do? He stopped as another explosion seemed to shatter his head, and more pieces of the jigsaw slammed into place. Bartlett's secret knowledge! Knowledge that could only come from one of 7 men, all of them unthinkable. Philip Chen, the most unthinkable of all. Philip Chen's the traitor. Philip Chen's working in conjunction with Bartlett and Casey. It's Philip Chen who sold us out and passed over our secrets and passed over the coin. A blinding rage overcame him. It took all of his training to hold the fury bottled. He saw himself get up and stride to the window and stare out of it. He did not know how long he stood there. But when he turned, his mind was purged clean, and the vast error in his logic now clear to him. "Well?" His voice was chilling. Taipan! The old man began brokenly, wringing his hands. "Tell the truth, comprador. Now!" The word frightened Philip. It was John," he gasped, tears spilling. "It wasn't me, I swear." "I know that. Hurry up, for Christ's sake." Philip Chen spewed out everything. How he had taken his son's key and opened his son's safety deposit box and discovered the letters to and from Bartlett and the second key, and how at dinner the night of the Taipan's party he had suddenly had a premonition about his oh-so-secret safe buried in the garden, and how, after digging it up, he had discovered the worst. He even told the Taipan about his quarrel with Diane, and how they thought the coin might be on John Chen somehow, and how, when the werewolf phoned, she suggested calling his cousin, Four-Finger Wu, to get his street fighters to follow him, then to follow them. Dunross gasped, but Philip Chen did not notice it, rambling on in tears, telling how he had lied to the police and had paid over the ransom to the werewolf youths he would never recognize again, and how the street fighters of Four Fingers, who were supposed to be guarding him, had not intercepted the werewolves or recaptured John or recaptured his money. "That's the truth, Taipan. All of it," he whimpered. "There's no more. Nothing. Nothing until this morning, and my poor son's body at Sha Tin, with that filthy sign on his chest." Helplessly, Dunross was trying to collect his wits. He had not known that Four Fingers was Philip's cousin, nor could he fathom how the old seaman could have got the coin, unless he was the chief werewolf, or in league with them, or in league with John Chen, who had masterminded a supposed kidnapping to squeeze money out of the father he hated. And then Four Fingers and John Chen had quarrelled, or what? How did John know our secrets? Get all those secrets to pass them over to Bartlett? How the house is structured, eh? "I don't know," the old man lied. "You must have told John. There's only you, Alistair, my father, Sir Ross, Gavalon, Deville, or me who know. And of those, only the first 4 know the structure." "I didn't tell him. I swear I didn't." Dunross's blinding rage began to swell again, but once more he held it into place. "Be logical," he told himself. "Philip's more Chinese than European. Deal with him as a Chinese. Where's the link? The missing part of the jigsaw?" While he was trying to work out the problem, his eyes bored into the old man. He waited, knowing that silence too was a vast weapon, in defence or attack. What's the answer? Philip would never tell John anything that secret. Therefore, "Jesus Christ!" he burst out at the sudden thought. "You've been keeping records! Private records! That's how John found out! From your safe, eh?" Petrified by the Taipan's devil rage, Philip blurted out before he could stop himself. Yes, I had to agree." He stopped, fighting for control. "Had to? Why? Come on, goddammit!" Because my father, before he passed the house over to me and the coin to me, made me swear to record the private dealings of the noble house, to protect the house of Chen. It was just that, Taipan. Never to use against you or the house, just a protection." Dunross stared at him, hating John Chen for selling Struans out, hating his mentor Chen Chen for the first time in his life, sick with rage at so many betrayals. Then he remembered one of Chen Chen's admonitions years ago, when Dunross was almost weeping with anger at the unfair way his father and Alistair were treating him.
Don't get angry, young Ian. Get even. I told Callum the same thing, and the hag when they were equally young. Callum never listened, but the hag did. That's the civilized way. Don't get angry, get even.
So Bartlett has our structure, our balance sheets. What else has he got? Philip Chen just shivered and stared back blankly. Come on, for Christ's sake, Philip, think. We've all got skeletons, a lot of skeletons. So have you, the hag, Chen Chen, C.T. Jong, Diane. For Christ's sake, how much more's documented that John could have passed over? A wave of nausea went through him as he remembered his theory about the connection between Banastasio, Bartlett, Parcon, the Mafia, and the guns. Christ, if our secrets get into the wrong hands. Eh? I don't know. What did Bartlett ask? For the coin? Then Philip cried out, It's mine! It belongs to me! He saw the uncontrollable trembling of Philip's hands and a sudden tinge of grey in his face. There was brandy and whiskey in decanters on the sideboard, and Dunross fetched some brandy and gave it to him. Gratefully, the old man drank, choking a little. Thank you. Go home and fetch everything, and then... Dunross stopped and stabbed an intercom button. Andrew? Yes, Taipan? Gavalon said. Would you come up a second? I want you to go home with Philip. He's not feeling too well, and there are some papers to bring back. On my way. Dunross's eyes had never left Philip's. Taipan, what did Bart... Stay away from them on your life, and give Andrew everything. John's letters, Bartlett's letters, everything, he said, his voice chilling. Taipan, everything! His head ached. He had so much rage in him. He was going to add, I'll decide about you in the House of Chen over the weekend. But he did not say it. Don't get mad, get even, kept ringing in his ears. Casey came in. Dunross met her halfway. She carried an umbrella and was again wearing her pale green dress that set off her hair and eyes perfectly. Dunross noticed the shadows behind her eyes. They made her somehow more desirable. Sorry to keep you waiting. His smile was warm, but he enjoyed none of its warmth. He was still appalled over Philip Chen. Casey's hand was cool and pleasant. Thanks for seeing me, she said. I know you're busy, so I'll come to the point. First, tea. Or would you like a drink? No liquor, thanks. But I don't want to put you to any trouble. No trouble. I'm going to have tea anyway. 4:40's tea time. As though by magic, the door opened, and a liveried houseboy brought in a silver tray with tea for two, with thin buttered toast and hot scones in a silver warmer. The man poured and left. The tea was dark brown and strong. It's Darjeeling, one of our house blends. We've been trading it since 1830, he said, sipping it gratefully, as always thanking the unknown genius Englishman who had invented afternoon tea, which somehow always seemed to settle the cares of the day and put the world into perspective. I hope you like it. It's great. Maybe a mite too strong for me. I had some around 2 a.m., and it certainly woke me up. Oh? You still on jet lag? She shook her head and told him about Peter Marlowe. Oh, what bad joss? He stabbed the intercom. Claudia, call the Nathan nursing home and see how Mrs. Marlowe is, and send some flowers. Thanks. Casey frowned. How did you know she was at the Nathan? Doc Tooley always uses that place in Kowloon. He was watching her closely, astonished that she seemed so friendly when obviously Parcon was trying to sabotage their deal. If she's been up most of the night, that accounts for the shadows, he thought. Well, shadows or not, watch out, young lady. We shook on the deal. Another cup? He asked solicitously. No, thanks. This is fine. I recommend the scones. We eat them like this. A big dollop of Devonshire clotted cream on top, a teaspoon of homemade strawberry jam in the centre of the cream, and magic. Here. Reluctantly, she took it. The scone was just bite-sized. It vanished. Fantastic, she gasped, wiping a touch of the cream off her mouth. But all those calories. No, really, no more, thanks. I've done nothing but eat since I got here. It doesn't show. It will. He saw her smile back at him. She was sitting in one of the deep, high-backed leather chairs, the tea table between them. Again she crossed her legs, and Dunross thought once more that Gavalon had been right about her, that her Achilles' heel was impatience. "May I start now?" she asked. "You're sure you don't want some more tea?" he asked, deliberately to throw her off balance again. "No, thanks." "Then tea's over. What's cooking?" Casey took a deep breath. "It seems that Struan's is way out on a limb and about to go under." "Please don't concern yourself about that. Struan's really is in very fine shape." "You may be, Typhoon, but it doesn't look that way to us, or to outsiders. I've checked. Most everyone seems to think Gaunt, and or the Victoria, will make the rates stick. It's almost a general thumbs down. Now our deals, we have a deal till Tuesday. That's what we agreed," he said, his voice sharpening. "Do I understand you want to renege or change it?" "No, but in the present state you're in, it'd be crazy and bad business to proceed. So we've two alternatives. It's either Rothwell Gaunt, or we've to help you with some kind of bailout operation." "Oh?" "Yes. I've a plan, a partial plan for how you could maybe extricate yourself and make us all a fortune. Okay? You're the best for us, long term." "Thank you," he said, not believing her, all attention, well aware that any concession she offered was going to be prohibitively expensive. "Try this on for size. Our bankers are the First Central New York, the hated bank here. They want back into Hong Kong so much it hurts, but they'll never get a new charter, right?" Dunross's interest piqued at this new thought. So recently they bought a small foreign bank with branches in Tokyo, Singapore, Bangkok and Hong Kong. The Royal Belgium and Far East Bank. It's a tiny nothing bank, and they paid $3 million for everything. First Central has asked us to put our funds through the Royal Belgium if our deal goes through. Last night I met with Dave Murtaugh, who's in charge of Royal Belgium, and he was moaning and groaning how bad business was, how they're squeezed out of everything by the establishment here. And though they've got the huge dollar resources of First Central behind them, almost nobody will open accounts and deposit Hong Kong dollars, which they need to make loans. You know about the bank?" "Yes," he said, not understanding what she was leading to. "But I didn't realize the First Central was behind them. I don't think that's common knowledge. When was it bought out?" "A couple of months ago. Now, what if the Royal Belgium would advance you Monday 120% of the purchase price of the 2 Tota ships?" Dunross gaped at her, caught off guard. "Secured by what?" "The ships." "Impossible. No bank could do that." "The 100% is for Tota, the 20% to cover all carrying charges, insurances, and the first months of operation." "With no cash flow? No charter set?" he asked incredulously. "Could you charter them in 60 days to give you a cash flow to sustain a reasonable repayment schedule?" "Easily." "Jesus Christ. If I can pay Tota at once, I can slam my leaseback scheme into operation with the first 2 ships, without having to wait." He held on to his hope, wondering what the cost, the real cost, would be. "Is this a theory, or will they really do it?" "They might." "In return for what?" "In return for Struan's depositing 50% of all foreign exchange for a 5-year period. A promise you'd keep average cash deposits with them of between 5 and 7 million Hong Kong dollars, $1.5 million US dollars worth. That you'd use the bank as your second Hong Kong bank and the First Central as your prime lending American bank outside of Hong Kong for a 5-year period. What do you say?" It took all his training not to bellow with joy. Is this a firm offer?
I think it is, Taipan. I'm a bit out of my depth. I've never been into ships, but 120% seemed fantastic, and the other terms okay. I didn't know how far I should go negotiating terms, but I told him he'd better make it all fair or he'd never get to first base.
An ice shaft went into his guts. The local man would never have the authority to make such an offer.
That was Murtaugh's next point, but he said we've the weekend, and if you'll go for the scheme, he'll get on the wire.
Dunross sat back, nonplussed. He put aside 3 vital questions and said, "Let's hold this for the moment. What's your part in all this?"
In a minute. There's another wrinkle to his offer. I think he's bananas, but Murtaugh said he'd try to persuade the brass to put up a revolving $50 million against the value of the unissued shares you got in your treasury. So you're home free. If.
Dunross felt the sweat break out on his back and on his forehead, well aware what a tremendous gamble that would be, however big the bank. With effort, he put his brain to work. With the ships paid for and that revolving fund, he could fight off Gaunt and smash his attack. And with Gaunt bottled, All-In had come back meekly because he'd always been a good customer. And wasn't First Central part of the All-In Merchant Bank Consortium? What about our deal?
That stays as is. You announce at the best time for both of us, for you and for Parkon, as we agreed. If, and it's a big if First Central will go for the gamble, you and we could make a killing, a real killing, by buying Struan at 9:50 Monday morning. It has to go back up to 28, maybe to 30, doesn't it? The only part I can't figure is how to deal with the bank runs.
Dunross took out his handkerchief and unashamedly wiped his forehead. Then he got up and poured 2 brandy and sodas. He gave her one and sat back in his chair again, his mind amuck, one moment blank, the next crammed with happiness, instantly to be agitated and hurting with all the hope and fear, the questions, answers, plans and counterplans. Christ all bloody mighty, he thought, trying to calm himself. The brandy tasted good. The warming bite was very good. He noticed she only sipped hers, then set it down and watched him. When his brain had cleared and he was ready, he looked at her. All this in return for what?
You'll have to set the parameters with the Royal Belgium. That's up to you. I don't know accurately enough your net cash flow. Interest charges will be steep, but worth it to get out from under. You'll have to put up your personal guarantee for every cent.
Christ!
Yes, plus face. He heard her voice harden. It'll cost you face to be dealing with the yellow bastards. Wasn't that what Lady Joanna called the First Central people, with her big fat sneer? But what do you expect there? I guess she meant Americans.
He saw Casey's eyes flatten and his danger signals came up.
That's some old bitch, that one.
She's not really, he said. She's a bit caustic and rough, but all right usually. She is anti-American, sorry to say. Paranoid, I suppose. You see, her husband, Sir Richard, was killed at Monte Cassino in Italy by American bombs, their aircraft mistaking British troops for Nazis.
Oh,
Casey said.
Oh, I see.
What does Parkon want? And what do you and Link Bartlett want? She hesitated, then put Lady Joanna aside for a moment, concentrating again.
Parkon wants a long-term deal with Struans, as old friends.
He saw the strange smile.
I've discovered what old friends means, Chinese style, and that's what I want for Parkon. Old friend status as and from the moment the Royal Belgium delivers.
Next?
Is that a yes?
I'd like to know all the terms before I agree to one. She sipped the brandy.
Link wants nothing. He doesn't know about all this.
I beg your pardon? Again, Dunross was caught off balance.
Link doesn't know about the Royal Belgium yet,
she said, her voice ordinary.
I brainstormed all this with Dave Murtaugh today. I don't know if I'm doing you much of a favour because you'll be on the line, you personally, but it could get Struans off the hook. Then our deal can work.
Don't you think you should consult with your fearless leader? Dunross said, trying to work out the implications of this unexpected tack.
I'm executive director, and Struan's is my deal. It costs us nothing but our influence to get you out of your trap, and that's what influence is for. I want our deal to go through, and I don't want Gaunt the winner.
Why?
I told you, you're the best for us long term.
And you, Cernouche? What do you want, in return for using your influence? Her eyes seemed to flatten even more and become more hazel, like a lioness's.
Equality. I want to be treated as an equal, not patronized or scoffed at as a woman who's in business on the coattails of a man. I want equality with the taipan of the noble house. And I want you to help me get my drop-dead money, apart from anything to do with Parkon.
The second's easy, if you're prepared to gamble. As to the first, I've never patronized or sloughed you off.
Gavalon did, and the others.
And I never will. As to the others, if they don't treat you as you like, then leave the conference table and leave the battleground. Don't force your presence on them. I can't make you equal. You're not, and you never will be. You're a woman, and like it or not, this is a man's world, particularly in Hong Kong. And while I'm alive, I'm going to continue to treat it as it is, and treat a woman as a woman, whoever the hell she is.
Then screw you!
When? He beamed. Her sudden laugh joined his, and the tension fled.
I deserve that, she said.
Another laugh.
I really deserve that. Sorry. Guess I lost ass.
I beg your pardon? She explained her version of face. He laughed again. You didn't. You gained arse. After a pause, she said,
So whatever I do, I can never have equality?
Not in business, not on masculine terms, not if you want to be of this world. As I said, like it or not, that's the way it is. And I think you're wrong to try to change it. The hag was undisputedly more powerful than anyone in Asia, and she got there as a woman, not as a neuter. Her hand reached out and lifted her brandy, and he saw the swell of her breast against the light silk blouse. How the hell can we treat someone as attractive and smart as you as a non-person? Be fair.
I'm not asking for fairness, Taipan. Just equality.
Be content you're a woman.
Oh, I am. I really am.
Her voice became bitter.
I just don't want to be classed as someone whose only real value is on her back.
She took a last sip and got up.
So you'll take it from here, with the Royal Belgium? David Murtaugh's expecting a call. It's a long shot, but it's worth a try, isn't it? Maybe you could go see him, instead of sending for him. Face, huh? He'll need all the support you can give him.
Dunross had not got up. Please sit down a second, if you've time. There are still a couple of things.
Of course, I didn't want to take any more of your time.
First, what's the problem with your Mr. Stiegler?
What do you mean?
He told her what Dawson had related.
Son of a bitch, she said, obviously irritated. I told him to get the papers drawn, that's all. I'll take care of him. Lawyers always think they've the right to negotiate. To improve the deal is the way they put it, trying to put you down, I guess. I've lost more deals because of them than you can imagine. Seymour's not as bad as some. Attorneys are the plague of the United States. Link thinks so too.
What about Link? He asked, remembering the $2 million he had advanced to Gaunt to attack their stock. Is he going to be 100% behind this new twist?
Yes,
she said after a pause.
Yes.
Dunross's mind reached out for the missing piece. So you'll take care of Stiegler and everything stands as before?
You'll have to work out title to the ships, as we agreed, but that shouldn't be a problem.
No, I can handle that.
You'll personally guarantee everything?
Oh, yes, Dunross said carelessly. Dirk did all the time. That's the Taipan's privilege. Listen, Cernouche,
Will you call me Casey, Taipan? Cernouche is for a different era.
All right. Casey, whether this works or not, you're an old friend, and I owe you a thank you for your bravery, your personal bravery at the fire.
I'm not brave. It must have been Glan's.
She laughed.
Don't forget, we've still got the hepatitis over our heads.
Oh, you thought of that too?
Yes.
Her eyes were watching him, and he could not gauge her. I'll help you with drop-dead money, he said. How much do you need?
2 million? Tax-free?
Your tax laws are rigid and tough. Are you prepared to stretch laws? She hesitated.
It's the right of every red-blooded American to avoid taxes, but not evade them.
Got it. So it's your bracket, you might need 4.
My bracket's low, though my capital's high.
$46,000 at the San Fernando Savings and Loans, not very much, he said, grimly amused to see her blanch. $8,700 in your checking account at the Los Angeles and Californias, not too much either.
You're a bastard.
He smiled. I merely have friends in high places, like you. Casually, he opened the trap. Will you and Link Bartlett have dinner with me tonight?
Link's busy,
she said. Will you have dinner then? 8. Let's meet in the lobby of the Mandarin. He had heard the undercurrent and the giveaway, and he could almost see her mind waves churning. So Link's busy, he thought. And what would Link Bartlett be busy with in that tone of voice? Orlando Ramos? Has to be, he told himself, delighted he had flushed out the real reason, the real why of her help. Orlando. Orlando leading to Link Bartlett, leading to Gaunt. Casey's petrified of Orlando. Is she petrified that Gaunt's behind Orlando's onslaught on Bartlett? Or is she just frantic with jealousy and ready to bring Bartlett a tumbling down? Chapter 59, 5:35 p.m. Casey joined the packed lines going through the turnstiles at Golden Ferry. People were shoving and pushing and hurrying along the corridor for the next ferry. As the warning bell sounded shrilly, those in front broke into a frantic run. Involuntarily, her feet quickened. The noisy, heated crush of humanity carried her along onto the ferry. She found a seat and stared out at the harbour gloomily, wondering if she had pulled off her side of the deal. Jesus, Casey, Murtaugh had burst out. Head office'll never go for it in a million years.
If they don't, they'll miss the greatest opportunity of their lives. And so will you. This is your big chance. Grab it. If you help Struan's now, think how much face everyone gets. When Dunross comes to see you,
if he comes,
he'll come. I'll get him to come see you. And when he does, tell him this is all your idea, not mine, and that you...
But Casey, don't...
No, it's got to be your idea. I'll back you 1,000% with New York. And when Dunross comes to you, tell him you want old friend status too.
Jesus, Casey, I've got enough troubles without having to explain to those meatheads back home about old friend and face.
So don't explain that part to them. You pull this off, and you'll be the most important American banker in Asia.
Yes, Casey told herself, sick with hope.
And I'll have extricated Link from Gaunt's trap. I know I'm right about Gaunt.
The hell you are, Casey, Bartlett had said angrily this morning, the first time in their life together he had ever flared at her.
It's obvious, Link, she had slammed back. I'm not trying to interfere in...
The hell you're not.
You brought Orlando up. I didn't. You're going overboard about her great cooking and great dancing and great outfit and great company. All I said was, did you have a nice time?
Sure, but you said it with a real crappy, harpy jealous tone, and I know you meant, I hope you had a lousy time.
Link was right, Casey thought in misery. If he wants to be out all night, that's up to him. I should have buttoned up like the other times and not made a big deal of it. But this isn't like the other times. He's in danger and won't see it. For Christ's sake, Link, that woman's after your money and power, and that's all. How long have you known her? A couple of days. Where did you meet her? Gaunt. She's got to be Gaunt's puppet. That guy's as smart as they come. I've done some checking, Link. Her apartment's paid by him. Her bills.
She told me all that, and all about him and her, and that's the past. You can forget Olander, get it? Just don't badmouth her anymore. Understand?
Parkon's got a lot riding on whether it's Struan's or Gaunt, and they'll both use any tactic to undermine you or lay you open to attack.
And lay the operative word? Come on, Casey, for Christ's sake. You've never been jealous before. Admit you're fit to be tied. She's everything a man could want, and you're...
She remembered how he had stopped just before he'd said it. Tears filled her eyes.
He's right, goddammit. I'm not. I'm a goddamn business machine, not feminine like her, not an easy lay, and not interested in being a housewife, at least not yet. And I could never do what she's done. Olander's soft, pliant, golden, a great cook, he says. Feminine, great body, great legs, great taste, trained and bettable. Jesus, how bettable. And with no thought in her goddamn head but how to catch a rich husband. The Frenchwoman was right. Link's a patsy for any no-account harpy Asian gold digger, and Olander's the cream of the Hong Kong crop. Shit. But whatever Link says, I'm still right about her, and right about Gaunt. Or am I? Let's face it, I've nothing to go on but a few rumours, and my own intuition. Olander's got me on the run. I'm running scared. I made a goddamn mistake letting myself go at Link. Remember what he said before he left the suite? From here on in, you stay the hell out of my private life. Oh, God.
There was a fine wind blowing as the ferry skittered across the harbour, engines pounding, sampans and other boats moving nimbly out of the way, the sky brooding and overcast. Oblivious, she dabbed her tears away, took out a mirror and checked that her mascara was not running. A huge freighter sounded its horn, flags fluttering, and moved majestically past. But she did not see it, nor the immensity of the nuclear carrier tied up alongside the Admiralty Wharf, Hong Kong side.
Get hold of yourself,
she muttered in misery to her mirror image.
Jesus, you look 40.
The cramped wooden benches were crowded, and she shifted uncomfortably, jammed between other passengers, most of whom were Chinese, though here and there were camera-heavy tourists and other Europeans. There was not an inch of free space, all gangways clogged, seats clogged, and already blocks of passengers crowded the ramp exit on both decks. The Chinese beside her were awkwardly reading their newspapers, as people would on any subway, except that from time to time they would hawk noisily to clear their throats. One spat. On the bulkhead right in front of him was a large sign in Chinese and English. No spitting, fine $20. He hawked again, and Casey wanted to take his newspaper and thump him with it. The Taipan's remark flooded her memory. We've been trying to change them for 120-odd years, but Chinese don't change easily.
It's not just them, she thought, her head aching. It's everyone and everything in this man's world. The Taipan's right. So what am I going to do? About Link? Change the rules or not? I have already. I've gone over his head with the bailout scheme. That's a first. Am I going to tell him about it or not? Dunross won't give me away, and Murtaugh'll take all the credit. Has to, if First Central will buy it. I'll have to tell Link sometime. But whether the bailout works or not, what about Link and me?
Her eyes were fixed ahead, unseeing, as she tried to decide. The ferry was nearing the Kowloon terminal berth now. 2 other ferries leaving for Hong Kong side swirled out of the way for the incomers. Everyone got up and began to jostle for position at the port exit ramp. The ship heeled slightly, unbalanced.
Jesus, she thought uneasily, jerked out of her reverie. There must be 500 of us on each deck.
Then she winced as an impatient Chinese matron squeezed past, stomped carelessly on her foot, and pushed on through the throng to the head of the line. Casey got up, her foot hurting, wanting to belt the woman with her umbrella.
There's something else, huh?
The tall American behind her said with grim good humour.
What? Oh, yes. Something else. Some of them.
People surrounded her, crowding her, pressing too close. Suddenly she felt claustrophobic and sickened. The man sensed it and used his bulk to force a little room. Those who were pushed aside gave way with ill humour.
Thanks,
she said, relieved, the nausea gone.
Yes, thanks.
I'm Rosemont, Stanley Rosemont. We met at the Taipans.
Casey turned, startled.
Oh, sorry. I guess I was a million miles away. I didn't... Sorry. How's it going?
She asked, not remembering him.
More of the same, Casey.
Rosemont looked down at her.
Not so good with you, huh?
He asked kindly.
Oh, I'm fine. Sure, very fine.
She turned away, self-conscious that he'd noticed. Sailors were fore and aft, and they tossed out guy lines which were instantly caught and dropped over stanchions. The thick rope screeched under the tension, setting her teeth on edge. As the ferry eased perfectly into its berth, the drawbridge gate began to lower, but before it was down completely, the crowd was surging off the boat. Casey carried with it. After a few yards, the pressure eased, and she walked up the ramp at her own pace, other passengers flooding down the other ramp opposite to board for Hong Kong side. Rosemont caught up with her.
You at the V&A?
Yes,
she said.
You? Oh, no. We've an apartment, Hong Kong side. The consulate owns it.
Have you been here long?
2 years? It's interesting, Casey. After a month or so, you feel locked in. No place to go, so many people, seeing the same friends day after day. But soon it's great. Soon you get to feel you're at the center of the action, the center of Asia, where all the action is today. Sure, Hong Kong's the center of Asia. Papers are good, you've great food, good golf, racing, boating, and it's easy to go to Taipei, Bangkok, or wherever. Hong Kong's okay. Of course, it's nothing like Japan. Japan's something else. That's like out of Oz.
Is that good or bad?
Great, if you're a man. Tough for wives, very tough, and for kids. Your helplessness, your alienness, is shoved back at you. You can't even read a street sign. I was there for a 2-year tour. I liked it a lot. Athena, my wife, she got to hate it.
Rosemont laughed.
She hates Hong Kong and wants to go back to Indochina, to Vietnam or Cambodia. She was a nurse there some years back with the French army.
Through the fog of our own problems, Casey heard an undercurrent, and she began to listen.
She's French? American. Her father was ambassador for a tour during the French War.
You have kids?
She asked. 2. Both sons. Athena was married before.
Another undercurrent.
Your sons were from her first marriage?
One was. She was married to a Vietnamese. He was killed just before Dien Bien Phu. That was when the French ran the country, or were getting run out. Poor guy was killed before young Vienne was born. He's like my own son. Yes, both my boys are great. You staying long?
Depends on my boss and our deal.
Guess you know we're hoping to tie in with Struan's. It's the talk of the town. Apart from the fire at Aberdeen, the flooding, all the mudslides, the storm, Struan's stock crash, the bank runs, and the market falling apart. One thing about Hong Kong, it's never dull. You think he'll make it?
The Taipan? I've just left him. I hope so.
He's confident.
Yes, very confident. I like him.
Yes, I like Bartlett too. You've been with him long?
7 years, almost.
They were out of the terminal now, the road just as crowded. On the right was the harbour, and they chatted, heading east for the pedestrian underpass that would take them to the V&A. Rosemont pointed at a small shop, the Rice Bowl.
Athena works there from time to time. It's a charity shop run by Americans. All the profit goes to refugees. A lot of the wives put in a day or 2 there. Keeps them busy. I guess you're busy all the time.
Only 7 days a week.
I heard Ling say that you were taking off over the weekend for Taipei. Will that be your first visit?
Yes, but I'm not going. Just Link and the Taipan.
Casey tried to stop the immediate thought welling, but she could not.
Is he going to take Orlander? He's right. It's none of my affair. But Parkon is. And since Link's hooked, lined, and sinkered by the enemy, the less he knows about the first central ploy, the better.
Pleased that she could come to the decision dispassionately, she continued to talk with Rosemont, answering his questions, not really concentrating, pleased to converse with a friendly soul who was as informative as he was interested.
And Taipei's different. More easygoing, less hard-nosed, but a comer, he was saying. We're popular in Taiwan, which is a change. So you're really going to spread? On a big deal like this, I guess you've a dozen execs on hand.
No, there's just the two of us at the moment. And Forrester, he's head of our phone division, and our attorney.
Mentioning him, Casey hardened.
Damn him for trying to stymie us. Link's got Parkon organized very well. I handle the day-to-day, and he fixes policy.
You're a public company?
Oh, sure, but that's okay too. Link has control, and our directors and stockholders don't give us a hassle. Dividends are on the rise, and if the Struan deal goes through, they'll skyrocket.
We could use more U.S. firms in Asia. Trade is what made the empire great for the British. I wish you luck, Casey. Hey, that reminds me, he added casually. You remember Ed Langan, my buddy, who was with me at the Taipan's party? He knows one of your stockholders, a guy called Pistazio, some name like that.
Casey was startled.
Anastasio? Vincenzo Anastasio?
Yes, I think that was it, he told her, lying easily, watching her, and at her look added, Did I say something?
No, it's just a coincidence. Anastasio arrives tomorrow morning.
What?
Casey saw him staring at her, and she laughed.
You can tell your friend he's staying at the Hilton.
Rosemont's mind buzzed.
Tomorrow? I'll be goddamned.
Casey said carefully,
He's a good friend of Langan's?
No, but he knows him. He says Anastasio's quite a guy. A gambler, isn't he?
Yes.
You don't like him?
I've only met him a couple of times. At the races. He's big at Del Mar. I'm not much on gamblers or gambling.
They were weaving through the crowds. People jostled from behind, and oncoming hordes jostled from the front. The underpass stank of mildew and bodies. She was very glad to get back into the air once more, and looking forward to a shower and an aspirin and a rest before 8 p.m. Beyond the buildings overhead was the whole of the eastern harbour. A departing jet barreled into the overcast. Rosemont caught sight of the tall deck derricks of the Sovietsky Ivanov tied up alongside. Involuntarily, he glanced Hong Kong side and saw how easy it would be for high-powered binoculars to rake the US carrier and almost count her rivets.
Makes you proud to be an American, doesn't it?
Casey said happily, following his look.
If you're consulate, you'll get to go aboard her.
Sure, guided tour.
Lucky you.
I was there yesterday. The captain had a shindig for locals. I tagged along.
Again Rosemont told the lie easily. He had gone aboard late last night and again this morning. His initial interview with the Admiral, Captain and Security Chief had been stormy. It was not until he produced photocopies of the secret manifest of the ship's armaments and the guidance systems manual that they had truly believed there had been a vast security leak. Now the traitor was under tight surveillance in the ship's brig, guarded by his own CIA people, 24 hours a day. Soon the man would break.
Yes, Rosemont thought, and after that, jail for 20 years. If it was up to me, I'd drop the bastard in the goddamn harbor. Shit, I've got nothing against the Metkins and the KGB. Those bastards are just doing their job for their side, however wrong they are. But our own Joes? Okay, fella, you're caught. First tell us why you did it.
Money?
Jesus H. Christ!
The sailor's dossier had shown that he had come from a small town in the Middle West, his work exemplary with nothing in his past or present to indicate a potential security risk. He was a quiet man, good at computer programming, liked by his compatriots and trusted by his superiors. No left-wing indications, no homosexuality, No problem of blackmail. No nothing. Then why? He had asked him.
This guy came up to me in San Diego and said he'd like to know all about the corregidor, and he'd pay.
But don't you understand about treason, about betraying your country?
Hell, all he wanted was a few facts and figures. So what? What's the difference? We can blast the hell out of the goddamn commies any time we like. The corregidor's the greatest carrier afloat. It was a caper, and I wanted to see if I could do it. And they paid on the dot. Jesus, how are we gonna keep security when there are guys like him with their brains in their asses?
Rosemont asked himself wearily. He walked along, listening to himself chatting with Casey, probing her, trying to decide what sort of a risk she was and what Bartlett was, with their tie-in to Banastasio. Soon they joined other people going up the wide steps to the hotel. A smiling pageboy opened the swing doors. The foyer was bustling.
Casey, I'm early for my appointment. Can I buy you a drink?
Casey hesitated, then smiled, liking him, enjoying chatting.
Sure, thanks. First let me collect my messages, okay?
She went to the desk. There were a sheaf of telexes and messages from Janelli, Stiegler and Forrester to please call, and a handwritten note from Bartlett. The note contained routine instructions about Parkon, all of which she agreed to, and asked her to make sure that the airplane was ready to take off on Sunday. The note ended, "Casey, we're going with Rothwell Gaunt. Let's meet for breakfast in the suite, 9 a.m. See you then." She went back to Rosemont.
Can I take a rain check?
Bad news?
Oh no, just a load of stuff to deal with.
Sure, but maybe you'd like dinner next week. You and Link. I'd like Athena to meet you. She'll give you a call to fix the day. Okay?
Thanks. I'd like that.
Casey left him, her whole being more than ever committed to the course she had decided upon. Rosemont watched her go, then ordered a cutty sark and soda and began to wait, lost in thought.
How much money's Banastasio got in Parkon? And what's he got in return? Jesus H. Christ, Parkon's hot in defense and space, and a lot of secret crap. What's that bum doing here? Thank God I took on Casey today, and didn't leave her to one of the guys. He might have missed Banastasio.
Robert Armstrong arrived.
Jesus, Robert, you look terrible, the American said. You better get yourself a vacation or a good night's rest, or lay off the broads.
Get stuffed. You ready? We'd better leave.
You've time for a quick one. The bank date's been changed to 7. There's plenty of time.
Yes, but I don't want to be late, as we're to meet the governor at his office.
Okay.
Obediently, Rosemont finished his drink, signed the bill, and they walked back toward the ferry terminal. How's Dry Run? Armstrong asked.
They're still there, with flags flying. Looks like the Azerbaijan revolt fizzled.
Rosemont noticed the heaviness on the Englishman.
What's eating you, Robert?
Sometimes I don't like being a copper. That's all. Armstrong took out a cigarette and lit it.
I thought you gave up smoking.
I did. Listen, Stanley, old friend, I'd better warn you. You're in the proverbial creek without a paddle. Cross is so mad he's fit to be committed.
So what else is new? A lot of guys think he's a basket case anyway. Jesus, it was Ed Langan who tipped you off about the AMG files in the first place. We're allies, for Christ's sake.
True, Armstrong replied sourly. But that's no license to mount a totally unauthorized raid on a totally clean flat belonging to the totally clean telephone company.
Who, me?
Rosemont looked pained.
What flat?
Sinclair Towers, flat 32. You and your guerrillas knocked down the door in the dead of the night. For what, may I ask?
How should I know?
Rosemont knew he had to bluff this one through, but he was still furious that whoever was in the apartment had escaped without identification. His rage over the carrier leak, Metkin's not being available for questioning, the whole Severin mess, and Cross's perfidy, had prompted him to order the raid. One of his Chinese informants had picked up a rumour that though the apartment was empty most of the time, sometimes it was used by communist enemy agents, of gender unknown, and there was a meeting tonight. Kanohi, one of his best agents, had led the raid and thought he caught a glimpse of 2 men going out the back, but he wasn't sure. And though he searched diligently, they had vanished, and he had found nothing in the apartment to prove or disprove the rumour. Just 2 half-empty glasses. The glasses were brought back and tested for fingerprints. One was clean, the other well marked.
I've never been to 32 Sinclair Towers, for Christ's sake.
Maybe, but your Keystone cops were there. Several tenants reported 4 tall, meaty Caucasians charging up and down the stairs. Armstrong added even more sourly, all fat-arsed and fat-headed. Have to be yours. Not mine. No, sir. Oh, yes, they were, and that mistake's going to backfire. Cross has already sent 2 pretty foul cables to London. The pity of it is, you failed to catch anything, and we catch hell because of your continual screw-ups. Rosemont sighed. Get off my back. I've got something for you. He told Armstrong of his conversation with Casey about Banastasio. Of course, we know his connection with Parkon, but I didn't know he was arriving tomorrow. What do you think? Armstrong had seen the arrival recorded on photographer Ung's calendar. Interesting, he said non-committally. I'll tell the old man. But you'd better have a good explanation for him about Sinclair Towers, and don't mention that I told you. His fatigue was almost overwhelming him. This morning at 6:30 a.m., he had begun the first real probe of Brian Kwok. It was an orchestrated set piece. While still drugged, Brian Kwok had been taken out of his clean white cell and put naked into a filthy dungeon with dank walls and a stinking thin mattress on the mildewed floor. Then, 10 minutes after the wake-up drug had jerked him into parched, aching consciousness, the light had blazed on, and Armstrong had ripped the door open and cursed the SI jailer. For Christ's sake! What are you doing to Superintendent Kwok? Have you gone mad? How dare you treat him like this? Superintendent Cross's orders, sir. This client's been... There must be a mistake. I don't give a damn about Cross. He'd thrown the man out and put his full, kind attention onto his friend. Here, old chum. Do you want a cigarette? Oh, Christ. Thanks. Brian Kwok's fingers had trembled as he held the cigarette and drew the smoke deep.
Robert, what the hell's going on?
I don't know. I've just heard. That's why I'm here. I was told you'd been on leave for a few days. Cross has gone mad. He claims you're a communist spy.
Me? For God's sake!
What's the date today? The 30th, Friday, he had said at once, expecting the question, adding 7 days.
Who won the 5th race?
Butterscotch Lass, he had said, caught off guard, astonished that Brian Kwok was still functioning so well, and not at all certain if his own slight hesitation had been read for the lie it was. Why?
Just wondered. Listen, Robert, this is a mistake. You've got to help me. Don't you see?
On cue, Roger Cross had come in like the wrath of God.
Listen, spy, I want names and addresses of all your contacts right now. Who's your controller?
Weakly, Brian Kwok had stumbled to his feet.
Sir, it's all a mistake. There's no controller, and I'm no spy, and...
Cross had suddenly shoved blow-ups of the photos in his face.
Then explain how you were photographed in Ningdok, in front of your family pharmacy, with your mother Fongling Wu. Explain how your real name's Ju Toi Wu, second son of these parents, Ting Top Wu and Fongling Wu.
They'd both seen the instant of shock on Brian Kwok's face.
Lies,
he had mumbled.
Lies. I'm Brian Carson Kwok, and I'm...
You're a liar, Cross had shouted.
We have witnesses. We have evidence. You are identified by your grandson, Artam.
Another gasp, covered almost brilliantly, then...
I have no grandson called Artam. You'll spend the rest of your life in this cell unless you tell us everything. I'll see you in a week. You'd better answer everything truthfully, or I'll put you in chains.
Robert? Cross had whirled on him. You're forbidden to come here without permission." Then he had stalked out of the cell. In the silence, Armstrong remembered how nauseated he had been, having seen the truth written on his friend's face. He was too well-trained an observer to be mistaken. "Christ, Brian," he had said, continuing the game, hating his hypocrisy even so. "What possessed you to do it?" "Do what?" Brian Kwok had said defiantly. "You can't cheat me or trick me, Robert. It can't be 7 days. I'm innocent. And the photos? Fake. They're fake. Dreamed up by Cross." Brian Kwok had held onto his arm, a desperate light behind his eyes, and whispered hoarsely, "I told you Cross is the real mole. He's the mole, Robert. He's a homo. He's trying to frame me and—" On cue, the brittle officious SI jailer jerked the cell door open. "Sorry, sir, but you've got to leave." "All right, but first give him some water." "No water's allowed." "God damn you! Get him some water!" Reluctantly, the jailer obeyed. While they were momentarily alone, Armstrong had slipped the cigarettes under the mattress. "Brian, I'll do what I can." Then the jailer was back in the room with a battered cup. "That's all you can have," he said angrily. "I want the cup back." Thankfully, Brian Kwok had gulped it, and with it the drug. Armstrong left. The door slammed and the bolts shoved home. Abruptly, the lights went out, leaving Brian Kwok in darkness. 10 minutes later, Armstrong had gone back in with Dr. Dawn. And Cross. Brian Kwok was unconscious, deeply drugged again, and dreaming fitfully. "Robert, you did very well," Cross had said softly. "Did you see the client's shock?" "Yes, sir." "Good. So did I. No mistake about that, or his guilt. Doctor, step up the sleep-wake-up every hour on the hour for the next 24. "Christ!" Armstrong burst out. "Don't you think—" "Every hour on the hour, Doctor, provided he checks out medically. I don't want him harmed, just pliable. For the next 24. Robert, then you interrogate him again. If that doesn't work, we put him into the Red Room." Dr. Dawn had flinched, and Armstrong recalled how his heart had missed a beat. "No," he said. "For Christ's sake, the client's guilty, Robert!" Cross snarled, no longer play-acting. "Guilty! The client shopped Fong Fong and our lads and has done us God knows what damage. We're under the gun. The orders come from London. Remember Metkin, our great commissar catch from the Ivanov? I've just heard the RAF transport's vanished. It refueled in Bombay, then vanished somewhere over the Indian Ocean." Chapter 60, 6:58 p.m. The governor was in an Olympian rage. He got out of the car and stomped to the side door of the bank, where John was waiting for him. "Have you read this?" The governor waved the evening edition of The Guardian in the night air. The huge headline read, "MPs accuse PRC." "Bloody incompetent fools, what?" "Yes, sir." John was equally choleric. He led the way past the uniformed doorman into a large anteroom. "Can't you hang both of them?" At their afternoon press conference, Gray and Broadhurst had proclaimed publicly everything that he, John Dunross, and the other Taipans had at length patiently condemned as totally against Britain's, Hong Kong's, and China's interest. Gray had gone on at length discussing his private and personal opinion that Red China was bent on world conquest and should be treated as the great enemy of world peace. "I've already had one unofficial official scream." John winced. "Oh, God, not from Tip Top?" "Of course from Tip Top. He said, in that calm, sulky voice of his, 'Your Excellency, when our peers in Peking read how important members of your great English Parliament view the Middle Kingdom, I think they will be really quite angry. I'd say our chances of getting the temporary use of their money now is nil.'" Another wave of anger went over John. "That damned man implied his views were the committee's views.
which is totally untrue. Ridiculous to inflame China under any circumstances. Without China's benevolence, our position here is totally untenable. Totally. Bloody fool. And we all went out of our way to explain.
The governor took out a handkerchief and blew his nose.
Where are the others? Superintendent Cross and Mr. Cinders are using my office for a moment. Ian's on his way. What about Ian and Gray, sir? Gray being Ian's brother-in-law, eh? Extraordinary.
Since Gray had mentioned it in response to a question this afternoon, he had had a dozen calls about it.
Astonishing that Ian never mentioned it. Or Penelope. Very odd. Do you think...
John glanced up and stopped. Dunross was walking toward them.
Evening, sir. Hello, Ian. I put the time back to 7 p.m. to give me a chance to see Cinders and Stanley Rosamond.
The governor held up the paper.
You've seen this?
Yes, sir. The Chinese evening papers are so incensed, I'm surprised every edition's not on fire, and all of Central with them.
I'd try them for treason, John said, his face sour. What the devil can we do, Ian?
Pray, I've already spoken to Guthrie, the Liberal MP, and some of the Tories. One of the Guardian's top reporters is interviewing them right now, and their opposite opinions will be the morning headlines refuting all this poppycock. Dunross wiped his hands. He could feel the sweat on his back as well. The combination of Gray, Tip-Top, Jacques, Philip Chen, the coin, and the AMG files was unnerving him.
Christ Jesus, he thought. What next?
His meeting with Murtagh of the Royal Belgium had been what Casey had forecast. A long shot, but a good one. Coming out of that meeting, someone had given him the afternoon papers, and the bombshell that such ill-advised remarks was going to create had almost knocked him over.
We'll have to just dismiss the whole thing publicly, and privately work like hell to make sure Gray's bill to bring Hong Kong down to Britain's level never gets to a vote, or is voted down, and Labour never gets elected.
He felt his bile rising.
Broadhurst was just as bad, if not worse. Ian, have you talked to Tip-Top?
No, Bruce. His line's still busy, though I did send a message around. He told them what he had arranged with Philip Chen. Then the governor related Tip-Top's complaint. Dunross was aghast.
When did he call, sir?
Just before 6. He would have had our message by then. Dunross felt his heart thumping.
After this debacle, I'd lay heavy odds there's no chance for Chinese money.
I agree. Dunross was acutely aware they had not mentioned Gray's relationship to him.
Robin Gray's worse than a fool,
he said, thinking he might just as well bring it out into the open.
My God-cursed brother-in-law could not have done better for the Soviets if he was a member of the Politburo. Broadhurst as well. Stupid.
After a pause, the governor said,
As the Chinese say, the devil gives you your relations. Thank all gods you can choose your friends.
You're so right. Fortunately, the committee's due to leave Sunday. With the races tomorrow and all the other problems, perhaps it'll all get lost in the shuffle. Dunross mopped his brow.
It's close in here, isn't it?
The governor nodded, then added testily,
Is everything ready, John?
Yes, sir. In the hall, the elevator opened, and Roger Cross and Edward Cinders, chief of MI6, came out.
Ah, Cinders,
the governor said, as they both came into the anteroom.
I'd like you to meet Mr. Dunross.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Cinders shook hands with Dunross. He was a middle-aged, middle-height, nondescript man with crumpled clothes. His face was thin and colourless, the stubble of his beard grey.
Please excuse my rumpledness, sir, but I haven't been to the hotel yet.
Sorry about that, Dunross replied. This could certainly have waited until tomorrow. Evening, Roger.
Evening, sir.
Evening, Ian, Cross said crisply.
As we're all here, perhaps we could proceed.
Obediently, John began to lead the way, but Dunross said, Just a moment. Sorry, Bruce. Could you excuse us a moment?
Oh, certainly.
John covered his surprise, wondering what this was all about, and who Cinders was, but much too wise to ask. He knew they would tell him if they wanted him to know. The door closed behind him. Dunross glanced at the governor. "Do you attest, sir, formally, this is Edward Sinders, head of MI6? "I do." The governor handed him an envelope. "I believe you wanted it in writing." "Thank you, sir." To Sinders, Dunross said, "Sorry, but you understand my reluctance?"
"Of course. Good. Then that's settled. Shall we go, Mr. Dunross?"
"Who's Mary McPhee?" Sinders was shocked. Cross and the governor stared at him, perplexed, then at Dunross.
"You have friends in high places, Mr. Dunross. May I ask who told you that?"
"Sorry." Dunross kept his gaze on him. Alistair Struan had got the information from some VIP in the Bank of England who had approached someone high up in the government. "All we want to do is to be sure Sinders is who he pretends to be."
"Mary McPhee's a friend,"
Sinders said uneasily. "Sorry, that's not good enough."
"A girlfriend."
"Sorry, neither's that. What's her real name?" Sinders hesitated. Then, his face chalky, he took Dunross by the arm and guided him to the far end of the room. He put his lips very close to Dunross's ear.
"Anastasia Kekilova, First Secretary of the Czechoslovak Embassy in London,"
he whispered, his back to Cross and the governor. Dunross nodded, satisfied, but Sinders held onto his arm with surprising strength and whispered even more softly,
"You'd better forget that name. If the KGB ever suspect you know, they'll get it out of you. Then she's dead, I'm dead, and so are you."
Dunross nodded. "Fair enough." Sinders took a deep breath, then turned and nodded at Cross. "Now let's have this done with, Roger. Your Excellency?" Tensely, they all followed him. John was waiting at the elevator. 3 floors below were the vaults. 2 plainclothes guards waited in the small hallway in front of the heavy iron gates. One man CID, the other SI. Both saluted. John unlocked the gates and let everyone through except the guards, then relocked them. "Just a bank custom."
"Have you ever had a break-in?"
Sinders asked. "No, though the Japanese did force the gates when the keys were, lost."
"Were you here then, sir?"
"No, I was lucky." After Hong Kong capitulated at Christmas 1941, the 2 British banks, Black's and the Victoria, became prime Japanese targets and were ordered to be liquidated. All the executives were separated and kept under guard and forced to assist the process. Over the months and years, they were all subjected to extreme pressures. They were forced to issue banknotes illegally. And then the Kempei-tai, the hated and feared Japanese secret police, had become involved. "The Kempei-tai executed several of our fellows and made the lives of the rest miserable," John said. "The usual. No food, beatings, privation, shut up in cages. Some died of malnutrition. Starvation's the real word. And both Blacks and we lost our chief execs." John unlocked another grill. Beyond were rows and rows of safe deposit boxes in several interconnecting concrete reinforced cellars. "Ian?" Dunross took out his passkey. "It's 168594. John led the way. Very uncomfortable, he inserted his bank key in one lock. Dunross did the same with his. They turned both keys. The lock clicked open. Now all eyes were on the box. John took out his key. I'll be waiting at the gate," he said, glad it was over, and left. Dunross hesitated. "There are other things in here, private papers. Do you mind?" Cross did not move.
"Sorry, but either Mr. Sinders or myself should ensure we get possession of all the files."
Dunross noticed the sweat on both men. His own back was wet. "Your Excellency, would you mind watching?" "Not at all." Reluctantly, the 2 other men retreated. Dunross waited until they were well away, then opened the box. It was large. Sir Geoffrey's eyes widened. The box was empty but for the blue-covered files. Without comment, he accepted them. There were 8. Dunross slammed the box closed, and the lock clicked home. Cross came forward, his hand out. "Shall I take them for you, sir?" "No." Cross stopped, startled, and bit back a curse. "That's excellent. The minister set up a procedure, approved by our American friends, which I agreed to." Sir Geoffrey said, "We will all go back to my office. We will all witness the photocopying. 2 copies only. 1 for Mr. Cinders, 1 for Mr. Rosemont. Ian, I have been directly ordered by the minister to give Mr. Rosemont copies." Dunross shrugged, desperately hoping that he still appeared unconcerned. "If that's what the minister wants, that's perfectly all right. When you photocopy the originals, sir, please burn them." He saw them look at him, but he was watching Cross, and he thought he saw an instant of pleasure. "If the files are so special, then it's better they shouldn't exist, except in the correct hands, MI6 and the CIA. Certainly I shouldn't have a copy. If they're not special, then never mind. Most of poor old AMG was too far-fetched, and now that he's dead, I must confess I don't consider the files special, so long as they're in your hands. Please burn or shred them, Excellency." "Very well." The governor turned his pale blue eyes on Roger Cross. "Yes, Roger?" "Nothing, sir." "Shall we go?" Dunross said, "I've got to get some corporate papers to check while I'm here. No need to wait for me." "Very well. Thank you, Ian," Sir Geoffrey said, and left with the other 2 men. When he was quite alone, Dunross went to another bank of boxes in the adjoining vault. He took out his keyring and selected 2 keys, grimly aware that John would have a coronary if he knew he had a duplicate master key. The lock sprang back soundlessly. This box was one of dozens the noble house possessed under different names. Inside were bundles of $100 US notes, ancient deeds and papers. On top was a loaded automatic. As always, Dunross's psyche was unsettled, hating guns, hating Hag Struan, admiring her. In her instructions to Taipans, written just before her death in 1917, that was part of her last will and testament, and in the Taipans safe, she had laid down more rules, and one of them was that there should always be substantial amounts of secret cash for the Taipans' use, on hand, and another that there should be at least 4 loaded handguns perpetually available in secret places. She wrote, "I abhor guns, but I know them to be necessary. On Michaelmas Eve in 1916, when I was infirm and sick, my grandson, Kelly O'Gorman, 3rd Taipan, in name only, believing I was on my deathbed, forced me from my bed to the safe in the great house to fetch the seal chop of the noble house, to assign to him absolute power as Taipan. Instead, I took the gun that was secretly in the safe and shot him. He lingered 2 days, then died. I am God-fearing, and I abhor guns and some killing. But Kelly became a mad dog, and it is the duty of the Taipan to protect the succession. I regret his death, not a jot or tittle. You who read this, beware. Kith or kin lust for power, as others do. Do not be afraid to use any method to protect Dirk Struan's legacy." A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. He remembered the hair on the nape of his neck rising when he had first read her instructions, the night he had taken over as Taipan. He had always believed that Cousin Kelly, eldest son of the hag's last daughter Rose, had died of cholera in one of the great waves that perpetually washed Asia. There were other monstrosities she had written about. In 1894, that most terrible of years, the second of Jean Qua's coins was brought to me. That was the year plague had come to Hong Kong, bubonic plague. Amongst our heathen Chinese, tens of thousands were dying. Our own population was equally savaged, and the plague took high and low. Cousin Hannah and 3 children, 2 of Chen Chen's children, 5 grandchildren. Legend foretold that bubonic plague was wind-borne. Others thought it was the curse of God, or a flux like malaria,
the killing bad air of Happy Valley. Then the miracle. The Japanese research doctors Vitasato and Aoyama we brought to Hong Kong isolated the plague bacillus and proved the pest was flea-borne and rat-borne, and that correct sanitation and the elimination of rats would cast out the curse forever. The eyesore hillside of Taiping San that Gordon owns, Gordon Chen, son of my beloved Taipan, where most of our heathen always lived, was a stinking, festering, overcrowded, rat-breeding cauldron for all pestilences. And as much as the authorities cajoled, ordered, and insisted, the superstitious inhabitants there disbelieved everything and would do nothing to improve their lot, though the deaths continued and continued. Even Gordon, now a toothless old man, could do nothing, tearing his hair at his loss of rents, saving his energy for the 4 young women in his household. In the stench of late summer, when it seemed the colony was once more doomed, with deaths mounting daily, I had Taiping San put to torch by night, the whole monstrous stenching mountainside. That some inhabitants were consumed is on my conscience, but without the cleansing fire, the colony was doomed, and hundreds of thousands more doomed. I caused Taiping San to be fired, but thereby I kept troth with Hong Kong. I kept troth with the legacy, and I kept troth with the second of the half coins. On the 20th of April, a man called Chan Wu Ta presented the half coin to my darling young cousin Dirk Dunross, 4th Taipan, who brought it to me, he not knowing the secret of the coins. I sent for the man Chan, who spoke English. The favour he asked was that the noble house should grant immediate sanctuary and succour to a young, Western-educated Chinese revolutionary named Sun Yat-sen. That we should help this Sun Yat-sen with funds, and that we should help him as long as he lived, to the limits of our power, in his fight to overthrow the alien Manchu dynasty of China. Supporting any revolutionary against China's ruling dynasty, with whom we had cordial relations, and on whom depended much of our trade and revenues, was against my principles, and seemingly against the interests of the house. I said, no, I would not assist the overthrow of their emperor. But Chan Wu Ta said, this is the favour required from the noble house. And so it was done. At great risk, I provided funds and protection. My darling Dirk Dunross spirited Dr. Sun out of Canton to the colony, and from there abroad to America. I wanted Dr. Sun to accompany young Dirk to England. He was leaving on the tide. Master of our steamer, Sunset Cloud. That was the week I wanted to hand over to him as real Taipan, but he said, no, not until I return. But he was never to return. He and all hands were lost at sea somewhere in the Indian Ocean. Oh, how terrible my loss, our loss. But death is a part of life, and we the living have our duty to be done. I do not yet know to whom I should hand over. It should have been Dirk Dunross, who was named for his grandfather. His sons are too young. None of the Coopers are adequate, or the Veals. Douglas is possible. None of the McStruans are yet ready. Alistair Struan, perhaps, but there's a weakness there that comes down from Rob Struan. I don't mind admitting to you, future Taipan, that I am weary unto death, but I am not yet ready to die. Pray God, I am given the strength for a few more years. There is not one of my line, or my beloved Dirk Struan's line, worthy of his mantle. And now there is this great war to see through, the house to rebuild, our merchant fleet to refurbish. So far, German U-boats have sunk 30 of our ships, almost our whole fleet. Yes, and there is the favour of the second coin still to fulfil. This Dr. Sun Yat-sen must and will be supported until he dies, and so retain our face in Asia.
And we did, Dunross thought. The noble house supported him in all his troubles, even when he tried to join with Soviet Russia, until he died in 1925, and Chiang Kai-shek, his Soviet-trained lieutenant, assumed his mantle and launched China into the future, until his old ally but ancient enemy, Mao Zedong, took the future away from him to mount the dragon throne in Peking with bloody hands, first of a new dynasty. Dunross took out a handkerchief and mopped his brow. The air in the vault was dusty and dry, and a little caught in his throat, and he coughed. His hands were sweaty too, and he could still feel the chill on his back. He rummaged carefully to the bottom of the deep metal box and found his corporate chop that he would need over the weekend in case the Royal Belgium First Central deal came to pass. I certainly owe Casey more than one favour if the deal is made, he told himself. His heart was thumping again, and he could not resist making sure. With great care, he lifted the secret false bottom of the safety deposit box a fraction. In the 2-inch space beneath were 8 blue-covered files. AMG's real files. Those that moments ago he had passed over to Cinders had been in the sealed package that Kirk and his wife had brought yesterday. Those 8 counterfeit files and a letter.
Taipan, I am terribly worried that both you and I are betrayed, and that information contained in previous files may fall into the wrong hands. The enclosed substitute files are safe and very similar. They drop vital names and vital information. You may pass these over if you are forced to do it, but only then. As to the originals, you should destroy them after you have seen Rico. Certain pages contain invisible writing. Rico will give you the key. Please excuse all these diversionary tactics, but espionage is not for children. It deals in death, actual and in the future. Our lovely Britain is beset with traitors, and evil walks the earth. Bluntly, freedom is under siege as never in history. I beg you to emulate your illustrious ancestor. He fought for freedom to trade, to live, and to worship. Sorry, but I don't think he died in a storm. We'll never know the truth, but I believe he was murdered, as I will be. Not to worry, my young friend. I've done very well in my life. I've put a lot of nails in the enemy coffin, more than my fair share. I ask you to do the same. The letter was signed, "With great respect." Poor bugger, Dunross thought sadly. Yesterday he had smuggled the counterfeit files into the vault, replacing the originals in the other box. He would have liked to have destroyed the originals then, but there was no way to do that safely, and anyway, he had to wait for his meeting with the Japanese woman. Better and safer to leave them where they are for the moment, he said to himself. Plenty of Suddenly he felt eyes. His hand sneaked for the automatic. When his fingers had grasped it, he looked around. His stomach seemed to turn over. Cross was watching him, and John. They were at the entrance to the vault. After a moment, Cross said, I just wanted to thank you for your cooperation, Ian. Mr. Cinders and I appreciate it. Relief poured through Dunross. That's all right. Glad to help. Trying to be casual, he relaxed his hold on the automatic and let it slide away. The false bottom fell silently into place. He saw Cross's scrutiny, but shrugged it off. From where the superintendent stood, he did not think it possible for him to have seen the real files. Dunross blessed his joss that had prevented him from taking one of the files out to leaf through it. Carelessly, he slammed the box shut and his breathing began again. It really is quite stuffy in here, isn't it? Yes. Again, Ian. Thank you. Cross left. How did you open that box? John asked coldly. With a key? 2 keys, Ian. That's against regulations. John held out his hand. May I have our property, please? Sorry, old chum, Dunross said calmly. It's not your property.
John hesitated.
We always suspected you had a duplicate master key. Paul is right about one thing. You've too much power. You consider this bank yours, our funds yours, and the colony yours.
We've had a long and happy association with both, and it's only in the last few years, when Paul Havergill's had some measure of power, that I've had a hard time. Me personally, and my house personally. But worse than that, he's old-fashioned, and I voted him out for that reason only. You're not. You're modern. You'll be fairer, far-seeing, less emotional, and straighter. John shook his head.
I doubt it. If I ever become Taipan of the bank, I'm going to see it's wholly owned by its stockholders and controlled by directors appointed by them.
It is now. We just own 21% of the bank.
You used to own 21%. That stock's pledged against your revolving fund, which you can't and probably never will repay. Besides, 21% is not control. Thank God.
It very nearly is.
My whole point.
John's voice was metallic.
That's dangerous for the bank. Very dangerous.
I don't think so.
I do. I want 11% back.
No sale, old lad.
When I'm Taipan, old lad, I'll get it by hook or by crook.
We'll see.
When I'm Taipan, I'm going to make lots of changes. All these locks, for example. No master keys, privately owned.
We'll see. Dunross smiled. On Kowloon's side, Bartlett jumped from the wharf to the pitching boat, helped Orlando aboard. Automatically, she kicked off her high heels to protect the fine teak deck.
Welcome aboard the Sea Witch, Mr. Bartlett. Evening, Orlando,
Gaunt said with a smile. He was at the helm, and at once he motioned to his deckhand, who cast off from the wharf that was near the Kowloon ferry terminal.
I'm delighted you accepted my invitation to dinner, Mr. Bartlett.
I didn't know I had one until Orlando told me half an hour ago.
Hey, this is a great boat.
Gaunt jovially put the engine into slower stern.
Until an hour ago, I didn't know you two were going to dinner by yourselves. I presumed you'd never seen Hong Kong Harbour by night, so I thought it'd make a change for you. There were a couple of things I wanted to discuss privately, so I asked Orlando if she'd mind if I invited you aboard.
I hope it was no trouble to come Kowloon's side.
No trouble, Mr. Bartlett. It's routine to pick up guests here.
Gaunt smiled a secret smile, thinking about Orlando and all the other guests he had fetched from this Kowloon wharf over the years. Deftly, Gaunt backed the motor cruiser away from the Kowloon dock near Golden Ferry, where the waves slapped the quay dangerously. He put the engine levers into half ahead and swung the tiller starboard to get out into the roads and set a westerly course. The boat was 70 feet, trim, elegant, sparkling, and she handled like a speedboat. They were on the bridge deck, glass-sided, open to the air aft, awnings overhead tight and crackling in the breeze, the wake churning. Gaunt wore rough, casual sea clothes, a light reefer jacket and a jaunty peaked cap sporting the yacht club emblem. The clothes and his trimmed black, grey-flecked beard suited him. He swayed easily with the motion of the boat, very much at home. Bartlett was watching him, at home too in sneakers and casual sweatshirt. Orlando was beside him, and he could feel her, though they were not touching. She wore a dark evening pantsuit and a shawl against the sea cold, and she stood swaying easily, the wind in her hair, tiny without shoes. He looked aft across the harbour at the ferries, junks, liners, and the immense bulk of the battle-grey nuclear carrier, her decks floodlit, her flag fluttering bravely. A jet shrieked into the night sky from Kaitak, and incoming jets approaching Kowloon were stacked up. He could not see the airport or his own airplane from this angle, but he knew where it was parked. This afternoon he had visited it, with police permission, to check and fetch some papers and provisions. Orlando, beside him, touched him casually, and he looked at her. She smiled back, and he was warmed. "Great, isn't it?" Happily she nodded. There was no need to answer. Both knew.
"It is,"
Gaunt said, thinking that Bartlett was talking to him, and looked around at him.
It's grand to be afloat at night, master of your own craft. We go west, then almost due south around Hong Kong, about 3/4 of an hour." He beckoned his captain, who was nearby, a silent, lithe Shanghainese wearing neat, starched white ducks. "Shesha." "Thank you," the man said, taking the helm. Gaunt waved to the chairs aft around a table. "Shall we?" He glanced at Orlando. "You're looking very pretty, Orlando."
"Thank you," she said.
"You're not too cold?"
"Oh, no, Quillen. Thank you."
A liveried steward came from below. On his tray were hot and cold canapes. In the ice bucket beside the table was an opened bottle of white wine, 4 glasses, 2 cans of American beer, and some soft drinks.
"What can I offer you, Mr. Bartlett?" Gaunt asked. "The wine's Frascati, but I hear you prefer ice-cold beer out of the can."
"Tonight, Frascati. Beer later, if I may."
"Orlando?"
"Wine, please, Quillen,"
she said calmly, knowing that he knew she preferred Frascati to any other wine.
"I'll have to be very wise tonight," she thought. "Very strong and very wise and very clever."
She had agreed to Gaunt's suggestion at once, for she too loved the water at night, and the restaurant was a favourite, though she would have preferred to have been alone with Link Bartlett. But it was clearly an
"No,"
she thought, correcting herself.
"It wasn't an order. It was a request. Quillen's on my side, and in this, my side and his side have the same aim in common. Link. Oh, how I enjoy Link."
When she looked at him, she saw he was watching Gaunt. Her heart quickened. It was like once when Gaunt had taken her to Spain, and she had seen a mano a mano.
"Yes, these 2 men are like matadors tonight. I know Quillen still desires me, whatever he says."
She smiled back at him, her excitement in place.
"Wine would be fine for me."
It was dark on deck, the lighting comfortable and intimate. The steward poured. This wine is always very good, delicate, dry, and enticing. Bartlett opened an air-carry bag that he had brought with him. "It's an old American custom to bring a gift the first time you go to a home. I guess this is a home." He put the wine bottle on the table.
"Oh, that's very kind of—"
Gaunt stopped. Delicately, he picked up the bottle and stared at it, then got up and looked at it under the binnacle light. He sat down again.
"That's not a gift, Mr. Bartlett. That's bottled magic. I thought my eyes were deceiving me."
It was a Chateau Margaux, one of the great premier cru clarets from the Médoc in the province of Bordeaux.
"I've never had the 49. That was a dream year for clarets. Thank you. Thank you very much."
"Orlando said you liked red better than white, but I guessed we might have some fish." Casually, he put the second bottle beside the first. Gaunt stared at it. It was a Chateau Haut-Briand. In good years, Chateau Haut-Briand red compared with all the other great Médocs, but the white, dry, delicate, and little known because it was so scarce, was considered one of the finest of all the great Bordeaux whites. The year was 55. Gaunt sighed.
"If you know so much about wines, Mr. Bartlett, why do you drink beer?"
"I like beer with pasta, Mr. Gaunt, and beer before lunch, but wine with food." Bartlett grinned. "Come Tuesday, we'll have beer with the pasta, then Frascati or Verdicchio, or the Umbrian Casale with—"
"With what? Piccata?"
"Great," Bartlett said, not wanting any piccata other than Orlando's. "That's just about my favourite." He kept his attention on Gaunt and did not glance at Orlando, but he knew she knew what he meant. "I'm glad I tested her."
"Oh, did you have a good time?"
she had said when she had called for him this morning at the small hotel on Sunning Road.
"Oh, I do hope so, Link, darling."
The other girl had been beautiful, but there had been no feeling other than lust, the satisfaction of the joining minimal. He had told her.
"Oh, then that's my fault. We chose wrong," she had said unhappily. "Tonight we'll have dinner, and we'll try somewhere else."
Involuntarily he smiled and looked at her. The sea breeze was making her more beautiful. Then he noticed Gaunt watching them. Are we eating fish tonight? Oh, yes. Orlando, did you tell Mr. Bartlett about Bockley Jow?
No, Quillen. Just that we've been invited for a sail.
Good. It won't be a banquet, but the seafood there's excellent, Mr. Bartlett. Why don't you call me Link, and let me call you Quillen? The Mr. bit gives me indigestion. They all laughed. Gaunt said, Link, with your permission, we'll not open your gift tonight. Chinese food's not for these great wines. They wouldn't complement each other. I'll keep them, if I may, for our dinner Tuesday. Of course. There was a small silence within the muted thunder of the diesel engines below. Immediately sensing Gaunt wanted privacy, Orlando got up with a smile.
Excuse me a second. I just want to powder my nose.
Use the forward cabins, the forward gangway, Orlando, Gaunt said, watching her.
Thank you,
she said, and walked off, in one way glad, in another hurt. The forward cabins were for guests. She would have automatically gone down this gangway to the main cabin, to the toilet off the master suite, the suite that once was theirs.
Never mind. The past is the past, and now there's Link, she thought, going forward.
Bartlett sipped his wine, wondering why Orlando had seemed to hesitate. He concentrated on Gaunt. How many does this boat sleep? 10, comfortably. There's a regular crew of 4, captain, engineer, a deckhand, cook, and steward. I'll show you around later if you like. Gaunt lit a cigarette. You don't smoke? No, thanks. We can cruise for a week without refueling, if necessary. We still conclude our deal on Tuesday? That's still D-Day. Have you changed your mind about Struan's? Monday'll still decide the battle. Monday at 3 p.m. When the market closes, you've got Ian or you haven't, and it's a standoff again. This time it won't be a standoff. He's ruined. It sure as hell looks that way. Are you still going to Taipei with him? That's still the plan. Gaunt took a deep drag of his cigarette. His eyes checked the lie of his ship. They were well out into the main channel. Gaunt got up and stood beside the captain a moment, but the captain had also seen the small unlit junk ahead, and he skirted it without danger. Full ahead, Gaunt said, and came back. He refilled the glasses, chose one of the deep-fried dim sum, and looked at the American. Link, may I be blunt? Sure. Orlando. Bartlett's eyes narrowed. What about her? As you probably know, she and I were very good friends once. Very good. Hong Kong's a very gossipy place, and you'll hear all sorts of rumours, but we're still friends, though we haven't been together for 3 years. Gaunt looked at him under his shaggy black-grey eyebrows. I just wanted to say that I wouldn't want her harmed. His teeth glinted with his smile in the gimbaled light over the table. And she's as fine a person and companion as you could find. I agree. Sorry, don't want to belabor anything. Just wanted to make 3 points. One man to another. That was the first. The second, that she's as closed-mouthed as any woman I've ever known. The third's, that she's nothing to do with business. I'm not using her. She's not a prize, or bait, or anything like that. Bartlett let the silence hang. Then he nodded. Sure. You don't believe me? Bartlett laughed. It was a good laugh. Hell, Quillen, this is Hong Kong. I'm out of my depth in more ways than you can shake a stick at. I don't even know if Bockley Jiao's the name of the restaurant, a part of Hong Kong, or in Red China. He drank the wine, enjoying it. As to Orlando, she's great, and you've no need to worry. I got the message. I hope you don't mind my mentioning it. Bartlett shook his head. I'm glad you did. He hesitated, then because the other man was open, he decided to get everything into the open. She told me about the child. Good. Why the frown? I'm just surprised she'd mention her now. Orlando must like you very much. Bartlett felt the power of the eyes watching him, and he tried to read if there was envy there. I hope she does.
She said you'd been great to her since you split, and to her folks. They're nice people. It's rough in Asia to raise 5 children, raise them well. It was always our company policy to help families where we could. Gaunt sipped his wine. The first time I saw Orlando was when she was 10. It was a Saturday at the races in Shanghai. In those days, everyone would dress up in their best clothes and stroll the paddocks. It was her first formal coming out. Her father was a manager in our shipping division. A good fellow, Eduardo Ramos, 3rd generation Macau, his wife pure Shanghainese. But Orlando... Gaunt sighed. Orlando was the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. Her dress was white. I don't remember seeing her after that until she came back from school. She was almost 18 then, and, well, I fell madly in love with her. Gaunt looked up from his glass. I can't tell you how lucky I felt all those years with her. His eyes hardened. Did she tell you I broke the man who seduced her? Yes. Good. Then you know it all. Gaunt added with great dignity, I just wanted to mention my 3 points. Bartlett felt a sudden warmth toward the other man. I appreciate them. He leaned forward to accept more wine. Why don't we leave it this way? Come Tuesday, all debts and friendships are cancelled, and we start fresh. All of us. Meanwhile, which side are you on? Gaunt asked, the front of his face a smile. For the raid? Yours. 100%, Bartlett said at once. For Parkon's probe into Asia? I'm in the middle. I wait for the winner. I lean toward you, and I hope you're the winner. But I'm waiting. The two aren't the same? No. I set the ground rules of the raid way back. I said the raid was a one-time operation, a fool's mate. Bartlett smiled. Sure, Quillen. I'm 100% with you on the raid. Didn't I put up the 2 million with no chop, no paper, just a handshake? After a pause, Gaunt said, In Hong Kong, sometimes that's more valuable. I haven't the exact figures, but on paper, we're between 24 and 30 million Hong Kong ahead. Bartlett raised his glass. Hallelujah! But meanwhile, how about the bank run? How will that affect us? Gaunt frowned. I don't think it will. Our market's very volatile, but Blacks and the Vic are solid, unbreakable. The government has to support both of them. There's a rumour the governor will declare Monday a bank holiday and close the banks for as long as needed. It's just a matter of time before cash becomes available to stop the loss of confidence. Meanwhile, a lot will get burned, and a lot of banks will go to the wall. But that shouldn't affect our plan. When do you buy back in? That depends on when you dump Struan's. How about noon Monday? That gives you plenty of time before closing for you and your secret nominees to buy after the news leaks and the shares go down some more. Excellent. Chinese work on rumours very much, so the market can swing from boom to bust or vice versa very easily. Noon is fine. You'll do that in Taipei? Yes. I'll need a telex confirmation. Casey'll give that to you. She knows about the plan? Yes, now she does. How many shares do you need for control? You should have that information. That's the only piece missing. When we buy in, we'll have enough to give us at least 3 immediate seats on the board, and Ian's through. Once we're on the board, Struan's is in our power, and then, very soon, I merge Struan's with Rothwell Gaunt. And you're Taipan of the noble house. Yes. Gaunt's eyes glinted. He refilled the glasses. Health! Health! They drank, content with their deal. But in their secret hearts, neither trusted the other, not even a little. Both were very glad they had contingency plans, if need be. Grim-faced, the 3 men came out of Government House and got into Cross's car. Cross drove. Cinder sat in the front, Rosemont in the back, and both of them held on tightly to their still unread copies of the AMG files. The night was dark,
the sky scudding and the traffic heavier than usual. Rosemont, sitting in the back, said, "You think the Gov will read the originals before he shreds them?" "I would," Cinders replied without turning to look at him. "Sir Geoffrey's much too clever to do that," Cross said. "He won't shred the originals until your copy's safely in the minister's hands, just in case you don't arrive. Even so, he's far too shrewd to read something that could be an embarrassment to Her Majesty's plenipotentiary, and therefore Her Majesty's government." Again there was a silence. Then, unable to hold back any more, Rosemont said coldly, "What about Metkin, eh? Where was the foul-up, Raj?" "Bombay. The aircraft had to have been sabotaged there. If it was sabotage." "For Christ's sake, Raj, gotta be. Of course someone was tipped. Where was the leak? Your goddamn mole again?" He waited, but neither man answered him. "What about the Ivanov, Raj? You going to impound her and make a sudden search?" "The governor checked with London, and they thought it unwise to create an incident." "What the hell do those meatheads know?" Rosemont said angrily. "She's a spy ship, for Christ's sake. Betcha 50 to a Ben Hatpin would get current code books, a look at the best surveillance gear in the USSR, and 5 or 6 KGB experts." "Huh?" "Of course, you're right, Mr. Rosemont," Cinders said thinly. "But we can't, not without the necessary approval." "Let me and my guys—" "Absolutely not." Irritably, Cinders took out his cigarettes. The pack was empty. Cross offered his. "So you're going to let them get away with it?" "I'm going to invite the captain, Captain Suslev, to HQ tomorrow and ask him for an explanation," Cinders said. "I'd like to be party to that." "I'll consider it." "You'll have an official okay before 9 a.m. Cinders snapped. "Sorry, Mr. Rosemont, but if I wish, I can override any directives from your brass while I'm here." "We're allies, for Christ's sake." Cross said sharply, "Then why did you raid 32 Sinclair Towers uninvited?" Rosemont sighed and told them. Thoughtfully, Cinders glanced at Cross, then back at Rosemont. "Who told you that it was an enemy safe house, Mr. Rosemont?" "We've a wide network of informers here. It was part of a debriefing. I can't tell you who, but I'll give you copies of the sets of fingerprints off the glass we got, if you want them." Cinders said, "That would be very useful. Thank you." "That still doesn't absolve you from a fatuous, unauthorized raid," Cross said coldly. "I said I'm sorry, okay?" Rosemont flared and his chin jutted. "We all make mistakes. Like Philby, Burgess, and McLean. London's so goddamn smart, eh? We've a hot tip, you've a fourth guy, higher up, equally well placed, and laughing at you." Cross and Cinders were startled. They glanced at one another. Then Cinders craned around. "Who?" "If I knew, he'd be jumped. Philby got away with so much of our stuff, it cost us millions to regroup and recode." Cinders said, "Sorry about Philby. Yes, we all feel very bad about him." "We all make mistakes, and the only sin's failure, right? If I'd caught a couple of enemy agents last night, you'd be cheering. So I failed. I said I'm sorry, okay? I'll ask next time. Okay?" Cross said, "You won't, but it would save us all a lot of grief if you did." "What have you heard about a fourth man?" Cinders asked, his face pale, the stubble of his beard making him appear even more soiled than he was. "Last month we busted another commie ring, stateside. Shit, they're like roaches. This cell was 4 people, 2 in New York, 2 in Washington. The guy in New York was Ivan Ugorov, another officer in the UN Secretariat." Rosemont added bitterly, "Jesus, why don't our side wake up that the goddamn UN's riddled with plants, and the best Soviet weapon since they stole our goddamn bomb? We caught Ivan Ugorov and his wife Alessandra passing industrial espionage secrets, computers. The guys in Washington both had taken American names of real people who were dead, a Roman Catholic priest and a woman from Connecticut. The 4 bastards were tied in with a joker from the Soviet embassy, an attaché who was their controller.
We pounced on him, trying to recruit one of our CIA guys to spy for them. Sure, but before we ordered him out of the States, we frightened him enough to blow the cover on the other 4. One of them tipped us that Philby wasn't Kingpin, that there was a 4th man. Cinders coughed and lit another cigarette from the stub of the other.
What did he say, exactly?
Only that Philby's cell was 4. The 4th's the guy who inducted the others, the controller of the cell, and the main link to the Soviets. Rumour was he's up there. VVIP.
What sort? Political? Foreign Office? Gentry?
Rosemont shrugged. Just VVIP.
Cinders stared at him, then went back into his shell. Cross swung into Sinclair Road, then stopped at his own apartment to let Cinders off, then drove to the consulate that was near Government House. Rosemont got a copy of the fingerprints, then guided Cross to his office. The office was large and well stocked with liquor. Scotch? Vodka, with a dash of Rose's lime juice, Cross said, eyeing the AMG files that Rosemont had put carelessly on his desk. Health. They touched glasses. Rosemont drank his scotch deeply. What's on your mind, Raj? You've been like a cat on a hot tin roof all day. Cross nodded at the files. It's them. I want that mole. I want Severin smashed. Rosemont frowned. Okay, he said after a pause. Let's see what we got. He picked up the first file, put his feet on the desk, and began reading. It took him barely a couple of minutes to finish. Then he passed it over to Cross, who read equally fast. Quickly, they went through the files one by one. Cross closed the last page of the last one and handed it back. He lit a cigarette. Too much to comment on now, Rosemont muttered absently. Cross caught an undercurrent in the American's voice and wondered if he was being tested. One thing jumps out, he said, watching Rosemont. These don't compare in quality with the other one, the one we intercepted. Rosemont nodded. I got that too, Rog. How do you figure it? These seem flat. All sorts of questions are unanswered. Severin skirted. So's the mole. Cross toyed with his vodka, then finished it. I'm disappointed. Rosemont broke the silence. So either the one we got was unique and different, written differently, or these are phonies, or phonied up? Yes. Rosemont exhaled. Which leads back to Ian Dunross. If these are phony, he's still got the real ones. Either actually, or in his head. What do you mean? He's supposed to have a photographic memory. He could have destroyed the real ones and prepared these, but still remember the others. Ah, so he could be debriefed if he's cheated us. Cross lit another cigarette. Yes, if the powers that be decided it was necessary. He looked up at Rosemont. Of course, any such debriefing would be highly dangerous and would have to be ordered solely under the Official Secrets Act. Rosemont's used face became even grimmer. Should I take the ball and run? No. First we have to be sure. That should be relatively easy. Cross glanced at the liquor cabinet. May I? Sure. I'll take another shot of whiskey. Cross handed him the refill. I'll make a deal with you. You really cooperate, completely. You don't do anything without telling me in advance. No secrets, no jumping the gun. In return for? Cross smiled his thin smile and took out some photocopies. How would you like to influence, perhaps even control, certain presidential hopefuls? Perhaps even an election? I don't follow you. Cross passed over the letters of Thomas K.K. Leam that Armstrong and his team had acquired in the raid on Bucktooth Low 2 days before. It seems that certain very rich, very well-connected U.S. families are in league with certain U.S. generals to build several large but unnecessary airfields in Vietnam for personal gain. This documents the how, when, and who. Cross told him where and how the papers had been found, and added, "Isn't Senator Wilf Tillman the one that's here now, a presidential hopeful? I imagine he'd make you head of the CIA for these goodies, if you wanted to give them to him. These two are even juicier." Cross put them on the desk. "These document how certain rather well-connected politicians and the same well-connected families have got congressional approval to channel millions into a totally fraudulent aid program in Vietnam. 8 millions have already been paid over." Rosemont read the letters. His face went chalky. He picked up the phone. "Get me Ed Langan." He waited a moment, then his face went suddenly purple. "I don't give a goddamn," he rasped. "Get off your goddamn butt and get Ed here right now." He slammed the phone back onto its hook, cursing obscenely, opened his desk, found a bottle of antacid pills, and took 3. "I'll never make 50 at this rate," he muttered. "Raj, this joker Thomas K.K. Leem, can we have him?" "If you can find him, be my guest. He's somewhere in South America." Cross put down another paper. "This is Anti-Corruption's confidential report. You shouldn't have any trouble tracking him." Rosemont read it. Jesus. After a pause, he said, "Can we keep this between us? It's liable to blow the roof off a couple of our national monuments." "Of course. We have a deal? Nothing hidden on either side?" "Okay." Rosemont went to the safe and unlocked it. "One good turn deserves another." He found the file he was looking for, took out some papers, put the file back, and relocked the safe. "Here, these are photocopies. You can have them." The photocopies were headed Freedom Fighter, dated this month and last month. Cross went through them quickly and whistled from time to time. They were espionage reports, their quality excellent. All the items dealt with Canton, happenings in and around that vital capital city of Guangdong province. Troop movements, promotions, appointments to the local presidiums and Communist Party, floods, food shortages, the military, numbers and types of East German and Czechoslovak goods available in the stores. "Where did you get these?" he asked. "We've a cell operating in Canton. This is one of their reports. We get them monthly. Shall I give you a copy?" Yes, thank you. I'll check it out through our sources for accuracy." "They're accurate, Raj. Of course, top secret, yes? I don't want my guys blown like Fong Fong. We'll keep this between you and me, okay?" "All right." The American got up and put out his hand. "And Raj, I'm sorry about the raid." "Yes." "Good. As to this joker Leem, we'll find him." Rosemont stretched wearily, then went and poured himself another drink. "Raj?" "No, thanks. I'll be off," Cross said. Rosemont stabbed a blunt finger at the letters. "About those. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, but—" He stopped a moment, near tears of rage. "Sometimes I'm so sick to my stomach what our own guys'll do for goddamn dough, even if it's a goddamn pile of goddamn gold. I'd like to die. You know what I mean?" "Oh, yes." Cross kept his voice kind and gentle, but he was thinking, "How naive you are, Stanley." In a moment he left and went to Police HQ and checked out the fingerprints in his private files, then got back into his car and headed haphazardly toward West Point. When he was sure that he was not being followed, he stopped at the next phone booth and dialed. In a moment the phone was picked up at the other end. No answer, just breathing. At once, Cross coughed Arthur's dry hacking cough and spoke in a perfect imitation of Arthur's voice. "Mr. Lop Singh, please." "There's no Mr. Lop Ting here. Sorry, you have a wrong number." Contentedly, Cross recognized Suslev. "I want to leave a message," he said, continuing the code in the same voice that both he and Jason Plum used on the telephone, both of them finding it very useful to be able to pretend to be Arthur whenever necessary, thus further covering each other and their real identities. When the code was complete, Suslev said, "And?" Cross smiled thinly, glad to be able to dupe Suslov.
I've read the material. So has our friend.
Our friend was Arthur's code name for himself, Roger Cross. Ah, and?
And we both agree it's excellent.
Excellent was a code word meaning counterfeit or false information. A long pause. So?
Can our friend contact you? Saturday at 4?
Can Roger Cross contact you tonight at 10 p.m. at safe phones?
Yes. Thank you for calling.
Yes, message understood. Cross replaced the receiver. He took out another coin and dialed again. Hello?
Hello, Jason. This is Roger Cross,
he said affably. Oh, hello, Superintendent. This is a pleasant surprise, Plum replied. Is our bridge game still on for tomorrow? Did you make the intercept of the AMG files?
Yes,
Cross said, then added casually,
but instead of 6, could we make it 8?
Yes, but we're safe. No names were mentioned. There was a great sigh of relief. Then Plum said, Shall I tell the others? Do we meet tonight as arranged?
No need to disturb them tonight. We can do that tomorrow.
No, we'll meet tomorrow. Fine. Thank you for calling. Cross went back down the crowded street. Very pleased with himself, he got into his car and lit a cigarette.
I wonder what Suslov or his bosses would think if they knew I was the real Arthur, not Jason Plum. Secrets within secrets within secrets. And Jason the only one who knows who Arthur really is.
He chuckled. The KGB would be furious.
They don't like secrets they're not party to. And they'd be even more furious if they knew it was I who inducted Plum and formed Severin, not the other way around.
It had been easy to arrange. When Cross was in military intelligence in Germany at the tail end of the war, information was whispered to him privately that Plum, a signals expert, was operating a clandestine transmitter for the Soviets. Within a month, he had got to know Plum and had established the truth of this, but almost immediately the war had ended. So he had docketed the information for future use, to barter with, or against a time he might want to switch sides.
In espionage, you never know when you're being set up, or betrayed, or being sold for something or someone more valuable. You always need secrets to barter with. The more important the secrets, the safer you are. Because you never know when you or an underling or overling will make the mistake that leaves you as naked and as helpless as a spiked butterfly. Like Varansky, like Metkin, like Dunross with his phony files, like Rosemont with his naive idealism, like Gregor Suslov, his fingerprints from the glass now on record with the CIA, and so in a trap of my own choosing. Cross laughed aloud. He let in the clutch, easing out into the traffic. Switching sides and playing them all off against each other makes life exciting, he told himself. Yes, secrets really do make life very exciting indeed.
Chapter 61, 9:45 p.m. Bokliu was a small island southwest of Aberdeen, and dinner the best Chinese food Bartlett had ever had. They were on their 8th course, small bowls of rice. Traditionally, rice was the last dish at a banquet.
You're not really supposed to eat any, Link,
Orlando laughed.
That sort of dramatizes to your host that you're full to bursting.
You can say that again, Orlando.
Quillen, it's been fantastic. Yes, it was, Quillen, she echoed. You chose beautifully.
The restaurant was beside a small wharf near a fishing village, drab and lit with bare bulbs and furnished with oilcloth on the tables and bad chairs and broken tiles on the floor. Behind it was an alley of fish tanks where the daily catch of the island was kept for sale. Under the proprietor's direction, they chose from what was swimming in the tanks. Prawns, squid, shrimps, lobster, small crabs and fish of all kinds of shapes and sizes. Gaunt had argued with the proprietor over the menu, settling with what fish they could agree on. Both were experts, and Gaunt a valued customer. Later they had sat down at a table on the patio. It was cool, and they drank beer, happy together, the three of them. All knew that at least during dinner there was a truce, and no need for guards. In moments the first dish had arrived. Mounds of succulent quick-fried shrimps, sea-sweet and as delicious as any in the world. Then tiny octopus with garlic and ginger and chili, and all the condiments of the East. Then some chicken wings, deep-fried, which they ate with sea salt. Then the great fish steamed with soy and slivers of fresh green onions and ginger, and laid on a platter. The cheek, the delicacy of the fish, given to Bartlett as the honoured guest. Jesus, when I saw this this place, I figured you were putting me on. Ah, my dear fellow, Gaunt said, you have to know the Chinese. They aren't concerned with the surroundings, just the food. They'd be very suspicious of any eating place that wasted money on decoration or tablecloths or candles. They want to see what they eat, hence the harsh light. Chinese are at their best eating. They're like Italians. They love to laugh and eat and drink and belch. They all drank beer. That goes best with Chinese food, though Chinese tea's better. It's more digestive and breaks down all the oil.
Why the smile, Link?
Orlando asked. She was sitting between them. No reason. It's just that you really know how to eat here. Say, what's this? She peered at the dish of fried rice mixed with various kinds of fish.
Squid?
What? The others laughed and Gaunt said, The Chinese say if its back faces heaven, it's edible. Shall we go? As soon as they were back on board and out to sea, away from the wharf, there was coffee and brandy. Gaunt said, Will you excuse me for a while? I've got some paperwork to do. If you're cold, use the forward stateroom. He went below. Thoughtfully, Bartlett sipped his brandy. Orlando was across from him, and they were lounging in the deck chairs on the aft deck. Suddenly he wished that this was his boat, and they were alone. Her eyes were on him. Without being asked, she moved closer and put her hand on the back of his neck, kneading the muscles gently and expertly. That feels great, he said, wanting her.
Ah,
she replied, very pleased.
I'm very good at massage, Link. I took lessons from a Japanese. Do you have a regular massage?
No.
You should. It's very important for your body. Very important to keep every muscle tuned. You tune your aircraft, don't you? So why not your body? Tomorrow I'll arrange it for you.
Her nails dug into his neck mischievously.
She's a woman, but not to be touched, hey-ya?
Come on, Orlando.
I was teasing, silly,
she told him at once, brightly, taking away the sudden tension easily.
This woman's blind. In olden days in China and even today in Taiwan, blind people are given a monopoly on the art and business of massage, their fingers being their eyes. Oh, yes. Of course, there are lots of quacks and charlatans who pretend to have knowledge, but don't, not really. In Hong Kong, you soon know who's real and who isn't. This is a very tiny village.
She leaned forward and brushed her lips against his neck.
That's because you're beautiful.
He laughed. I'm supposed to say that. He put his arm around her, bewitched, and gave her a little hug, very conscious of the captain at the helm 10 feet away.
Would you like to go forward and see the rest of the ship?
She asked. He stared at her. You a mind reader, too. She laughed, her lovely face a mirror of joy.
Isn't it the girl's part to notice if her date's happy or sad, or wanting to be alone or whatever? I was taught to use my eyes and senses, Link. Certainly I try to read your mind, but if I'm wrong, you must tell me so that I can get better. But if I'm correct, doesn't that make it grander for you? And so much easier to ensnare you beyond escape, to control you on a line you can so easily break if you wish. My art being to make the too thin line like a steel mesh. Oh, but that was not easy to learn. Quillen was a cruel teacher. Oh, so cruel. Much of my education was done in anger. Quillen cursing me.
For Christ's sake, can't you ever learn to use your bloody eyes? It should have been crystal clear when I came here that I was feeling rotten and had a rotten day. Why the hell didn't you get me a drink at once? Touch me gently at once, and then keep your bloody mouth shut for 10 minutes while I recoup. Just tender and understanding for 10 bloody minutes, and then I'd be fine again.
But, Quillen, she had whimpered through her tears, frightened by his rage. You came in so angrily, you upset me, and then...
I've told you 50 times not to be upset just because I'm bloody upset. It's your job to take the tension out of me. Use your bloody eyes and ears and sixth sense. All I need's 10 minutes, and I'm docile again and putty. For Christ's sake, don't I watch over you all the time? Don't I use my bloody eyes and try to defuse you? Every month at the same time, you're always edgy, eh? Don't I take care to be as calm as possible then, and keep you calmed? Eh?
Yes, but...
To hell with but! By God, now I'm in a worse temper than when I came in. It's your bloody fault because you're stupid, unwomanly, and you, of all people, should know better.
Orlando remembered how he had slammed out of the apartment, and she had burst into tears. The birthday dinner she had cooked, ruined, and the evening wrecked. Later he had come back, calm now, and had taken her into his arms and held her tenderly as she wept, sorry for the row that she agreed was unnecessary and her fault.
Listen, Orlando, he had said so gently. I'm not the only man you will have to control in this life. Not the only one on whom you'll depend. It's a basic fact that women depend on some man, however rotten and evil and difficult. It's so easy for a woman to be in control. Oh, so easy if you use your eyes. Understand that men are children, and from time to time, most of the time, stupid, petulant, and awful. But they supply the money, and it's hard to do that. Very hard. It's very hard to keep supplying the money, day after day, whoever you are. Mo Chin, Mo Meng. No money, no life. In return, the woman's got to supply the harmony. The man can't, not all the time. But the woman can always cheer her man if she wants to, can always take the poison out of him. Always. Just by being calm and loving and tender and understanding for such a short time. I'll teach you the game of life. You'll have a PhD in survival as a woman, but you've got to work.
Oh, how I worked, Orlando thought grimly, remembering all her tears. But now I know. Now I can do instinctively what I forced myself to learn. Come on, let me show you the forward part of the ship.
She got up, conscious of the captain's eyes, and led the way confidently. As they walked, she slipped her arm momentarily in links, then took the railing of the gangway and went below. The stateroom was big, with comfortable chaises and sofas and deep chairs fixed to the deck. The cocktail cabinet was well stocked.
The galley's forward in the forecastle with the crew quarters, she said. They're cramped, but good for Hong Kong.
A small corridor led forward. 4 cabins, 2 with a double bunk, 2 with bunks one over the other. Neat and shipshape and inviting.
Aft's Quillen's master stateroom and the master suite. It's luxurious.
She smiled thoughtfully.
He enjoys the best.
Yes, Bartlett said. He kissed her and she responded, fully responded. His desire made her limp and liquid, and she let herself go into his desire, matching his passion, certain that he would stop and that she would not have to stop him. The game had been planned that way. She felt his strength. At once her loins pressed closer, moving slightly. His hands roved her, and hers responded. It was glorious in his arms, better than she had ever known with Quillen, who was always teacher, always in control, always unshareable. They were on the bunk when Bartlett backed off. Her body cried out for his, but still she exulted. "Let's go back on deck," she heard him say, his voice throaty. Gaunt crossed the fine stateroom and went into the master suite and locked the door behind him. The girl was sweetly asleep in the huge bed under the light blanket. He stood at the foot of the bed, enjoying the sight of her before he touched her. She came out of sleep slowly.
I slept so well, honoured sir. Your bed is so inviting,"
she said in Shanghainese, with a smile and a yawn, and stretched gloriously as a kitten would stretch.
"Did you eat well?"
"Excellently," he replied in the same language. "Was yours equally fine?"
"Oh, yes, delicious," she said politely. "Boat Steward Cho brought the same dishes you had. I particularly like the octopus with black bean and garlic sauce."
She sat up in the bed and leaned against the silk pillows, quite naked.
"Should I get dressed and come on deck now?"
"No, little kitten, not yet." Gaunt sat on the bed and reached out and touched her breasts and felt a little shiver run through her. Her Chinese hostess name was Beauty of the Snow, and he had hired her for the evening from the Happy Hostess nightclub. He had considered bringing Mona Leung, his present girlfriend, instead, but she would be far too independent to remain below happily and only come on deck at his whim. He had chosen Beauty of the Snow very carefully. Her beauty was extraordinary, in face and body and the texture of her skin. She was 18 and had been in Hong Kong barely a month. A friend in Taiwan had told him about her rarity and said that she was about to join the Happy Hostess nightclub from the sister club in Taiwan. 2 weeks ago, he had gone there and made an arrangement that had proved profitable to both of them. Tonight, when Orlando had told him she was dining with Bartlett and he had invited them aboard, at once he had called the Happy Hostess and brought Beauty of the Snow out of the club for the night and hurried her aboard. "I'm playing a game on a friend tonight," he had told her. "I want you to stay here in this cabin, in this place, until I bring you on deck. It may be an hour or two, but you are to stay here, quiet as a mouse, until I fetch you."
"Ay-ya! In this floating palace, I am prepared to stay a week without charge. Just my food and more of the champagne, though pillowing would be extra. May I sleep in the bed if I wish?"
"Certainly, but please shower first."
"A shower? Bless all gods! Hot and cold water? That will be paradise. This water shortage is very unhygienic."
Gaunt had brought her tonight to taunt Orlando if he decided he wanted to taunt her. Beauty of the Snow was much younger, prettier, and he knew that the sight of her wearing one of the elegant robes that once Orlando had worn would send her into a spasm. All through dinner he had chortled to himself, wondering when he should produce her for maximum effect. To excite Bartlett, and to remind Orlando that she was already old by Hong Kong standards, and that without his active help she would never get Bartlett, not the way she wanted. "Do I want her married to Bartlett?" he asked himself, bemused. "No. And yet, if Orlando were Bartlett's wife, he would always be in my power, because she is and ever will be. So far, she hasn't forgotten that. So far, she's been obedient and filial. And frightened." He laughed. "Oh, revenge will be sweet when I lower the boom on you, my dear, as I will one day. Oh, yes, my dear, I haven't forgotten the snickers of all those smug bastards, Pug, Plum, Havergill, or Ian bloody Dunross, when they heard that you couldn't wait to leap into bed with a stud half my age. Should I tell you now that you're my Muijai?" When Orlando was 13, her Shanghainese mother had come to see him.
"Times are very hard, Lord. Our debts to the company are huge, and your patience and kindness overwhelm us."
"Times are bad for everyone," he had told her.
"Unfortunately, since last week, my husband's department no longer exists. At the end of the month, he is to leave. after 17 years of service, and we cannot pay our debts to you."
"Eduardo Ramos is a good man, and will easily find a new and better position."
"Jens, you said that,"
she had said. "We lose much because of a small thing."
"Joss,"
he had said, hoping the trap was sprung and all the seeds he had sown would, at long last, bear fruit.
"Joss,"
she had agreed.
"but there is Orlando."
"What about Orlando?"
"Perhaps she could be a Muijai."
A Muijai was a daughter given by a debtor to a creditor forever, in settlement for debts that could not otherwise be paid, to be brought up as the creditor wished, or used or given away as the creditor wished. It was an ancient Chinese custom, and quite legal. Gaunt remembered the glow he had felt. The negotiations had taken several weeks. Gaunt agreed to cancel Ramos's debts, the debts that Gaunt had so carefully encouraged, agreed to reinstate Ramos, giving the man a modest guaranteed pension and help in setting up in Portugal, and to pay for Orlando's schooling in America. In return, the Ramoses guaranteed to provide Orlando to him, virgin and suitably enamoured, on or before her 18th birthday. There would be no refusal.
"This, by all the gods, will be a perpetual secret between us. I think, too, it would be equally better to keep it secret from her, Lord, forever. But we know, and she will know where her rice bowl lies."
Gaunt beamed. The good years were worth all the patience and planning and the little money involved.
"Everyone gained,"
he told himself,
"and there is enjoyment yet to come."
Yes, he thought, and concentrated on beauty of the snow.
"Life is very good,"
he said, fondling her.
"I am happy you're happy, honoured sir. I am happy too. Your shower was a gift of the gods. I washed my hair, everything."
She smiled.
"If you don't want me to play the prank yet on your friends, would you care to pillow?"
"Yes,"
he said, delighted as always by the forthrightness of a Chinese pillow partner. His father had explained it early.
"You give them money, they give you their youth, the clouds and the rain, and entertain you. In Asia, it's a fair and honourable exchange. The more their youth, the more the laughter and gratification, the more you must pay. That's the bargain. But don't expect romance or real tears. That's not part of their commitment. Just temporary entertainment and pillowing. Don't abuse the fairness."
Happily, Gaunt took off his clothes and lay beside her. She ran her hands over his chest, the hair dark, muscles sleek, and began. Soon she was making the small noises of passion, encouraging him. And though she had been told by the mama-san that this Guilo was different and there was no need to pretend, instinctively she was remembering the first rule of being a pillow partner to strangers.
"Never let your body become involved with a customer, for then you cannot perform with taste or daring. Never forget, when with a Guilo, you must always pretend to enjoy him greatly. Always pretend to achieve the clouds and the rain. Otherwise he'll consider that somehow it's an affront to his masculinity. Guilo are uncivilized, and will never understand that the yin cannot be bought, and that your gift of coupling is for the customer's enjoyment solely."
When Gaunt was finished and his heart had slowed, Beauty of the Snow got out of bed and went to the bathroom and showered again, singing happily. In euphoria, he rested and put his hands under his head. Soon she came back with the towel.
"Thank you,"
he said, and dried himself, and she slid in beside him once more.
"Oh, I feel so clean and marvellous. Shall we pillow again?"
"Not now, Beauty of the Snow. Now you can rest, and I will let my mind wander. You have settled the yang very favourably. I will inform the mama-san."
"Thank you,"
she said politely.
"I would like you as my special customer."
He nodded, pleasured by her and her warmth and sensuousness.
"When would it be best for her to come on deck?"
he asked himself again, quite confident that Bartlett and Orlando would be there now, and not in bed as a civilized person would be. A chuckle went through him. There was a porthole beside the bed, and he could see the lights of Kowloon in the distance, Kowloon and the dockyard of Kowloon. The engines throbbed sweetly, and in a moment he got out of the bed and went to the cupboard. In it were some very expensive night-dresses and underthings and multicoloured robes and rich lounging housecoats that he had bought for Orlando. It amused him to keep them for others to wear. "Make yourself very pretty and put this on." He gave her a yellow silk, floor-length cheongsam that had been one of Orlando's favourites. "Wear nothing underneath."
"Yes, certainly. Oh, how beautiful it is."
He began to dress. "If my prank works, you may keep it, as a bonus," he said.
Oh, then everything will be as you wish,"
she said fervently, her open avarice making him laugh. "We're going to drop my passengers Hong Kong side first." He pointed out of the porthole. "You see that big freighter? The one tied up at the wharf with the hammer and sickle flag?"
"Ah, yes, Lord. The ship of ill omen? I see it now."
"When we are broadside, please come on deck."
"I understand. What should I say?"
"Nothing. Just smile sweetly at the man and the woman, then at me, and come below again, and wait for me here." Beauty of the Snow laughed.
"Is that all?"
"Yes. Just be sweet and beautiful, and smile, particularly at the woman."
"Ah, am I to like her or hate her?" she asked at once.
"Neither," he said, impressed with her shrewdness, ecstatically aware that they would both loathe each other on sight. In the privacy of his cabin aboard the Sovietsky Ivanov, Captain Gregor Suslov finished encoding the urgent message, then sipped some vodka, rechecking the cable. "Ivanov to center. Arthur reports the files may be counterfeit. His friend will supply me with copies tonight. Delighted to report, Arthur's friend also intercepted the carrier information. Recommend he be given an immediate bonus. I have had extra copies sent by mail to Bangkok for the pouch, also London and Berlin for safety." Satisfied, he put the codebooks back into the safe and locked it, then picked up the phone. "Send me the duty signalman and the first officer." He unbolted the cabin door, then went back and stared out the porthole at the carrier across the harbour, then saw the passing pleasure cruiser. He recognised the Sea Witch. Idly, he picked up his binoculars and focused. He saw Gaunt on the aft deck, a girl and another man with his back toward him, sitting around a table. His high-powered lenses raked the ship, and his envy soared. "That bastard knows how to live," he thought. "What a beauty! If only I could have one such as her on the Caspian, birthed at Baku." "Not so much to pray for," he told himself, watching the Sea Witch pass. "Not after so much service, so profitable to the cause. Many commissars do, senior ones." Again his glances centred the group. Another girl came up from below, an Asian beauty, and then there was a polite knock on his door. "Evening, comrade captain," the signalman said. He accepted the message and signed for it. "Send it at once."
"Yes, sir."
The first officer arrived. Vasily Borodinov was a tough, good-looking man in his 30s, captain, KGB, graduate of the espionage department of Vladivostok University, with a master mariner's ticket. "Yes, comrade captain?" Suslov handed him a decoded cable from the pile on his desk. It read, "First Officer Vasily Borodinov will assume Dmitry Metkin's duties as Commissar of the Ivanov. But Captain Suslov will be in complete command on all levels until alternate arrangements are made." "Congratulations," he said. Borodinov beamed. "Yes, sir. Thank you. What do you want me to do?" Suslov held up the key to the safe. "If I fail to contact you or return by midnight tomorrow, open the safe. Instructions are in the package marked Emergency 1. They will tell you how to proceed. Next," he handed him a sealed envelope. "This gives 2 phone numbers where I can be reached. Open it only in an emergency." "Very well." Sweat beaded the younger man's face. "No need to worry. You're perfectly capable of taking command. I hope that will not be necessary." Gregor Suslov laughed. So do I, my young friend. Please sit down. He poured 2 vodkas. You deserve the promotion. Thank you. Borodinov hesitated. What happened to Metkin? The first thing is, he made a stupid and unnecessary mistake. Next, he was betrayed. Or he betrayed himself. Or the God-cursed SI tailed him and caught him. Or the CIA pegged him. Whatever happened, the poor fool should never have exceeded his authority and put himself into such danger. Stupid to risk himself, to say nothing of our whole security. Stupid. The first officer shifted nervously in his chair. What's our plan? To deny everything, and to do nothing for the moment. We're due to sail on Tuesday at midnight. We keep to that plan. Borodinov looked out of the porthole at the carrier, his face tight. Pity. That material could have jumped us forward a quantum. What material? Suslov asked, his eyes narrowing. Didn't you know, sir? Before Dmitri left, the poor fellow whispered he'd heard that this time we were to get some incredible information. A copy of the guidance system and a copy of their armament manifest, including atomics. That's why he was going himself. It was too important to trust to an ordinary courier. I must tell you, I volunteered to go in his place. Suslov covered his shock that Metkin had confided in anyone. Where did he hear that? The other man shrugged. He didn't say. I presume the American sailor told him when Dmitri took the call at the phone box to arrange the drop. He wiped a bead of sweat away. They'll break him, won't they? Oh, yes, Suslov said thinly, wanting his subordinate suitably indoctrinated. They can break anyone. That's why we have to be prepared. He fingered the slight bulge of the poison capsule in the point of his lapel, and Borodinov shuddered. Better to have it quickly. Bastards! They must have been tipped to capture him before he did it. Terrible. They're all animals. Did Dmitri say anything else before he left? No, just that he hoped we'd all get a few weeks' leave. He wanted to visit his family in his beloved Crimea. Satisfied that he was covered, Suslov shrugged. A great pity. I liked him very much. Yes, such a shame when he was due to retire so soon. He was a good man, even though he made such a mistake. What will they do to him? Suslov considered showing Borodinov one of the other decoded cables on his desk that said in part, Advise Arthur that following his request for a priority 1 on the traitor Metkin, an immediate intercept was ordered for Bombay. No need to give away that information, he thought. The less Borodinov knows, the better. He'll just vanish until we catch a bigger fish of theirs to use as an exchange. The KGB looks after their own, he added piously, not believing it, knowing that the younger man did not believe it either, but the saying of it was obligatory and policy. They'd have to exchange me, he thought, very satisfied. Yes, and very quickly. I know too many secrets. They're my only protection. If it wasn't for what I know, they'd order a priority 1 on me as fast as they did on Metkin. So would I if I was them. Would I have bit my lapel, as that stupid turd should have done? A shudder went through him. I don't know. He sipped his vodka. It tasted very good to him. I don't want to die. This life is too good. You're going ashore again, comrade captain? Yes. Suslov concentrated. He handed the younger man a note he had typed and signed. You're in command now. Here's your authority. Posted on the bridge. Thank you. Tomorrow... Borodinov stopped as the ship's intercom came on, and the urgent voice said rapidly, This is the bridge. There are 2 police cars converging on the main gangway filled with police. Both Suslov and Borodinov blanched.
About a dozen of them. What should we do? Stop them? Repel them? What do we do?
Suslov jerked the sending switch on.
Do nothing.
He hesitated, then switched on the ship's intercom.
All hands! Emergency! Red 1!
This order meant hostile visitors are coming aboard. Radio and radar rooms. Armed destructs on all secret equipment. He switched the sender off and hissed at Borodinov.
Go on deck, down the gangway, greet them, delay for 5 minutes, then invite the leaders aboard. Only them, if you can. Go on! Surely they daren't come aboard to search. Intercept them, now!
Borodinov rushed out. Once alone, Suslov armed the secret destruct on his safe. If anyone but him tried to open it now, its incendiary napalm would obliterate everything. He tried to put his panicked mind at ease.
Think! Is everything covered against a sudden search? Yes, we've done the Red 1 drill 12 times. But God curse Roger Cross and Arthur. Why the devil didn't we get a warning? Was Arthur caught? Or Roger? Christos, let it not be Roger. What about...
His eyes caught the pile of coded and decoded cables. Frantically, he scooped them into an ashtray, cursing himself for not doing it earlier, not knowing if there was enough time now. He found his lighter. His fingers were trembling. The lighter flamed as the intercom crackled on.
2 men are coming aboard with Borodinov. 2 men. The rest are staying below. All right, but delay them. I'll come on deck.
Suslov doused the flame with a curse and stuffed the cables in his pocket. He grabbed a half-empty vodka bottle, took a deep breath, put a broad beam on his face, and went on deck.
Welcome aboard. What's the trouble, eh?
He said, a slight slur now in his voice, keeping up his well-known cover.
One of our sailors has himself in trouble, Superintendent Armstrong?
This is Mr. Soon. May we have a word with you? Armstrong said.
Of course,
Suslov said with a forced joviality he did not feel. He had never seen the Chinese before. He examined the cold-eyed, sallow, hate-filled face.
Follow me, please,
he said, then added in Russian to Borodinov, who spoke perfect English.
You too.
Then again to Armstrong with continuing forced good humour.
Who's going to win the 5th race, Superintendent?
I wish I knew, sir. Suslov led the way to the small wardroom that adjoined his cabin.
Sit down. Can I offer you tea or vodka? Orderly, bring tea and vodka.
They came quickly. Expansively, Suslov poured vodka, even though the 2 policemen refused politely.
Proceed,
he said, and laughed jovially.
Now, what's the trouble?
It seems that one of your crew is engaged in espionage against Her Majesty's government, Armstrong said politely.
Impossible, Tovarish. Why joke with me, eh?
We've caught one. Her Majesty's government is really quite upset.
This is a peaceful freighter. Trading. You've known us for years. Your Superintendent Cross has watched us for years. We don't deal in espionage.
How many of your crew are ashore, sir?
6. Now, listen. I don't want any trouble. I've had enough cursed trouble this voyage already, with one of my innocent seamen murdered by unknown...
Ah, yes. The late Major Yuri Bakan of the KGB. Very unfortunate. Suslov pretended sullen anger.
His name was Varansky. I know nothing of this major you talk about. I know nothing about that. Nothing.
Of course. Now, sir, when are your sailors back from shore leave?
Tomorrow, at dusk.
Where are they staying? Suslov laughed.
They're ashore, on leave. Where else should they be but with a girl or in a bar? With a girl, eh? Happily, eh?
Not all of them are, Armstrong said coldly. At least one is very miserable right now. Suslov watched him, glad that he knew Metkin was gone forever, and they could not bluff him.
Come now, Superintendent. I know nothing about any espionage.
Armstrong put the 8x10 photos on the table. They showed Metkin going into the restaurant, then under guard, then being hustled into the Black Maria, then a mugshot of him, terror in the face.
Christos!
Suslov gasped, a consummate actor.
Dmitri? It's impossible. It's another false arrest. I will have my government...
It's already been reported to your government in London. Major Nikolai Leonov admitted espionage. Now Suslov's shock was real. He had never expected Metkin to break so quickly.
Who? Who did you say?
Armstrong sighed. Major Nikolai Leonov of your KGB. That's his real name and rank. He was also political commissar on this ship.
Yes, that is true, but his name is Metkin, Dmitri Metkin.
Oh? You have no objection if we search this ship? Armstrong began to get up. Suslov was aghast, Borodinov equally.
Oh, yes, I object,
Suslov muttered.
Yes, Superintendent, so sorry, but I formally object, and I must...
If your ship is not engaged in espionage and is a peaceful freighter, why should you object?
We have international protection. Unless you have a formal search warrant, then...
Armstrong's hand went into his pocket, and Suslov's stomach turned over. He would have to comply with a formal warrant, and then he would be ruined, because they would find more evidence than even they could ever hope for.
That God-cursed son of a whore bitch Metkin must have told them something vital.
He wanted to shout in rage, the decoded and coded messages in his pocket, suddenly lethal. His face had gone white. Borodinov was paralyzed. Armstrong's hand came out of his pocket with only a pack of cigarettes. Suslov's heart began again, though his nausea still almost overwhelmed him.
Metya Yibach,
he muttered. Sir? Armstrong asked innocently. Is anything the matter?
No, nothing.
Would you care for an English cigarette? Suslov fought for control, wanting to smash the other man for tricking him. Sweat was on his back and on his face. He took the cigarette shakily.
These things are terrible, eh? Espionage and searches and threats of searches.
Yes. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to leave tomorrow, not Tuesday.
Impossible! Are we being hounded like rats?
Suslov blustered, not knowing how far he dare go.
I will have to inform my government, and then...
Please do. Please tell them we have accepted Major Leonov of the KGB, caught him in an espionage act, and that he has been charged under the Official Secrets Act. Suslov wiped the sweat off his face, trying to stay calm. Only the knowledge that Metkin was probably dead now kept him in one piece.
But what else did he tell them?
He was shrieking in his head.
What else?
He looked at Borodinov, who was standing beside him, white-faced. Who are you? Armstrong asked sharply, following his glance.
First Officer Borodinov,
the younger man said, his voice strangled. Who's the new commissar, Captain Suslov? Who took over from your Mr. Leonov? Who's the senior party man aboard? Borodinov went ashen, and Suslov was thankful that some of the pressure was turned off him. Well? Suslov said,
He is. First Officer Borodinov.
At once, Armstrong put his icy eyes on the younger man. Your full name, please.
Vasily Borodinov, First Officer,
the man stuttered. Very well, Mr. Borodinov. You're responsible for getting this ship underway by midnight Sunday at the latest. You are formally warned we have reason to believe there might be an attack on you by triads, by Chinese bandits. The rumour is the attack's planned for the early hours of Monday, just after midnight Sunday. It's a very strong rumour. Very. There are lots of Chinese bandits in Hong Kong, and Russians have stolen lots of Chinese land. We're concerned for your safety and health. I suggested politic, eh? Borodinov was ashen. Yes, I understand.
But my repairs,
Suslov began.
If my repairs...
Please see they're completed, Captain. If you need extra help or a tow outside Hong Kong waters, just ask. Oh, yes, And would you be kind enough to appear at police headquarters at 10 a.m. Sunday? Sorry about the weekend. Suslov blanched. Eh? Here's your formal invitation. Armstrong handed him an official letter. Suslov accepted it, began to read as Armstrong took out a second copy, wrote in Borodinov's name. Here's yours, Commissar Borodinov. He shoved it into his hand. I suggest you confine the rest of your crew aboard, with the exception of yourselves, of course, and bring your shore party back right smartly. I'm sure you'll have lots to do. Good night, he added with startling suddenness, got up and went out of the wardroom, closing the door behind him. There was a stunned silence. Suslov saw Malcolm soon get up and leisurely head for the door. He got up to follow, but stopped as the Chinese whirled on them.
We'll get you, all of you, Soon said malevolently.
For what? We've done nothing, Borodinov gasped.
We've done espionage, spying. You KGB think you're so clever, Matty Yibach.
You get the hell off my ship, Suslov snarled.
We'll get you all. I don't mean us police.
Abruptly, Malcolm soon switched to fluent Russian.
Get out of our lands, hegemonists. China's on the march. We can lose 50 million soldiers, 100, and still have double that left. Get out while you've time.
We'll blast you off the earth, Suslov bellowed. We'll atomize all China. We'll take... He stopped. Malcolm soon was laughing at him.
Your mother's tit in your atomics. We've our own atomics now. You start, we finish. Atomics, fists, plowshares.
Malcolm Soon's voice dropped.
Get out of China while you've the chance. We're coming out of the East like Genghis Khan, all of us. Mao Zedong, Chiang Kai-shek, me, my grandsons, their grandsons. We're coming and we'll clean you off the earth and take back all our lands, all of them.
Get off my ship! Suslov felt his chest hurting. Almost blind with rage, he ready to hurl himself at his tormentor, Borodinov as well. Unafraid, Malcolm soon came back a pace.
Yup tvoyu mat, turdhead!
Then, in English,
hit me, and I'll arrest you for assault and impound your ship!
With a great effort, the two men stopped. Choked with rage, Suslov stuffed his fists into his pockets.
Please, you will leave. Please. Tudor le mot on you, your mother, your father, and the whole of your turd-eating Soviet hegemonists.
You will leave now. Equally enraged, Soon cursed them in Russian and shouted back,
We're coming out of the East like locusts.
Then there was a sudden noisy altercation outside on deck, and a slight dull boom. At once he turned and went for the door, the other two rushing after him. Appalled, Suslov saw that now Armstrong was standing at the doorway of the radio room, which was next to his cabin. The door was burst open, the two frightened operators staring at the Englishman, aghast, paralysed deckhand guards nearby. Already the beginning of smoke was welling from the innards of the radio equipment. Red 1 ordered the senior radio man to trigger the destruct on the secret scrambling device the instant a hostile opened the door or tried to break the lock. Armstrong turned to face Suslov. Ah, Captain, so sorry, I stumbled. So sorry, he said innocently. I thought this was the loo. What? The toilet. I stumbled and the door burst open. So sorry. The policeman glanced back into the radio room. Good God, it seems there's a fire. I'll call the fire brigade at once. Malcolm, get the... No, Suslov said, then snarled in Russian to Borodinov and the deck crew. Get the fire out! He jerked a fist out of his pocket and shoved Borodinov into motion. Unnoticed by him, his cuff caught one of his decoded cables and it fell onto the deck. Smoke was pouring out from behind one of the complex radio panels. Already one of the deckhands had a fire extinguisher. Dear, oh dear, what could have happened? You're sure you don't want assistance? Armstrong asked. No, thank you, Suslov said, his face mottled with rage. Thank you, Superintendent. I'll see you Sunday. Good night, sir. Come along, Malcolm. In the growing confusion, Armstrong headed for the gangway, but stooped, and before Suslef realised what was happening, picked up the piece of paper and was halfway down the gangway, Malcolm soon following him. Appalled, Suslef's hand went to his pocket. Forgetting the fire, he rushed into his cabin to check which cable was missing. Below on the wharf, uniformed police had long since fanned out, covering both gangways. Armstrong was getting into the back of the car beside Cinders. The eyes of the chief of MI6 were dark-rimmed and his suit a little rumpled, but he was icily alert.
"Well done, you two. Yes, I imagine that'll interrupt their communications for a day or so."
"Yes, sir." Armstrong began rummaging in his pocket for his lighter, his heart pounding. Cinders watched Malcolm soon get into the driver's seat.
"What's the matter?"
he asked thoughtfully, seeing his face.
Nothing really, sir."
Malcolm soon craned around, the sweat on his back, his heart hurting, and the sick sweet excitement, rage-fear taste still in his mouth.
When I was conducting delaying tactics for the superintendent, they got me going, those two bastards."
"Oh? How?"
They started cursing, so I just cursed them back."
Soon faced the front, settled himself, not wanting Cinders' penetrating eyes on his.
"Just cursing,"
he added, trying to sound light.
"Pity one of them didn't hit you." Yes, I was ready."
Cinders glanced at Armstrong briefly as the big man clicked the lighter on, lit a cigarette, and under the light of the flame peered at the paper. Cinders glanced up at the ship above. Once more, Suslef was standing at the head of the gangway, staring down at them.
"He looks very angry indeed. Good."
The flicker of a smile went over him.
"Very good."
With Sir Geoffrey's approval, he had ordered the sudden arrival and attempt to disrupt the Ivanovs' communications, and complacency, to put pressure on Arthur and the Severin moles, hoping to flush them out.
"And our police mole," Sir Geoffrey had added grimly. "It's impossible that Brian Quox the spy mentioned in the AMG papers, eh?"
"I agree,"
he had said. Armstrong clicked the lighter off. In the semi-darkness of the car, he hesitated.
"You'd better get the detail organised, Malcolm. No need to waste any more time here. All right, Mr. Cinders?"
Yes, we can go now." Obediently, Malcolm soon left. Armstrong was watching Suslef on the deck.
You read Russian, don't you, sir?"
Yes, I do. Why?"
Carefully, Armstrong passed over the paper, holding it by the edges.
"This fell out of Suslef's pocket."
Equally carefully, Cinders took the paper, but his eyes never left Armstrong's.
"You don't trust Senior Agent Soon?" he asked softly.
"Yes. Oh, yes. But Chinese are Chinese, and it's in Russian. I don't read Russian."
Cinders frowned. After a moment, he nodded. Armstrong lit the flame for him. The older man scanned the paper twice and sighed.
"It's a weather report, Robert. Sorry. Unless it's in code, it's just a meteorological report."
Carefully, he folded the paper in its original creases.
"The fingerprints might be valuable. Perhaps it's code. Just for safety, I'll pass it on to our cipher fellows."
Cinders settled back more comfortably in the car. The paper had read, "Advise Arthur that following his request for a priority 1 on the traitor Metkin, an immediate intercept was ordered for Bombay. Second, the meeting with the American is brought forward to Sunday. Third and final, the AMG files continue to be priority 1. Maximum effort must be made by Severin to achieve success. Center."
"Now, which American?"
Cinders asked himself patiently.
"And is it Arthur's meeting, or whose? Captain Suslef? Is he as innocent as he appears? Which American? Bartlett, Cholok, Anastasio, or who? Peter Marlowe, Anglo-American know-all writer with his curious theories? Did Bartlett or Cholok make contact with Center in June in Moscow when they were there, with or without Peter Marlowe, who also happened to be there when a highly secret meeting of foreign agents was taking place? Or is the American not a visitor at all, but someone who lives here in Hong Kong? Is it Rosemont or Langan? Both would be perfect. So much to wonder about. Like who's the fourth man? Who's the VVIP above Philby? Where will those threads lead? Into Burke's Peerage? Perhaps to some castle, or even a palace? Who's this mysterious Mrs. Gresserhoff, who took Kiernan's second call and then vanished like a smoke ring? And what about those bloody files? What about bloody AMG and bloody Dunross trying to be so bloody clever? It was getting toward midnight, and Dunross and Casey were sitting happily side by side in the glassed-in forward section of one of the golden ferries, which swerved confidently towards its berth Kowloon side. It was a good night, though the clouds still scudded low. Canvas storm panels still closed in and protected the open part of the decks, but here where they were, the view was good, and a fine sea salt breeze came through one of the open windows.
"Is it going to rain again?"
she asked, breaking their comfortable silence. "Oh, yes, but I certainly hope the heavy stuff stays away till late tomorrow afternoon."
"You and your races, are they that important?"
"To all Hong Kong Yan? Oh, yes. To me, yes and no."
"I'll put my entire fortune on your noble star."
"I wouldn't do that," he said. "You should always hedge a bet." Casey glanced across at him.
"Some bets you don't hedge."
"Some bets you can't hedge," he said, correcting her with a smile. Casually, he lifted her arm and linked his with hers and settled his hand back in his lap. The contact pleased both of them. It was their first real touch. All during their stroll from the Mandarin Hotel to the ferry, Casey had wanted to take his arm, but she had fought back the impulse, and now she pretended not to notice their interlinking, though instinctively she had moved a fraction closer. "Casey, you never finished your story of George Topher. Did you fire him?"
No, I never did. Not as I thought I would. When we'd won control, I went to his boardroom. Of course, he was fit to be tied, but by that time, I'd found out he wasn't the hero he claimed to be, and a few other things. He just waved one of my letters about the money he owed me in my face, and shouted that I'd never get that back. Never.
She shrugged.
I never did, but I got his company.
What happened to him?
He's still around, still cheating someone. Say, can we stop talking about him? It gives me indigestion.
He laughed. Perish that thought. Terrific night, isn't it?
Yes.
They dined impeccably in the Dragon Room atop the skyscraper hotel. Chateaubriand, a few thread-thin French fries, salad, and crème brûlée. The wine was Chateau Lafite.
Celebration?
She had asked. Just a thank you for the first Central New York.
Oh, Ian, they agreed?
Murtaugh agreed to try. It had taken just a few seconds to fix the terms based on the banks agreeing to the financing that Casey had laid out as possible. 120% of the cost of both ships, a $50 million revolving fund.
Everything covered by your personal guarantee?
Murtaugh had asked. Yes, he had said, committing his future and his family's future.
I figure with Struan's great management you'll make a profit, so our money's secure and... But Mr. Dunross, sir, we gotta keep this secret as hell. Meanwhile, I'll give it the old college try.
Murtaugh was trying to hide his nervousness. Please do, Mr. Murtaugh. The very best old college try you can. How about joining me for the races tomorrow? Sorry, I can't invite you to lunch. I'm crammed to the gills and overbooked. But here's a pass if you're free to join us from 2:30 on.
Oh, Jesus, Taipan. You mean it?
Dunross smiled to himself. In Hong Kong, an invitation to a steward's box was like being presented at court, and just as useful.
Why the smile, Taipan?
Casey asked, shifting slightly, feeling his warmth. Because all's well at the moment in the world. At least all the various problems are in their compartments. Going ashore and out of the ferry terminal, he explained his theory that the only way to deal with problems was the Asian way, to put them into individual compartments and take them up only when ready for them. That's good, if you can do it, she said, walking close beside him but not touching now. If you can't, you'll go under. Ulcers, heart attack, old before your time, your health broken. A woman cries. That's her safety valve. She cries and then she feels better. Casey had wept earlier, before leaving the V&A to meet him, because of Link Bartlett. Part rage, part frustration, part longing, and part need. Physical need. It was 6 months since she had had one of her rare, very casual and very short affairs. When the need became too strong, she would go away for a few days, skiing or sunning, and she would choose whom she would allow into her bed. Then, as quickly, she would forget him. "But oh, isn't it very bad, Siranchek?" her mother had once said, "to be so callous?" "Oh no, Mama darling," she had told her. "It's a fair exchange. I enjoy sex. I enjoy it when I'm in the mood, though I try to keep the mood as infrequent as possible. I love Link, and no one else. But I think, how can you love him and go to bed with someone else? It's not easy. In fact, it's awful. But, Mama, I work hard for Link all hours, weekends and Sundays. I work hard for all of us, for you and Uncle Tashin and Marion and the kids. I'm the wage earner now that Marion's on her own, and I love it. Truly, I enjoy it. You know I do. But sometimes it all gets too much, so I just go away. And that's when I choose a partner. Honestly, Mama, it's just biological. There's no difference that way between us and men. And now that we've the God-blessed pill, we can choose. It's not like in your day, thank God, my darling." Casey stepped aside to avoid a phalanx of oncoming pedestrians and bumped Dunross slightly. Automatically, she took his arm. He did not withdraw. Since she had asked him for equality this afternoon and had been turned down. "No, that's not fair, Casey," she told herself. "Ian didn't turn me down. He just gave me the truth from his point of view. From mine? I don't know. I'm not sure. But the one thing I'm not is a fool. And so tonight I dressed carefully, a little differently, and put on perfume and made my makeup more definite. And tonight I bit my tongue 3 to 30 times and held back, not giving measure for measure, playing it more conventionally, saying sweetly, 'That's interesting.' And most times it was. He was attentive, entertaining, and receptive, and I felt marvelous. Ian's certainly one hell of a man. Dangerous, and oh, so tempting." The wide marble steps up to the V&A were ahead. Discreetly, she let go of his arm and felt nearer to him because of her understanding. "Ian, you're a wise man. Do you think it's fair to make love to someone if you don't love them?" "Eh?" He was startled out of the pleasantness. Then he said lightly, "Love is a Western word, lady. Me, I'm Chinaman." "Seriously?" He laughed. "I don't think it's time to be serious." "But do you have an opinion?" "Always." They went up the stairs into the foyer, crowded even this late. At once he felt many eyes in recognition, which was why he had not left her on the steps. Every little bit helps, he thought. I must seem calm and confident. The noble house is inviolate. I will not and cannot allow myself the luxury of normal fear. It would spill over and wreck others and do untold damage. "Would you like a nightcap?" she asked. "I'm not sleepy. Maybe Link will join us if he's in." "Good idea. Tea with lemon would be fine." The smiling head waiter appeared miraculously, and an empty table.
"Evening, Typhoon."
"Evening, nighttime ga." "Tea and lemon's fine with me too," she said. A waiter scurried away. "I'll just check my messages." "Of course." Dunross watched her walk away. Tonight, from the first moment in the Mandarin foyer, he had noticed how much more feminine she had seemed. Nothing discernible, just a subtle change. Interesting woman. A sexuality that's waiting to explode. How the devil can I help her to get her drop-dead money quickly? Nighttime Ga was bustling around, and he said quietly in Cantonese,
"Typhoon, we certainly hope you can deal with the stock market and second-rate house."
"Thank you." Dunross chatted a while, exuding confidence. Then his eyes strayed back to Casey at the front desk. Nighttime Gas's shrewd old eyes twinkled.
The gunrunner's not in the hotel, Typhoon.
Eh?
No. He left early with a girl. Around 7 p.m. I'd just come on duty.
The neat old man said airily.
The gunrunner was dressed very casually. For a sale, I imagine. A girl was with him.
Dunross concentrated now. There are many girls in Hong Kong, Nighttime Gas.
Not like this one, Typhoon.
The old man guffawed carefully.
Once she was the mistress of Blackbeard.
Old man, you have sharp eyes and a long memory. Are you sure?
Oh, very sure.
Nighttime Gas was delighted with the way his news was received.
Yes, he added loftily, since we hear the Americans may be joining the noble house, if you can extricate yourself from all those other fornicators, it might be good for you to know that. Also that Golden Pubix has moved her room.
Who? Nighttime Gas explained the reason for the nickname.
Can you imagine, Typhoon?
Dunross sighed, astounded as always at how fast gossip travelled. She's changed her room?
Oh, yes. It's along the corridor, 276, on the same floor. Typhoon, I heard she was weeping in the night, 2 nights ago, and again this evening before she left. Yes. Third toilet maid Fong saw her crying tonight.
They had a row? She and the gunrunner?
Oh, no, not a row. No shoutings, but, if Golden Pubix knows about the Orlando flower, that's cause enough for dragons to belch.
Nighttime Gas smiled toothily at Casey as she came back, a sheaf of cables and messages in her hand. Dunross noticed that now there was a shadow in her eyes. No message from Link Bartlett, he surmised, getting up. Nighttime Gas solicitously pulled a chair away for her, poured her tea, continuing in his gutter Cantonese.
Never mind, Typhoon. Golden Pubix or not, it's all the same in the dark, hey-ya?
The old man chuckled and left. Dunross glanced at her papers. Trouble?
Oh, no, just more of the same.
She looked at him directly.
I've got them all compartmentalized for tomorrow. Tonight's mine. Link's not back yet.
She sipped her tea, enjoying it.
So I can monopolize you.
I thought I was doing the monopolizing. Isn't? He stopped as he noticed Robert Armstrong and Cinders come in through the swing doors. The 2 men stood at the entrance, looking for a table.
Your police work overtime,
Casey said, and as the men's gaze fell on them, waved back half-heartedly. The 2 men hesitated, then went to a vacant table at the other end of the room.
I like Armstrong, she said. Is the other man police?
I imagine so. Where did you meet Robert? She told him.
Still nothing on the smuggled guns, where they came from, or whatever.
Rotten business.
Would you like a brandy?
Why not? One for the road. Then I must be going. Waiter! He ordered the drinks. The car will be here tomorrow at 12 sharp to pick you up.
Thank you. Ian, the invitation read, ladies' hats and gloves. Do you really mean that?
Of course. He frowned. Ladies have always worn hats and gloves at the races. Why?
I'll have to buy a hat. I haven't worn one in years.
Actually, I like ladies and hats. Dunross glanced around the room. Armstrong and Cinders were watching him covertly. Is it a coincidence they're here? He wondered.
You feel the eyes too, Typhoon? Everyone here seems to know you.
It's not me. It's just the noble house and what I represent. The brandy came. Health! They touched glasses.
Will you answer my question now?
The answer's yes. He swirled the brandy in the glass and inhaled it.
Yes, what?
Abruptly he grinned. Yes, nothing. Yes, it's not fair, but yes, it happens all the time. And I'm not going to get into one of those lovely self-analyzing, have you stopped beating your wife recently things.
Though I do hear that most ladies like being beaten occasionally, but with great care, with or without hats." She laughed, and most of her shadows vanished. "It depends, does it?" "It depends." He watched her, his calm, easy smile on his face, and he was thinking, and she was thinking, it depends on who, and when, and where, and timing, circumstance and need. And right now, it would be grand. He reached out with his glass and touched hers. "Health," he said, "and here's to Tuesday." She smiled back and lifted her glass, her heart quickening. "Yes." "Everything can wait till then, can't it?" "Yes. Yes, I hope so, Ian." "Well, I'll be on my way." "I had a lovely time." "So did I." "Thanks for inviting me. Tomorrow—" She stopped as Night Ga bustled up to them. "Excuse me, Taipan. Telephone." "Oh, thank you. I'll be right there." Dunross sighed. "No peace for the wicked. Casey, shall we?" Sure, Taipan." She got up too, her heart beating strongly, a sad, sweet ache possessing her. "I'll take care of the check." "Thanks, but that's already done. They'll just send it on to the office." Dunross left a tip and guided her toward the elevator, both of them conscious of the eyes following them. For a second he was tempted to go upstairs with her just to set the tongues wagging. But that'd really be tempting the devil, and I've enough devils surrounding me already, he thought. "Good night, Casey. See you tomorrow, and don't forget cocktails, 7:30 to 9 p.m. Give my best to Link." He waved cheerily and walked for the front desk. She watched him go, tall, immaculate, and confident. The elevator doors closed. "If this wasn't Hong Kong, you wouldn't escape. Not tonight, Ian Dunross. Oh, no. Tonight we'd make love. Oh, yes. Yes, we would." Dunross stopped at the front desk and picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Dunross."
Taipan?
"Oh, hello, Liam," he said, recognizing his majordomo's voice. "What's up?"
Mr. Teep Tok Tor just phoned, sir."
Dunross's heart picked up tempo.
"He asked me to try to reach you, and would you please call him back? He said you could call him any time before 2 o'clock or after 7 a.m.
"Thank you. Anything else?"
Miss Claudia called at 8 and said she settled your guest."
There was a rustle of paper.
"Mrs. Gresserhoff at the hotel, and that your appointment in your office at 11 a.m.'s confirmed."
"Good. Next?"
"Missy called from London. Everything fine there. And a Dr. Sampson from London."
"Ah, Kathy's specialist. Did he leave a number?" Liam gave it to him, and he scribbled it down. "Anything else?"
"No, Taipan."
"Is number one daughter back yet?"
"No, Taipan. Number one daughter came in about 7 p.m. for a few minutes with a young man, and then they left."
"Was it Martin Hapley?"
Yes, it was."
"Thanks, Liam. I'll call Tip Top, then get a ferry home." He hung up. Wanting more privacy, he went to the phone booth that was near the stationer's. He dialed.
"We?"
He recognized Tip Top's voice. "Good evening. This is Ian Dunross."
"Ah, Taipan. Just a minute."
There was the sound of a hand being put over the mouthpiece and muffled voices. He waited.
"Ah, sorry to keep you waiting. I've heard some very disquieting news."
"Oh?"
"Yes. It seems your police, once again, are like dog's lungs and wolf's heart. They have falsely arrested a very good friend of yours, Superintendent Brian Kwok."
"Brian Kwok?" Dunross gasped. "But why?"
"I understand he's been falsely accused of being a spy for the PRC, and—"
"Impossible!"
"I agree. Ridiculous. Chairman Mao has no need of capitalist spies. He should be released at once. And if he wishes to leave Hong Kong, he should be permitted to do so and go wherever he wishes to go. At once."
Dunross tried to get his mind working. If Tip-Top said the man called Brian Kwok was to be released at once and permitted to leave Hong Kong if he wished, then Brian was a PRC spy, one of their spies. And that was impossible. 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 I don't know what to say, he said, giving Tip-Top the opening he required.
I must point out, old friends could hardly be expected to consider assisting old friends when their police are so arid. Hey-ya!
I agree, he heard himself saying with the right amount of concern. His mind shouting, Christ almighty, they want to trade Brian for the money. I'll talk to the authorities first thing to...
Perhaps you could do something tonight.
It's too late to call the governor now, but... Then Dunross remembered Cinders and Armstrong, and his heart leaped. I'll try, at once. I'm sure there's some mistake, Mr. Teep. Yes, it must be a mistake. In any event, I'm sure the governor will be helpful, and the police. Surely such a mistake could be handled satisfactorily, like the Victoria's request for the temporary use of the illustrious bank's cash. There was a long silence.
It's possible that could be done. It's possible. Old friends should assist old friends and help correct mistakes. Yes, it could be possible.
Dunross heard the unsaid when left hanging and automatically continued the negotiation, most of his mind still beset by what he had been told. Did you happen to get my note, Mr. Teep? I've taken care of everything else. By the way, the Victoria will certainly assist the financing of the thorium. He added delicately, also, most other further requests, at advantageous terms.
Ah, yes, thank you. Yes, I received your note and your very kind invitation. So sorry that I was unwell. Thank you, Taipan. How long would your government require the cash loan, if it was possible?
I imagine 30 days would be more than enough, perhaps even 2 weeks. But it's the Victoria, Blacks and the other banks, and not the Hong Kong government. I could tell you that tomorrow. Do we have the privilege of seeing you at the races for lunch?
I regret not for lunch, but perhaps after lunch, if that's possible.
Dunross smiled grimly. The perfect compromise. Of course.
Thank you for calling. By the way, Mr. Yu was most impressed with you, Taipan.
Please give him my regards. I look forward to seeing him soon. In Canton.
I was astonished to read your brother-in-law's comments about the Middle Kingdom.
Yes, so was I. My wife and her brother have been estranged for years. His views are alien, enemy, and totally misguided. Dunross hesitated. I hope to neutralize him.
Yes, I agree. Thank you. Good night.
The phone went dead. Dunross hung up.
Christ! Brian Kwok? And I'd almost given him the AMG papers. Christ!
Collecting his wits with a great effort, he went back into the foyer. Armstrong and Cinders were still there. Evening. May I join you a moment?
Of course, Mr. Dunross. This is a pleasant surprise. May I offer you a drink?
Tea. Chinese tea. Thanks. Their table was away from others, and when it was safe, Dunross leaned forward. Robert, I hear you've arrested Brian Kwok, he said, still hoping it wasn't true. The two men stared at him. Who told you that? Armstrong asked. Dunross recounted his conversation. Both men listened non-committally, though from time to time he saw them glance at one another. Obviously, it's a trade, he told them. Him for the cash. Cinders sipped his hot chocolate.
How important's the money?
Completely important, urgent, and the sooner the better. Dunross mopped his brow. The cash will completely stop the bank runs, Mr. Cinders. We've got to... He stopped, aghast.
What is it?
Cinders asked. I suddenly remembered what AMG wrote in the intercepted report. That the police mole may or may not be part of Severin. Is he?
Who?
For Christ's sake, don't play with me, Dunross said angrily. This is serious. You think I'm a bloody fool?
There's a Severn plant in Struan's. If Brian's part of Severn, I've a right to know.
I quite agree, Cinder said calmly, though his eyes had become very flinty. The moment the traitor's uncovered, you may rest assured you'll be informed. Have you any idea who it could be yet?
Dunross shook his head, controlling his anger. Cinders watched him.
You were saying, we've got to... Got to what, Mr. Dunross?
We've got to get that cash at once. What's Brian done? After a moment, Cinder said,
Banks don't open till Monday, so Monday's D-Day.
I imagine the banks will have to get the money before then, to open and have the money in the tills. What the devil's Brian done? Cinders lit a cigarette for himself and for Armstrong.
If this person, Brian, actually has been arrested, I don't think that's really a very discreet question, Mr. Dunross.
I'd have bet anything, the Taipan said helplessly. Anything. But Tip-Topper had never suggested trade unless it was true. Never. Brian must be bloody important. But Christ, what's the world coming to? Will you handle the trade or will Mr. Cross? I suppose the governor's approval will be needed. Thoughtfully, the chief of MI6 blew the tip of his cigarette.
I doubt if there will be a trade, Mr. Dunross.
Why not? The money's more important.
That's a matter of opinion, Mr. Dunross, if this Brian Quok actually is under arrest. In any event, Her Majesty's government could hardly be subject to blackmail. Very poor taste.
Quite. But Sir Geoffrey will agree at once.
I doubt it. He impressed me as being much too clever to do that. As to trading, Mr. Dunross, I thought you were going to give us the AMG files.
Dunross felt an ice pick in his stomach. I did, this evening.
For Christ's sake, don't play with me. This is serious. You think I'm a bloody fool?
Cinder said, in exactly the same tone that Dunross had used. Abruptly, he laughed dryly and continued with the same chilling calm.
You certainly gave us a version of them, but unfortunately, they just don't compare in quality with the one intercepted.
The rumpled man's eyes became even more flinty and curiously menacing, though his face did not change.
Mr. Dunross, your subterfuge was deft, commendable, but unnecessary. We really do want those files, the originals.
If those don't satisfy you, why not go through AMG's papers?
I did.
Cinder smiled without humour.
Well, it's like the old highwayman's saying, the money or your life. Possession of those files may be lethal to you. You agree, Robert?
Yes, sir. Cinders puffed his cigarette.
So, Mr. Dunross, your Mr. Tip-Top wants to trade, eh? Everyone in Hong Kong wants to trade. It's in the air, eh? But to trade, you have to give value for value. I imagine if you want concessions to get concessions from the enemy, well, all's fair in love and war, they say, isn't it?
Dunross kept his face guileless. So they say. I'll talk to the governor first thing. Let's keep this strictly confidential for the moment, until I've talked to him. Night. They watched him walk through the swing doors and disappear.
What do you think, Robert? Did Dunross switch the files on us?
Armstrong sighed. I don't know. His face said nothing. I was watching closely. Nothing. But he's as sharp as a tack.
Yes.
Cinders pondered a moment.
So the enemy want a trade, eh? I'd say we have possession of this particular client for 24 hours at the most. When do you do his next interrogation?
6:30 a.m.
Oh, well, if you've an early start, we'd better be going.
Cinders called for the cheque.
I'll consult with Mr. Cross, but I know what he'll say, what in fact London has ordered.
Sir?
They're very concerned because the client's been party to too many secrets. The General Staff Course, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Cinders hesitated again.
On second thought, Robert, now, irrespective of what Mr. Dunross does, our only course is to step up the debriefing. Yes, we'll cancel the 6:30 interrogation, continue with the hourly schedule, providing he's medically fit, and into the Red Room.
Armstrong blanched.
But, sir,
I'm sorry,
Cinders said, his voice gentle.
I know he's a friend, was a friend, but now you're Mr. Tip-Top and you're Mr. Dunross have taken away our time.
Saturday. Chapter 62. 9:32 a.m. The JAL jet from Tokyo came in low over the sea and touched down perfectly at Kai-Tak with a puff of smoke from its wheels. At once, its engines went into reverse thrust and it howled toward the airport complex, decelerating. Passengers, aircrew and visitors were milling in the busy terminal, customs and immigration and waiting areas. Outward bound was easy. Incoming was mostly easy. Except for Japanese nationals. Chinese have long memories. The years of the Japanese war occupation of China and Hong Kong were too near, too strong, too vicious to forget. Or to forgive. So Japanese nationals were checked more thoroughly. Even members of the JAL crew now going through, even the pert, pretty, polite air hostesses, some of whom were hardly alive when that occupation had ended, they too were given back their travel documents with a frigid stare. Next to them in line was an American. "Morning," he said, handing his passport to the official. "Morning." The young Chinese flipped the book open and glanced at the photograph and at the man and leafed through to find the visa. Unnoticed, his foot touched a hidden switch. This alerted Cross and Cinders, who were in a nearby observation office. They went to the one-way mirror and looked at the man waiting at immigration in front of one of the 6 crowded lines of passengers. The passport, a year old, said, Vincenzo Banastasio, male, born New York City, August the 16th, 1910. Hair grey, eyes brown. Casually, the official checked the other visas and stamps. England, Spain, Italy, Holland, Mexico, Venezuela, Japan. He stamped the dull grey book, handed it back non-committally. Banastasio walked through to customs, an expensive crocodile briefcase under his arm, carrying duty-free liquor in a gaudy plastic carrier, camera swinging off his shoulder.
"Good-looking fellow," Cinders said. "He takes care of himself."
They saw him disappear into the crowds. Cross clicked on the portable CB. "Do you have him covered?" he asked into it.
"Yes, sir,"
came the instant answer.
"I'll keep monitoring this frequency. Keep me advised." "Yes, sir."
To Cinders, Cross said,
"We'll have no problem tailing him." "No, glad I've seen him. I always like to see an enemy in the flesh."
"Is he? Enemy?"
"Mr. Rosemont thinks so. Don't you?"
"I meant our enemy. I'm sure he's a crook. I meant I'm not sure he's tied into intelligence." Cinders sighed.
"You've checked the bugs?"
"Yes." Late last night, a team of SI experts had secretly put bugs into the bedroom Banastasio had booked at the Hilton. Also the office and private suite of photographer VC They waited patiently. On the table, the CB hissed and crackled slightly. After a pause, Cinders said absently,
"What about our other client?"
"Who? Kwok?"
"Yes. How long do you think it'll take?"
"Not long." Cross smiled to himself.
"When do you put him into the Red Room?"
"I thought noon might be rather apt, before if he's ready."
"Armstrong will do the interrogation?"
"Yes."
"Armstrong's a good man. He handled himself very well at the even-off."
"Next time, would you mind keeping me advised? After all, this is my area."
"Certainly, Roger. It was a sudden decision by London."
"What's the idea?"
About the Sunday summons. The minister is sending special instructions. Cinders frowned. Brian Quark's records say he's strong. We don't have too much time. He'll have been well indoctrinated to be hidden so deep, so long. Oh, yes, but I'm quite confident. Since I had the room built, I've experimented on myself 3 times. The most I've ever stayed was 5 minutes, and each time I was sick as a dog, and that was without any disorientation scheduling. I'm confident we'll have no problem. Cross stubbed out his cigarette. It's very effective, an exact pattern of the KGB prototype. After a moment, Cinder said, Pity these methods have to be used. Very dicey. Disgusting, really. I preferred it when, well, even then, I suppose our profession was never really clean. You mean during the war? Yes, I must say I preferred it then. Then there was no hypocrisy on the part of some of our leaders, or the media. Everyone understood we were at war. But today, when our very survival's threatened, we... Cinder stopped, then pointed. Look, Roger, isn't that Rosemont? The American was standing with another man by the exit door. Yes, it is. That's Langan with him, the FBI man. Cross said. Last night I agreed to a joint effort with him on Banastasio, though I do wish those bloody CIA'd leave us alone to do our job. Yes, they really are becoming quite difficult. Cross picked up the CB and led the way outside. Stanley, we've got him well covered. We agreed last night that on this operation, we handle this part, you handle the hotel. Right? Sure, Raj. Morning, Mr. Cinders. Grim-faced, Rosemont introduced Langan, who was equally taut. We're not interfering, Raj, though that bum is one of our nationals. That's not the reason we're here. I'm just seeing Ed off. Oh? Yes, Langan said. He was as tired and gaunt as Rosemont. It's those photocopies, Raj. Thomas K.K. Leam's papers. I've got to deliver them personally, to the Bureau. I read part to my chief, and his spots blew, and he began to come apart at the seams. I can imagine. There's a request on your desk to let us have the originals, and then... No chance, Cinder said for Cross. Langan shrugged. There's a request on your desk, Raj. Guess your brass will send orders from heaven if ours really need them. I'd better get on board. Listen, Raj, we can't thank you enough. I owe you one. Those bastards... Yeah, we owe you one. They shook hands and he hurried off onto the tarmac. Which piece of information blew the seams, Mr. Rosemont? They're all lethal, Mr. Cinders. It's a coup for us and the Bureau, mostly the Bureau. Ed said his folk went into hysterics. The political implications for Democrats and Republicans are immense. You were right. If Senator Tillman, the presidential hopeful who's in town right now, if he got hold of those papers, there's no telling what he'd do. Rosemont was no longer his usual good-humoured self. My brass telexed our South American contacts to put an all points on Thomas K.K. Leam, so we'll be interviewing him pretty damn soon. You'll get a copy, don't worry. Raj, was there anything else? I beg your pardon? With these choice pieces, were there others we could use? Cross smiled without humour. Of course. How about a blueprint for financing a private revolution in Indonesia? Oh, Jesus. Yes. How about photostats of arrangements for payments into a French bank account of a very important Vietnamese lady and gentleman? For specific favours granted? Rosemont had gone chalky. What else? Isn't that enough? Is there more? For Christ's sake, Stanley, of course there's more. You know it, we know it. There'll always be more. Can we have them now? Cinder said, What can you do for us? Rosemont stared at them. Over lunch we'll take... The CB crackled into life. The target's got his bags now, and he's walking out of customs, heading for the taxi rank. Now he's...
Someone's meeting him, a Chinese, good-looking man, expensive clothes. Don't recognize him. They're going over to a Rolls, registration Hong Kong. That's the hotel limousine. Both men are getting in. Into the sender, Cross said, "Stay on this frequency." He switched frequencies, static and muffled traffic and noise. Rosemont brightened. "You bugged the limo?" Cross nodded. "Great, Raj. I'd have missed that." They listened, then clearly, "Good of you to meet me, VC," Anastasia was saying. "Hell, you shouldn't have come all this way." "Oh, it's my pleasure," the cultured voice replied. "We can chat in the car. Perhaps that'll save you coming to the office, and then in my—" Sure. The American voice overrode the other man. "Listen, I got something for you, VC." Muffled sounds, then a sudden high-pitched whine that totally dominated the airwave, completely obliterating the clarity in voices. At once, Cross switched frequencies, but the others were operating perfectly. "Shit! He's using a portable shaver to block us," Rosemont said disgustedly. "That bastard's a pro. 50 to a blown cent they block all the bugs we got. 100 says when they come back on this channel, it'll all be goddamn chit-chat. I told you Anastasio was cream." Chapter 63, 10:52 a.m. "Taipan, Dr. Sampson calling from London. He's on line 3. "Oh, thank you, Claudia." Dunross punched the button. "Hello, Doctor. You're up late. I've just come back from the hospital. Sorry not to call before. You were calling about your sister, Mrs. Cavallan?" "Yes. How is she?" "Well, sir, we've begun another stringent series of tests. Mentally, I must say she's in very good shape. I'm afraid physically not so good." Dunross listened with a sinking heart as the doctor went into detail about multiple sclerosis. How no one really knew much about it, that there was no known cure, and that the disease went in descending plateaus. Once some deterioration of the nerve structure had taken place, it was not possible, with present medications, to climb back to the previous level. "I've taken the liberty of calling in Professor Kleinberg from the clinic at UCLA in Los Angeles for a consultation. He's the world expert on the disease. Please rest assured we will do everything we can for Mrs. Cavallan." "It doesn't sound as if you can do anything at all." "Well, it's not quite as bad as that, sir. If Mrs. Cavallan takes care, rests and is sensible, she can have a normal life for many years." "How long is many years?" Dunross heard the long hesitation. "Oh, Kathy. Poor Kathy." "I don't know. Many times this sort of problem's in the hands of God, Mr. Dunross. Patients do not follow the same time patterns. In Mrs. Cavallan's case, I could answer you better in 6 months, perhaps by Christmas. Meanwhile, I've taken her on as a national health patient, so then—" "No, she should be a private patient, Dr. Sampson. Please send all bills to my office." "Mr. Dunross, there's no difference in the quality of service I give to her. She just has to wait a little while in my waiting room and be in a ward, not a private room at the hospital." "Please make her a private patient. I would prefer it. So would her husband." Dunross heard the sigh and hated it. "Very well," the doctor was saying. "I have all your numbers, and I'll call you the instant Professor Kleinberg has made his examination and the tests are concluded." Dunross thanked him and replaced the phone. Oh, Kathy. Poor dear Kathy. Earlier, when he had got up at dawn, he had talked to her and to Penelope. Kathy had said how much better she felt and how Sampson was most encouraging. Pen had told him later that Kathy was looking very tired. "It doesn't seem very good, Ian. Is there any chance you could come here for a week or two before October the 10th? "Not at the moment, Pen, but you never know." "I'm going to take Kathy to Avisyard as soon as she gets out of the hospital. Next week at the latest. She'll be better there. The land will make her better. Don't worry, Ian." "Pen, when you get to Avisyard, would you go out to the Shrieking Tree for me?" "What's the matter?" He heard the concern in her voice. "Nothing, darling," he told her, thinking about Jacques and Philip Chen. "How can I explain about them?" "Nothing particular, just more of the same. I just wanted you to say hello to our real Shrieking Tree."
Our jacaranda there's no good?
Oh, yes, she's fine, but not the same. Perhaps you should bring a cutting back to Hong Kong.
No, better we leave it where it is. Then you have to come home, don't you, Ian?
Can I make a bet for you this afternoon? Again a pause.
$10 on the horse you choose. I'll back your choice. I always back your choice. Call me tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
He remembered the first time she had said, I love you, and then later, when he had asked her to marry him, all the refusals, and then eventually, through shattering tears, the real reason.
Oh, Christ, Ian. I'm not good enough for you. You're upper class. I'm not. The way I talk now, I acquired. It was because I was evacuated at the beginning of the war to the country. My God, I'd only been outside London twice in my whole life till then, just to the seaside. I was evacuated to a wonderful old manor house in Hampshire, where all the other girls were from one of your fine upper-class schools. Byculla was its name. There was a mix-up, Ian. My whole school went somewhere else, just me to Byculla, and it was only then that I found I talked differently. There, you see, I still forget sometimes. Oh, God, you've no idea how awful it was to find out so young that I was common and talked common, and that there are such limitless differences in England, the way we talk so important. Oh, how I worked to imitate the others. They helped me, and there was one teacher who was so wonderful to me. I hurled myself into the new life, theirs, and I swore to better myself and never go back. Never, 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 and I won't. But I can't marry you, my darling. Let's just stay lovers. I'll never be good enough.
But in time, her time, they had married. Granny Dunross had persuaded her. Penelope had agreed, but only after going out to the Shrieking Tree alone. She had never told him what she had said. I'm lucky, Dunross thought. She's the best wife a man could have. Since coming back from the track at dawn, he had worked steadily. 100 cables, dozens of international phone calls, countless locals. At 9:30 he had called the governor about Tip-Top's proposal. I'll have to consult the minister, Sir Geoffrey had said. The earliest I could call him would be 4 this afternoon. This must be kept entirely secret, Ian. Dear, oh dear. Brian Kwok must be very important to them. Or perhaps just another convenient concession for the money. Ian, I don't think the minister will agree to a trade. Why? Her Majesty's government might consider it a precedent, a bad one. I would. The money's vital. The money's a temporary problem. Precedents, unfortunately, last forever. You are at the track? Yes, sir. How's the form? They all looked in fine fettle. Alexei Travkin says Pilotfish is our main opposition, and the going will be soft. Noble Star's grand, though she's never raced in the wet. Will it rain? Yes, but perhaps we'll be lucky, sir. Let's hope so. Terrible times, Ian. Still, these things are sent to try us, eh? Are you going to John's funeral? Yes, sir. So am I. Poor fellow. At the funeral this morning, Dunross had said kind words about John Chen for the face of the House of Chen, and for all the Chen forebears who had served the noble house so long and hard. Thank you, Taipan, Philip Chen had said simply. Again, I'm sorry. Later he had said to Philip Chen privately, Sorry is sorry, but that still doesn't help us extricate ourselves from the trap your son and you put us into. Or solve Bloody Four Fingers and the third coin. I know, Philip Chen had said, wringing his hands. I know, and unless we can get the stock back up, we're ruined. We're all ruined. Oh, go. After you'd announced the boom, I bought, and now we're ruined. Dunross had said sharply, We've got the weekend, Philip. Now listen to me, damn it. You will claim every favour you're owed. I want Lando Matter and Tightfist Dong's backing by Sunday midnight. At least 20 million. But, Taipan, if I don't get that by Sunday midnight, have your resignation on my desk by 9 a.m. You're no longer comprador, your son Kevin's out, and all your branches out forever, and I'll choose a new comprador from another branch. Now he exhaled heavily, hating that Philip Chen and John Chen, and probably Jacques de Ville, had betrayed their trust. He went to the coffee tray and poured himself some coffee. Today it did not taste good to him. The phones had been incessant, most of the calls about the looming collapse of the market, the banking system. Havergill, John, Richard Kwan. Nothing from Tightfist, Orlando Matter or Murtaugh. The only bright spot had been his call to David McStruan in Toronto. "David, I want you here for a conference on Monday. Can you go—" He'd been swamped by the bellow of joy. "Hey! Typhoon! I'm on my way to the airport. Good. Hang on, David." He'd explained his plan about transferring Jacques to Canada. "Oh, laddie, if you do that, I'm your slave forever." "I'm going to need more than slaves, David," he had said carefully. There was a long pause, and the voice on the other end hardened. "Anything you want, Typhoon. You've got. Anything." Dunross smiled, warmed by the thought of his distant cousin. He let his eyes drift out of the windows. The harbour was misted, the sky low and dark, but no rain yet. "Good," he thought, "so long as it doesn't rain till after the 5th race. After 4 o'clock it can rain. I want to smash Gaunt and Pilot Fish, and, oh God, let First Central come up with my money. Orlando Matter, or Tightfist, or Parcon." "Your bet's covered," he told himself stoically. "Every way you can. And Casey? Is she setting me up like Bartlett? And like Gaunt? What about—" The intercom clicked on. "Taipan, your 11 o'clock appointment's here." "Claudia, come in a second." He took an envelope out of his drawer with the $1,000 in it and gave it to her. "Betting money, as promised." "Oh, thank you, Taipan." There were care lines in her jolly face and shadows under the smile. "You're in Philip's box?" "Oh, yes. Yes, Uncle Philip invited me. He seems very upset," she said. "It's John." Dunross wasn't sure if she knew. She probably does, he thought, or soon will. There are no secrets in Hong Kong. "What do you fancy?" "Winner's Delight in the first, Buccaneer in the second." "Two outsiders?" He stared at her. "You've inside info?" "Oh, no, Taipan." A little of her normal good humour came back. "It's just the form." "And in the 5th? "I'm not betting the 5th, but all my hopes are on Noble Star." Claudia added worriedly, "Is there anything I can do to help, Taipan? Anything? The stock market and— We have to slaughter Gaunt somehow." "I'm rather fond of Gaunt. He's such a fong pei." The Canton obscenity was picturesque, and she laughed. "Now show in Mrs. Gresserhoff." Yes, Taipan," Claudia said. "And thanks for the hung yao." In a moment, Dunross got up to greet his guest. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. "Ikaga desu ka?" he asked in shock, his Japanese fluent. "How are you?" astounded that she could have been married to Alan Medford Grant, whose name, God help us, was also supposed to be Hans Gresserhoff. "Genki, Taipan. Domo. Genki desu. Anata wa?" "Fine, Taipan, thank you. And you?" "Genki." He bowed slightly in return and did not shake hands, though he noticed her hands and feet were tiny and her legs long. They chatted for a moment, then she switched to English with a smile. "Your Japanese is very good, Taipan. My husband, he did not tell me you were so tall." "Would you care for coffee?" "Thank you. But please, let me get it for you too." Before he could stop her, she had gone to the coffee tray. He watched her pour delicately. She offered him the first cup with a little bow. "Please." Rico Gresserhoff, Rico Anjin, was barely 5 feet, perfectly proportioned with short hair and lovely smile, and she weighed about 90 pounds. Her blouse and skirt were auburn silk, well cut and French. "Thank you for the expense money Miss Claudia gave me." "It's nothing. We owe your husband's estate about £8,000. I'll have a cashier's check for you tomorrow.
Thank you.
You have me at a disadvantage, Mrs. Gresserhoff. You know...
Please call me Rico, Typhoon.
Very well, Rico-san. You know me, but I know nothing about you.
Yes. My husband said I was to tell you whatever you wanted to know. He told me that once I had made sure you were the Typhoon, then I was to give you an envelope I have brought from him to you. May I bring it later?
Again, the little interrogative smile.
Please?
I'll come back with you now and collect it.
Oh, no. That would be too much trouble. Perhaps I can bring it to you after luncheon. Please?
How big is it, the envelope? Her tiny hands measured the air.
It is an ordinary envelope, but not so thick. You could put it easily into your pocket.
Again the smile. Perhaps you'd like to... I'll tell you what, he said, charmed by her presence. In a minute or two I'll send you back by car. You can fetch the envelope and come right back. Then he added, knowing it would ruin the seating arrangements, but not caring. Would you join us for lunch at the races?
Oh, but I would have to change and... Oh, thank you, but no, it would be too much trouble for you. Perhaps I could deliver the letter later, or tomorrow. My husband said I was only to put it into your hands.
No need to change, Rico-san. You look lovely. Oh, do you have a hat? Perplexed, she stared at him.
Please?
Yes, it's our custom that ladies wear hats and gloves to the races. Silly custom, but do you? Have a hat?
Oh, yes. Every lady has a hat. Of course.
A wave of relief went through him. Good. Then that's settled.
Oh, then if you say so.
She got up.
Shall I go now?
No, if you've time, please sit down. How long were you married?
4 years. Hans...
She hesitated. Then she said firmly,
Hans told me to tell you, but you alone, if ever he was to die, and I was to come as I have come, to tell you that our marriage was of convenience.
What? She reddened a little as she continued.
Please excuse me, but I was to tell you. It was a convenience to both of us. I obtained a Swiss citizenship and passport, and he obtained someone to care for him when he came to Switzerland. I did not wish to marry, but he asked me many times, and he stressed that it would protect me when he died.
Dunross was startled. He knew he was going to die?
I think so. He said the marriage contract was for 5 years only, but that we should have no children. He took me to an advocate in Zurich who drew up a contract for 5 years.
She opened her purse, her fingers trembling but not her voice, and pulled out an envelope.
Hans told me to give you these. They're copies of the contract, my birth and marriage certificate, his will and birth certificate.
She took out a tissue and pressed it against her nose.
Please excuse me.
Carefully she untied the string around the envelope and took out a letter. Dunross accepted it. He recognized AMG's handwriting.
Typhoon, this will confirm my wife, Rico Gresserhoff, Rico Anjin, is who she says she is. I love her with all my heart. She merits and merited far better than me. If she needs help, please, please, please.
It was signed Hans Gresserhoff.
I do not merit better, Typhoon,
she said with a sad, small, confident voice.
My husband was good to me, very good, and I'm sorry he is dead.
Dunross watched her. Was he ill? Did he know he was going to die from an illness?
I don't know. He never told me. One of his asks before I married him was that I would not question him or question where he went, why or when he was to return. I was just to accept him as he was.
A small shiver went through her.
It was very hard living thus.
Why did you agree to live like that? Why? Surely it wasn't necessary. Again Rico hesitated.
I was born in Japan in 1939 and went as an infant with my parents to Bern. My father was a minor official in the Japanese embassy there. In 1943, he went back to Japan, but left us in Geneva. Our family comes from Nagasaki. In 1945, my father was lost, and all our family was lost. There was nothing to go back to, and my mother wanted to stay in Switzerland, so we went to live in Zurich with a good man who died 4 years ago. They paid for my education and kept me, and we had a happy family. For many years I knew they were not married, though they pretended, and I pretended. When he died, there was no money, or just a little money. Hans Kresserhoff was an acquaintance of this man, my stepfather. His name was Simeon Zerak. He was a displaced person, Typhoon, a stateless person from Hungary who had taken up residence in Switzerland. Before the war, he was an accountant, he said, in Budapest. My mother arranged my marriage to Hans Kresserhoff.
Now she looked up from the carpet at him.
It was a good marriage, Typhoon. At least I tried very hard to be whatever my husband wanted and my mother wanted. My giri, my duty, was to obey my mother, ne?
Yes, he said kindly, understanding duty and giri, that most Japanese of words, most important of words, that sums up a heritage and a way of life. You have performed your giri perfectly, I'm sure. What does your mother say is your giri now?
My mother is dead, Typhoon. When my stepfather died, she did not wish to live. The moment I was married, she went up the mountain and skied into a crevasse.
Terrible.
Oh no, Typhoon, very good. She died as she wished to die, at a time and place of her choosing. Her man was dead, I was safe. What more was there for her to do?
Nothing, he told her, hearing the softness of her voice, the sincerity and the calm. The Japanese word wa came to his mind. Harmony. That's what this girl has, he thought. Harmony. Perhaps that's what's so beautiful about her. Ayya, that I could acquire such wa. One of his phones sounded. Yes, Claudia?
It's Alexei Travkin, Typhoon. Sorry, he said it was important.
Thank you. To the girl, he said, Excuse me a moment. Yes, Alexei?
Sorry to interrupt, Typhoon, but Johnny Moore's sick and he won't be able to ride.
Johnny Moore was their chief jockey. Dunross's voice sharpened. He seemed all right this morning.
He's running 103-degree temperature. The doctor said it might be food poisoning.
You mean he's been tampered with, Alexei?
I don't know, Typhoon. I only know he's no good for us today.
Dunross hesitated. He knew he was better than the rest of his jockeys, though the extra weight Noble Star would have to carry would load the deck against the horse. Should I or shouldn't I? Alexei, schedule Tom Wong. We'll decide before the race.
Yes, thank you.
Dunross replaced the phone. Anjin's a curious name, he said. It means pilot, just pilot or navigator, doesn't it?
The legend in my family is that one of our forebears was an Englishman who became a samurai and advisor to the shogun, Yoshi Toranaga. Oh, very many years ago, long, long ago. We have many stories, but they say first he had a fief in Hemi, near Yokohama, then went with his family to Nagasaki as Inspector General of all foreigners.
Again the smile and the shrug, and the tip of her tongue moistened her lips.
It is just legend, Typhoon. He is supposed to have married a high-born lady called Riko.
Her chuckle filled the room.
You know Japanese. A gaijin, a foreigner, marrying a high-born lady? How could that be possible? But anyway, it is a pleasing story and an explanation of a name, eh?
She got up, and he got up.
I should go now, yes?
No, he wanted to say. The Black Daimler pulled up outside the V&A, the Struan arms discreetly on the doors. Casey and Bartlett waited at the top of the stairs, Casey wearing a green dress, self-conscious in a pert green pillbox hat and white gloves, Bartlett broad-shouldered, wearing a blue tie to match his well-cut suit. Both were set-faced. The chauffeur approached them.
Mr. Bartlett?
Yes. They came down the steps to meet him. You are a limo?
Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir, but do you both have your badge tickets and the invitation card?
Yes, here they are, Casey said.
Ah, good. Sorry, but without them. My name's Liam. The custom is for the gentlemen to tie both badges through the hole in their lapels, and the ladies usually have a pin.
Whatever you say, Bartlett said. Casey got in the back and he followed. They sat far apart. Silently, they began to fix the small, individually numbered badges. Blandly, Liam closed the door, noticing the frigidity, and chortled inwardly. He closed the electric glass partition window and switched on his intercom mic.
If you want to talk to me, sir, just use the microphone above you.
Through his rear mirror, he saw Bartlett use the switch momentarily. Sure. Thank you, Liam. Once Liam was in the traffic, he reached under the dash and touched a hidden switch. At once, Bartlett's voice came through the speaker. Going to rain?
I don't know, Link. The radio said it would, but everyone's praying.
A hesitation, then coldly.
I still think you're wrong.
Liam settled back happily. His trusted older brother, Liam Chu, major domo to the taipans of the Noble House, had arranged for another younger brother, an expert radio mechanic, to install this bypass switch so that he could overhear his passengers. It had been done at great cost to protect the taipan, and older brother Liam had ordered it was never to be used when the taipan was in the car. Never, never, never. It never had been. Yet. Liam felt queasy at the thought of being caught, but their wish to know, of course to protect, overcame their anxiety.
Oh, he chortled. Golden Pubics is certainly in a rage.
Casey was seething.
Let's quit this, Link, huh? She said. Since our breakfast meeting, you've been like a bear with a sore ass.
And what about you? Bartlett glared at her. We're going with Gaunt, the way I want it.
This is my deal. You've said that 50 times. You promised. You've always listened before. Jesus, we're on the same side. I'm only trying to protect you. I know you're wrong.
You think I'm wrong, and it's all because of Orlando.
That's a crock. I went through my reasons 50 times. If Ian gets out of the trap, then we're better off to go with him than Gaunt.
Bartlett's face was cold. We've never had a bus before, Casey, but if you want to vote your shares, I'll vote mine, and your ass will be in a vice before you can count to 10. Casey's heart was thumping. Ever since their breakfast meeting with Seymour Stiegler, the day had been heavy going. Bartlett was adamant that their best course lay with Gaunt, and nothing she could say would dissuade him. After an hour of trying, she had closed the meeting and gone off to deal with a pile of overnight telexes. Then, remembering suddenly at the last moment, had rushed out in a panic and bought her hat. When she'd met Bartlett in the foyer with great trepidation, wanting the hat to please him, she'd begun to make peace, but he had interrupted her. Forget it, he had said. So we disagree. So what? She had waited and waited, but he hadn't even noticed. What do you think? I told you, Gaunt's best for us.
I meant my hat.
She'd seen his blank stare. Oh, that's what's different. Hey, it's okay. She had felt like tearing it off and hurling it at him.
It's Parisian, she had said half-heartedly. It says hats and gloves on the invitation, remember?
It's a crock, but Ian said that lady... What makes you think he can get out of the trap?
He's clever, and the taipan.
Gaunt's got him on the run.
It looks that way, so let's forget it for now. Maybe we'd better wait outside. The car's coming at noon promptly.
Just a minute, Casey. What have you got cooking?
What do you mean?
I know you better than anyone. What do you have on the burner? Casey hesitated, unsure of herself, wondering if she should reveal the first central ploy.
But there's no reason to, she reassured herself. If Ian gets the credit and squeezes out, I'll be the first to know. Ian promised. Then Link can cover his 2 million with Gord, and they can buy back in to cover their selling short and make a huge profit. At the same time, Ian, Link, and I get in at the bottom of the market and make our own killing. I'll be the first to know after Murtar and Ian. Ian promised. Yes, he did. But can I trust him? A wave of nausea went through her. Can you trust anyone in business here or anywhere, man or woman? At dinner last night, she had trusted him. Influenced by the wine and food, she had told him about her relationship with Link and about the bargain they had made. That's a bit rough, isn't it? On both of you? Yes and no. We were both over 21, Ian, and I wanted so much more than being just Mrs. Link Bartlett, a mother, mistress, servant, dishwasher, diaper washer, slave, and a left at home. That's the thing that kills off any woman. You're always left. At home. So home becomes a prison in the end, and it drives you mad, being trapped until death do us part. I've seen it too many times. Someone has to look after the home and the children. It's the man's job to make the money. It's the wife's Yes, most times, but not for me. I'm not prepared to accept that, and I don't think it's wrong to want a different sort of life. I'm the wage earner for my family. My sister's husband died, so there's my sister and her kids, and my ma and uncle are getting on. I'm educated and good and better than most in business. The world's changing. Everything's changing, Ian. I said before, not here, thank God. Casey remembered how she had ready to return measure for measure, but had bitten back the old Casey and said instead, Ian, what about the hag? How did she do it? What was her secret? How did she become more equal than anyone? She kept her hands on the purse strings. Absolutely. Oh, she conceded outward position and face to column and following taipans, but she kept the books. She hired and fired through him. She was the strength of that family. When Callum was dying, it was easy to persuade him to make her taipan. He gave her the Struan chop, family chop, and all the reins and all the secrets. But wisely she kept it all very secret, and after Callum she only appointed those she could control, and never once gave any one of them the purse strings, or real power, not until she herself was dying. But ruling through others? Is that enough? Power is power, and I don't think it matters so long as you rule. For a woman, after a certain age, power only comes with control of the purse. But you're right about drop-dead money. Hong Kong's the only place on earth you can get it to keep it. With money, real money, you can be more equal than anyone. Even Link Bartlett. I like him, by the way. I like him very much. I love him. Our partnership's worked, Ian. I think it's been good for Link. Oh, how I hope so. He's our taipan, and I'm not trying to become one. I just want to succeed as a woman. He's helped me tremendously. Of course he has. Without him, I'd never have made it. So we're in business together until my birthday, November the 25th this year. That's D-Day. That's when we both decide. And? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Oh, I love Link more than ever, but we're not lovers. Later, coming back on the ferry, she'd been sorely tempted to ask him about Orlando. She decided not to. Perhaps I should have, she muttered out loud. Eh? Oh! She came out of her reverie, finding herself in the limo on the car ferry en route to Hong Kong. Sorry, Link, I was daydreaming. She looked at him and saw that he was as handsome as ever, even though now he stared back coldly. You're more attractive to me than either Ian or Quillen, she thought. And yet, right now, I'd prefer to pillow with either of them than with you. Because you're a bastard. Do you want to have at it? He said. You want to vote your shares against mine? Casey stared back at him, enraged. Tell him to go screw, the devil half of her screamed. He needs you more than you need him. You've got the reins of Parkon. You know where the bodies are buried. You can take apart what you helped to create. But the other half of her urged caution. She remembered what the taipan had said about this man's world,
and about power, and about the hag. So she dropped her gaze a moment and allowed tears to seep. At once she saw the change in him. "Jesus, Casey, don't cry. I'm sorry," he was saying, and his arms reached out for her. "Jesus, you've never cried before. Listen, we've been through the mill a dozen times, hell, 50 times. There's no need to get so uptight. We've got Struans and Gaunt locked into battle. There's no difference in the end. We'll still be the noble house, but up front, Gaunt's better. I know I'm right." "Oh, no, you're not," she thought contentedly, warm in his embrace. Chapter 64, 12:32 p.m. Brian Crock was screaming and beyond terror. He knew he was in prison and in hell, and it had gone on forever. His whole insane world was an instant of never-ending blinding light, everything blood-coloured, the cell walls, floor, ceiling, blood-coloured, no doors or windows, and the floor awash with blood. But everything twisted and all upside down, for somehow he was lying on the ceiling, his whole being in torment, frantically trying to claw his way down to normality, each time falling back into the mess of his own vomit. Then the next instant once more in the blackness, grinding, pulsating voices, laughing, drowning out his friend, drowning out Robert, who pleaded with the devils to stop, for the love of God, stop. Then once more the eye-tearing, head-exploding bloodlight, seeing the blood waters that would not fall, groping desperately, stretching down for the chairs and table that sat in the blood water, but falling back, always falling back. Floor meeting ceiling, everything wrong, upside sideways, madness, the devil's invention. Bloodlight, and darkness, and laughter, and stench, and blood again. On, and on, and on. He knew he had begun raving years ago, begging them to stop, begging them to let him go, swearing he would do anything but let him go, that he was not the one they sought, not due for hell. "It's a mistake. It's all a mistake. No, it's not a mistake. I was the enemy. Who was the enemy? What enemy? Oh, please let the world turn right side up, and let me lie where I should be lying up there, down there. Where? Oh, Jesus Christ! Robert Christ, help! Help me!" "All right, Brian. I'm here. I'm putting everything right. I am. I'm putting everything right." He heard the compassionate words come soaring out of the maelstrom, drowning the laughter. The enveloping blood went away. He felt his friend's hand, cool and gentle, and he clutched it, terrified lest it was another dream within a dream within a dream. "Oh, Christ, Robert! Don't leave me!" "Oh, Jesus! It's impossible! Look there! The ceiling's there where it should be, and I'm here. I'm lying on the bed where I should be, and the room's dim, but soft where it should be. Everything's clean. Flowers, blinds drawn, but flowers, and the water properly in the vase, and I'm right side up. Oh, Christ, Robert!" "Hello, chum," Robert Armstrong said gently. "Oh, Jesus, Robert, thank you. I'm right side up. Oh, thank you. It was hard to talk, and he felt weak, his strength gone. But it was glorious just to be here, out of the nightmare, his friend's face misted but real. "And smoking. Am I smoking? Oh, yes. Yes, I think I remember Robert left me a packet of cigarettes, though those devils came and found them and took them away last week. Thank God for smoke. When was it? Last month? Last week? When? I remember, yes. But Robert came back again and gave me a secret drag last month. Was it last month? Oh, that tastes so good. So good. And the peace. No nightmare, Robert. Not seeing blood up there. The ceiling awash. Not lying up there, but down here. Not in hell. Oh, thank you. I must go now. Oh, Christ, don't go. They may come back. No, don't go. Sit and stay, please stay. Look, we'll talk. Yes, that's it. Talk. You wanted to talk. Don't leave. Please talk. All right, old friend. Then talk. I won't go while we talk. What do you want to tell me, eh? Certainly I'll stay while you talk. Tell me about Ning Doc and your father.
Didn't you go back to see him? Oh, yes. I went back to see him once. Yes, just before he died. My friends helped me. They helped me. It only took a day. My friends helped me. That was so long ago.
Did Ian go with you?
Ian? No, was it Ian? I can't remember. Ian the Taipan? Someone went with me. Was it you, Robert? Ah, with me and Ning Dog. No, it wasn't you or Ian. It was John Chancellor from Ottawa. He hates the Soviets too, Robert. They're the great enemy. Even in school, and Devil Chiang Kai-shek and his assassins Fong Fong and... Oh, I'm so tired and so pleased to see you.
Tell me about Fong Fong.
Oh, him. He was a bad man, Robert. Him and all his spy group. They were against us. The PRC and Pro-Chiang. I know. Don't worry. As soon as I read the... What are you asking me, eh? What?
It was that rotten grant, eh?
Yes, it was. And I almost fainted when he knew I was... Where was I? Oh, yes, but I stopped Fong Fong at once. Oh, yes.
Who did you tell?
Su Yan. I whispered it to Su Yan. He's back in Peking now. Oh, he was very high up, though he didn't know who I really was, Robert. I was all very hush-hush. Yes, then it was in school. My father sent me after old Scene was murdered. Thugs came and flogged him to death in the village square because he was one of us, one of the people, one of Chairman Mao's people. And when I was in Hong Kong, I stayed with Uncle. I went to school, and he schooled me at night. Can I sleep now?
Who was your Uncle Garson? And where did he live?
I don't remember.
Then I must go. Next week I'll come back.
No, wait, Robert, wait. It was Wu Tan Fing on 4th Alley in Aberdeen. Number 8, Lucky 8, 5th floor. There. I can remember. Don't go.
Very good, old chum. Very good. Were you at school long in Hong Kong? Robert Armstrong kept his voice soft and kind, and his heart went out to his friend that once was. He was astonished that Brian had broken so easily, so quickly. The client's mind was open now, ready for him to take apart. He kept his eyes on the shell of the man who lay on the bed, encouraging him to remember so that the others who listened secretly could record all the facts and figures and names and places, the undercover truths, until Brian Curzon Kwok was a husk. And he knew that he would continue to probe, to cajole or threaten or become impatient or angry, or pretend to want to leave or curse the jailer away who would interrupt, if necessary. With Cross and Cinders monitoring the in-depth debriefing, he was just a tool like Brian Kwok had been a tool for others who had used his mind and talents for their own purposes. His job was just to be the medium, to keep the client talking, to bring him back when he rambled or became incoherent, to be his sole friend and his sole prop in this unreal universe, the one who brought the truth forth. Like John Chancellor of Ottawa. Who's he? Where does he fit? I don't know yet. We'll get everything the client has now, he thought. We'll get all his contacts, his mentors, enemies and friends. Poor old Fong Fong and the lads. We'll never see them again, unless they turn up as agents of the other side. What a rotten, filthy business this is, selling out your friends, working with the enemy, who everyone knows wants you enslaved.
In Vancouver, it was wonderful, wonderful, Robert. There was a girl there who... Yes, and I almost married her. But Sensible was my 489. He lived on... Oh, yes, it was Pedder Street in Chinatown, and he owned the Ho Ho Doc restaurant. Yes, Sensible Doc said I should honour Chairman Mao before any Guilo. Oh, how I loved her. But he said it was the Guilos who raped China for centuries. You know that's true. That's true.
Yes, that's true, he said, humouring him. Sensible Doc was your only friend in Canada?
Oh, no, Robert. I have dozens.
Armstrong listened, astounded by the wealth of information about the inner workings of the Canadian Mounted Police and the extent of Chinese communist infiltration throughout the Americas and Europe, and particularly on the western seaboard. Vancouver, Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego. Wherever a Chinese restaurant or shop or business existed, there was the potential of pressure, of funds, and most of all, of knowledge.
And the Wu Dock on Gerrard Street in London's the centre when I was... Oh, my head aches. I'm so thirsty.
Armstrong gave him the water that contained stimulant. When he or Cross considered the moment correct, the client would be given the thirst-quenching, delicately flavoured Chinese tea that was his favourite. This contained the soporific. Then it was up to Cross and Cinders what happened, whether it was more of the same, more of the Red Room, or the end of the exercise, and then, carefully, the gradual bringing back of the client to reality, with great care, so that no permanent damage was done. It's up to them, he thought. Cinders was right to put on the pressure while we've time. The client knows too much. He's too well trained, and if we had to give him back without knowing what he knows, well, that would have been irresponsible. We've got to keep ahead. Armstrong lit 2 cigarettes and inhaled his own deeply. I'll give up smoking for Christmas. I can't now, not with all this horror. It was Brian Quock's wailing screams so soon, barely 20 minutes after being put into the room for the second time, that had shattered him. He had been watching through spy holes with Cross and Cinders, watching the insanity of trying to reach the ceiling that was the floor, that was the ceiling. Astonished that someone so strong, so well-trained as Brian Quock would break so quickly. It's impossible, he had muttered. He may be faking, Cinders said. No, Cross had said. No, it's real, for him. I know. I don't believe he'd break so easily. You will, Robert. And then, when Brian Quock had been carried out to be brought to this room, clean and nice, and the Red Room had been mopped clean, Roger Cross had said, All right, Robert, try it. Then you'll see. No thanks. It's like something out of the cabinet of Dr. Caligari, he had muttered. No thanks. Please try it, just for a minute. It's an important experience for you. You may be caught by them, the other side, someday. You should be prepared. 1 minute might save your sanity. Test it, for your own safety. So he had agreed. They had closed the door. The room was totally scarlet, small, but everything tilted, the lines all wrong, angles all wrong, the floor meeting the ceiling in one corner, perspectives all wrong, no angles ordinary. The tilted ceiling far above was a sheer sheet of scarlet glass. Above the glass, water washed down to be recycled and come down again. Attached to this tilted glass ceiling surface were scarlet chairs and a table and pens and paper casually on the table, scarlet cushions on the chairs, making it seem the floor, a false door nearby, almost ajar. Sudden blackness. Then the blinding strobe and the stunning impact of the scarlet. Blackness, scarlet, blackness, scarlet. Involuntarily, he groped for the reality of the table and chairs and the floor and door, and stumbled and fell, unable to get his bearings. Water above, the glass vanished, just insane scarlet water on the floor above. Blackness, and now voices pounding, and again blood-coloured hell. His stomach told him that he was upside down, though his mind said it was just a trick, and to close your eyes. It's a trick, it's a trick, it's a trick! After an eternity, when at length normal lights came on and the real door opened, he was lying on the real floor, retching. You bastard! He had snarled at Cross, barely able to talk. You said a minute! You lying bastard! His chest heaved and he fought to his feet, reeling, barely able to stand or to stop vomiting. Sorry, but it was only a minute, Robert, Cross said. I don't believe it! Honestly, it was, Cinders said. I timed it myself. Really? Extraordinary. Most effective. Again, Armstrong felt his chest heave at the thought of the water above and the table and chairs. He put those thoughts away and concentrated on Brian Quock, feeling that he had let the client ramble enough, and it was now time to bring him back. You were saying? You passed over our dossiers to your friend, Bucktooth Lowe? Well, no, it wasn't. I'm tired, Robert. Tired. What a... If you're tired, I'll leave. He got up and saw the client blanch. Next month I'll see...
No, no, please don't go. No, don't go, please.
So he sat back, continuing the game, knowing it to be unfair, and that with the client so totally disoriented, he could be made to sign anything, say anything at whim. I'll stay while you talk, old friend. You were saying about Bucktooth Low, the man in Prince's building? He was the go-between?
No, not... Yes, in a way. Dr. Meng would pick up any package that I left. Meng never knew that it was me. The arrangements were by phone or by letter. He would take them to Low, who was paid. Bucktooth Low was paid to give them to another man. I don't know who. I don't know.
Oh, I think you do, Brian. I don't believe you want me to stay.
Oh, Christ, I do. I swear it. Bucktooth would know. Or perhaps VC photographer He's on our side. He's on our side, Robert. Ask him. He'll know. He was with Tu Yan importing thoriums.
What are thoriums?
Rare earths for atomics. For our atomics. Oh, yes. We'll have our own A-bombs and H-bombs in a few months.
Brian Kwok went into a paroxysm of laughter.
The first in a few weeks. Our first explosion in just a few weeks now. Oh, of course, not perfect. But the first. And soon an H-bomb. Dozens, Robert. Soon we'll have ours to defend against those hegemonists who threaten to wipe us out in a few weeks. Christ, Robert. Think of that. Chairman Mao's done it. He has. He's done it. Yes. And then next year, H-bombs. And then Joe. Yes, we'll get back our lands. Oh, yes. With atomics, we cancel out theirs. We will. Joe's going to help. Joe Yu's going to. Oh, we'll stop them now. Stop them. We'll stop them and take our lands back.
His hand reached out and he held Robert Armstrong's arm, but his grip was weak.
Listen, we're at war already. Us and the Soviets. Zhong Lei told me. He's my emergency, contact. There's a war, a shooting war going on right now. In the north, divisions, not patrols near the Amur. They're killing more Chinese and stealing more land, but not for long.
He lay back weakly and began to mumble, his mind wandering. Atomics? Next year? I don't believe it, Armstrong said, pretending to scoff, his mind blown as he listened to the continued outpouring that was giving chapter and verse and names. Christ! A-bombs in a few months? A few months? The world's been told that's 10 years away. China with A and H-bombs? Carefully, he let Brian Kwok peter out, and then he said casually, Who's Joe? Joe Yu?
Who?
He saw Brian Kwok turn and stare at him, eyes strange, different, boring into him. Instantly he was on guard, and he prepared. Joe Yu, he said, even more offhand.
Who? I don't know any Joe Yu. No. What? What am I doing here? What is this place? What's happening? You? Why? Why should I know him? Who?
No reason, Armstrong said, calming him. Here's some tea. You must be very thirsty, old chum.
Yes, I am. Where? Yes. Christ, what's happening?
Armstrong helped him drink. Then he gave him another cigarette and further calmed him. In a few moments, Brian Kwok was again deeply asleep. Armstrong wiped his palms and his forehead, exhausted too. The door opened. Cinders and Cross came in.
Very good, Robert, Cinders said excitedly. Very good indeed.
Yes, Cross said. I felt he was coming back too. Your timing was perfect. Armstrong said nothing, feeling soiled.
My God, Cinders chortled. This client's gold. The minister will be delighted. Atomics in a few months and a shooting war going on right now. No wonder our Parliamentary Trade Commission made such marvellous progress. Excellent, Robert. Just excellent.
You believe the client, sir? Cross said.
Absolutely. Don't you?
I believe he was telling what he knew. Whether it's fact, that's another matter. Joe Yu? Does Joe or Joseph Yu mean anything to you? The others shook their heads. John Chancellor? No. Zhonglei? Armstrong said. There's a Zhonglei who's a friend of Brian. The client's a car enthusiast, Shanghainese, big industrialist. Could be him. Good. But Zhou Yu, that triggered something in him. Could be important. Cross glanced at Cinders. Proceed? Of course. Chapter 65. 1:45 p.m. A roar of excitement went up from 50,000 throats as the 7 entries for the first race, Jockeys Up, came up the ramp out from under the stands to prance and skitter to the owners' paddock where trainers and owners waited. The owners and their wives were dressed in their very best, many of the wives laden and over-minked, Mai Ling Quan and Diane Chen among them, conscious of the envious stares of the multitude craning to see the horses, and them. Either side of the soggy grass paddock and winner's circle, the packed mass of the crowds went down to the white sparkling rails and the perfectly kept turf of the encircling track. The winning post was opposite, and beside it, on the other side of the track, was the huge totalisator that would carry the names of the horses and jockeys and odds, race by race. The totalisator was owned and operated by the Turf Club, as was the course. There were no legal bookmakers here, or outside, or any legal off-course betting places. This was the only legal form of betting in the colony. The sky was dark and forbidding. Earlier there had been a few sprinkles, but now the air was clear. Behind the paddock and winner's circle, on this level, were the jockeys' changing rooms and the offices of the officials, food concessions and the first banks of betting windows. Above them were the stands, 4 terraced tiers, each cantilevered floor with its own bank of betting windows. The first tier was for non-voting members, next for voting members, and the 2 top floors set aside for the private boxes and radio room. Each box had its own private kitchen. Each of the 10 annually elected stewards had a box, and then there were some permanent ones. First, His Excellency the Governor, patron of the club. Then the Commander-in-Chief. 1 each for Blacks and the Victoria. And last, Struan's. Struan's was in the best position, exactly opposite the winning post. "Why is that, Taipan?" Casey asked. "Because Dirk Struan began the Turf Club, set the rules, brought out a famous racing expert, Sir Roger Blaw, to be the first secretary of the club. He put up all the money for the first meeting, money for the stands, money to import the first batch of horses from India, and helped persuade the first plenipotentiary, Sir William Longstaff, to deed the land to the Turf Club in perpetuity." "Come now, Taipan," Donald McBride, the track steward for this meeting, said jovially. "Tell it as it happened, eh? You say Dirk helped persuade? Didn't Dirk just order Longstaff to do it?" Dunross laughed with the others, still seated at the table he had hosted. Casey, Hirotoda and McBride, who had just arrived to visit. There was a bar and 3 round tables in the box, each seating 12 comfortably. "I prefer my version," he said. "In any event, Casey, the legend is that Dirk was voted this position by popular acclaim when the first stands were built." "That's not true either, Casey," William Tusk called out from the next table. "Didn't old Tyler Brock demand the position as the right of Brock and Sons? Didn't he challenge Dirk to put up the position on a race, man to man, at the first meeting?" "No, that's just a story." "Did those 2 race, Taipan?" Casey asked. "They were going to, but the Typhoon came too soon, so they say. In any event, Cullen refused to budge, so here we are. This is ours while the course exists." "And quite right, too," McBride said, with his happy smile. "The noble house deserves the best. Since the very first stewards were elected, Miss Casey, the Taipan of Struans has always been a steward. Always, by popular acclaim. Well, I must be off." He glanced at his watch, smiled at Dunross. With great formality, he said, "Permission to start the first race, Taipan." Dunross grinned back at him. "Permission granted." McBride hurried off. Casey stared at Dunross. "They have to ask your permission to begin?" "It's just a custom." Dunross shrugged. "I suppose it's a good idea for someone to say, 'All right, let's begin,' isn't it? I'm afraid that unlike Sir Geoffrey, the governors of Hong Kong in the past haven't been known for their punctuality. Besides, tradition is not a bad thing at all. Gives you a sense of continuity, of belonging, and protection. He finished his coffee. If you'll excuse me a moment, I must do a few things. Have fun. She watched him go, liking him even more than last night. Just then, Peter Marlowe came in, and Dunross stopped a moment. Oh, hello, Peter. Good to see you. How's Fleur? Getting better. Thank you, Typhoon. Come on in. Help yourself to a drink. I'll be back in a moment. Put your money on number 5, Excellent Day, in the first. See you later. Thanks, Typhoon. Casey beckoned to Peter Marlowe, but he did not see her. His eyes had fixed on Gray, who was with Julian Broadhurst out on the balcony, haranguing some of the others. She saw his face close, and her heart leaped, remembering their hostility. So she called out, Peter! Hi! Come and sit down! His eyes unglazed. Oh, hello, he said. Come sit down. Fleur's going to be fine. She certainly appreciated your going to see her. It was a pleasure. Are the kids okay? Oh, yes. You? Fantastic. This is the only way to go to a race. Lunch in the Struan box for the 36 guests had been a lavish buffet of hot Chinese foods, or if they preferred, hot steak and kidney pie and vegetables, with plates of smoked salmon, hors d'oeuvres and cold cuts, cheeses and pastries of all kinds, and as a topper, a meringue sculpture of the Struan building, all prepared in their own kitchen. Champagne with the best red and white wines, liqueurs. I'm going to have to diet for 50 years. Not you. How goes it? She felt his probing eyes. Fine. Why? Nothing. He glanced off at Gray again, then turned his attention to the others. May I introduce Peter Marlowe? Hero Toda of Toda Shipping Industries of Yokohama. Peter's a novelist screenwriter from Hollywood. Then all at once his book rushed into her mind, and Changi, and 3.5 years as a prisoner of war, and she waited for the explosion. There was a hesitation between both men. Toda politely offered his business card, and Peter Marlowe gave his in return, equally politely. He hesitated a moment, then put out his hand. How are you? The Japanese shook it. This is an honor, Mr. Marlowe. Oh? It's not often one meets a famous author. I'm not, no, not at all. You're too modest. I liked your book very much. Yes. You've read it? Peter Marlowe stared at him. Really? He sat and looked at Toda, who was much shorter than he, lithe and well-built, more handsome and well-dressed in a blue suit, a camera hanging on his chair, his eyes equally level, the two men of an age. Where did you find it? In Tokyo. We have many English bookshops. Please excuse me, I read the paperback, not the hardback. There was no hardback on sale. Your novel was very illuminating. Oh. Peter Marlowe took out his cigarettes and offered them. Toda took one. Casey said, Smoking's not good for you. You both know that. They smiled at her. We'll give them up for Lent, Peter Marlowe said. Sure. Peter Marlowe looked back at Toda. You were Army? No, Mr. Marlowe. Navy. Destroyers. I was at the Battle of the Coral Sea in 42, then at Midway, sub-lieutenant, later at Guadalcanal. I was sunk twice, but lucky. Yes, I was lucky. Apparently more lucky than you. We're both alive, both in one piece, more or less. More or less, Mr. Marlowe. I agree. War is a curious way of life. Toda puffed his cigarette. Sometime, if it would please you and not hurt, I would like to talk about your Changi, about its lessons and our wars. Please? Sure. I'm here for a few days, Toda said. At the Mandarin, back next week. A lunch or dinner, perhaps. Thank you. I'll call. If not this time, perhaps next. One day I'll be in Tokyo. After a pause, the Japanese said, We need not discuss your Changi, if you wish. I would like to know you better. England and Japan have much in common. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I should place my bet. He bowed politely and walked off. Casey sipped her coffee. Was that very hard for you? Being polite? Oh, no, Casey. No, it wasn't. Not at all. Now we're equal, he and I. Any Japanese. The Japanese and Koreans I hated were the ones with bayonets and bullets when I had none. She saw him wipe the sweat off, noticing his twisted smile. Malu, I wasn't ready to meet one here. Malu? What's that? Cantonese? Malayan. It means ashamed. He smiled to himself. It was a contraction of Puki Malu. Malu ashamed, Puki a golden gully. Malays grant feelings to that part of a woman. Hunger, sadness, kindness, rapaciousness, hesitancy, shame, anger. Anything and everything. No need to be ashamed, Peter, she said, not understanding. I'm astonished you'd talk to any of them after all that POW horror. Oh, I really liked the book. Isn't it marvellous that he had read it too? Yes, that threw me. May I ask you one question? What? You said Changi was Genesis. What did you mean? He sighed. Changi changed everyone, changed values permanently. For instance, it gave you a dullness about death. We saw too much of it to have the same sort of meaning to outsiders, to normal people. We're a generation of dinosaurs, we the few who survived. I suppose anyone who goes to war, any war, sees life with different eyes if they end up in one piece. What do you see? A lot of bull that's worshipped as the be-all and end-all of existence. So much of normal civilized life is bull that you can't imagine it. For us ex-Changiites, we're lucky, we're cleansed. We know what life is really all about. What frightens you doesn't frighten me. What frightens me, you'd laugh at. Like what? He grinned at her. That's enough about me and my karma. I've a hot tip for the... He stopped and stared off. Good sweet Christ, who's that? Casey laughed. Rico Gresserhoff. She's Japanese. Which one's Mr. Gresserhoff? She's a widow. Hallelujah. They watched her go across the room, out onto the terrace. Don't you dare, Peter. His voice became Olympian. I'm a writer. It's a matter of research. Baloney. You're right. Peter, they say all first novels are autobiographical. Who were you in the book? The hero, of course. The king? The American trader? Oh no, not him. And that's quite enough of my past. Let's talk about you. You sure you're all right? His eyes held hers, willing the truth out of her. What? There was a rumour that you were in tears last night. Nonsense. Sure? She looked back at him, knowing he saw inside of her. Of course I'm fine. A hesitation. Sometime I might need a favour. Oh? He frowned. I'm in McBride's box, 2 down the hall. It's quite okay to visit if you want. He glanced off at Rico. His pleasure faded. Now she was talking to Robin Gray and Julian Broadhurst, the Labour MPs. Guess it's not my day, he muttered. I'll be back later. Got to bed. See you, Casey. What's your hot tip? Number 7, Winner's Delight. Winner's Delight, an outsider, won handily by half a length over the favourite Excellent Day. Hugely pleased with herself, Casey joined the line in front of the winner's pay window, clutching her winning tickets, well aware of the envious stares of others who walked along the corridor outside the boxes. Agonised bettors were already putting down their money at other windows for the second race that was the first leg of the double quinella. To win a quinella, they had to forecast the first and second runners in any order. The double quinella put the second race together with the fifth that was today's big race. The double quinella payout would be huge, the odds against forecasting 4 horses immense. The minimum bet was 5 Hong Kong. There was no maximum. Why's that, Link? She had asked just before the race, craning over the balcony watching the horses in the gate, all Hong Kong Yan with their binoculars focused. Look at the tote. The electronic numbers were flashing and changing as money went onto different horses, narrowing the odds to freeze just before the off. Look at the total money invested on this race, Casey. It's better than 3.5 million Hong Kong. That's almost $1 for every man, woman and child in Hong Kong. And it's only the first race. This has got to be the richest track in the world. These guys are gambling crazy. A vast roar went up as the starter's gate opened. She'd looked at him and smiled. You okay? Sure. You? Oh, yes. Yes, I am, she thought again, waiting her turn to collect her money. I'm a winner. She laughed out loud. Oh, hello, Casey. Ah, you won too? Oh, hello, Quillen. Yes, I did. She moved out of her place back to Gaunt, the others in the line all strangers to her. I only had 10 on her, but yes, I won. The amount doesn't matter. It's the winning. Gaunt smiled. I like your hat. Thank you. Curious, she thought. Both Quillen and Ian had mentioned it immediately. Damn, Link. It's very lucky to pick the first winner, first time at the track. Oh, I didn't. It was a tip. Peter gave it to me. Peter Marlowe. Ah, yes. Marlowe. She saw his eyes change slightly. You're still on for tomorrow? Oh, yes. Is it weather permitting? Even if it's raining. Lunch, anyway. Great. The dock at 10 sharp. Which is your box? She noticed an instant change, which he tried to hide. I don't have one. I'm not a steward. Yet. I'm a fairly permanent guest at the Black's box, and from time to time I borrow the whole place for a party. It's down the corridor. Would you care to come by? Black's is an excellent bank, and... but not as good as the Vic, John called out good-naturedly as he passed. Don't believe a word he says, Casey. Congratulations. Good joss to get the first. See you both later. Casey watched him thoughtfully. Then she said, What about all the bank runs, Quillen? No one seems to care. It's as though they're not happening. The stock market's not crashing, and there's no pending doom. Gaunt laughed, conscious of the ears that were tuned to their conversation. Today is race day, a rarity, and tomorrow will take care of tomorrow. Joss, the stock market opens 10 a.m. Monday, and next week will decide a lot of fates. Meanwhile, every Chinese who could get his money out has it in his fist, here, today. Casey, it's your turn. She collected her money. 15-1. 150 Hong Kong. Hallelujah! Gaunt collected a vast bundle of red notes. 15,000. Hey, fantastic! Worst race I've ever seen, a sour American voice said. Hell, it was fantastic they didn't bust the jockey and disallow the win. Oh, hello, Mr. Biltzman, Mr. Pugmire. Casey remembered them from the night of the fire. Bust who? Biltzman stood in the place line. Stateside, there'd be an objection a mile wide. Coming into the straight out of the last bend, you could see Excellent Day's jockey pull the bejesus out of her. It was a fix. He wasn't trying. Those in the know, the very few, smiled to themselves. The whisper in the jockeys' rooms and trainers' rooms had been that Excellent Day wasn't to win, but Winner's Delight would. Come now, Mr. Biltzman, Dunross said. Unnoticed, he'd heard the exchange as he was passing and had stopped. If the jockey wasn't trying, or if there was any tampering, the stewards would be onto it at once. Maybe it's okay for amateurs, Ian, and this little track, but on any professional track at home, Excellent Day's jockey would be banned for the rest of his life. I had my glasses on him all the time. Biltzman sourly collected his place winnings and stomped off. Dunross said quietly, Pug, did you see the jockey do anything untoward? I didn't watch the race myself. No, I didn't. Anyone? Those nearby shook their heads. Seemed all right to me, someone said. Nothing out of the ordinary. None of the stewards queried anything. Then Dunross noticed the large roll of notes in Gaunt's hand. He looked up at him. Quillen? No, but I must tell you frankly, I find that Burke's manner appalling. I hardly think he'd be a proper addition to the Turf Club. Just then he saw Robin Gray go past to place a bet and smiled at a sudden thought. "Excuse me, will you?" He nodded politely and walked off. Casey saw Dunross watching the roll of notes that Gaunt put into a pocket and was inwardly aghast at the momentary look on his face.
Could he have been correct?
She asked nervously. Of course. Dunross put his full attention on her. Fixing happens everywhere. That's really not the point. There's been no objection from any of the stewards, or jockeys, or trainers. His eyes were slate grey. The small vein in his forehead was pulsating. That's not the real point at issue. No, he was thinking. It's a matter of bloody manners. Even so, calm yourself. You have to be very cool and very calm and very collected this weekend. All day he had had nothing but trouble. The only bright moment had been Rico Angin Gresserhoff. But then AMG's last letter had once more filled him with gloom. It was still in his pocket, and it had told him that if by chance he had not destroyed the original files, to heat a dozen specified pages that were spread throughout, the secret information written in invisible ink on these pages, to be passed privately to the Prime Minister or the current head of MI6, Edward Sinders, personally, and a copy given to Rico Angin in a sealed envelope. If I do that, then I have to admit the files I gave him were false, he thought, weary of AMG, espionage, and his instructions. God damn it! Murtaugh doesn't arrive till later. Sir Geoffrey can't call London till 4 p.m. about Tip-Top and Brian Kwok. And Christ Jesus, now some rude bastard calls us all amateurs. Which we are. I'll bet 100 to a bent hatpin Quillen knew before the race. At a sudden thought, he said casually, How did you pick the winner, Casey? With the proverbial pin?
Peter gave it to me. Peter Marlowe.
Her face changed.
Oh, do you think he heard it was fixed?
If I thought that for a moment, the race would have been set aside. There's nothing I can do now. Biltzman. Suddenly he gasped as the idea hit him in all its glory.
What's the matter?
Dunross took her arm and led her aside. To get your drop-dead money, are you prepared to gamble? He asked softly.
Sure, Ian, if it's legal.
But gamble what? She asked, her innate caution uppermost. Everything you've got in the bank, your house in Laurel Canyon, your stock in Parcon, against 2 to 4 million within 30 days. How about it? Her heart was thumping, his obvious excitement sweeping her.
Okay,
she said, and then wished she hadn't said it, her stomach fluttering.
Jesus.
Good. Stay here a second. I'll go and find Bartlett.
Wait, is he part of this? What is this, Ian?
He beamed. A modest business opportunity. Yes, Bartlett's essential. Does that make you change your mind?
No, she told him uneasily. But I said I wanted to get my stake outside of Parcon.
I haven't forgotten. Wait here. Dunross hurried back into his box, found Bartlett and brought him back, led the way down the bustling corridor to the Struan kitchen, greeting people here and there. The kitchen was small, busy and sparkling. The staff paid no attention to them. A door opened into a tiny private room, carefully soundproofed. 4 chairs, a table and phone. My father had this constructed during his tenure. Lots of business is done at the races. Sit down, please. Now, he looked at Bartlett, I've a business proposal for you and Casey's individuals, outside of our Parcon deal. Nothing to do with the Parcon-Struan proposal. Are you interested? Sure. This Hong Kong scam? Do you mind? Dunross beamed. It's an honest-to-God Hong Kong business proposal. Okay, let's have it. Before I lay it out, there are ground rules. It's my game, you two are bystanders, but you're in for 49% of the profits, to be shared equally between you two. Okay. What's the full game plan, Ian? Bartlett asked cautiously. Next, you put up $2 million by Monday, 9 a.m., into a Swiss bank of my choosing. Bartlett's eyes narrowed. Against what? Against 49% of the profit. What profit? You put up $2 million for Gaunt, no paper, no chop, no nothing, except against potential profit. Bartlett grinned. How long have you known about that? Dunross smiled back. I told you, there are no secrets here. Are you in? Dunross saw Bartlett glance at Casey, and he held his breath. Casey, you know what this is all about? No, Link. Casey turned to Dunross. What is the scam, Ian? First, I want to know if I get the $2 million advance free and clear, if you go for this scheme. What's the profit potential? Casey asked. $4 to $12 million. Tax-free. Casey blanched. Tax-free? Free of any Hong Kong taxes, and we can help you avoid states taxes if you want. What's the payout period? Bartlett asked. The profit will be set in 30 days. The payout will take 5 to 6 months. The $4 to $12 million, the total, or our share only? Your share. That's a lot of profit for something completely 24-carat legal. There was a great silence. Dunross waited, willing them onward. $2 million cash, Bartlett said. No security, no nothing. No, but after I've laid it out, you can put up or pass. What's Gaunt to do with this? Absolutely nothing. This venture has nothing to do with Gaunt, Rothwell Gaunt, Parcon, your interest in them, or us, or the Parcon deal. This is totally outside, whatever happens. My word on that. And my word before God that I'll never tell him you've put up this $2 million, that you two are my partners and in for a piece. Or, by the way, that I know about the three of you selling me short. He smiled. That was a very good idea, by the way. The deal's swung by my $2 million? No, greased. I haven't $2 million US cash, as you know. Otherwise you wouldn't be invited in. Why us, Ian? You could raise $2 million from one of your friends here, easy, if it's so good. Yes, but I choose to sweeten the lure to you two. By the way, you are held to Tuesday at midnight. Dunross said it flat. Then his voice changed and the others felt the glee. But with this business venture, I can dramatize how much superior we are to Rothwell Gaunt, how much more exciting it'll be being associated with us than him. You're a gambler, so am I. Raider Bartlett, they call you, and I'm Typhoon of the Noble House. You gambled a paltry $2 million with Gaunt, with no chop. Why not with me? Bartlett glanced at Casey. She gave him neither a yes or a no, though he knew the lure had her in spades. Since you're setting the rules, Ian, answer me this. I put up the $2 million. Why should we share equally, Casey and I? I remember what you said over dinner about drop-dead money. You've got yours, she hasn't. This could be a device to get her hers. Why are you so concerned over Casey? You trying to divide and rule? If that's possible, then you shouldn't be in a very special partnership and business relationship. She's your right arm, you told me. She's clearly very important to you and to Parcon, so she's entitled to share. What does she risk? She'll put up her house, her savings, her Parcon stock. That's everything she has, alongside yours. She'll sign it all over for a half share, right? Casey nodded, numb. Sure. Sharply, Bartlett glanced at Casey. I thought you said you knew nothing about this. She looked at him. Couple of minutes ago, Ian asked if I'd gamble my all to get some drop-dead money, big money. She gulped and added, I said okay, and already wish I hadn't. Bartlett thought a moment. Casey, blunt, you want in or you want out? In. Okay. Then Bartlett beamed. Okay, Taipan. Now who do we have to kill? 9-carat Chu, who was a sometime gold coolie for the Victoria Bank, and also the father of 2 sons and 2 daughters. Lily So, who was Havergill's occasional friend, and Wisteria, who was John Chen's mistress, whose Joss was to be trampled to death outside the Hopac at Aberdeen, waited his turn at the betting window. Yes, old man, the impatient teller said. He pulled out a roll of money. It was all the money he had, and all the money he could borrow, leaving only enough for 3 inhalations of the white powder that he would need to see him through his night shift tonight. The double quinella, by all the gods! 8 and 5 in the second race, 7 and 1 in the 5th. The teller methodically counted out the crumpled bills. 728 Hong Kong. He pressed the buttons of those numbers and checked the first ticket. It was correct. 5 and 8, second race. 7 and 1, fifth race. Carefully, he counted 145 tickets, each of 5 Hong Kong, the minimum bet, and gave them to him with 3 Hong Kong change.
"Hurry up, by all the gods!"
the next in line called out.
"Are your fingers in your black hole? Be patient,"
the old man muttered, feeling faint.
"This is serious business."
Carefully, he checked his tickets. The first 3 random ones and the last were correct, and the number of tickets correct, so he gave up his place and pushed his way out of the press into the air. Once in the air, he felt a little better, still nauseated, but better. He had walked all the way from his night shift of work at the construction site of the new high-rise up above Coatwell Road in mid-levels to save the fare. Again, he checked his tickets. 8 and 5 in this race, and 7 and 1 in the 5th, the big race.
"Good,"
he thought, putting them carefully into his pocket.
"I've done the best I can. Now it is up to the cots."
His chest was hurting him very much, so he fought through the crowd to the toilet, and there he lit a match and inhaled the smoke from the bubbling white powder. In time, he felt better and went outside again. The second race was already on. Beside himself with anxiety, he pushed and shoved his way to the rails, careless of the curses that followed him. The horses were rounding the far bend, galloping toward him into the last straight for the winning post, now past in a thundering blur, as he strained his rheumy old eyes to find his numbers.
"Who's leading?"
he gasped, but no one paid any attention to him, just shouted their own choice on to victory in a growing, seething roar that was all-possessing, then vanished as the winner won.
"Who won?"
9 Carat Chew gasped, his head exploding.
"Who cares?"
someone said, with a stream of curses.
"It wasn't mine. All gods piss on that jockey forever. I can't read the tote. Who won?" "It was a photo finish, old fool, can't you see? There were 3 horses bunched together. Fornicatal photo finishes. We must wait." "But the numbers. What are the numbers?" 5 and 8 and 4. Lucky Court, my horse." "Come on, you son of a horse-left tit. 4 and 8 for the Quinella, by all the gods."
They waited and waited. The old man thought he would faint, so he put his mind on to better things, like his conversation with Noble House Chen this morning. 3 times he had called, and each time a servant had answered and hung up. It was only when he had said werewolf that Noble House Chen himself had come to the phone.
"Please excuse me for mentioning the terrible slayers of your son," he had said. "It wasn't me, honoured sir. Oh, no. I am just the father of your late honourable son's mistress, Wisteria So, to whom he has written his undying love in the letter that was printed in all the newspapers."
"Eh? Liar! All lies! Do you think I'm a fool to be squeezed by any dog-meat cooler? Who are you?"
"My name is Simon So," he had said, the lie coming easily. "There are 2 more letters, Honourable Chen. I thought you might wish to have them back, even though they're all we have from my poor dead daughter and your poor dead son, who I considered like my own son of all the months that he and—"
"More lies! The mealy-mouthed strumpet never had any letters from my son. Our deadly police put forgers in jail. Oh, yes. Am I a peasant-headed monkey from the outer provinces? Beware! Now I suppose you'll produce an infant that you'll claim my son sired, eh? Eh?" 9 Carat Chew almost dropped the phone. He had discussed and arranged that very ploy with his wife and his sons and Lily. It had been easy to find a relation who would lend a babe in arms for a fee.
"Hey?"
he spluttered in shock.
"Am I a liar? Me, who fairly, for modest cash, gave his only virgin daughter to be your son's whore and only love?"
He used the English words carefully, his daughter Lily having coached him for hours so that he could say it properly.
"By all the gods, we've protected your great name at no charge. When we went to claim my poor daughter's body, we did not tell the deadly police who desire to find out who the writer was to trap the werewolves. All gods curse those evil sons of whores.
Haven't 4 Chinese papers already offered rewards for the name of the writer? Hey-ya! It is only fair I offer the letters to you before collecting the newspaper's reward. Hey-ya!
Patiently, he had listened to the stream of invective that had begun the negotiation. Several times, both sides had pretended they were going to put the phone down, but neither side broke off the bargaining. At length, it was left that if a photocopy of one of the other letters was sent to Noble House Chen, as proof that it and the others were no forgery, then it might be, Honourable Sir, the other letters, and this one, might be worth a very modest amount of fragrant grease. 9-Carat Chew chortled to himself now. Oh, yes, he thought contentedly. Noble House Chen will pay handsomely, particularly when he reads the parts about himself. Oh, if those were printed, surely it would hold him up to ridicule before all Hong Kong and take his face away forever. Now, how much should I settle for? A sudden roar surrounded him, and he almost fell over. His heart began pounding, his breath short. He held onto the rails and peered at the distant toad. Oh, what are the numbers? He asked, then screeched over the noise and tugged at his neighbours. The numbers! Tell me the numbers! The winner's 8, Buccaneer, the gelding of the Noble House. Ay-ya! Can't you see the Typhoon leading him into the winner's circle now? Buccaneer's paying 7 to 1. The second? Who was the second horse? Number 5, Winsome Lady, 3 to 1 for a place. What's wrong, old man? Have you a palsy? No. Weakly, 9-Carat Chew groped away. At length he found a small empty patch of concrete and spread his racing form on the wet concrete and sat down, his head on his knees and arms, his mind sweeping him into the ecstasy of winning the first leg. Oh, and nothing to do now but wait. And if the time of waiting is too long, I will use one more of the white powders. Yes, and that will leave me the last to see me through tonight's work. Now, all gods concentrate. The first leg was won by my own shrewdness. Please concentrate on the 5th. 7 and 1. All gods concentrate. Over by the winner's circle, the stewards and owners and officials clustered. Dunross had intercepted his horse and congratulated the jockey. Buccaneer had run a fine race, and now as he led the gelding into the winner's circle amid another burst of cheering and congratulations, he kept his exuberance deliberately open. He wanted to let the world see his pleasure and confidence, very aware that winning this race was an immense omen, over and above the fact of winning. The omen would be doubled and tripled if he won with Noble Star. 2 horses in the double quinella would absolutely set Gaunt and his allies back on their heels. And if Murtaugh works his magic, or if Tip-Top keeps his bargain to swap the money for Brian Quack, or if Tightfist, Orlando, or Four Fingers... Hey, Mr. Dunross, sir! Congratulations! Dunross glanced at the crowd on the rails. Oh, hello, Mr. Choi, he said, recognising Four-Finger Wu's 7th son and supposed nephew. He went closer and shook hands. Did you have the winner? Yes, sir, sure. I'm with the Noble House all the way. We're on the double quinella, my uncle and me. We just won the first leg 5 and 8, and we've 7 and 8 in the 5th. He's got 10,000 riding. Me, my whole week's salary. Then let's hope we win, Mr. Choi. You can say that again, Taipan, the young man said with his easy American familiarity. Dunross smiled and walked over to Travkin. Are you sure Johnny Moore can't ride Noble Star? I don't want Tom Wong. I told you, Taipan. Johnny's sicker than a drunken Cossack. I need the win. Noble Star is to win. Travkin saw Dunross look at Buccaneer speculatively. No, Taipan. Please don't ride Noble Star. The going's bad, very bad, and very dangerous. And it'll get worse as they hack up the turf. Christos. I suppose that'll only make you want to ride her more. My future could ride on that race, and the face of the Noble House. I know. Angrily, the gnarled old Russian slapped the switch he carried perpetually against his ancient jodhpurs, shining with use.
And I know you're better than all the other jockeys. But that turf's danger...
I don't trust anyone in this, Alexei. I can't afford any mistake. Dunross dropped his voice. Was the first race fixed? Travkin stared back levelly.
They weren't doped, Typhoon, not to my knowledge. The police doctor has put the fear of God into those who might be tempted.
Good. But was it fixed?
It wasn't my race, Typhoon. I'm only interested in my horses and my races. I didn't watch that race.
That's convenient, Alexei. Seems that none of the other trainers did either.
Listen, Typhoon. I have a jockey for you. Me. I'll ride Noble Star.
Dunross's eyes narrowed. He glanced at the sky. It was darker than before. There'll be rain soon, he thought, and there's much to do before the rain. Me or Alexei? Alexei's legs are good, his hands the best, his experience immense. But he thinks more of the horse than of winning. I'll consider it, he said. After the fourth race I'll decide.
I'll win,
the older man said, desperate for the chance to extricate himself from his agreement with Suslov.
I'll win, even if I have to kill Noble Star.
No need to do that, Alexei. I'm rather fond of that horse.
Typhoon, listen. Perhaps a favour? I've a problem. Can I see you tonight or Sunday or Monday late, say at Sinclair Towers?
Why there?
We made our deal there. I'd like to talk there. But if it's not all right, the day after.
You're going to leave us?
Oh, no, it's not that. If you've time, please.
All right, but it can't be tonight, or Sunday, or Monday. I'm going to Taipei. I can see you Tuesday at 10 p.m. How's that?
Fine. Tuesday's fine, yes. Thank you.
I'll be down after the next race. Alexei watched the taipan walk for the elevators. He was near tears, an overwhelming affection for Dunross possessing him. His eyes went to Suslov, who was in the general stands nearby. Trying to appear casual, he held up the prearranged number of fingers. 1 for tonight, 2 for Sunday, 3 Monday, 4 Tuesday. His eyes were very good, and he saw Suslov acknowledge the signal.
Matya Yibach, he thought. Betrayer of Mother Russia and all us Russians, you and all your KGB brethren. I curse you in the name of God, for me and all Russians, if the truth be known. Never mind that. I'm going to ride Noble Star, he told himself grimly. One way or another.
Dunross got into the elevator amid more congratulations and much envy. At the top floor, Gavalin and Jacques were waiting for him. Is everything ready? He asked. Yes, Gavalin replied. Gaunt's there, and the others you wanted. What's cooking? Come along and you'll see. By the way, Andrew, I'm switching Jacques and David McStruan. Jacques will take over Canada for a year. David? Jacques' face lit up.
Oh, thank you, Typhoon.
Yes, thanks very much.
I'll make Canada very profitable, I promise.
What about the changeover? Gavalin asked. Do you want Jacques to go there first, or will David come here? He arrives Monday. Jacques, you hand over everything to David. Then next week you can both go back together for a couple of weeks. You can go via France, eh? Pick up Suzanne and Avril. She should be well enough by then. There's nothing urgent in Canada at the moment. It's more urgent here. Oh, yes, ma foi. Yes, thank you, Typhoon. Gavalin said thoughtfully. It'll be good to see old David. He liked David McStruan very much, but he was still wondering why the change. And did this mean that Jacques was out of the running to inherit the Taipan's mantle, and David in, and his own position changing or threatened, if there was anything left to inherit after Monday? And what about Cathy? Joss, he told himself. What is to be will be. Oh, goddamn everything. You two go on ahead, Dunross said. I'll get Philip. He turned into the Chen box. By ancient custom, the comprador of the noble house was automatically a steward. Perhaps for the last year, Dunross thought grimly. If Philip doesn't deliver help in the form of four-finger woo, Lando Matter, tight fist, or something tangible by Sunday at midnight, he's blackballed. "Hello, Philip," he said, his voice friendly, greeting the other guests in the packed box. "You ready?"
"Oh, yes, Taipan."
Philip Chen was looking older.
"Congratulations on the win."
"Yes, Taipan, a marvellous omen. We are all praying for the 5th.
Diane Chen called out, trying equally hard to hide her apprehension, Kevin beside her, echoing her. "Thank you," Dunross said, sure that Philip Chen had told her about their meeting. She wore a hat with bird of paradise feathers and too many jewels.
"Champagne, Taipan?"
"No thanks, later perhaps. Sorry, Diane, have to borrow Philip for a moment or two. Won't be long." Outside in the corridor, he stopped a moment. "Any luck, Philip?"
I've talked to all of them. They're meeting tomorrow morning."
"Where? Macau?"
"No, here."
Philip Chen dropped his voice even more.
"I'm sorry about all the mess my son's caused. Yes, very sorry,"
he said, meaning it. "I accept your apology. If it hadn't been for your carelessness and treachery, we'd never have become that vulnerable. Christ Jesus, if Gaunt gets our balance sheets for the last few years and our interlocking corporate structures, we're up the creek without a paddle."
I had a thought, Taipan, how to extract the house. After the races, could I... a little time, please?"
"You're coming for drinks tonight? With Diane?"
Yes, please. May I bring Kevin?"
Dunross smiled fleetingly to himself. The heir apparent, officially and so soon. "Come." "Yes, come along."
"What's all this about, Taipan?"
"You'll see. Please say nothing, do nothing. Just accept, with great confidence, that you're part of the package. And when I leave, follow me. Spread the word and good cheer. If we fail, the House of Chen fails first, come hell, high water, or typhoon." He turned into the McBride box. There were more immediate congratulations, and many said it was great Joss. "Good God, Taipan," McBride said. "If Noble Star wins the 5th, wouldn't it be marvellous?" "Pilot Fish will beat Noble Star," Gaunt said confidently. He was at the bar with Jason Plum getting a drink. 10,000 says he'll finish ahead of your filly." "Taken," Dunross said at once. There were cheers and hoots of derision from the 30-odd guests, and once more Bartlett and Casey, who had by arrangement with Dunross ostensibly just wandered in a few minutes ago to visit Peter Marlowe, were inwardly staggered at the festive air and Dunross's high-flying confidence. "How are you doing, Dunstan?" Dunross asked. He paid Casey and Bartlett no attention, concentrating on the big, florid man who was more florid than usual, a double brandy in his hand. "Very well, thank you, Ian. Got the first, and Buccaneer. Made a bundle on Buccaneer, but blew my damned Quinella. Lucky Court let me down." The room was the same size as the Struan box, but not as well decorated, though equally well filled with many of the Hong Kong elite, some invited here a moment ago by Gavallan and McBride for Dunross. Lando Matter, Holdbrook, Struan's in-house stockbroker, Sir Louis Basilio, head of the stock exchange, John, Havergill, Sotheby, chairman of Blacks, Richard Kwan, Pugmire, Biltzman, Sir Dunstan Barr, young Martin Hapley of the China Guardian, and Gaunt. Dunross looked at him. "Did you get the winner of the last race too?" "No, I didn't fancy any runner. What's all this about, Ian?" Gaunt said, and everyone's attention soared. "You want to make an announcement?" "Yes, as a courtesy, I thought you should know, along with other VIPs. Dunross turned to Pugmire. "Pug, the Noble House is formally contesting the American Superfoods takeover of your Hong Kong General Stores." There was a vast silence, and everyone stared at him. Pugmire had gone white. "What?" "We're offering $5 a share more than Superfoods. We'll further improve their bid by making it 30% cash and 70% stock. Everything done within 30 days. "You've gone mad!" Pugmire burst out. "Didn't I sound everyone out first?" he wanted to shout. "Including you? Didn't you and everyone approve, or at least not disapprove? Isn't that the way it's done here, for God's sake? Private chats at the club, here at the races, over a private dinner, or wherever. You can't do that, he muttered. I already have, Dunross said. Gaunt said harshly, All you've done, Ian, is to make an announcement. How are you going to pay? In 30 or 300 days? Dunross just looked at him. The bid's public. We complete in 30 days. Pug, you'll get the official papers by 9:30 a.m. Monday, with a cash down payment to cement the tender. Momentarily he was drowned out, as others began talking, asking questions, everyone immediately concerned how this astonishing development would affect them personally. No one had ever contested a prearranged takeover before. John and Havergill were furious that this had been done without consultation, and the other banker, Sotheby of Blacks, who was merchant banking the superfoods takeover, was equally upset that he had been caught off balance. But all the bankers, even Richard Quan, were counting possibilities.